Chapter 1. The Delicious Food System. City, Lawn Family Mansion. In a room adorned with exquisite decorations, a child of about 5 or 6, sculpted like porcelain, gazed into the mirror with a furrowed brow. Damn it, have I really crossed over? What a wretched place. And I've been turned into a child. At this moment, Yichen appeared incredibly adorable, with a chubby little face, sparkling big eyes, and a delicate expression that belied his age with an air of profoundness. However, this fleeting depth did little to elevate his stature. Instead, it added a comical charm reminiscent of a little adult. While others may be useless upon crossing over, they at least possess extraordinary skills and an abundance of beautiful women. What do I have? Yichen climbed down from the stool, unfastened his belt, and glanced at his own private parts, instantly filled with lamentation. What the hell? Back on Earth, I hadn't even had my first experience, and now I've crossed back to before liberation. With tears unshed, Yichen felt a swarm of crows flying overhead, sighing heavily. At that moment, a voice like a grand bell resonated in his mind. Ding! The delicious food system has been activated. It has detected that the unfortunate child meets the qualifications for inheritance and is now binding the host. Yichen, who had been wallowing in despair, was suddenly invigorated by the voice, though confusion quickly followed. Huh, the delicious food system? Shouldn't it be some kind of emperor or sage inheritance? What on earth? The delicious food system, scientifically named the devouring heaven system, allows the host to consume all things in the universe. The energy value of consumed items will be converted into equivalent power for the host, paving the way for an extraordinary journey, with opportunities to acquire ancient techniques and astonishing legacies. With the system's explanation, the perplexed expression on Yichen's face finally gave way to a hint of a smile. He thought to himself, as a traveler, having no impressive inheritance would be a disservice to the very act of crossing over. On Earth, he had been a glutton, and this system was indeed tailor-made for him. Remarkable. The system stated that anything could be consumed, so Yichen resolved to eat something. He glanced around and discovered a box on the nearby table. Upon opening it, he found a pill radiating a green aura. Without hesitation, Yichen grabbed it and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it into oblivion before swallowing. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have leveled up current realm. First layer of pulse refinement. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the inheritance technique Indestructible Diamond Body from the Quenching Bone Pill. Boom! The Indestructible Diamond Body has been perfected. The host now possesses formidable physical defense. Hearing the system's declarations, Yichen was momentarily stunned. What? Eating a pill could grant such an incredible technique? Does that mean I'm invincible now? Yichen's excitement surged, his face flushed with exhilaration. Now he could easily shatter mountains and rivers, overpowering the various powerhouses of this world, be they heirs of sacred lands or descendants of gods and demons. They would all be beneath his feet. When the system activated, he had already received an explanation about this world. It was a vast realm, and the one he inhabited was the core of all dimensions. In this boundless expanse, countless races thrived, and emperors vied for supremacy. Numerous sacred lands, demonic realms, and hidden places were scattered throughout, with powerful figures competing for glory. Due to the host's currently low level, you cannot yet be invincible in the world. Remember, there are always greater forces beyond your own. Upon hearing the system's reminder, Yichen calmed down a bit. Indeed, who would throw their trump card at the start of a game? The best treasures lay ahead. Just then, a graceful and enchanting woman entered the room. She approached Yichen and lifted him into her arms. Oh my little darling, how did you wake up? The woman appeared to be around 20 years old, with an ethereal beauty and a figure that, even in loose clothing, accentuated her graceful curves. Her face, reminiscent of a lotus blooming in clear waters, was far more beautiful than any celebrity Yichen had ever encountered. She was truly a fairy. Little fairy, what's her name? Should we exchange contact information? Yichen began to suggest, but then thought better of it. Wow, I didn't expect such a charmer from you, little rascal. You made me quite happy. Hey, raise a kiss for you. Lan Xinran pursed her crimson lips and planted a kiss on Yichen's forehead. Yichen beamed, laughing heartily. Who would have thought he would receive such treatment? A fairy had thrown herself into his embrace. Where do you live? Let me take you home, Lan Shinran said, setting Yi Chen down and gazing at him with affection. Yi Chen's face instantly adopted an Oscar-worthy expression. I'm dead, lost my home, gone. His tone was as tragic as it could be, truly heart-wrenching. Lan Xinren's eyes turned red, and she quickly embraced Yi Chen again, feeling the delightful warmth of his chubby body. I didn't expect you to be such a poor child. How pitiful. Just stay here for now. The Lan family was a prominent household in city, and raising a child was not a burden. Yi Chen thought to himself, indeed, as I grow by eating, I can become a match for this fairy sister and share a life together. You're really adorable. My name is Lan Shinran, what's yours? Lan Shinran gazed at the exquisitely crafted Yi Chen, finding him increasingly charming, unable to resist planting another kiss on his rosy cheek. This time, Yi Chen felt a tinge of annoyance. The fairy's saliva was far too abundant, leaving his face damp. He pouted and wiped it off. You're crossing the line, you can't just kiss me. My name is Yi Chen, so remember it well. Yi Chen's little adult demeanor made Lan Shinran chuckle, and she kissed him again on the cheek. Moi, little brother, I didn't expect you to be so mature, haha. Lan Shinran was about to laugh, but the next moment, she froze as Yi Chen's small hand patted her soft derriere. So naughty at such a young age. You little rascal, Lan Shinran said, finding it amusing rather than feeling shy, swiftly capturing his hand. However, moments later, her gaze fell on the table, and her eyes widened in alarm. Where's my quenching bone pill? At that moment, Yi Chen's little eyes darted around, and in a childish voice, he replied, You mean the quenching bone pill on the table? I ate it. Lan Xinren's pupils dilated in shock, and she quickly reached for Yi Chen's wrist. The potency of that pill was immense unless one was at the 5th layer of pulse refinement. It could not be consumed, and even then it needed to be taken in multiple doses, let alone a 5 or 6-year-old child. Any mishap would be disastrous. Such an adorable child must not come to harm. That pill was delicious. Do you have any more? Seeing that Lan Shinran was not angry, Yi Chen spoke up again. Lan Shinran was taken aback, her face filled with disbelief. You want more? Chapter 2. 7 Realms in One Day. Lan Shinran was utterly astonished that this child could consume the quenching bone pill. In city, even adults would require a considerable amount of time to digest a single quenching bone pill. How could this child be so extraordinary? She had already examined Yi Chen's meridians and found them unscathed, remarkably resilient. It seemed as if a unique aura lay dormant within him, a presence akin to a dragon lurking in the depths, which genuinely startled Lan Shinran. She also noticed that Yi Chen's skin was as hard as rock. Touching him felt akin to touching stone. Little brother, let's avoid eating such things in the future, all right? You're still too small. Are you hungry? We'll go get you something to eat. After speaking, Lan Shinran rose and stepped outside to instruct the maids. Before long, they returned with several plates of food. Initially, Yi Chen had hoped to ask Lan Shinran for a few more pills, but reconsidered, sensing it would be unwise. If he consumed too much, it would draw attention, while being powerful was one thing. In this fantastical world, revealing a special physique could result in being captured and treated as a lab rat. As the delicious aroma wafted through the air, Yi Chen eagerly took a seat at the table, grabbing chopsticks and devouring the food as if a storm were passing through. He tore into a beast's leg, swallowing it whole with a hearty bite. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the inheritance technique Wind Chase Leg. Ding! Congratulations, host, your Wind Chase Leg has been perfected. You can now travel 100,000 miles a day, moving like the wind. Yi Chen's joy knew no bounds indeed. Anything he ate could grant him techniques. Seeing Yi Chen devour his meal voraciously, Lan Shinran quickly poured a glass of water and brought it to his lips. Yi Chen took the glass and drank. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Water Spirit Body from the 5 Elements Divine Body. From now on, all water-related techniques and treasures will be easily within your grasp. Yi Chen was once again utterly bewildered. Drinking water could grant him the Water Spirit Body? This was absurd. He couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Ding! Congratulations, host, for devouring air and obtaining pure spiritual energy, advancing to the 2nd layer of pulse refinement. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Phoenix Soaring Technique. Ding! The Phoenix Soaring Technique has been automatically perfected. From now on, The host can soar through the skies and traverse the earth, crossing the seas of clouds. Yi Chen paused mid-bite, utterly astonished. He never imagined that simply inhaling air could replenish his energy and grant him profound techniques. Moreover, he noticed that every technique he obtained was automatically cultivated to perfection. This was indeed more effortless than starting with a mere knife, where one had to rely on combat for gear. Here, his equipment was entirely dependent on what he consumed. As the quantity of food increased, the inability to comprehend the inherited techniques would automatically transform into pure, unparalleled energy, assimilating into Yi Chen's body. At this moment, Yi Chen felt as though he harbored an explosive energy within him. With a mere gesture, he could obliterate a mountain, and with a single leap, he could traverse 100 Jiang River. Only after Yi Chen had devoured the entirety of the sumptuous spread before him, wiping his mouth, did he express his dissatisfaction, saying, "Hurry and refill. I haven't eaten my fill yet." Ding! Congratulations to the host on the enhancement of cultivation. The current realm is the third layer of the refining vein stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the enhancement of cultivation. The current realm is the fourth layer of the refining vein stage. Lan Xinran, standing beside him, was utterly dumbfounded. This person was indeed a child of 5 or 6 years. Could he truly not be a monster? Yi Chen, with his big, expressive eyes, blinked pitifully. He placed the gilded spoon in his mouth, and inadvertently, it cracked. Consequently, he continued to chew on it without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host on acquiring the gold spirit body of the 5-element spirit body. From now on, the gold cultivation techniques will be effortlessly mastered. Gold secrets and treasures can be easily controlled. Indeed, it seemed one could inherit techniques through consumption. Instantly, Yi Chen's gaze fell upon a clay pot, fired from mud, originally meant for holding meat soup. Without a second thought, he seized it and began to devour it with gusto. Ding! Congratulations to the host on acquiring the Earth Spirit Body of the 5-element Spirit Body. From now on, the Earth cultivation techniques, secrets, and treasures will be effortlessly mastered. Lan Xinran, unable to intervene, watched helplessly as Yi Chen successfully consumed a substantial portion of the table. Ding! Congratulations to the host on acquiring the Wood Spirit Body of the 5-element Spirit Body. From now on, the wood cultivation techniques, secrets, and treasures will be effortlessly mastered. Having tasted the sweetness of his gains, Yi Chen refused to cease and polished off the remaining plates and the table itself, before reluctantly patting his belly. Lan Xinran, her head filled with black lines, thought, "This mischievous child has no stomach, yet he dares to pat it." Whether these items were edible or not could be set aside. How could this child have such exceptional teeth? She now suspected that with such extraordinary physical prowess, he might very well be a young beast from ancient times. Little brother Yi Chen, let me tell you, only the food on the plates can be eaten, everything else is off limits. Just as Lan Xinran was speaking, Yi Chen dashed over to a nearby altar, grabbed a burning candlestick, and stuffed it into his mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the host on acquiring the Fire Spirit Body of the 5-element Spirit Body. From now on, all fire cultivation techniques, secrets, and treasures will be effortlessly mastered. Yi Chen was elated he had managed to manifest the 5-element Spirit Body in such a short span of time. After consuming so much, his current realm had already ascended to the 6th layer of the refining vein stage. If the city of, or even the Silver Moon Kingdom were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. A 5 or 6-year-old child achieving 6 layers of enhancement in a single day was unprecedented throughout history. At this moment, Lan Xinran hurriedly ran to Yi Chen's side, scooping him up and pinching his nose. "Little brother, this is a worship altar dedicated to the current strongest in our Silver Moon Kingdom. Yu Xingtian, one must not show disrespect. This world does not only erect statues after death. For instance, Yu Xingtian of the Silver Moon Kingdom once turned the tide, rescuing the entire nation. Thus, he alone was worthy of such veneration." Yi Chen looked up to see a statue towering over him, half a person high. The statue was ancient and majestic, clad in golden armor, wielding a halberd, with a stern expression, standing tall against the wind, exuding an air of grandeur. What would happen if he consumed it? Without hesitation, Yi Chen wriggled free from Lan Xinran's embrace, climbed the statue of Yu Xingtian, and with a hearty bite, he gnawed off the statue's nose. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the enhancement of cultivation. The current realm is the 7th layer of the refining vein stage. Lan Xinran immediately covered her mouth in shock, her face a portrait of horror. One must understand, this stone was a gold spirit stone, the hardest stone in the Silver Moon Kingdom. As far as she knew, this statue was a reward from Yu Xingtian, bestowed upon her grandfather for his distinguished military achievements. There were only 50 such statues throughout the entire Silver Moon Kingdom. Carving a mark upon such a statue was akin to scaling the heavens. Only a powerhouse of Yu Xingtian's caliber could carve freely. Could this child truly manage to bite through it? Chapter 3. A direct kick. Lan Xinran, her face filled with terror, hastily prevented Yi Chun from acting. For this was an act of profound disrespect. Little brother, you have landed me in trouble. This statue must not be consumed in the future. Understood? Otherwise, even I might be unable to protect you. I will restore this statue shortly, hoping to cover up this incident. Lan Xinran gazed at Yi Chun as if he were a peculiar little creature, marveling at his remarkable appetite, not only capable of devouring but also digesting. Yi Chun obediently nodded, finding himself enveloped in Lan Xinran's embrace, the fragrant breeze wafting around him, filling him with unparalleled delight. Having never indulged in such pleasures in his previous life, it seemed that fortune smiled upon him this time. The beginning of his journey was marked by a beautiful woman holding him close, showering him with affection, a pinnacle of life, indeed. Yi Chun grinned foolishly, drooling in sheer bliss. Could you perhaps get me a pill to taste whenever you can? He looked at Lan Xinran with wide, innocent eyes, a visage so adorable that it was nearly impossible to refuse. Although I am unaware of your background, given your prodigious appetite, it is likely you could consume pills without issue. However, while our Lan family is renowned in city, that is merely a remnant of the past. Since my grandfather fell ill, our family has faced both internal and external strife. The very essence of the bone refinement pill you consumed was a gift from my grandfather. Lan Xinran's tone grew despondent as she reminisced about the glory days of the Lan family, once the foremost clan in city, with countless suitors eager to curry favor. Yet, it was disheartening to see those who had once followed them now plotting behind their backs. A most egregious betrayal, the pang of guilt stirred within Yi Chun. I apologize, sister, do not worry. Your kindness shall not go unrewarded. A drop of water shall be repaid with a gushing spring. Lan Xinran paused, then a smile blossomed on her face. Sister, you little rascal, what do you understand? As long as you can accompany me in the future, that is enough. And stop with that elderly demeanor. Call me sister, without any airs. Understood, little sister. Lan Xinran's expression darkened, and she chose not to dwell on the matter further. Just then, a cacophony erupted from outside, accompanied by faint cries of distress. What is the meaning of this? Why is she hiding from her future husband? How disgraceful. How will she ever fulfill her role as my future bride? A raucous voice belonging to a brutish man echoed, causing Lan Xinran's countenance to shift slightly. Brother, stay here for a moment. Remember, do not eat anything indiscriminately, especially from that statue. Otherwise, our Lan family may face dire consequences. Lan Xinran admonished before hastily exiting. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback, finding it astonishing that such melodramatic scenarios, reminiscent of the soap operas from his previous life, had manifested before him. Since fate had brought him here, he decided to assist this charming celestial sister. Following closely behind, Yi Chun stepped out of the room and into the hall where the commotion originated. At that moment, the Lan family members were hiding, too afraid to confront anyone, not because they feared others, but because they dreaded facing Lan Xinran. After all, the arrangement to marry Lan Xinran to the eldest son of the Luo family had not received her consent. The Lan family had effectively sold her off to resolve their familial crisis, leaving no one with the courage to face her. Thus, Yi Chun traversed several courtyards, eventually arriving at the Lan family's reception hall. Within, seated in the main position, was a pallid young man with an oily complexion, flanked by 4 burly men whose long, drawn breaths indicated their prowess. At that moment, Lan Xinran's voice rang out in anger. Luo Yu, I do not consent to this marriage. Do not waste your efforts. Luo Yu chuckled coldly. Oh, you do not agree? My dear wife, your father has already sanctioned this union, and my family has accepted the betrothal gifts. You claim you disagree? Wishing to call off the engagement, the Luo family holds significant standing in city. Where would you have me place my family's honor? Lan Xinran's exquisite face flushed with indignation. Her fists clenched tightly, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Yichen entered the scene, calm and composed, surveying Luo Yu and his companions. A bunch of grotesque figures. Dare you threaten my mother? Yichen, hands on his hips, appeared utterly adorable, eliciting a chuckle from onlookers. In an instant, Luo Yu leapt to his feet, his eyes blazing with fury. The child? Lan Xinran, you shameless woman. You have borne a wild child with another man. He is already grown enough to fetch water. Luo Yu trembled with rage, the news striking him like a thunderbolt, rendering him speechless. Are you out of your mind? Lan Xinran scoffed, casting a helpless glance at Yichen. This little rascal was indeed a fearless sort. Luo Yu, momentarily stunned, recalled that Lan Xinran was merely 18 years old, while this child appeared to be over 6. Just then, Luo Yu caught a glimpse of the triumphant grin in Yichen's eyes, his teeth gritting in anger. You little brat, you have tricked me. To think you would deceive someone at such a young age. What will you become when you grow up? Seize him and teach him a lesson. Without proper shaping, jade cannot become a vessel. Even a child can toy with you so effortlessly, it speaks volumes about your intelligence. Yichen sighed, shaking his head. His cherubic features, combined with his lament, were utterly amusing. Luo Yu, infuriated, shouted, "Seize that child and throw him away." Two men beside him sprang into action, but Lan Xinran swiftly shielded Yichen. How can you be so inhumane, Luo Yu? Are you truly going to stoop to such levels against a child? Lan Xinran could not bear the thought of the delicate Yichen being harmed, especially given his extraordinary abilities. He hardly seemed like a mere child from an ordinary family. If anything were to happen, the Lan family could not bear the repercussions. Very well, then let us take my future bride home to meet her future in-laws. Luo Yu sneered, signaling his 4 men to restrain Lan Xinran. All 4 were at the 5th level of pulse refinement, and while Lan Xinran matched them in strength, she found herself unable to break free. Just then, a series of muffled thuds echoed as Luo Yu's 4 bodyguards were sent flying like cannonballs, smashing through the roof and leaving 4 gaping holes. Sunlight streamed through, illuminating a certain spot where Yichen stood, his petite figure bathed in light, striking a comical pose as he picked his nose. Appearing adorably innocent, Luo Yu, utterly taken aback, stumbled from his seat, shattering teacups as he fell. His subordinates, all of whom were at the 5th level of pulse refinement, had been sent flying by this child in a single encounter. Chapter 4. The 13 clans of the Luo family. What on earth is happening? Luo Yu's expression froze as he stared at the cherubic Yichen, feeling a sense of dread. A child barely 5 or 6 years old could kick away masters at the 5th level of pulse refinement? This was indeed astonishing. Beside him, Lan Xinran covered her mouth with her hand, her expression one of astonishment. She had never anticipated that the little one she had picked up from outside would not only be adorable, but also possess such immense strength. With a trembling hand, Luo Yu hastily drew his purple cloud sword, pointing it shakily at Yichen, his face ashen. His own strength barely matched that of the 5th level of pulse refinement, insufficient to withstand even a kick from the child. Yichen gazed at Luo Yu, his eyes glimmering with mischief. You little brat, do you dare point a sword at me? In an instant, he moved like a whirlwind, appearing before Luo Yu in a flash. Without a hint of negotiation, Yichen opened his mouth wide and, with a swift motion, devoured Luo Yu's purple cloud sword until only the hilt remained. Feeling a warm surge of power flowing through him, Yichen stretched his little arms and yawned contentedly. It seems that swords are quite delicious. Clatter. Luo Yu was utterly stunned, the sword hilt slipping from his grasp as he slumped against the wall, his legs giving way beneath him, staring blankly. Is this really a human? However, upon witnessing Yichen's peculiar gaze directed at Luo Yu, Lan Xinran's heart raced, and she hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Little brother, this is a person. You cannot eat him. Lan Xinran quickly scooped Yichen into her arms, fearing that this insatiable little creature might attempt to consume Luo Yu as well. She had just witnessed Yichen's terrifying prowess. He had even devoured a golden spirit stone in one bite. Had she not been vigilant, he might have devoured the statue of Yu Xingtian entirely. Yichen, feeling somewhat disappointed, rubbed his nose, having genuinely contemplated the idea of tasting a cultivator. Would consuming one enhance his strength? Could he gain insight into some unique technique? Yet, the moment he noticed Luo Yu's terrified state, the foul odor of urine filled the air, causing Yi Chen to lose interest. Moreover, judging by Luo Yu's emaciated form, he hardly seemed appetizing. He appeared so scrawny and reeked of sweat. This little brat was too thin and unappealing. Eating him would require thorough cleaning and fragrant seasoning, which simply did not pique his interest. Content, Yi Chen nestled against Lan Xinran, savoring the softness of her embrace, utterly reluctant to part. Lan Xinran, of course, shot him several exasperated glances but chose not to dwell on it further. After all, who would engage in a dispute with a mere child? Luo Yu, still in a state of shock, could only stare blankly, utterly bewildered. The gentleman still yearns for human flesh. How could this child possibly be the offspring of an ancient ferocious beast? Even if he is not, judging by the sheer strength that allowed him to devour the Ziyun sword moments ago, consuming him would be child's play. With this thought, Luo Yu's face turned even paler as he hastily scrambled to his feet and bowed deeply to Yi Chen. I am but a small man, incapable of recognizing a true titan. With my dog-like eyes, I have unwittingly offended you. Esteemed Sirt, I implore your mercy. Spare me, I beseech you. At that moment, Lan Xinran felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction as she watched Luo Yu kneeling and repeatedly knocking his head against the ground. The frustration she had endured over time seemed to be pouring out all at once. The once arrogant and domineering Luo Yu had now fallen into such disgrace, all thanks to Yi Chen. Unable to restrain herself, Lan Xinran stealthily planted a kiss on his flawless, jade-like cheek. However, she couldn't help but think that Luo Yu was truly pathetic. A mere child had frightened him to such an extent, revealing him to be a coward who feared the strong. Yet, Luo Yu had a different perspective. This child was no ordinary being. He possessed the means to preserve his life, and he would willingly endure any humiliation. Even being made to eat excrement, kneeling in submission was not a concern for him. You may leave. Do not seek me out again, Lan Xinran coldly huffed, tightening her embrace around Yi Chen. She feared that if Yi Chen became displeased, he might inadvertently kick Luo Yu to death, which would create a troublesome situation. Why, Yi Chen added, should you dare to disturb my future bride again, I shall consume your entire family. After saying this, he ground his teeth, producing a chilling sound. Luo Yu trembled like a leaf in the wind, his head bobbing like garlic as he hastily rose, disregarding his disheveled appearance, and fled with the speed of the wind, all the while shouting in panic. Though he was merely at the 5th level of the refinement realm, he managed to escape at a speed surpassing that of a peak 9th level. Demonstrating his boundless potential, he dashed out of the Lan family estate, unconcerned with the astonished expressions of passers-by, and raced back to his own home, bursting into his father's courtyard. Father, father, you must stand up for me. That mad woman from the Lan family has found an ancient ferocious beast cub and intends to devour me. Luo Yu rushed into his father's chamber, where his father was engaged in poetic discourse with his concubine. Luo Hatong frowned immediately. What is the matter? Why are you in such a fluster? Luo Yu, on the verge of tears, collapsed before Luo Hatong, crying out for his mother. Father, you must help me. That vile woman, Lan Xinran, has procured an ancient ferocious beast cub, and she is utterly despicable. Luo Hatong's expression changed drastically, a flicker of shock crossing his aged face. An ancient ferocious beast cub. Do not speak nonsense. Since the establishment of the Immortal Alliance, how could such a creature possibly invade the heart of our human territory? However, upon witnessing Luo Yu's urine-soaked trousers, his anger flared. As a descendant of the Luo family, how can you display such disgrace? Even in the face of an ancient ferocious beast cub, you must stand resolute. Gather your wits. This is no time for shame. Luo Yu, thoroughly terrified, stammered, Father, it is true. That little creature swallowed my Ziyun sword in mere bites. Do you believe a normal human could accomplish such a feat? With that, he placed the hilt of the Ziyun sword on the desk. Seeing the perfectly aligned bite marks on the hilt, Luo Hatong's face changed dramatically. Summon the 13 sects of the Luo family. We must eradicate this ancient ferocious beast cub. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu finally felt a sense of relief. The strong among the Luo family were all beyond the refinement realm. With most residing in the profound realm, I refuse to believe that the 13 sects of the Luo family cannot handle this little brat. The image of that mischievous child begging for mercy filled Luo Yu with satisfaction. If they were to present this ancient ferocious beast cub to the Immortal Alliance, they would undoubtedly receive a generous reward. Given the cub's strength, it was surely a descendant of a Duke-level beast, granting him additional bragging rights in the future. After all, within the Silver Moon Kingdom, where the city of resides, capturing such a high-level ancient ferocious beast cub is no easy feat. Chapter 5. Devouring others' attacks after driving Luo Yu away. Lan Xinran felt immense joy. This malignant tumor had finally been expelled, bringing her great delight. Wei Yichen also learned from Lan Xinran about the intricacies between the Lan and Luo families. I suspect your father may not be your biological father. Yichen mused, astonished, in this vast world, where myriad races coexist and the strong reign supreme. Lan Xinran's grandfather, Lan Fengtian, had once followed the great general Yu Xingtian of the Silver Moon Kingdom, achieving remarkable feats in battle. However, after sustaining an injury in combat, he regressed from the Spirit Mansion realm to the Sea of Gods realm. From that point on, he withdrew from the military and settled at the border city of to spend the rest of his days. In recent years, Lan Fengtian's old wounds had resurfaced, and it seemed his time was drawing near. The other families that had once oppressed the Lan family were now restless, waiting for Lan Fengtian's demise to seize the Lan family's wealth. With no other options, Lan Xinran's father, Lan Zhuang, resorted to marrying Lan Xinran off to the Luo family in search of protection. Wei Yichen clicked his tongue. Your father has a strong survival instinct. Fear not, my dear sister. If I eat a meal at your table, you owe me a debt of gratitude. Should anyone dare to infringe upon the Lan family, I shall devour them whole. Yichen struck a pose, assuming an old-fashioned demeanor, his youthful voice adding a whimsical charm. Lan Xinran burst into laughter. Yichen, I know you are formidable, but the Luo family's power is indeed quite formidable. The current head of the Luo family, Luo Rui, is a master at the peak of the Spirit Mansion realm, which is one reason my father insisted I marry Luo Yu. The Luo family is a true behemoth with deep roots and extensive connections. Since the news of the marriage between the Luo and Lan families spread, those families that had previously oppressed the lands had grown increasingly wary. Some of their heads even came personally to apologize. After all, a master at the peak of the Spirit Mansion realm, upon advancing further, could become a Duke-level powerhouse. At that time, the Luo family would reign supreme with all others bowing in submission. When a duke emerges, all will pay homage. Little Yichen, you are but a child, yet your potential is vast. You will surely surpass us in the future. Now that you have offended Luo Yu, he is known for his vengeful nature. You should leave here as soon as possible. With that, Lan Xinran led Yichen outside. Wei Yichen, however, remained unconcerned. What did the Sea of God's realm or Duke-level powerhouses matter? With his indestructible body, as long as he didn't encounter an exceptionally monstrous peerless expert, he could easily subdue any opponent. Moreover, he was a born divine body, possessing all 5 elemental veins, capable of parting mountains and rivers with a mere kick. As Lan Xinran led Yichen to the estate's entrance, they were met by a throng of people approaching with great intensity. Father, the ancient ferocious beast cub is right there. Luo Yu had changed into another outfit, restoring his elegant demeanor, but upon seeing Yichen, he loudly berated him. Luo Hatong brandished his sword, gazing at Yichen with eyes like copper bells. 13 sects, heed my command. Seal off the Lan family estate and capture the beast. Luo Yu's gaze turned cold as he fixated on Lan Xinran. This vile woman, who was to marry him, had shamed him, and now she dared to have others bully him. Today, he would personally make her pay. What he could not possess must be eradicated. In comparison to his own dignity, this loathsome woman was nothing. With his current status and position, countless women would be at his beck and call. The commotion outside the Lan family estate drew a considerable crowd, who stood beyond the perimeter, peering in. How many years has it been since an ancient ferocious beast cub appeared in? I never thought I would witness one today. What does an ancient ferocious beast cub look like? I've never seen one before. Stay back, don't offend the Luo family, or you'll be courting death. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their faces filled with curiosity. After all, a millennium ago, The Immortal Alliance had driven the savage beasts to the western wilderness, and many had only seen them in illustrations throughout their lives. Yet, some were still craning their necks to catch a glimpse. Hey, why is that ancient ferocious beast cub a girl? And she is quite beautiful too. A ferocious beast is still a ferocious beast. How could she kidnap a child? How cruel, wow, this little girl has such delicate features. She is absolutely stunning. I wish I could take her home. If my son looked like that, it would be wonderful. Hearing the crowd's chatter, Lan Shinran felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Have I become an ancient ferocious beast cub now? That little girl was so calm in the face of so many people. Wasn't it obvious? Just then, the Luo family's forces had already taken action. Hundreds of fire dragons, as thick as an arm, screamed through the air towards Yi Chen and Lan Shinran. The weapons employed by the 13 sects of the Luo family were known as fire spirit crossbows. Rumored to have been forged by the weapon masters of the Silver Moon Kingdom, possessing tremendous power. These crossbows did not require arrows. Instead, they consumed the wielder's own spirit energy, among weapons of the same tier. The fire spirit crossbow was nearly invincible. Provided the wielder had sufficient spirit-enhancing elixirs, they could fire an endless barrage of fire dragons, rendering them unstoppable. Witnessing this, the surrounding crowd erupted in outrage. Why harm the innocent? That child is so adorable. How cruel! The ferocious beast must die, but we must first rescue the child. Yet, the majority of onlookers could only sigh in low voices. Who dared to voice their anger? Fearful of being engulfed by the fire dragon. This is the advantage of possessing formidable strength. With power comes the ability to dictate the rules. Yet, in the next moment, the surrounding crowd, along with Lan Shinran, gasped in astonishment. For Yi Chen, that diminutive figure, soared into the air before Lan Shinran, opened his small mouth, and with a forceful inhale, a visible vortex materialized in the void before him. The fire dragon arrows, uncontrollable, surged toward that vortex and ultimately vanished into Yi Chen's mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for inhaling a breath of cool air, joyfully acquiring the wind-based technique, Hurricane Transformation. Ding! Hurricane Transformation has automatically reached perfection, allowing for the manipulation of the winds between heaven and earth, transforming into a colossal dragon to crush adversaries. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring the fire dragon arrows and obtaining the pure spiritual energy of the universe, elevating cultivation to the 8th layer of the pulse refinement realm. After consuming the first wave of fire dragon arrows, Yi Chen patted his belly and contentedly burped. Ah, that was delightful. Bring on more. It turned out that this child was indeed the true offspring of an ancient ferocious beast. The Luo family members were utterly despicable. That woman was so beautiful yet could be so ruthless. Such a small and adorable child was actually the progeny of an ancient ferocious beast. It seemed one could take him home to nurture. At that moment, Luo Hatong and the members of the Luo family stood in stunned silence. They were aware that this child was not human, but this was somewhat beyond the pale, wasn't it? Chapter 6. Transforming into a dragon in one breath. Tio consume an opponent's attack was a sight they had never witnessed in their lives. Observing this mischievous child, he appeared not only unscathed but rather delighted. What the hell? Luo Hatong couldn't help but exclaim, but his gaze grew even more fervent. The stronger the power, the greater the likelihood that this child was a rare descendant of an ancient relic, thus increasing his value. Ancient ferocious beasts and ancient relics were two entirely different matters. Ancient ferocious beasts were merely species that had survived from ancient times. Although formidable, they were only slightly stronger than typical demon beasts. However, ancient relics were a different story. These relics were beings that shattered the heavens and tore the earth apart in ancient times. Some ancient relics were born at the Lord level, truly terrifying. They were the royalty among demon beasts, destined to command millions of beast clans. At the very least, they would be a significant force within the beast tribes. Tio think he was still a descendant of an ancient relic, daring to intrude into a human town. It was sheer folly. Lan Shinran, how dare you shelter a descendant of a relic? Hand him over at once. Upon hearing these words from Luo Hatong, Luo Yu's expression also turned agitated. If this child was indeed a descendant of an ancient relic, then he would earn immense merit. In that case, the brothers who contested him for the position of family head would have to step aside. With this thought, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. Uncle Luo, This child is still young. Please show some mercy and let him go. I beg you. Lan Xinran, terrified, quickly pleaded. She had heard her grandfather speak of how the descendants of demon beasts, if surrendered to the Immortal Alliance, were not slaughtered but instead utilized for pill refinement. Some even went so far as to keep relics captive, extracting their spiritual blood for sale, causing immense suffering. Do not beg for mercy with me. Go speak to the powerful members of the Immortal Alliance. Luo Hatong snorted coldly, his expression fierce. He was also quite displeased with Lan Xinran. Her father had already accepted the Luo family's betrothal gifts. And with the marriage seemingly imminent, she was throwing a tantrum, bringing shame to the Luo family. Now, she was obstructing their capture of the relic descendant. This was simply outrageous. Uncle Luo, please let Yi Chen go. I will go with you. I will marry Luo Yu. Lan Xinran, with a kind heart, had tears glistening in her autumn-like eyes, her voice choked with emotion. Bah, you little brat, even if you crawled into my bed right now, I would never marry you. Now you realize your mistake? Humph. Luo Yu retorted sharply, his eyes filled with disdain. If you dare to obstruct me again, I will kill you both. Luo Hatong stepped forward, releasing a powerful surge of spiritual energy that filled the air with an overwhelming pressure. He was a peak expert of the Divine Sea realm, undeniably strong. At this moment, Yi Chen blocked the pleading Lan Xinran, speaking in a childish tone. Sister, stop wasting words with them. It's exhausting just to watch. Lan Xinran hastily grasped Yi Chen, anxiously urging, You must run, Yi Chen. Quickly, I will hold them off for a moment. Observing Lan Xinran's genuine concern for him warmed Yi Chen's heart, and he raised an eyebrow. Run? That is not the way of Yi Chen. With this bunch of miscreants, I could blow them away with a single breath. Do you believe me? Yi Chen's words reached the ears of the surrounding crowd, causing an uproar. This little demon beast dares to boast so grandly. It seems there was a reason for driving the demon beasts away. Despite his tender age, he was remarkably adept at blowing hot air. Blow? Ha! Go ahead and blow. We are waiting. Laughter erupted from the crowd, finding this mischievous child utterly amusing. The members of the Luo family, however, wore grim expressions. This was a blatant disregard for their family. Tio speak of blowing away their foes? It was utterly arrogant. Even a peak expert of the Divine Sea realm would not dare to claim they could blow them away, yet a mere descendant of a relic, still unformed, had the audacity to be so boastful. This was infuriating. In that moment, the Luo family quickly regrouped. The 13 elite members of the Luo family assembled their fire spirit crossbows, combining them into a massive bow, held by 13 individuals. The crowd erupted once more in chaos, many faces turning pale. This was the Luo family's ultimate weapon. The combined fire spirit crossbow possessed power rivaling that of the peak Divine Sea realm. There's no need to watch any longer. Let's go. The Luo family has certainly scored big this time. Indeed, a peak expert of the Divine Sea realm once perished beneath these arrows. Luo Hatong drew his gleaming great sword with a clang. Shouting, Luo family warriors, unleash your full strength and capture the relic descendant. Dozens of people readied themselves, their spiritual energy swirling. In an instant, the spiritual energy in this realm seemed to boil. A heavy pressure bore down on Yi Chen and Lan Xinran. Lan Xinran's face turned pale, yet Yi Chen remained unfazed. With his extraordinary physique, merely standing still, these individuals could bombard him for decades without inflicting any harm. Yet how could he tolerate these scoundrels' arrogance? With a puff, he levitated in midair, his body radiating brilliance, and forcefully blew toward the Luo family below. That breath condensed and expanded, ultimately transforming into a tangible semi-transparent giant dragon. Roar! The dragon stretched over 100 meters, majestically soaring through the air, the winds howling fiercely, causing many to squint against the onslaught. Hurricane transformation. The system had perfected this skill long ago, allowing Yi Chen to wield it with ease, manifesting the fully realized hurricane transformation. As the people on the street finally beheld this spectacle, they were utterly dumbfounded. The wave of primal fear surged within them, prompting a hasty retreat to observe from a distance. The 100-meter-long wind dragon roared through the heavens, swinging its tail mightily, exuding an aura of terror. The winds howled, causing many fragile structures to collapse. Roar, roar! The wind dragon let out a furious cry, Its eyes narrowed in fury as it dove toward the Luo family. The hurricane instantly shredded those with weaker cultivation into mere pulp, some even dispersing into clouds of blood mist. The Luo family members had no time to resist. The wind dragon had already left many with broken bones and shattered tendons. It was as if they were not struck by wind, but rather a colossal mountain. Luo Hatong was the first to be struck, sent flying and crashing through several buildings before coming to a halt. His fate uncertain, Luo Yu, upon wetting his trousers, attempted to kneel and plead for mercy, only to be swallowed whole by the wind dragon without a sound. In mere moments, the wind dragon swept through the Luo family like autumn leaves in a tempest, leaving behind chaos and devastation. Incredible. I cannot fathom the consequences of merely blowing a breath. What? He seems to lack the aura of a beast clan. Did the Luo family make a mistake? Indeed, he is truly human. The Luo family has brought upon themselves a calamity. Chapter 7. The annihilation of the Luo family. Enough. The Luo family had engaged in such matters before. They merely encountered an anomaly this time. The crowd buzzed with astonishment, gazing at Yi Qian in front of the Lan family estate, fervently discussing. Had this terrifying anomaly been a descendant of a relic, they would have scattered long ago. Lan Xinran stood rooted to the spot, somewhat dazed, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. This mischievous child was so fearsome, capable of defeating the Luo family experts in a single breath. What did that even mean? Lan Xinran, having perused countless ancient texts, knew that even the most extraordinary individuals from ancient times did not possess such formidable abilities in their youth. It was understood that power in this realm was proportionate to the effort expended. Yet this child was entirely defying that notion, transcending the 3 realms and escaping the 5 elements. Truly the king of oddities. Fortunately, Yi Qian did not exude the aura of a demonic beast. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly suspect whether this child was truly a cub of an ancient ferocious beast. At this moment, Yi Qian was oblivious to the affairs outside his window, his mind solely fixated on the chaotic array of corpses before the Lan family estate. His delicate face etched with a look of profound dilemma. Should he consume them or refrain? These individuals were all cultivators, their blood and flesh harboring a copious amount of celestial spiritual energy. If he were to partake, it might propel him directly past the refining vein stage into the profound understanding realm. However, the thought of consuming them was utterly repugnant to him, an idea he could not stomach. After much inner turmoil, he ultimately decided against it. Thankfully, his earlier mutterings had gone unheard. Otherwise, others might genuinely question whether this cub possessed some concealed treasure that masked its true nature. Yi Qian approached the still-dazed Lan Xinran and tugged at her dress. "Sister, I've killed so many from the Luo family. Do you think they will seek revenge against me?" The innocent and naive Yi Qian, at this moment, resembled a child untouched by the world's cruelties. His inquiries devoid of guile. The surrounding crowd revealed expressions of regret. Such a prodigiously gifted child, if guided by a capable mentor, might soar to unimaginable heights, potentially becoming a second Mo Xingtian. Offending the Luo family rarely ended well. Strike at the young, and the elders would come. Strike at the elders, and the ancients would follow. In short, the Luo family was notorious for their fierce protection of their own. Lan Xinran, regaining her senses, found the joy on her face utterly dissipated. "Yi Qian, listen to me. There are 100,000 taels of silver here. Take it and leave quickly. You have the potential to become a king among men." As she spoke, Lan Xinran hastily turned to summon a carriage to escort Yi Qian away from this place. "Sister, I won't leave. Tell me, will the Luo family still trouble me?" Yi Qian blinked his gem-like eyes, his exquisitely carved face displaying childlike innocence. Lan Xinran turned back, and upon seeing Yi Qian's expression, she felt utterly defenseless. Scooping him up and heading toward the estate, "Of course they will. The Luo family is ruthless. I know you are formidable, but you are still young." Before she could finish, Yi Qian piped up again in his, "There are still 30 formidable experts at the Divine Sea realm." As these hundreds of experts at the profound understanding realm emerged, the atmosphere in this expanse of heaven and earth became palpably tense. Upon witnessing the presence of the Divine Sea realm masters, the onlookers erupted in astonishment. Initially, they assumed the Luo family would dispatch merely 5 or 6 Divine Sea realm warriors at most, which would have already been a staggering display. However, to their utter disbelief, They sent forth a full 30. Moreover, this likely does not encompass the entirety of the Luo family's formidable forces at that moment. A sound akin to the shattering of void echoed through the air, followed closely by a streak of silver light descending from the heavens. As the dust settled, the crowd beheld the figure of Luo Zhongtong, the vice master of the Luo family and the eldest son of Luo Shisan. The recently fallen Luo Hutong was, in fact, his younger brother. Luo Zhongtong is a powerhouse at the 9th turn of the Divine Sea realm, with strength nearing that of the Spirit Mansion realm. By the heavens, Luo Zhongtong is seldom seen in public. It is surprising that he has been stirred into action today. Clearly, this audacious child is no ordinary opponent. It goes without saying that all 13 members of the Luo family's elite are at the 9th turn of the profound understanding realm, and their coordination is impeccable. Which family would not feel the sting of losing such a multitude of powerful warriors? With Luo Zhongtong's appearance, the crowd once again erupted into fervor. They all understood that today's events would likely end in tragedy. Every gaze was fixed upon Luo Zhongtong and the audacious child, with countless conjectures swirling about the outcome of this confrontation. Draped in a deep purple robe and adorned with a golden crown, Luo Zhongtong's resolute visage bore fierce glints in his tiger-like eyes. His hawk-like gaze fell upon Yi Chun, who was casually munching on a chicken leg atop the jade lion. "You wretched little brat! Did you slay my younger brother? Did you kill my nephew? And annihilate all 13 of the Luo family's elite?" After uttering these words, Luo Zhongtong's expression turned somewhat peculiar. He had expected the child to be at least a young lad, but to his astonishment, he was just a mere child, one who appeared to be barely out of infancy. Could he really have eradicated a Divine Sea Realm 5th turn expert at such a tender age of 4 or 5? Children of his own family at that age were still wetting their beds. This situation was indeed bizarre. He concluded in his heart that anyone capable of ascending to the position of vice master must possess extraordinary temperament and should not underestimate this child's potential. "I have heard of a pill refiner in your family, as well as many spiritual herb gardens." Yi Chun continued to flap his nostrils, yet he still detected no trace of medicinal fragrance or the scent of alchemical concoctions. Had he known, he would have consumed a beast with an acute sense of smell to avoid such trouble. The onlookers were now utterly dumbfounded. This mischievous child's true intention was the Luo family's pill refiner and herb garden? My goodness, the treasures within that herb garden are the cherished possessions of Luo Shisan. They are akin to his beloved consorts. Does this young scoundrel intend to usurp them? Many have attempted to covet that garden, only to meet their demise at Luo Shisan's hands. Once, an 8th turn expert of the Spirit Mansion realm, while traveling through the world, arrived at city and, having learned of this news, arrogantly sought to confront Luo Shisan. In the end, Luo Shisan dispatched him with a single move, leaving him a mere shell of his former self, now toiling as a servant in the herb garden. Chapter 9. A distant dream, this child, born with an audacity that knows no fear, is indeed a good thing. Yet, he is a tad too brash. The herb garden is not something that just anyone can touch. Truth be told, while a son may be reborn, the loss of the Luo family's elite can be remedied through training anew. These elder statesmen are indifferent to such losses. However, the herb garden is irreplaceable. The future powerhouses of the realm are destined to fall today if one dares to provoke the heart of the family. Listening to the surrounding discussions and observing the child's incessant flaring of nostrils, Luo Zhongtong's countenance darkened ominously. This child is outrageously audacious. Without further inquiry, Luo Zhongtong bellowed, "Someone, seize this little rascal and throw him into Master Gao's alchemical furnace," turning him into a humanoid puppet for the benefit of the Luo family. Understood. Over 100 individuals simultaneously acknowledged the command, surging forth with tremendous force. The 30 Divine Sea Realm experts, in particular, arrived at Yi Chun's side in the blink of an eye, their speed akin to lightning. In an instant, the heavens and earth were filled with dazzling, multicolored attacks, the very essence of spiritual energy roiling in a frenzy. The void itself bore spiderweb-like cracks, and all the assaults converged upon a singular point: Yi Chun. The cacophony of their techniques was deafening, and the jade lion Yi Chun occupied was reduced to mere dust. He himself became enveloped in the resplendence of their techniques, momentarily lost to sight. Only the relentless flurry of techniques continued to soar, divine radiance blazing forth, clouds of mist swirling as if countless ferocious beasts were rampaging in a deafening roar. The ground trembled, the void fractured, and chaos reigned supreme. Waves of terrifying pressure crashed upon the onlookers, sending those with lesser cultivation sprawling to the ground. In their hearts, they thought the child was surely doomed. Under such overwhelming force, how could he possibly survive? Even experts of the spirit mansion realm would need luck to endure. Yet, as the tumult subsided and all techniques dissipated, the crowd could scarcely believe their eyes. Rubbing them in disbelief, in place of the once mighty jade lion stood a child, exquisitely sculpted, utterly unharmed, his garments untouched. He stretched languidly, stifling a yawn, as if the cataclysmic onslaught that could have obliterated countless children was merely child's play. Failing to even ruffle him, this is impossible. The jaws of the Luo family members nearly dropped to the ground. Could this truly be a child? Hundreds of experts at the profound understanding realm, 30 at the divine sea realm, all combining their powers, had surpassed any previously known might. Many techniques would have undergone fusion and mutation mid-attack, resulting in exponentially greater power. Yet, none of it had even scratched the child. Fear coursed through the hearts of the onlookers, chill creeping up from their feet. Luo Zhongtong staggered back several steps, his expression one of horror. What kind of monstrous family could have nurtured such an extraordinary child? He is still but a child, by his estimation. Not even the families of Silvermoon Kingdom could produce a child of such prowess in this vast world, teeming with powerful nations and formidable beings. The Silvermoon Kingdom is merely a small entity in the northern realms, hardly worth mention. Thus, considering this, the child's background must be unfathomably terrifying. Perhaps he is a superlative existence that even the entire Silvermoon Kingdom cannot shake. As Luo Zhongtong contemplated this, the onlookers shared the same thoughts. Those who had harbored ill intentions were now extinguished of their desires. They dared not provoke such a celestial being. The Luo family members, too, were struck by the gravity of the situation, their collective spirit waning as fear took root in their hearts. Now, even if Yi Chun were to lower his defenses and allow them to strike, they would not dare to proceed. "Young brother, what exactly is your purpose here?" Luo Zhongtong asked, his demeanor now almost submissive. The crowd gasped in shock. The once fierce and domineering Luo Zhongtong was now displaying respect before a mere child. Yet, none dared mock him, for this child was simply too monstrous. That moment, Yi Chun, having consumed a copious amount of energy, let out a satisfied burp, his physique struggling to digest the excess. He turned to the Luo family members with a mischievous grin, slowly pivoting while slightly raising his backside. Just as Luo Zhongtong pondered what the child was up to, Yi Chun's rear end shifted, and with a resounding ft, he released a fart. In that instant, the heavens trembled, and the flatulence expanded into a massive gray dragon's head, approximately 100 feet in size, forming instantaneously. Its roar resonated, shaking the land for miles. All ferocious beasts quaked in submission. The colossal gray dragon's head opened its maw and unleashed a thunderous roar, akin to a thunderclap resounding above the Luo family estate, the tangible sound waves cascading down upon the gathered crowd. There was no escape. An overwhelming force of annihilation descended, relentlessly accumulating pressure, with a thunderous crash. The Luo estate collapsed into ruins, countless experts buried beneath the debris before they could escape, rendered immobile. As for the hundreds of experts at the profound understanding realm gathered at the entrance, unable to withstand the meteor-like pressure, they shattered, their bones snapping, succumbing to death in an instant. The 30 divine sea realm experts barely held out for 5 breaths longer before they, too, spewed blood and perished. Luo Zhongtong fared the worst, struck by the final descending dragon's head, his waist bitten in two, blood gushing forth as he was transformed into a mere blood arrow, dissipating into the air. Yi Chun turned around, exhaling a contented sigh. "That was rather enjoyable. I simply let out a fart, and look at you pathetic at this moment." Deep within the confines of the Luo family estate, a long howl echoed, followed by a terrifying wave of energy that surged forth. Blazing divine light shot skyward, and a figure, engulfed in a ferocious aura, swept in like a tempest. The sound of the howl reverberated through the heavens, robust and powerful, leaving all who heard it shaken to their core. An elderly man with white hair and a youthful countenance emerged from the divine light, as if descending from the celestial realm. positioning himself above Yi Chun. Like a divine being descending to the mortal plane. Luo Shisan, good heavens, after 60 years, I finally witnessed the living embodiment of legend. This child is extraordinary, having single-handedly annihilated the 13 strongholds of the Luo family and the Third Elder, effortlessly dispatching hundreds of formidable adversaries. Truly remarkable. A practitioner of the Spirit Mansion realm is indeed unparalleled. The very aura emanating from him possesses the capacity to obliterate an entire expanse of existence. Such a level of mastery is something we can only aspire to but never attain. Chapter 10. A sword that shakes the heavens. This child is likely to meet his demise henceforth. Luo Shisan's most cherished was none other than his eldest son, Luo Zhongtong, who has now been slain by this child. One can only imagine the fury that must consume him. Indeed, when the elder Luo returned from his travels across the vast world, he fortuitously encountered a great calamity befalling the Luo family. With sheer will, he vanquished the external foes, instilling terror in countless adversaries. The illustrious title of 13 Blood Butchers of the Silver Moon Kingdom was thus earned. Such a formidable figure, even if he were to eliminate this child of terrifying background and subsequently vanish into the vast world, who could ever hope to track him down? Upon witnessing Luo Shisan's emergence, the gathered crowd gasped in awe once more. The patriarch of the Luo family had been in seclusion for decades, rarely revealing himself even to his kin. Though the scene of a child decimating the Luo family's warriors was indeed striking, how could a mere 4- or 5-year-old dare to compare himself to venerable masters who have achieved renown for over a century? It is nothing short of a delusion. A practitioner at the 9th transformation of the Divine Sea realm is certainly formidable. Yet when juxtaposed with one of the Spirit Mansion realm, they are as distant as the heavens from the earth. The distinctions between cultivation realms are exceedingly clear. The initial stages of cultivation involve refining the meridians and tempering the body, followed by the attainment of profound understanding, allowing for the cultivation of deeper techniques. At this stage, the spiritual energy within can be referred to as transformed essence, flowing like a gentle stream within the Dantian. Once this stream converges, it will manifest as a sea of spiritual energy within the Dantian, enabling such a practitioner to stand alone against challenges. As the sea of spiritual energy is continuously refined, a mansion of spiritual energy will coalesce within the Dantian. This is the practitioner's spiritual mansion, possessing a capacity many times greater than that of the Divine Sea realm. Hence, it is clear that a practitioner of the Divine Sea realm cannot possibly be compared to one of the Spirit Mansion realm. Any adept of the Spirit Mansion realm can easily defeat hundreds of practitioners from the Divine Sea realm. The two are not to be mentioned in the same breath. Alas, it seems this prodigious child is destined for ruin. The aura of Luo Shisan, steady as a mountain, now roiled like a storm, his silver hair standing on end, his eyes wide as copper bells, glaring at Yi Chun. He could hardly fathom that a mere child of 4 or 5 could summon such celestial phenomena during an attack. Who is this little brat, who without cause has slain my kin and seeks to undermine the Luo family's foundation? With no evidence, you slaughter the innocent, a true embodiment of bloodlust. Surely your family is no paragon of virtue. Luo Shisan's words rang out with the resonance of a sword unsheathed, sharp and unyielding. As fierce winds swept through the at that moment, Yi Chun nonchalantly extracted a chicken leg from his pocket, perched himself upon a jade lion, crossed his legs, and curiously surveyed the elder. Old man, is your head of white hair dyed? What makes it so white? And when you made your entrance just now, you were all aglow. What's the trick? In the tense atmosphere, Yi Chun's comments left the crowd utterly flabbergasted. Was this child serious? They had anticipated a cataclysmic duel between titans, yet here he was, fixating on such trivialities. What a uniquely peculiar perspective he possessed. Luo Shisan's fury surged, his expression darkening further. He had already surveyed the devastation wrought upon the Luo family estate, built over centuries, now utterly ruined, with scarcely a soul left to draw breath within its confines. The damage was catastrophic. Even if reconstruction were to commence, it would require a century to restore, an incalculable loss, all stemming from the antics of this insipid child. The more Luo Shisan pondered, the more incensed he became. His robes billowed with energy, and in an instant, A silver flash illuminated his hand as a 7-foot-long azure blade materialized. A resonant sound of the sword echoed throughout the air. The onlookers felt a sharp sting in their faces and instinctively recoiled, their expressions filled with horror. A spiritual sword had awakened, imbuing the air with sword intent. How fortunate they were to witness such a mystical artifact. Among the crowd, those with discerning eyes felt an intense longing, yet faced with the overwhelming might of Luo Shirshan, no one dared to harbor thoughts of seizing it as the sword was drawn. A multitude of consciousnesses surged forth from various estates across the city, each taking to the skies to observe the unfolding battle. The entire city was captivated. Little brat, I shall use your flesh to forge a puppet for the Luo family. Luo Shirshan's visage twisted with rage, a silver mist enveloping him, the atmosphere thick with a murderous intent radiating from his being, as fierce winds howled around him. Meanwhile, Yichun, seated atop the jade lion, remained utterly unfazed, munching on his chicken leg, grease coating his lips, whimsically scratching himself and picking his nose. With a sudden flash, the 7-foot azure blade hurtled toward Yichun's chest, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers through the air, causing many to tremble in its frosty presence. Crack! A resounding shatter echoed as the radiant azure blade fractured upon striking Yichun, leaving only a hole in his clothing, without so much as a scratch upon his skin. The blade slipped from Luo Shirshan's grasp, and he was propelled backward, soaring several yards through the air, tumbling uncontrollably before he finally regained his footing, gasping for stability. Though his hair and beard were disheveled, he maintained a facade of composure, striving to uphold his dignity. Yet his right hand trembled violently behind his back, a concealed tremor. Beneath the surface, his eyes shimmered with deep, profound astonishment. Just moments ago, he had felt as though he had pierced not flesh, but the body of an ancient deity. In that instant, a strange and violent force had surged through him, shattering 9/10 of his meridians. Had he not relinquished the heavenly ice sword in time, he would have likely met his end right there. This child? Luo Shirshan fought to suppress the tumult within his chest, endeavoring to stave off the blood that threatened to spill forth. Yet the more he struggled, the more his internal powers spiraled beyond his control, until he began to sway precariously in the AI ardit. Yichun regarded his distress with a dismissive wave of his hand, rising to his feet, arching his back, extending his neck, and adorning himself with an adorably exaggerated pout as he blew a gentle puff of air. This time, Yichun assuredly made no use of any force. It was merely a light breath. Puff! Thunderous! Luo Shirshan, upon witnessing this, felt his fury reach a boiling point, and he threw his head back, violently spitting blood into the air, his face a mask of disbelief as he plummeted into a large vat. Splashing water everywhere, the crowd erupted into chaos, bewildered by the turn of events. What had just transpired? Moments ago, the elder of the Luo family had unleashed a sword strike that could shake the heavens. Yet now he found himself tumbling into a vat? Chapter 11. The strong of the Junho realm. Am I seeing things? That child didn't even move a muscle, did he? This child is defying the heavens. It seems none of the Luo family can match him. Could he be a scion of divine beings from the celestial realm? How else could such a powerful child come into being? Countless onlookers were left in sheer astonishment. A mere 4 or 5-year-old child, so effortlessly dominating a master of the Spirit Mansion realm. What would he become as he matured? It is well known that the elder of the Luo family is a master at the 9th transformation of the Spirit Mansion realm. Just a step away from the Junho realm, capable of commanding the 9 domains and instilling terror far and wide. Yet this child had so casually and effortlessly defeated him. Such occurrences, such individuals, had never been heard of among the throngs of thousands present. Moreover, across the Silver Moon Kingdom in the greater northern region, it was likely that no such terrifying prodigy had ever been witnessed before. The various consciousnesses hovering above the city were simultaneously shaken to their core, hastily retreating from the skies to disseminate the news. In the span of a single incense stick's burn, the entire Silver Moon Kingdom was made aware of the events that transpired in the city. Furthermore, some began to record the battle using magical artifacts, transmitting the scenes far and wide. The nation was in upheaval. Even many powerful kingdoms in the northern region received word, dispatching masters of the Junho realm to the Silver Moon Kingdom. Numerous ancient holy sites and demon realms sent their disciples forth, eager to compete with this remarkable child. Some ancient kingdoms, with legacies that span millennia, even sent forth warriors of the monarch realm to uncover the truth. In the depths of the vast wilderness of the great thousand world, countless remnants gathered, deliberating and deciding that this child must be of the bloodline of the beast emperor from the primordial era. Dispatching formidable human servants to the Silver Moon Kingdom in an instant, the Silver Moon Kingdom became the focal point of universal attention. At this moment, Yi Chen remained remarkably composed as he dragged the incapacitated, yet conscious elder of the Luo family from the water tank. Making his way towards the dilapidated Luo family residence, with his delicate pink hands, he tugged at Luo Shursan's feet, causing the latter's head to repeatedly collide against the steps with a resounding thud. Luo Shursan exclaimed, "It's all your fault. You're utterly unkind. Just look at this wretched house and its crumbling tiles. How am I supposed to locate the medicinal garden?" Truly infuriating. As he ascended the steps, Yi Chen pouted, voicing his grievances. The onlookers were captivated yet hesitant, fully aware of the Luo family's considerable treasures. However, with a mischievous child present, none dared to act recklessly. Nevertheless, today had certainly broadened their horizons. Witnessing a formidable figure at the Spirit Mansion realm being so easily overpowered was quite an eye-opener. A child of merely 4 or 5 years had rendered a ninth-turn master of the Spirit Mansion utterly helpless, dragging him through his own estate as if looting, leaving the spectators in a state of astonishment. I still have a 2-year-old daughter and an 18-year-old daughter. They could serve this little brat as concubines. And what of my 6 other daughters? They could all become his handmaidens. No aspirations whatsoever. My wife, in her prime beauty, could serve as this child's wet nurse. Those still lingering near the Luo family residence were all notable figures from the city or powerful travelers passing through. Ordinary folk could only listen from afar, piecing together the unfolding drama. Thus, Yi Chen, with his diminutive frame, traversed the ruins while dragging the elder of the Luo family. However, just then, a gasp erupted from the crowd outside. The elder of the Luo family is calling for help. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen glanced back at the ancestor he was dragging, only to see a brilliant silver beam of light shooting from his dantian, soaring into the sky and forming an ancient, obscure character mid-air. That old wretch dares to call for help? I see you're tired of living. Yi Chen, noticing the smugness in Luo Shursan's eyes, paid him no mind and stomped down, reducing him to a pulpy mass beneath his foot. At that moment, a silver light burst forth from the remains, revealing a tiny, palm-sized transparent figure, a miniature version of Luo Shursan. As soon as the figure emerged, it shot upwards like a bolt of lightning, transforming into a shooting star as it fled into the distance. It's the spirit. The elder of the Luo family has abandoned his corporeal form and escaped. With his life force expended, even should he attempt to rebuild his physical body, he would never ascend to the Junho realm again. His flesh and bones were no longer inherent. Among the crowd, some astute observers were filled with lament. To think a mere child could force a once great figure into such a pitiful fate was indeed tragic. However, those familiar with the Luo family felt no pity for them. Over the years, the Luo family, bolstered by Luo Shursan's overwhelming power, had committed countless atrocities, instilling fear throughout the city. Many families had refrained from having daughters, while only those from prestigious families remained unscathed. Now, witnessing their downfall, the crowd erupted in applause. That a spirit, Yi Chen mused, having acquired knowledge about such matters when he first arrived in this world. Although he had yet to delve deeply into it. You think you can escape like this? Dream on. Yi Chen stomped his foot, creating a massive crater in the ground outside the Luo residence, propelling himself skyward. The sheer force of his physical strength was terrifying, causing the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. While the spirit belonged to Luo Shursan, in this state, it was not comparable to its peak form, and its speed was far from swift. In mere moments, Yi Chen was closing in on it. Not only was he a monstrous child, but he was also decisively ruthless, as evidenced by his previous conduct, never leaving any loose ends. Should he capture it again, there would be but one fate: death. As he approached, Luo Shursan's spirit, filled with dread, cried out, "My lord, if you do not appear soon, I shall be obliterated." Did I hear correctly? The elder of the Luo family is calling for help? What a joke. He is already a ninth-turn master of the spirit mansion. Who could he possibly be calling upon? Do not be absurd. The Junho realm is the pinnacle of the 9 domains. How could a mere ninth-turn spirit mansion figure summon such a being? The crowd's expressions shifted to confusion and suspicion. Clearly, the elder of the Luo family would not seek aid from a figure of the spirit mansion. It could only be someone above that. This family must be protecting their kin. Could there be even older beings involved? Chapter 12. The Dark Path Spirit Artifact Master. As Yi Chun pursued the spirit, a look of perplexity crossed his face. He had not anticipated that such a small family as the Luos could possess such terrifying depth, truly unexpected. Nevertheless, he did not slow down. He reached out for the spirit. Just as Luo Shursan's plea for help lingered in the air, a circular teleportation array, roughly 10 feet in diameter, suddenly illuminated deep within the Luo ancestral home. Luo Shursan's spirit felt a surge of joy and quickly veered towards it. Yi Chun halted his pursuit, instead hovering mid-air, gazing at the figure emerging from the depths of the Luo ancestral home. What is this? Yi Chun stared in disbelief at the armored figure clad in a metallic shell. Momentarily at a loss for words. Was this Iron Man? Surely this was not a fantasy world? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not Iron Man, but rather a suit of spiritual armor reminiscent of it. This armor shimmered with a radiant glow, far more exquisite than Iron Man's suit, adorned with ancient symbols and runes emanating a formidable aura. Luo Shursan's spirit was captured within the grasp of this figure. By the heavens, it's a spirit artifact master from the Dark Path. How did they come to be here? The Celestial Alliance stood in opposition to the Dark Path Alliance, their enmity as fierce as fire and water. The Dark Path had primarily established itself in the Western territories. How could they have infiltrated the northern regions? Luo Shursan had evidently colluded with those of the Dark Path. No wonder his family's influence had soared. And disappearances plagued the city. They must have been offering sacrifices to the dark forces. How shameless, flattering the Celestial Alliance while conspiring with the Dark Path, two-faced. The onlookers quickly regained their composure, filled with righteous indignation. This elder of the Luo family was truly a traitorous scoundrel. The Dark Path Alliance and the Celestial Alliance had battled fiercely since they drove the ferocious beasts into the western wastelands thousands of years ago, each vying for dominance. Ultimately, after centuries of conflict, the Celestial Alliance emerged slightly victorious, forcing the Dark Path to retreat to the west, where they began to strengthen themselves against the demon clans. The animosity between the two had escalated over millennia, resulting in a dire situation. The Silver Moon Kingdom, located far to the north, was now infiltrated by a spirit artifact master from the Dark Path. A chilling thought. The consensus among those present was that the Luo family must be eradicated entirely. As the spirit was secured within an artifact designed for spirits, it seemed they would be safe for the time being. Although the spirit artifact master possessed formidable gear, his personal strength was lacking, making him a tricky opponent. It remained uncertain whether this child could withstand him, but together, they resolved to assist the child and eliminate the remnants of the Luo family. While the Celestial Alliance also had spirit artifact masters, they paled in comparison to those of the Dark Path, as the latter utilized human flesh and blood in their crafting, resulting in their immense power. Let us go. We are many. Why fear him? A rallying cry erupted from the crowd, igniting fervor among even those who were not strong within the city. To eradicate the Dark Path was a shared duty. Thus, hundreds of powerful figures from the Shuangguan and Xinhai realms surged towards the Dark Path Spirit Artifact Master. Meanwhile, those of lesser strength headed towards the Luo residence to hunt down any remaining scions. Foolish and ignorant fools. The Dark Path Spirit Artifact Master, his eyes aglow with red, wore an expression of disdain as he faced the dazzling attacks converging from all directions. With a dismissive snort, he began to spin, extending numerous circular steel tubes from his body, each glowing with vibrant light, runes flashing as divine energy surged forth. He harmonized with the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. The array inscribed within the tubes erupted into a torrent of concentrated spiritual shockwaves. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The shockwaves, swift and precise, collided with the brilliant techniques launched toward him, creating an incessant cacophony in the air. Despite their small size, the spiritual shockwaves were immensely powerful, sending several individuals plummeting from the skies. Even those few attacks that managed to breach the shockwave net and strike the spirit artifact master's armor merely caused ripples before dissipating into nothingness. In a mere 10 breaths, hundreds of powerful figures found themselves unable to advance. Dozens perished, and many more were injured. The Spirit Artifact Master was a terrifying force. The Spirit Artifact Master is too formidable. We must switch to defense. After all, the Spirit Artifact Masters themselves exude an aura of terror. Even an ordinary civilian, if endowed with such spirit artifacts, could metamorphose into a formidable force, let alone the fact that many Spirit Artifact Masters are inherently powerful warriors. Numerous prominent factions within the city merely observe the unfolding chaos from a distance, refraining from intervention, and it is said that the city lord is absent. What a predicament! The crowd, consumed by anxiety, finds the Spirit Artifact Master fixated solely on Yi Chen, who hovers in the air not far away. As the headpiece of his spirit armor opened, it revealed the true visage of the Demonic Path Spirit Artifact Master, a bald man adorned with a starry tattoo upon his scalp, his rotund face signifying his corpulence. While his countenance was not particularly menacing, his blood-red eyes conveyed an unsettling eeriness. Child, though your cultivation is lacking, your physical prowess is extraordinarily frightening, ideal for becoming a Spirit Artifact Master. If you accompany me back to the Western Realm, the Demonic Path Alliance will undoubtedly cherish you and mold you into the greatest Spirit Artifact Master in history. Who knows, you might even qualify to vie for a position among the 10 core elders of the Demonic Path Alliance, at which point you would become a dazzling figure above the masses. As he made his appearance, gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. It was none other than Fei Xing, the current 10th core elder of the Demonic Path Alliance and the disciple of the Dark Spirit Artifact Master. Shi Wang. No wonder his spirit armor and artifacts radiated such formidable power. He himself was a 9th transformation Spirit Mansion realm cultivator, and with the enhancement of his spirit armor, his strength was likely on the cusp of a half-step Junho realm powerhouse. It appeared that even he sought to recruit this astonishingly talented child. However, most were skeptical of Fei Xing's intentions, as he was notorious for his treachery and cunning. The crowd worried for this naive child, fearing he might easily fall victim to deception. Yet, how could they discern that Yi Chen was not as youthful as they presumed? Observing the collection of scrap metal before him, Yi Chen was utterly speechless. What imbued this bald man with such confidence? With his newly acquired Tao Tai swallowing heaven system, he could devour infinitely, upgrade by consuming, and even comprehend inherited techniques. Why would he wish to join such a so-called Demonic Path Alliance? Was it truly that impressive? Moreover, the very name suggested it was not a place of virtue. From the moment he learned of this world, Yi Chen could discern good from evil with clarity. The adherents of the Demonic Path are largely despised within this vast universe, nearly reaching the level of universal condemnation. Their cultivation methods are often gruesome, and many involve the cruel practice of using human lives for their own advancement, truly appalling. The conditions proposed by this bald man failed to ignite any desire within Yi Chen. Even if they had, he would never betray his principles. After all, this was merely an internal conflict between their two clans. Was it not excessive for a member of the Demonic Path Alliance to meddle? Furthermore, the Demonic Path Alliance's infiltration into city would undoubtedly be met with resistance from the Silver Moon Kingdom. Gazing at the bald man, whose eyes blazed with crimson light, Yi Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. However, he could not help but feel intrigued by the glimmering energies emanating from the treasures adorning the man. Those flowing runes were clearly indicative of extraordinary artifacts. To forge spirit artifacts, one must utilize special materials, and even without the intent to craft, these materials serve as excellent aids for cultivation, containing an unimaginable abundance of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. Thus, they can withstand the impact of array inscriptions and become spirit artifacts. The higher the grade of the spirit artifact, the more precious the materials employed. For instance, the Moon Executioner statue in Lan Xinran's home was made from golden spirit stone, a rare and scarce resource. From Yi Chen's understanding, to become a spirit artifact master requires a plethora of precious metals and materials, making this man a veritable treasure trove. In comparison to the conditions you offer, I am far more curious about the essence of the items you bear. Yi Chen licked his lips, revealing a dazzling smile as he lightly ground his teeth together, producing a crisp sound. Having spoken, He stamped his feet upon the ground, creating a terrifying chasm as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, instantly arriving before Fei Xing. The latter's blood-red eyes were filled with derision and mockery, his spirit armor and treasures radiating brilliant light. "You little whelp, today marks your demise." Fei Xing chose not to confront Yi Chun directly. Having witnessed the child's astounding physical power, he realized that without his spirit armor, he could not match the strength of Luo Shisan. However, he had risen to his current status through his innate agility in manipulating spirit armor. In the blink of an eye, his form began to weave and flicker, leaving behind afterimages as he darted through the air with incredible speed. As Fei Xing unsheathed his throwing dagger, a cherubic face suddenly loomed before him, with eyes resembling black gemstones, sparkling with an irresistible charm. Yet, in that moment, Fei Xing did not find the youthful visage endearing. Smack! Yi Chun's delicate hand lightly pressed against Fei Xing's spirit armor. The latter's face paled in terror. He was acutely aware that this child's physical strength rivaled that of ancient progenitors. Yet he could not evade the touch. To everyone's astonishment, Yi Chun's strike failed to inflict any damage upon Fei Xing or his armor. A broad grin spread across Fei Xing's ample face as he chuckled. "Ha ha, little brat, I expected you to be formidable, yet it appears you are merely this pathetic." The onlookers were momentarily stunned, their expressions a mix of disbelief. How could Yi Chun, who had previously dazzled them with his prowess, only exhibit such limited strength? Could it be that Fei Xing's spirit armor, crafted by his master, allowed him to disregard the child's assault? This is terrifying. No wonder he dares to venture deep into the territory of the Celestial Path Alliance. Nay, that child earlier did not even condense spiritual energy for that strike. Merely his physical might caught Fei Xing off guard. Something is amiss. Amidst the murmurs, Yi Chun withdrew his hand and produced a lollipop from his pocket. "A pre-meal treat. Let us indulge." As soon as he spoke, Fei Xing's expression shifted dramatically. He could no longer manipulate his spirit artifacts, finding himself trapped as if confined within a small dark room. Clatter! Just as Fei Xing began to sweat profusely from anxiety, his spirit armor began to detach from him, piece by piece, crashing to the ground in disarray. He himself, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, plummeted to the ground below. Meanwhile, Yi Chun toyed with the vessel containing Luo Shisan's spirit, watching as the latter flailed in vain, his face marked by sheer terror. Alas, even a spirit cannot be consumed. "I shall keep it for now," Yi Chun remarked as he swiftly approached the bewildered Fei Xing, who sat dazed upon the ground. He picked up a discarded dagger and popped it into his mouth, crunching down with satisfaction. Not bad. The flavor is decent, and the power is adequate." Yi Chun remained composed, a surge of pure energy coursing through his limbs, enveloping him in warmth. Fei Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. That was golden spirit stone. Did he just consume it whole? Now, he dared not act recklessly. He could not contend with a child who bested Luo Shisan, and inexplicably, the pile of spirit artifacts on the ground seemed to have had the spiritual imprint he infused erased, rendering them unusable. "I advise you not to presume your superiority," Fei Xing threatened. But before he could finish, Yi Chun lifted his delicate foot and kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him flying into the horizon, disappearing from sight. Such a heap of worthless scrap. What airs do you put on? In the palace of the Demonic Path Alliance, shaped like a hammer, an elderly man with a rugged appearance suddenly opened his eyes wide, causing thunderous echoes and radiant light to fill the hall. Among the 10 crystal vials suspended nearby, various lights of spirit emanated, and the last one suddenly shattered, releasing a gray mist that coalesced into a miniature skull. A ghostly hiss emanated from within as the skull expanded and exploded with a resounding crack. "Who dares?" The old man's eyes glinted with fury as a wave of energy surged forth, prompting a figure to rush into the hall and kneel on one knee. "Elder, what is your command?" "Investigate the identity of the one who killed Fei Xing. To dare slay my disciple, Shi Wang, is to court death." A cold light flashed across the old man's face, his aura intensifying, causing the skies above the hall to darken as if the end of days were imminent. The figure within the hall trembled, clasped his fists, and retreated with a solemn expression. At the same time, before the ruins of the Luo family, the onlookers stood utterly dumbfounded. What they had witnessed today transcended any past event in its impact. Despite the collective assault of the crowd, they could not bring down the spirit artifact master, Fei Xing, yet this child had merely touched him lightly, causing an entire arsenal capable of shattering the heavens to disintegrate into a heap of disarray, leaving Fei Xing powerless. Was this child truly a descendant of ancient bloodlines? This foot is undoubtedly capable, yet the survival rate of Fei Xing is likely to be exceedingly low. Truly formidable, the Luo family stands as one of the dominant powers in the city, wielding immense influence. Moreover, the spirit tool master Fei Xing boasts an illustrious record, having single-handedly reduced a grand city in the southern region to ruins, instilling awe across the vast expanse of the world. Many individuals are now pondering in their minds how such a child could possibly come into existence, or how they might have been nurtured. This 4 or 5-year-old child has accomplished so many extraordinary feats in a single day. I truly wish to meet his parents to glean some insights and perhaps conceive a prodigious offspring myself. The Immortal Tao Alliance is likely to suffer significant repercussions, and the Silver Moon Kingdom will surely bestow honors upon him. For this 5-year-old has achieved what ordinary strong cultivators could only dream of in their lifetimes. He has brought great prestige to our Immortal Tao Alliance. My wife was taken and murdered by those of the Demon Tao, and this has provided me with a measure of vindication. Meanwhile, Yi Chen paid no heed to the murmurs of the crowd, but instead glanced at the pile of scrap metal on the ground. He selected a bracelet with storage capabilities and donned it, stowing away the various spirit armors scattered about. His primary objective today was to locate the Luo family's medicinal garden. Old fool. Your alchemist must have perished long ago. Where is your medicinal garden? Speak. Yi Chen executed the phoenix soaring technique, ascending into the skies to survey the area below, yet he found no signs of a medicinal garden. Upon reflection, he surmised that such a precious treasure would likely have been hidden away by the patriarch of the Luo family. At this moment, Luo Shisan was consumed by despair, his countenance waning. The medicinal garden was the culmination of his life's work, a place he forbade even his closest kin from visiting. How could he possibly divulge its whereabouts? If you refuse to speak, I shall make your existence a living hell. Yi Chen ground his teeth, causing Luo Shisan to jump with fright. He was certain this rascal would indeed follow through with his threat. Yet, he was resolute, gritting his teeth defiantly. You may consume me if you wish. However, I shall never disclose the location of the medicinal garden. If I cannot have it, neither shall you. Ah, still a stubborn stone in a latrine, both foul and unyielding. Yi Chen contemplated for a moment before seizing Luo Shisan's spiritual essence and, with a display of pristine silver teeth, prepared to consume it. Luo Shisan was rendered speechless at the sight of that crimson throat. What was this mischievous child intending? You cannot possibly mean to. Yi Chen paused momentarily, exhaling warm breath that enveloped Luo Shisan's spiritual essence entirely. Since you refuse to reveal the location of the medicinal garden, why should I keep you alive? I shall devour you instead. With that, Yi Chen continued, thrusting half of Luo Shisan's head into his mouth. Today, Yi Chen had gone to great lengths to find the Luo family's medicinal garden, a place only Luo Shisan could know. And with the Luo family now eradicated, there was no one else to question. If Luo Shisan remained silent, Yi Chen knew he would never uncover its location. Thus, he resolved to extract something of value. He could not return empty-handed. The spiritual essence of Luo Shisan, possessing the cultivation of the 9th transformation of the Spirit Mansion realm, would surely elevate his own power by several significant levels if consumed. Though he was reluctant to partake in humanoid forms, given the madness of this world, what harm was there in indulging a little further in its insanity? However, this scene left the onlookers, who were scavenging through the ruins, utterly dumbfounded. What was this mischievous child about to do? Heavens above, he just devoured a dagger made of golden spirit stone, and now he aims to consume the old man's spiritual essence? Nonsense. The essence of a strong cultivator in the Spirit Mansion realm. Even a peak transformation at the Junho realm would not dare to consume it casually. A king of men would have to weigh their options. The remarks from the crowd left Luo Shisan feeling quite discontented. Just as he had managed to provoke this mischievous child into consuming him, these people were meddling. He harbored no fears of being devoured by Yi Chen. On the contrary, if Yi Chen were to suffer a backlash, today would indeed mark an earth-shattering reversal. The The spiritual essence, upon reaching the spirit mansion realm, condenses the sea of spiritual energy within the Dantian into a dwelling. Upon reaching the fifth transformation and beyond, it would give rise to a fated spiritual essence, this stage. As long as the essence remains intact, even if the physical body is destroyed, it will not perish. After reconstructing the body and obtaining divine medicine for refinement, the fated physical form can be restored, allowing for continued ascension and cultivation. A peak Junho realm expert would need to expend considerable effort to obliterate a ninth transformation spirit mansion realm essence. Yet, this mischievous child, despite his formidable power, Luo Shisan did not believe he possessed the cultivation of the ninth transformation of the Junho realm. Should this child truly consume him, it would present an opportune moment to seize this child's body, allowing him to ascend directly to the Junho realm without the need for refinement. If he could no longer remain in the Silver Moon Kingdom, he could venture to other territories, relishing the supreme glory of ruling the 9 domains. Child, please devour me quickly. Today, my Luo family has perished. I no longer wish to live. Luo Shisan's thoughts raced, yet his heart surged with exhilaration. Child, that spiritual essence cannot be consumed casually. It is not akin to a spirit tool. It poses great harm to you. The power within the spiritual essence is exceedingly pure. Even if you do not perish from the consumption, you might instantly be rendered a fool. Yichun, gently biting down on Luo Shisan's spiritual essence with his silver teeth, raised an eyebrow. Not to be eaten? With those words, a crisp crunch echoed through the heavens and earth. Then, Yichun stuffed the entirety of the spiritual essence into his mouth, his silver teeth gnashing with fervor. The disconcerting crunch reverberating across the expanse. Child, please don't eat. It hurts. It hurts. Luo Shisan's wretched cries echoed throughout the heavens, sending many fleeing in terror. The physical form of this mischievous child was so fearsome that should he explode, the shockwave could very well engulf them. What on earth was happening? Luo Shisan possessed such incredible acting talent. Even a peak 9th transformation Junho realm expert could not be shaken. Yet a mischievous child takes a few bites and raises such a commotion. To cry out in pain is utterly shameless. Once one has transformed into spiritual essence, unless it shatters, one should not experience such soul-wrenching agony. The patriarch of the Luo family was merely posturing. Though this child certainly had a remarkable bite, the spectators shook their heads in amusement. This child was quite the rascal. You little brat, you little ancestor, please cease your antics, the patriarch of the Luo family shrieked in sheer agony, his voice growing increasingly frantic. You're gnawing my waist in two. Please, my little ancestor, ease up. If you continue, I shall surely perish. Luo Shisan's desperate cries revealed none of the dignified composure he once held. Yichun declared, reveal to me the location of the medicinal garden, and I shall release you. Otherwise, I shall crush you to bits. Do not doubt my capabilities. After witnessing Luo Shisan's lack of response, he immediately intensified his grip. It hurts. It hurts. My leg is broken. I shall tell you. I shall tell you. Please, little ancestor, release me. At that moment, Luo Shisan felt as though he were trapped in a meat grinder. A torment that was utterly unbearable, akin to purgatory. With a decisive poof, Yichun expelled the spiritual essence, grasping it tightly, causing Luo Shisan to spit out his tongue. Yichun loosened his grip just slightly. Luo Shisan gasped for breath, his silver hair in disarray, his face bruised and battered, resembling a punch bag at a tea that moment. The spiritual essence bore the marks of tiny teeth, while one of Luo Shisan's legs was grotesquely twisted. Clearly broken, by the heavens, what kind of teeth does this child possess? They are not merely teeth, but weapons. Even the descendants of ancient relics would not have such teeth. Otherwise, humanity would have faltered long ago. One could only wonder how powerful his parents must be to have birthed such an extraordinary child. The crowd gaped in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, now somewhat numb to the wonders before them. This child incessantly created legends before their eyes. Today was undoubtedly a historic day destined to be chronicled in the annals of the vast world. Today, this mischievous child had risen to fame in a single battle, obliterating the Luo family and reducing it to ruins. A 9th transformation spirit mansion realm expert proved utterly powerless in his hands. while the spirit tool master of the Demon Dao Alliance shattered with a mere gesture. At this moment, even the spiritual essence of a ninth transformation Spirit Mansion realm expert could be easily severed by his silver teeth. The onlookers felt as though they were trapped in a dream. Everything was simply too surreal. Luo Shisan, now akin to a stray dog, wore a countenance that seemed as if it had been buried in decay for a decade. All his pretenses crumbled before this little ancestor. The spiritual essence seemed as effortless to consume as a mere bun. The world had truly gone mad. Just moments ago, Luo Shisan had realized that had he not called for a halt, he would have already become a meal for this child. Having lived for so long, he finally experienced the paralyzing terror of impending doom. As one ages, the value of life becomes ever more pronounced. A medicinal garden pales in comparison to one's own existence. The medicinal garden, its location. Yichen coldly extracted the words, unwilling to squander more time with this old man. Despite a myriad of reluctance flooding his mind, Luo Shisan had no choice but to gaze upon his distorted and fractured leg. With trepidation, he uttered, "Little ancestor, let us strike a deal. I shall reveal the location of the medicinal garden, and you shall allow me to go free without consuming me." Yichen pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, in truth, he was contemplating that if your medicinal garden was not as magnificent as he had envisioned, he might as well consume your spirit. Even if he chose not to devour it, he could seek out an alchemist and gradually refine it. The rules are dictated by the strong. What does it matter if one transgresses? The one with the mightiest fist holds the authority to speak. Upon hearing Yichen's words, the elder of the Luo family felt a sense of relief, gesturing towards a dilapidated area deep within the Luo estate. Leading Yichen there. This was a small flower bed, merely a yard wide. Just as Yichen was filled with curiosity, Luo Shisan unleashed a beam of silver light from his hand, striking the center of the flower bed. Instantly, the entire area radiated a dazzling silver brilliance. A portal of silver light suddenly emerged, ancient and grand. "Come, enter," Luo Shisan urged, his face contorted with agony. Yichen, undeterred, stepped inside, unafraid of any potential trickery from the old man. As he pushed the door open, a rich aroma of spiritual herbs enveloped him. Once the silver light faded, Yichen's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. A medicinal field of roughly 100 square feet. Within the entire field, only 3 precious herbs shimmered with resplendent light, while the others appeared rather inferior. What a disappointment, after all this time. "Is this all you have? These 3 worthless items?" Yichen scoffed. His disdain evident. "Valueless items?" Luo Shisan exclaimed in exasperation, his beard bristling in anger. "Young man, pay attention. The herb on the left is a century-old dragon tongue plant, thriving in the secret depths of the western wilderness. Nourished by dragon qi. The one in the middle is also a century-old treasure, and the one on the right is the same, each with extraordinary lineage and unparalleled efficacy." Luo Shisan nearly spat blood. Did he think a medicinal garden was akin to a vegetable patch? One could not merely plant as one wished. Moreover, many spiritual herbs had yet to mature, having been meticulously harvested and cultivated by prominent families. To possess these 3 was already a matter of great envy. These were priceless treasures. Luo Shisan felt immense anguish. He had intended to rest for several years, consuming these 3 spiritual herbs to ascend to the Junho realm. Yet Yichen had beaten him to it, leaving him to lament in frustration. If affirming Luo Shisan's words, the 3 spiritual herbs exuded a delightful fragrance. Yichen flared his nostrils, inhaling deeply, feeling every pore in his body open wide in greedy absorption, a sense of tranquility washing over him. The aroma of the herbs wafted from the portal, igniting excitement among the cultivators surrounding the Luo residence. Their eyes ablaze with fervor, yet the thought of the mischievous child still inside left them hesitant to advance. Who would dare enter, knowing he might devour everything at a moment's notice? As the crowd seethed with envy and jealousy, they beheld Yichen leaping joyfully into the medicinal field, as if he were a fish returning to water, effortlessly uprooting 3 precious herbs as if they were mere weeds. Subsequently, without a moment's hesitation, he stuffed them into his mouth and began to chew with abandon. With each bite, waves of immense and pure spiritual energy spilled forth from between his teeth, shimmering brilliantly and filling the air with a fragrant aroma. "Little brat, "Do you think these are mere cabbages to be devoured raw?" roared Luo Shisan, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. He felt as if the cabbages he had painstakingly cultivated were being trampled by swine. The onlookers nearly stumbled in disbelief. These were precious herbs. Could he not show a modicum of respect for their intrinsic value? It was a grotesque misuse of nature. It felt akin to a pure-hearted maiden being defiled by a brutish man. The dragon's tongue, phoenix tail grass, and thunderling fruit, 3 legendary herbs used for breakthroughs, were being chewed upon without a second thought. Was this child accustomed to such excesses at home? His origins piqued their curiosity evermore. Chapter 16. An Unfussy Eater, Part 1. The crowd watched Yi Chen's actions with a mix of horror and disbelief. These herbs were rare treasures, exceedingly difficult to come by. Consuming them required meticulous preparation. Yet this child devoured them raw, as if committing a crime. A mere pinch of phoenix tail grass could enhance a fire cultivator's success rate by 90% during a breakthrough, making it priceless and scarce. How could one dare to consume it in such a crude manner? Surely it should be refined into pills. Now that these herbs had found their way into the boy's belly, what good would it do to lament? Every cultivator sighed in exasperation, lamenting their helplessness as they beat their chests and tugged at their hair. Just then, their gazes shifted to a small tree standing proudly at the edge of the medicinal garden, approximately a yard high. This tree was translucent and radiant, its leaves glimmering like jade, enveloped in a soft glow. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth danced around it, exuding a refreshing aura at that moment. Someone screamed, "Could it be a gathering yuan tree?" Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment, many frozen in place, their eyes fixated on the wondrous little tree. Indeed, it was a gathering yuan tree. Who would have thought that the Luo family's ancestor possessed such prowess to acquire such a rare treasure? It was said that there were few of these trees even in the entire Silver Moon Kingdom, typically safeguarded by superfamilies. Ordinary families had no right to even approach them. Rumor had it that cultivating beneath a gathering yuan tree could yield remarkable results. This tree appeared to be over 100 years old, promising at least 3 to 4 times the cultivation speed. A true artifact of cultivation. Thankfully, while the 3 herbs held immense value, they could not compare to this tree. This unruly child likely lacked knowledge of spiritual herbs. Otherwise, he would not have so carelessly consumed the precious herb's point. One could only hope that the tree could remain intact. Even if the mischievous child were to uproot it, it would be better than him consuming it. "Look, this rascal is gnawing on the trunk." As knowledgeable individuals among the onlookers conversed, Yi Chen opened his gleaming silver teeth and, with a crunch, began to bite into the gathering yuan tree, producing a resounding crackle. Meanwhile, the remaining herbs in the field had long been devoured by him, leaving no roots or stems behind. He even consumed the soil beside the 3 precious herbs, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Was there anything this child would not eat? Even the tree? This boy must be the reincarnation of a glutton. His audacity knew no bounds. The Luo family's medicinal garden was in ruins. Once more, the crowd shook their heads in despair, simultaneously amazed by Yi Chen's physical prowess. What manner of being could consume so much and still digest it? At that moment, the one most heartbroken was undoubtedly Luo Shisan. Those 3 precious herbs had been painstakingly collected over many years. 2 of them had even been obtained from the spirit tool master Fei Xing, traded at great personal cost. Now, reduced to nothingness, he felt an unendurable pain. Had he escaped with his spiritual body, those 3 herbs would have allowed him to reconstruct his physical form. The thunderling fruit, in particular, was essential for his breakthrough. Now, all hopes had evaporated like a fleeting dream. The Luo ancestor was nearly brought to tears. Chapter 17. An Unfussy Eater, Part 2. Yet, this was not the most devastating blow to him. After all, these herbs were meant to be consumed. Whether refined into pills or eaten raw, it was understandable, given their nature. The child was still young and ignorant of the herb's value. This was somewhat forgivable. After all, what did a child know of the alchemical arts? However, to devour all the herbs in the field was one thing. But now he was gnawing on the tree bark. Was he so impoverished at home that he resorted to eating tree bark? But then, Luo's eyes widened in utter disbelief as he watched Yi Chen energetically open his mouth wide, biting through the entire tree and continuing to chew as if it were sugarcane. the sound crisp and sweet. Moreover, Luo and the onlookers were astonished to find that no matter how much this child consumed, his stomach remained flat, showing no signs of distension, in a mere few breaths. The entire gathering yuan tree had been devoured clean, not a single branch left behind. Yi Chen, still unsatisfied, glanced at the leaves scattered on the ground and swept them into his hands with a gust of wind. The crowd gasped, and Luo Shisan was left utterly speechless. After finishing his feast, Yi Chen patted his little belly, his face aglow with a radiant smile. Burping contentedly, he turned to Luo Shisan and asked, "Is there anything left?" That burp, echoing in the ears of Luo Shisan and the crowd, felt like a nightmare. This child could not possibly be human. He was no ordinary being. At that very moment, the prominent families of city, observing this area from above, ordered their clans to sketch portraits of the little rascal, cautioning against provoking him. Many families possessing medicinal gardens or rare treasures secretly began relocating their valuables. They had come to a realization. Anyone who dared to engage this mischievous child would surely encounter calamity. After all, the pinnacle families in city boasted only 2 peak experts in the spirit mansion realm, and even they were no match for this audacious child. Before the Luo residence, the once exquisitely crafted Yi Chen now sat cross-legged on the ground, radiating spiritual brilliance, his entire being aglow with dazzling light as if bathed in divine radiance. He felt utterly at peace, having claimed what was rightfully his. Thus, he possessed absolute dominion over it. Even if he squandered it, it was his prerogative, impervious to the murmurs of onlookers. At that moment, he sensed his internal organs brimming with boundless energy. The gathering yuan tree and the 3 precious herbs provided an overwhelming influx of energy, rendering his body nearly translucent, glowing with brilliance visible from miles away. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your realm has advanced to the 8th transformation of the Pulse Refinement realm. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your realm has advanced to the 9th transformation of the Pulse Refinement realm. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your realm has advanced to the 9th transformation of the Profound Understanding realm. The system notifications echoed ceaselessly in Yi Chen's mind. The benefits he had gained elevating his own realm significantly, almost rivaling the achievements of others over decades. At that moment, Yi Chen felt an immense torrent of spiritual energy surging through his limbs. Explosive power coursing through every movement. In this instant, he felt capable of shattering mountains and rivers with a mere strike. Chapter 18. The 2 Supreme Inherited Cultivation Techniques, Part 1. Yi Chen perceived his strength had increased tremendously compared to before. Moreover, he could sense a swirling tempest of thunderous energy within him, alongside a magma-like force coursing through his veins. The 2 energies intertwined, resonating within him, manifesting sounds reminiscent of a volcanic eruption and thunderclaps, shaking the very heavens. After a moment, as the 2 energies began to intertwine, his body radiated brilliant light, illuminating him like a miniature sun. Ding! Congratulations, host. By consuming the Thunderling fruit, you have acquired supreme thunderous power and the Thunder Spirit Pulse. From now on, all thunder-related techniques and spiritual artifacts shall be at your command. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ancient inheritance, Black Demon Thunder of the Heavenly Finger. Ding! The Black Demon Thunder of the Heavenly Finger automatically cultivates to perfection. Upon activation, the heavens darken, and a colossal finger of black thunder materializes from the skies, obliterating foes into oblivion. Black Demon Thunder. Wasn't that the formidable thunder that appeared when Xiao Yin refined the 9th rank elixir in battle through the heavens, accompanied by celestial phenomena? To think he could summon it at will. Just as excitement surged within him, the system notifications chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. By consuming the Phoenix Tail Grass, you have acquired the ancient supreme inheritance, Phoenix Fire Radiance. Ding! The Phoenix Fire Radiance cultivates to perfection. Once unleashed, it conjures a fire phoenix that incinerates all. Ding! Note. The Black Demon Thunder of the Heavenly Finger and Phoenix Fire Radiance are both in their initial forms and can continuously absorb additional thunderous or fire energy from the world to enhance their power. Upon hearing a series of prompt sounds from the system, a look of astonishment appeared on Yi Chen's delicate, rosy face. It was truly remarkable that there existed an evolution-capable supreme inheritance technique. This system was indeed extraordinary. Although he had advanced his own cultivation realm, In comparison to these two techniques, everything else seemed utterly insignificant. Shortly thereafter, the system presented Yi Chun with an overview of his current energy status. Name: Yi Chun, also known as Xiong Haizi. Age: 4. Current realm: Peak 9 transformations of the Transcendental Realm inherited techniques. Indestructible body of Vajra, max level. Phoenix Ascension technique, max level. 5-element spiritual veins, max level. Wind chase leg, max level. Hurricane transformation, max level. Heavenly finger black demon thunder, max level. Phoenix fire day, max level. Upon seeing his level, Yi Chun felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. A peak 9 transformations cultivator in City was hardly considered supreme. Only upon entering the Divine Sea and Spiritual Palace could one truly be deemed a formidable force, capable of traversing the vast world. Achieving the status of a lord would grant one dominion over the 9 domains, instilling awe in all.as for becoming a human king that would allow control over 99 lords and thousands of territories. The Silver Moon Kingdom boasted tens of thousands of regions, and a human king possessed 100, all under the command of the current ruler of the Silver Moon Kingdom. Yi Chun's peak 9 transformations cultivation was merely a trivial aspect in City, unworthy of any ranking. Among the prominent families here, even a slightly competent guard would be a peak 9 transformations cultivator. However, Yi Chun possessed his advantages. His hurricane transformation could instantaneously obliterate a 9 transformations cultivator of the Spiritual Palace, while the indestructible body of Vajra ensured he remained fearless before a lord-level expert. Although he had yet to test it, he was confident he could withstand an onslaught from a lord-level cultivator and emerge unscathed. Chapter 19. 2 Supreme Inherited Techniques, Part 2. The Heavenly Finger Black Demon Thunder and the Phoenix Fire Day were undoubtedly more formidable than the Hurricane Transformation, potentially capable of annihilating Lord-level and even Human King-level experts. This was no mere challenge across realms. It was a terrifying, overwhelming force. Such powerful techniques deserved to be tested without delay. Yi Chun's gaze swept over the onlookers. They were taken aback, unsure of the intentions of this mischievous child, hastily retreating and pretending to be nonchalant, though their hearts raced with anxiety. Yi Chun shrugged. Am I a demon? Must you all react so dramatically? Should these cultivators overhear him, they would undoubtedly be seething with rage, for to them, this mischievous child was far more terrifying than any demon. Yi Chun perused the descriptions of the 2 techniques provided by the system, his eagerness bubbling over. Eventually, he noticed the distressed expression on the face of the elder from the Luo family, and an idea struck him. Swiftly, he extended his hand, grasping the elder firmly as arcs of black-blue lightning began to flicker around him, emanating a cataclysmic aura. Sensing the impending threat, the Luo elder panicked and exclaimed, "You promised not to kill me. What are you doing?" At that moment, he felt a palpable sense of death looming closer. Yi Chun frowned. I just suddenly comprehended a technique and wanted to find someone to test its power. Since I previously made a promise, I suppose I'll let it go. But if I were to kill you, what would I do then? How troublesome. Unbeknownst to him, a glimmer of joy surged within the Luo elder's eyes. This child was indeed still immature, naively discussing promises and trust with his enemies, far too innocent. Once the elder reconstructed his body and ascended in power, he would undoubtedly seize this mischievous child, usurp his body, achieve the title of human king, establish a kingdom, and enjoy the worship of countless people. Though he uttered no words, his heart brimmed with unquenchable hatred. In just one day, the Luo family, which he had painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years, was utterly destroyed, along with the medicinal garden he cherished as his second life. All ravaged by Yi Chun. Such deep as he today, not only has the family met its ruin, but his physical form has also been devastated. Now, his spirit is to be auctioned off. Alas, what a disgrace. The glorious past has been trampled underfoot by a reckless child. Initially, those who intended to seize the treasures from this impudent brat now find themselves drenched in cold sweat upon reflecting on their foolish thoughts. Fortunately, this child possesses a clear objective. Otherwise, misfortune would surely befall anyone who crossed paths with him. The aged visage of Luo Shisan was nearly awash with tears, for in his current state, he was utterly powerless, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, biding his time for the child's judgment. It can be said that he was calling out to heaven in vain and to the earth without response. Thus, he cast aside his dignity and unleashed a torrent of invective at Yi Chen, hurling forth words he had not uttered in centuries, a cacophony of the most unsavory language, reminiscent of a master of street cursing. Despite appearing pitiable, the collusion between the Luo family's patriarch and the Demon Path Alliance was grossly excessive. Indeed, colluding with the Demon Path Alliance is a capital offense. The public outcry was fervent. In the vast world, the Demon Path Alliance is regarded by the common folk as nothing more than a heap of cow dung, a pile of filth, worse than pigs and dogs, deserving of extermination. However, the child's audacity in openly auctioning off a spirit is truly bizarre. How could he even conceive such a notion? While it is not uncommon to find the spirits of deceased practitioners of the Spirit Mansion realm being sold in the black market of Silver Moon Country, a living spirit of such caliber is worth its weight in gold. Indeed, should a spirit from a practitioner of the Spirit Mansion realm be utilized in the refinement of elixirs, the results would be nothing short of astonishing. Similarly, if used in forging weapons, it could yield exceptional divine armaments. Whether as elixirs or spiritual artifacts, they would significantly enhance a practitioner's combat prowess, serving as invaluable tools for survival. The discourse among the crowd shifted from initial curiosity to fervor. For such high-caliber spirits are a rare sight, truly fresh and piping hot as the child had proclaimed. Anyone willing to present an elixir of comparable quality to those previously found in the Luo family's medicinal garden could exchange it for the spirit. Yi Chen, having assessed the value of items in this world, concluded that the 3 spiritual herbs from the Luo family's garden were indeed priceless, imbued with immense medicinal power, and thus, the price of a 9th-turn spirit from the Spirit Mansion realm should be commensurate. The once eager assembly of practitioners, upon hearing this, suddenly found their enthusiasm waning. They had never truly held hope. Did this child truly believe that such precious elixirs were as common as cabbages? Hence, they could only watch with longing, indulging their eyes. Yi Chen raised his voice several times, yet found no one to engage with. Perhaps he had set the price too high. Alas, to trade a single elixir for a spirit from the Spirit Mansion realm, a deal so advantageous, yet no one acted, leaving him disheartened. What a disgrace it is that a myriad of practitioners could not afford even a single elixir. Yi Chen shook his head, his youthful demeanor exuding a most infuriating frustration. Chapter 22. The Sword City Master, Part 1. Witnessing Yi Chen's antics, the crowd was left agape. Thankfully, they had refrained from provoking this ancestral figure, for who knows what fate might have befallen them. Yet, one cannot deny that exchanging a 9th-turn spirit from the Spirit Mansion realm for merely a single elixir is indeed a magnificent bargain. While elixirs are rare, they can still be found. Whereas a spirit of this nature is an invaluable treasure that is seldom available. Little brat. You? Luo Shisan's face burned with humiliation. Today, the Luo family had lost all face, and he was so enraged that he could scarcely utter a word. Coughing and reddening with rage, noticing the silence among the onlookers, Yi Chen scratched his ear, feeling quite vexed. Some spectators clearly had their hearts stirred but were unwilling to act. He needed to provoke them further. A freshly minted 9th-turn spirit from the Spirit Mansion realm, available for merely half an elixir. This is a singular opportunity, unmatched. Is there anyone willing to buy? If no one speaks up, I shall ask again shortly. However, upon hearing this, those who had previously considered making a purchase hesitated, for they were reminded of the Luo family's patriarch's collusion with the Demon Path Alliance. If they were to buy, would it not invite trouble? Thus, they shook their heads and sighed. Half an elixir is still a precious commodity. To trade it for a spirit fraught with potential complications, truthfully, one must consider their own backing to determine if it is worth the risk. Seeing this, Yi Chen grew increasingly frustrated. Look at you bunch of paupers, unable to even produce half an elixir. What are you even doing here? If no one desires it, then splendid. I might as well consume it myself. After all, no one seems to oppose. With that, Yi Chen, with his small, tender hands, seized Luo Shisan and attempted to stuff him into his mouth. You little rascal, you promised me you wouldn't eat me. Have you always intended to be a treacherous person? Luo Shisan exclaimed in a state of sheer terror. Selling to others might afford him an escape, but in the hands of this child, there was no hope. Yi Chen, unfazed, declared, I am a person of my word. I said I would eat you, and so I shall. What is wrong with that? We must all listen to our mothers. Luo family patriarch, the crowd, scoundrel, scoundrel. Luo Shursun found himself at a loss. Engaging in matters of integrity with a child was akin to playing music to a COW. Yi Chun fell silent, realizing that retaining Luo Shursun's spirit served no purpose. The onlookers had indulged their curiosity for long enough, yet now were unwilling to lend even a small favor, which was truly infuriating. He would be better off consuming the spirit himself, which would greatly benefit his own cultivation. Perhaps it would elevate his realm to the divine sea. However, just as he was about to take a decisive bite, Luo Shursun's wretched wail filled the air, and a sharp beam of sword light streaked across the sky. Soon after, a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe hovered above the ruins of the Luo family estate. This man, with a feather fan and scholarly appearance, exuded an air of elegance, standing atop a massive sword that radiated a hazy glow. The subtle sword intent emanating from the sword indicated that he was no ordinary individual. "Young friend, may I purchase this spirit from you?" he inquired, a smile gracing his face, his demeanor charming. Among the gathered crowd, many female practitioners swooned, their hands cupping their faces, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Chapter 23. The Sword City Master, Part 2. It is the Sword City Master returned. Word had it that he had been in seclusion for a decade, and today, unexpectedly emerged, indicating a significant enhancement in his cultivation. In truth, he had long since ascended to the Junho realm. These years, he had merely been devoted to the study of Confucianism, indifferent to worldly disputes. I have personally witnessed a Junho strongman visit him. Weren't you all saying the city master was out on business? You fool! The city master has been away for 10 years. Clearly, you are new here. The crowd buzzed with speculation. However, they unanimously concluded that the Sword City Master had emerged due to the appearance of a dark, spiritual artificer in the city. After all, the emergence of members of the Demon Path Alliance in the northern border regions is a matter of grave concern that must be treated with utmost seriousness. The Sword City Master gracefully descended, his profound gaze resting upon the exquisitely chiseled child before him, his eyes flickering with astonishment. Indeed, the new generation surpasses the old. When the dark spiritual artificer Feishing appeared in the city, the Sword City Master had already been informed. However, en route, he had heard that this Feishing was vanquished by a mere 4 or 5-year-old child, which struck him as utterly unbelievable. Before encountering Yi Chun, the Sword City Master had been filled with doubt. Now, standing before this child, he could not help but feel a twinge of fear. With his Junho realm cultivation, he found himself unable to discern the depth of the child's abilities. From this diminutive figure, he sensed an overwhelming power akin to the ocean, accompanied by a hint of danger that threatened to unsettle his steadfast resolve. Whose child is this? This was the Sword City Master's greatest perplexity. Such a young child wielded such terrifying power, single-handedly annihilating a 9th-turn practitioner of the Spirit Mansion realm. What might he become after another decade? Even a 20-year-old strongman capable of defeating a 9th-turn practitioner would send ripples throughout the vast world. Child, this spirit is a rare treasure. Do not destroy it. How about this? I shall offer 2 elixirs in exchange. What say you? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Indeed, a Junho realm strongman, when he chooses to act, he offers not 1 but 2 elixirs. The Sword City Master's depth of resources is impressive. Not so. I believe the Sword City Master seeks to cultivate a relationship with this child. After all, a child of such formidable prowess could significantly bolster the strength of the city if an alliance is formed. However, I suspect that the Sword City Master merely wishes to befriend him. This child's formidable physique, capable of consuming anything, suggests he is no ordinary offspring. Surely, he must be seeking to approach the child's family. The crowd buzzed with conversation, all envious of this fortunate child's advantageous position. A Junho realm strongman is a figure of great renown. Able to initiate friendship with him is a dream for countless practitioners. Yet this child seems to take it all in stride, seemingly unappreciative of such an opportunity. Having lived for so many years, not one child has garnered such esteem. Alas, well, let it be. The child possesses remarkable talent, and it is only right that he lets his abilities speak for themselves. Since the appearance of the Sword City Lord, the spiritual energy that had been surreptitiously revolving around Yi Chun has abruptly come to a standstill, reverting to a state of normal dispersion. True to his title, The Sword City Lord exudes an aura as sharp as a sword's edge, his cultivation profound and unfathomable like the abyss. Upon this man's arrival, Yi Chen's instincts warned him of the imminent danger he posed. It was evident that his current strength was insufficient to withstand such a formidable opponent. Even if he were not to perish, he would certainly lack the capacity to retaliate against this individual, who was undoubtedly a master of the Junho realm. Chapter 24. This child is too ferocious. Part 1. Indeed, the aura of a Junho realm master is akin to a towering presence, far surpassing that of a ninth-turn Lingfu realm cultivator. Yi Chen, astounded, realized that although he had yet to engage with a Junho master, he could discern the disparity from the Sword City Lord's presence alone. Should he rely solely on his physical prowess, he would likely be unable to approach the Sword City Lord even in proximity. That, of course, if Yi Chen were to unleash the power of his heavenly finger black demon thunder, or if the Phoenix Fire Daylight were to absorb other energies for advancement, the situation might differ. Thus, Yi Chen swiftly adjusted his mindset. There were many powerful beings in this world, and he was but a mere grain of sand in the vast expanse, as for the fact that he only required half a precious herb. Yet the Sword City Lord had generously offered him two. Yi Chen was well aware of the underlying motives. This world, like any other, was driven by self-interest. Had he been an ordinary child, he would never have received such preferential treatment. "Feel free to call me Yi Chen," he remarked, unperturbed by the prospect of forming a favorable relationship with the Sword City Lord, for having an additional ally could alleviate many future troubles. This arrangement was, in essence, mutually beneficial. Oh, he, Brother Yi Chen, I am Jian Yunsong, the Sword City Lord. The old ancestor of the Luo family has colluded with the Demon Alliance and is destined for severe punishment. However, I do require the spiritual essence. Before Jian Yunsong could finish his sentence, Yi Chen carelessly tossed the Luo family's ancestor's spiritual essence towards him, displaying an air of indifference. He harbored no fear of being deceived by Jian Yunsong. If this man harbored nefarious intentions, he would be dealt with, and if he could not be eliminated now, he would simply wait for the opportune moment to do so. Perhaps among the ordinary powerful beings in the vast cosmos, a Junho realm master was indeed formidable, yet in Yi Chen's eyes, they were merely ants. That moment, the Luo family's ancestor, in a fit of rage, had fainted and transformed into a state of spiritual essence. Still overcome by anger, a testament to how infuriating this mischievous child was, Jian Yunsong received the spiritual essence with a wry smile, pondering the child's antics. However, when he noticed that one of the legs of the spiritual essence appeared to have been bitten off, he was momentarily taken aback, struck with a profound shock. Was this truly a human child? Yet there was no trace of demonic energy upon him. For a ninth-turn Lingfu realm master to sever the leg of a spiritual essence, it would require immense effort. At that moment, Jian Yunsong felt fortunate. This child was indeed a calamity, and it seemed that wherever he went, chaos would follow. Fortunately, he had not antagonized him. Otherwise, the entire Sword City would have been reduced to ruins. Jian Yunsong, I know what you intend to do with the spiritual essence. You merely wish to refine your unparalleled sword, the Luo family's ancestor exclaimed. After all my years of assisting you in managing the Sword City, you turn out to be an ungrateful scoundrel. Jian Yunsong's gaze sharpened, his eyes brimming with an intensity that coalesced into a miniature sword, as a terrifyingly sharp sword energy burst forth from his eyes. Colluding with the Demon Alliance to harm the innocent, the majority of the missing persons from the Sword City over the years have likely fallen victim to your abduction, and yet you dare speak of past loyalties? You shall die, and I will ensure that you have no burial place, condemned to never be reborn. His words rang out with resounding authority, as those surrounding them applauded, though many also shook their heads. Recognizing the perils of the ninth-turn Lingfu realm's arduous cultivation, the loss of centuries of effort was a cautionary tale. Chapter 25. This child is too ferocious. Part 2. One reaps what one sows. In an instant, Jian Yunsong, fearing that delay could lead to unforeseen changes, enveloped the spiritual essence with his overwhelming sword intent, generating flickers of sword intent flames, completely refining the Luo family's ancestor's soul, erasing all traces of him from existence. What he sought was the pure power contained within the spiritual essence, devoid of any need for the soul. Placing the spiritual essence into his spirit pouch, Jian Yunsong flipped his palm, revealing two fragrant and extraordinary herbs that appeared in his grasp, which he then extended toward Yi Chen. To his astonishment, they were the blue demon vine and the blood fruit. Indeed, a Junho realm cultivator possesses a wealth of treasures. Even a single blue demon vine could surpass all the treasures in the Luo family's ancestral herb garden, and its value rivaled that of a ninth-turn Lingfu realm master's spiritual essence. What extravagance! While we can only look on in envy, this child profits immensely. Having consumed the herbs from the Luo family's garden is trivial, but should these blue demon vine and blood fruit be refined into elixirs and mixed with other spiritual herbs, they could yield tremendous enhancements, potentially amplifying their potency tenfold, making them invaluable at auction. Why is that child stuffing two herbs into his mouth again? The onlookers were now in a frenzy, and some even reached out, as if grasping at air, their faces contorting in disbelief as they watched Yi Chen munching on the spiritual herbs. A prodigal, an absolute prodigal, they exclaimed. This child truly believes these are mere radishes to be gnawed upon. Yet, they have witnessed that only this mischievous child would dare to treat rare herbs as mere snacks. What is this? Bitter and tasteless, with a hint of astringency, utterly lacking in flavor, and this fruit is dry and meager. Yi Chen remarked with a frown, dissatisfaction evident on his small face, causing the onlookers to nearly stumble in shock. Do you wish to beat him? To spank his bottom hard? I too would like to give him a good thrashing. How dare he serve me such unpalatable fare? I do not mind the taste, for I simply enjoy these utterly flavorless and unpalatable things. My worldview has truly been shattered. The blue demon vine has absorbed medicinal properties, and the remaining roots of the spiritual herbs can be unraveled to create resilient inner armor, making them extraordinarily tough. Yet he consumes them. What is this child? Can he truly eat anything he sees? The spectators lamented, pounding their chests in frustration, helplessly watching the mischievous child waste the spiritual herbs before them. Jian Yunsong's mouth twitched violently as he realized that he had always regarded these two spiritual herbs as treasures, only to witness their fate unfold in such a manner. Swallowing them whole? This child is truly ferocious. He consoled himself repeatedly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 5th turn of the Tongxian realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 6th turn of the Tongxian realm. As the spiritual herbs were consumed by Yi Chen, their medicinal power was fully absorbed by his formidable physique, transforming into immense energy that coursed through his meridians, spreading a wave of serene comfort throughout his body. What others did not realize was that even when consumed whole, Yi Chen's physique could guarantee a minimum of 20-fold absorption of the medicinal effects. And all of it was the purest power. While others might face instability from rapid cultivation, Yi Chen had no such concerns. Not only did he remain untroubled, but the energies would continuously enhance his talent and physique as well. Chapter 26. This generation's swordsman is lacking, Part 1. The continuous rumblings within him resembled a mighty river roaring forth, and the pure spiritual energy radiating from Yi Chen's body had formed a cocoon-like shell around him. After elevating to the 5th turn of the Tongxian realm, Yi Chen felt the spiritual energy in his meridians and acupoints begin to boil. The energy that had previously filled his organs was now all drawn out, intensifying as it roared and surged out of that moment. All the spiritual energy suddenly converged in his dantian, and a brilliant golden light flashed in the center of his dantian. A stone platform radiating golden light began to hover. The stone platform was ancient and dignified, covered with a myriad of intricate runes and obscure characters, bearing marks of spiritual artifacts having struck against it, resonating with a profound Tao rhythm that could induce dizziness upon close inspection. The realm of Tongxian had taken shape, and the platform of allegiance was forming. It was said that those who could condense a platform of allegiance within their dantian at the Tongxian realm would most likely ascend to the human emperor realm in the future. Wielding the fate of an entire nation, above the ruins of the Luo family, golden light shone brilliantly, and clouds billowed like mist, as many gazed at Yi Chen with uncertainty. Jian Yunsong's expression grew grave. Is this the platform of allegiance? But the aura seems different. This child's physique is too bizarre. Could it be a sign of his body attaining sanctity? The onlookers lacked Jian Yunsong's discerning eye, yet they could perceive that this appeared to be a precursor to physical sanctification, which meant that if this child focused solely on cultivating his physical prowess, he would undoubtedly reach the realm of the human king in the future, a rare talent of unparalleled potential. Yi Chun consumed the precious elixir in its entirety, and for the duration of a fragrant incense stick, golden light radiated from his body. Only after this mystical phenomenon subsided did tranquility return, restoring him to his seemingly harmless, childish demeanor. However, there was an ethereal quality about him that he had not possessed before. With each gesture, the power capable of obliterating mountains seemed to have intensified. The Sword City Lord nodded slightly, reflecting on his decision to bestow the elixir without regret. This child's physical form was indeed formidable, perhaps possessing a unique method of absorption that was beyond comprehension. Regardless, the city lord was indifferent to it, unperturbed. Shortly thereafter, once Yi Chun had concluded his task, Jian Yun Song approached him. "Little Yi Chun, you have eradicated the traitor, and for your merit, the Celestial Alliance shall bestow rewards. As the lord of this city, I shall grant you your reward in advance." Reward? Yi Chun's large, expressive eyes sparkled with excitement as he licked his lips. What reward? Observing the child on the verge of drooling, Jian Yun Song, who had initially intended to present another precious elixir, felt a twitch on his face. Subsequently, a flash of dark light appeared, and a chilling sword aura enveloped the vicinity, leaving a thin layer of frost upon the stone slabs beneath. Yet, this frost was unable to encroach within a 10-foot radius around Yi Chun. The dark radiance dissipated. A black sword, exuding a somber glow, floated before Jian Yun Song. The sword itself was unremarkable in design, an ordinary shape that would easily be lost among a pile of swords. Yet, the sword's piercing intent commanded respect. This sword was my weapon in my youth, known as Shadow Stab. I forged a formidable reputation with it, Jian Yun Song declared as he tossed the black sword to Yi Chun. Yi Chun caught the sword, weighed it in his hand, and shook his small head before unceremoniously tossing it into his mouth, crunching it as if it were a sugarcane, devouring it in mere moments. Chapter 27. This generation's sword is lacking, Part 2. Is this child truly capable of consuming anything? Jian Yun Song mused. Having anticipated Yi Chun's intention, the child's physique was sharper than the sword itself. Whatever he consumed would only enhance his prowess, so let him indulge. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their minds filled with countless words, all crystallizing into a single sigh. This boy was nothing short of a prodigy. Jian Yun Song's expression turned to one of shock, yet he could not intervene. With a face etched in disbelief, he admonished, "Little Yi Chun, that is a flying sword, a weapon, not food." "A weapon? You should have said so sooner," Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, while Jian Yun Song's countenance darkened. "What the devil? You devoured the elixir. But who could have predicted you would also consume the flying sword?" "Wait a moment, Grandmaster. This sword seems rather inferior. Is the Celestial Alliance so stingy as to offer me a subpar sword as a reward?" Yi Chun remarked, his expression oddly peculiar. Jian Yun Song nearly spat blood. This sword had indeed been his weapon in his youth, still a spirit treasure, providing immense assistance to those below the monarch realm. This boy could sever the spirit of a ninth-turn practitioner. Could a mere sword withstand the appetite of such a child? It was hardly a divine artifact. Jian Yun Song, exasperated, was grateful he had made a favorable impression on the child earlier. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, it was a favor owed to him. Observing Yi Chun's discontented expression, Jian Yun Song gritted his teeth and steeled himself. Since the Celestial Alliance would still provide rewards later, he resolved to elevate his standing in the child's eyes. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jian Yun Song's expression grew solemn as he gestured again. Instantly, a long sword, shimmering with a hazy glow, materialized in his hand. "Little one, this sword was acquired during my ventures into the southern frontier's fire domain. Amidst the realm of the fire ancestor, where myriad swords were unleashed, countless cultivators sought treasures. And this sword was a fortunate find. It is dozens of times harder than the spirit of the Luo family's ancestors, unmatched in power. Do not consume it. It would be a waste." Jian Yun Song felt a pang of regret. This sword had birthed a sword spirit, and during the convergence of sun and moon essence, it would autonomously absorb the essence of heaven and earth to refine its blade. Over time, it would inevitably give rise to a sword soul, transforming into a spirit weapon of unparalleled value. Surely, this time would suffice to satisfy the child's appetite. He was confident. Surely, this little monster could not devour a sword impervious to monarch-level powers. why Yi Chun took the sword. Feeling an intense heat emanate from it. Thankfully, due to his fiery constitution, he quickly adapted and wielded it effortlessly. After toying with it for a while, feeling the boundless explosive power contained within the blade, he nodded in satisfaction. A treasure that even monarchs could not destroy, he estimated he could not consume it. Thank you. Just as a smile began to bloom on Jian Yunsong's face, it abruptly froze. Out of nowhere, a faint flicker of flame appeared in Yi Chun's palm. As the flame emerged, it seemed to ignite the very fabric of reality, and the divine weapon melted instantaneously, transforming into a puddle of molten iron, spilling onto the ground. Chapter 28. A Chaotic Fury, Part 1. The crowd was rendered utterly dumbfounded. A divine artifact that even monarchs could not obliterate had been effortlessly melted by this child. Yi Chun's face stiffened slightly, and feeling a bit embarrassed, he rubbed his nose and looked at Jian Yunsong with his lively eyes, tentatively inquiring, Grandmaster, do you have any more divine weapons? Or perhaps some elixirs? Jian Yunsong was on the verge of fainting, utterly exasperated by the child's antics. This was a chaotic spectacle. He could scarcely bear to use the flying sword, yet it had succumbed to this little monster. That was a treasure I procured from the realm of the fire ancestor. Child, are you playing tricks on me? Jian Yunsong could hardly fathom the depths of this child's extraordinary capabilities. At that moment, Yi Chun resembled a child who had lost his favorite toy, visibly distressed. This scene was so absurd that it defied belief. Even he would require significant effort to destroy that flying sword. Yet in this child's hands, it was obliterated in mere moments. Moreover, the molten iron was glaringly conspicuous, now dried and scattered on the ground as mere shards. What was even more difficult for Jian Yunsong to accept was that the source of this calamity, the little monster, appeared more pitiful than he, as if he had taken away the child's most cherished toy. Oh no, my treasure. Just like that, it's gone. I only wanted to be close to it. Why? Woe is me. Yi Chun raised his tiny fist, lamenting as if he had lost everything, while the surrounding onlookers were left speechless. This child was truly an extraordinary specimen. Is this you're doing? Little monster, if I could best you, I would make you pay dearly. The crowd sighed collectively, yet felt utterly helpless. However, Yi Chun paid no mind to their reactions. After his dramatic display of grief, he fixed his lively eyes on Jian Yunsong and implored, Grandmaster, do you have any more of those divine swords? Please, grant me another. I promise I will treat it well, just as I would treat myself, Grandmaster. Your entire family are Grandmasters. Jian Yunsong's face was rigid. He, with his celestial-like demeanor, could not be seen as an older brother, and should at least be regarded as an elder. Yet, in this child's mouth, he had been reduced to a mere Grandmaster. Still, gazing at the child's innocent expression, he refrained from expressing his irritation and suppressed his displeasure. Child, that is a supreme spirit treasure. Do you think they are cabbages, that they are so easily obtained? It took me considerable effort to acquire it. What was that flame you summoned earlier? Did you hide the sword? Jian Yunsong sought to reassure himself, believing the child had merely been enamored with the sword's quality. Attempting to play a trick to elicit another, though he had witnessed it, he still could not bring himself to believe that the flying sword had been destroyed. Just now, I was simply too delighted, and thus the flames of affection ignited without my knowledge. I didn't realize your supreme treasure was so easily burnt. Jian Yunsong's expression darkened further, resembling coal, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. What do you mean it's easily burnt? Are you jesting? Did you summon the primordial sacred fire? Jian Yunsong was filled with frustration but fought to control his temper, not wanting to engage with the little monster. His face pale with fury as he glared at the expectant Yi Chun. Chapter 29. A Chaotic Fury, Part 2. This year had been fraught with misfortune for him. A significant bottleneck in his cultivation, the emergence of spies from the demonic Dao Alliance within his city, and now this bizarrely powerful child. As for the elixirs, he could swallow them whole, but to have a flying sword reduced to nothing? Was he even human? Truly, was this child not the offspring of some ferocious beast? Even so, he had reluctantly offered the supreme spirit treasure, only to have it turned to ashes by a flickering flame. Was this not the epitome of bad luck? At present, Jian Yunsong is plagued by profound doubts, pondering whether this lad might be the reincarnation of an ancient heritage, and he is left wondering if his family is even aware of his extraordinary capabilities. Most vexing of all is the realization that he cannot afford to offend this mischievous child, leaving him in a state of immense frustration. After several hundred years of existence, he encounters such a disheartening situation for the very first time. As a low-profile lord in the Silver Moon Kingdom, Jian Yunsong, despite not adhering to the king's command to lead the 9 domains, possesses considerable prestige. His keen insight allows him to discern that, judging solely by this child's prowess, it is improbable that he is merely a member of the royal bloodline of the Silver Moon Kingdom. Such extraordinary talent suggests he hails from an ancient lineage of a certain northern kingdom. Capable of nurturing such a prodigy at his tender age, he can effortlessly slaughter formidable opponents at the 9th transformation of the Spirit Mansion realm, heralding a bright future ahead. He'll be so fearsome at merely 4 years old raises concerns about what he might become as he matures. Indeed, one could assert that this diminutive child before Jian Yunsong embodies the future emperor of humanity. When the time comes for him to ascend to the imperial throne, he will command the fate of his nation and enjoy the worship of countless followers. Perhaps even vying for Di Chen, after kissing, let out a satisfied sigh as though he had just imbibed a divine elixir. Observing his mischievous demeanor, Lan Xinran playfully pinched his exquisitely carved little face and remarked, "Oh, you, at such a tender age, already know how to take advantage of others. Come now, let me escort you away. You shall one day make a name for yourself in the Northern Territories." Chapter 32. Visitors from the 3 Prominent Families, Part 1. Yi Chen extricated himself from Lan Xinran's embrace and stood upon a nearby stone platform, tilting his face upwards and declaring, "The Luo family poses no threat to me. Why should I leave?" Lan Xinran's expression momentarily shifted to one of astonishment, a bold thought flickering in her mind before being swiftly extinguished. She pinched Yi Chen's cheek again, saying, "My dear brother, do not be so arrogant. The ancestor of the Luo family is a formidable figure, a 9th spirit realm expert, and his prowess is said to be on par with the Quasi-Lord. He is but a step away from commanding the 9 domains. I am aware of his profound strength, but what of it?" Yi Chen replied, perplexed. "You caused quite the commotion. Do you believe the Luo family will let you off easily? They will surely seek to eliminate you, extinguishing you in your cradle." Lan Xinran's eyes filled with concern once more, yet Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. "I understand their intentions to kill me, which is precisely why I left them no chance to survive." Lan Xinran's expression froze, bewildered by Yi Chen's words. "You did not leave a single survivor? Surely you jest. You cannot mean that you annihilated the entire Luo family?" She covered her mouth, though disbelief coursed through her mind. The Luo family had intimidated the lord of Tianhuang City, Jian Yunsong, for many years without faltering. How could a mere child possibly bring about their downfall? Indeed, their experts sought to obliterate me, yet I effortlessly turned the tables on them, Yi Chen stated nonchalantly. Lan Xinran could no longer remain composed. "Then will the ancestor of the Luo family allow you such wanton behavior? Is he not home? You must leave at once. Otherwise, when he returns, it will be the end of you." "Are you referring to that old man, Luo Shisan? I dispatched him with a single punch, not even leaving his spirit a chance to escape, and ultimately sold him to the city lord, Jian," Yi Chen proclaimed, his innocent visage radiating a naive charm, yet his tone was utterly convincing. Lan Xinran, momentarily taken aback, felt a flicker of anger pass across her face. She tapped Yi Chen's head with her delicate finger, reproaching him. "Yi Chen, speak the truth. Did someone assist you in vanquishing the Luo family? A Quasi-Lord is an incredibly powerful entity. I cannot believe you could have killed him with a single blow. Who would believe such a tale?" At that moment, 3 figures descended from the heavens, each exuding an aura of grandeur and depth. Lan Xinran focused her gaze and was startled to recognize them as the stewards of the 4 prominent families of Tianhuang City, excluding the Luo family. Just as she made this realization, another figure descended from the firmament, causing her astonishment to deepen. It was a trusted aide of Jian Yunsong, the city lord, who managed all affairs in the city during Jian's absence. These 4 individuals represented the pinnacle of power within Tianhuang City. Lan Xinran's heart raced with uncertainty. Had Yi Chen truly offended these formidable families? As she pondered this, the 4 men approached Yi Chen and bowed deeply. Speaking in unison with reverence, We pay our respects to Master Yi. Master Yi? Lan Xinran glanced around, realizing that it was only she and Yi Chun present. Master Yi refers to him, these four men, typically figures whom countless cultivators looked up to, were now showing such deference to a mere child. Lan Xinran found herself momentarily stunned, her mind clouded. Chapter 33. Visitors from the Three Prominent Families, Part 2, Master Yi. Greetings, I am Ouyang Lang of the Ouyang family. Our family head is aware of your fondness for spiritual herbs, and thus I have been sent to present you with 3 stalks of Lanlei grass. These herbs were procured by our family head in the untamed lands of the central continent, potent in their properties and unsuitable for refining into pills. With your formidable physical strength, you shall surely be able to absorb their essence. The man clad in purple on the far left extended his hand, presenting 3 crystalline blue and white herbs, their fragrant petals crackling with faint blue arcs of electricity, embodying extraordinary power. Another man stepped forward eagerly. Master Yi, I am Sun Zhang, steward of the Sun family. Our family head specifically instructed me to deliver a Gujiang fruit, which grows within the depths of magma 30,000 miles beneath the Earth's surface. It is exceedingly rare, a treasure of our family, and far more precious than the Ouyang family's Lanlei grass. Younger brother Yi, my grandfather has sent me with an ice lotus heart, obtained from the depths of the northern ice field. It is priceless and exceedingly difficult to procure. My grandfather nearly lost his life in pursuit of this very item. The only lady among the 4, with a graceful demeanor, revealed a silver lotus seed the size of a chess piece. It shimmered with an undeniable brilliance, releasing a refreshing, cold fragrance that lowered the temperature around them, even causing a few snowflakes to drift down. Upon the emergence of the ice lotus heart, Sun Zhang and Ouyang Lang's expressions shifted dramatically, astonished that the Zhou family would invest so heavily to present such an extraordinary treasure. The ice lotus heart was immensely valuable. Lan Xinran, unable to restrain herself, shivered and took a few steps back, feeling the chilling aura that was quite captivating. Yet, within her heart, a tempest of astonishment brewed. These 3 prominent families were rumored to house Quasi-Lord-level experts, their strength immeasurable, in the tumultuous history of Tianhuang City. They had all fought valiantly in the Silver Moon Kingdom. Not every Quasi-Lord was permitted to command the 9 domains. There were age restrictions. If one ascended to Quasi-Lord status within 200 years, they could lead the 9 domains. Surpassing this limit would render one ineligible for such a position. Even so, these later arrivals who had achieved Quasi-Lord status were not to be underestimated. Yet here they were, presenting Yi Chun with such lavish gifts, leaving Lan Xinran in disbelief. Gazing at the 3 precious herbs laid before her, Lan Xinran needed no further contemplation. The radiant aura alone revealed their rarity. The Lanlei grass and Gujiang fruit were both spiritual herbs of the spirit realm level. Even the 3 prominent families likely possessed them in limited quantities. The ice lotus heart from the Zhou family, however, was a terrifying rarity, surpassing the combined value of the herbs from the Sun and Ouyang families. It was a treasure that countless individuals within the Silver Moon Kingdom would covet. Lan Xinran was utterly speechless. Had they truly erred? Why bestow such precious items upon young Yi Chun? The stewards of the 3 prominent families exchanged peculiar glances with Lan Xinran before speaking in unison. You are still unaware? Lan Xinran's eyes widened in confusion, unaware of what? Ah, the entire Tianhuang city is in an uproar. Just 1 hour ago, Master Yi overwhelmed all the experts of the Luo family, reducing their estate to rubble. What? Chapter 34. Eat what you are given, Part 1. Lan Xinran covered her mouth, feeling dizzy as if reality had blurred before her eyes. She believed she must be experiencing auditory hallucinations. The elegant woman from the Zhou family continued, You find this hard to believe, and rightly so. We too were taken aback upon hearing the news. Yet, Master Yi is indeed that formidable, having decimated the Luo family's experts and easily subdued their ancestor. Ultimately, he even sent a dark artifact master flying and extorted Jian Yunsong, causing the city lord to flee. Such a dramatic tale, dear Lan. Surely you are not in the dark about Master Yi's exploits? The Zhou woman spoke with envy, imagining if their family had produced such a remarkable child, they would undoubtedly soar to greatness. Lan Xinran stumbled slightly, nearly collapsing as she absorbed the staggering revelations. To easily subdue a Quasi-Lord level ancestor? to send a dark artifact master flying, to consume several precious herbs and even take bites out of flying swords. Lan Xinran's expression turned to one of astonishment as she glanced at Yi Chen, her gaze becoming complex, yet predominantly filled with incredulity. She never imagined that the child she had casually picked up from the street could be so powerful. A quasi-lord level expert had been effortlessly subdued by him. And he had even sold the spirit of another. This was a quasi-lord level being. Jin Yunsong was a legitimate quasi-lord. Who would have thought Yi Chen could create such chaos? The ancestor of the Luo family, who had reigned for hundreds of years, had ultimately been vanquished by a mere child. Such terror, truly, was beyond comprehension. While Lan Xinran struggled to process this, Yi Chen unapologetically stepped forward, accepting the precious herbs without hesitation. Inhaling deeply and savoring the rich aroma, Yi Chen recognized these herbs were extraordinary, rivaling the treasures in the Luo family's ancestral garden. The ice lotus heart radiated an exceptional brilliance, even without knowledge of spiritual herbs. He understood its value. He could not help but drool, unabashedly devouring the ice lotus heart in front of everyone, chewing it with gusto. Xiao Chen, you cannot consume it like that. It could lead to trouble. Quickly, remove it from your mouth. Upon witnessing the scene, Lan Xinran immediately grew anxious, instinctively wanting to step forward to intervene. As a practitioner, she understood that the more precious the medicinal herb, the less advisable it was to consume it raw. For it contained a dense concentration of spiritual and medicinal essence, far beyond what an ordinary person could tolerate. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, Yi Chen would always remain a child in Lan Xinran's eyes. However, before she could take any action, Yi Chen had already swallowed the crushed ice lotus heart, its essence radiating forth as he exhaled, filling the air with a delightful fragrance and exuding tangible spiritual energy, which was quite amusing to behold. Seeing the spiritual energy overflow, Yi Chen hastily covered his mouth, desperately swallowing, his comical demeanor eliciting laughter. Ding! Congratulations! Host's level has increased to the 6th transformation of the Tongxian realm. Ding! Congratulations! Host has comprehended the Supreme Legacy Technique. Xianbing Hand. Ding! Xianbing Hand has automatically cultivated to the Great Perfection stage. Xianbing Hand can transform all into cold ice and possesses the Ice Spirit Vein Divine Body. Enhancing water-based techniques. Ding! Congratulations, Host! Hurricane Transformation has been disturbed by Xianbing Hand and has automatically advanced to Hurricane Ice Dragon Devourer. Its power several times greater than Hurricane Transformation. Chapter 35. If I say eat, then eat. Part 2. Listening to the notifications echoing in his mind, Yi Chen was immensely pleased, astonished that techniques could merge with one another, which was truly unexpected. This system was indeed impressive. It appeared that this ice lotus heart was exceptionally formidable, not only enhancing his cultivation but also bestowing him with numerous benefits, leaving Yi Chen utterly astonished. The ice spirit vein brought forth by Xianbing Hand was undeniably significant. If the wind-based techniques could intertwine with ice-based techniques, it would likely surpass the fusion of water and ice. In that case, harnessing the water vapor of heaven and earth, utilizing Hurricane Transformation and Xianbing Hand in unison would undoubtedly yield an immensely powerful technique. One that even a Juanho-level expert would have to evade. Filled with joy, Yi Chen then tentatively took a few small bites from the remaining 3 medicinal herbs. This time, the pure and unadulterated spiritual energy flowed into Yi Chen's body, cleansing his meridians and bones, the overwhelming spiritual energy roaring within him like a thundering storm, quite terrifying indeed. After realizing he could not comprehend any techniques from the 3 herbs, Yi Chen lost interest and tossed the rare herbs, as if they were mere cabbages, into Lan Xinran's hands. Lan sister, hurry and eat. This is a rare treasure. Consuming it will surely elevate your cultivation directly to the Tongxian realm. Observing Lan Xinran's somewhat dazed expression, Yi Chen urged her on. What, me eat? Lan Xinran was momentarily taken aback, while the 3 individuals who had delivered the herbs stood in a daze, their faces twitching uncontrollably to this level of medicinal herb. Even a Juanho-level expert could not completely disregard it. Swallowing it whole was one thing, but giving it away? To offer 3 at once was an extravagant act. All 3 were at the first transformation of the spiritual mansion realm and could clearly see that Lan Xinran's cultivation was merely at the refining vein stage, hardly worthy of their regard. Bestowing such treasures upon someone like her was tantamount to squandering heavenly resources. Xiao Chun, Don't joke around. This is no ordinary spiritual herb, but a treasure. I am unworthy of such a gift. You should keep it for yourself. Lan Xinran naturally noticed the astonished gazes of the three and silently returned the herbs to Yi Chun. Even if Yi Chun truly insisted she consume them, she would find it impossible to do so. Swallowing them would surely lead to her being overwhelmed. Yi Chun, however, was undeterred, his small face displaying evident displeasure. If I say eat, then eat. Don't overthink it. With me around, you will be fine. Eat. Yi Chun tossed the herbs back to her, his tone carrying an undeniable authority that startled Lan Xinran. In that moment, Yi Chun seemed less like a mere child of 4 or 5 years and more like a transcendent being, gazing down upon her from the heavens, commanding her to obey. Unbeknownst to her, Lan Xinran felt a rush of panic within her heart, instinctively holding the medicinal herbs in her hands, her head bowed like a child awaiting reprimand. This sensation was peculiar, a natural expression that left her momentarily bewildered. The scene did not go unnoticed by the others, yet none dared to voice any objections. This child could not be judged by ordinary standards. Such behavior was entirely normal for one of his caliber. After all, he was capable of effortlessly intimidating Juanho-level experts. Chapter 36. A stronghold emerges from the treasure find. I will eat it then. Just don't be upset. Xiao Chen, a hint of resignation crossed Lan Xinran's delicate face as she saw Yi Chen's unwavering resolve. She reluctantly placed a stalk of Lan Lei grass into her mouth. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Yes, that's more like it. From now on, stick with me, and I promise you'll feast on meat and drink in abundance. As Lan Xinran chewed on the medicinal herb, she shivered slightly, casting a glare at Yi Chun. This little rascal was definitely taking advantage of her, yet deep down, she felt a warmth, touched by Yi Chen's gesture of gifting her the medicinal herbs. Previously, the Lan family had expended significant effort for just one medicinal herb, yet now she could easily acquire so many, something she had never dared to dream of, and such a precious gift, bestowed upon her without a second thought, clearly indicated that Yi Chun regarded her as someone dear to him. At that moment, the members of the 3 major families watched enviously as Lan Xinran savored the medicinal herbs. Unable to suppress their own salivation, they too wished to be in Yi Chen's company, to enjoy the same feasting and revelry. The envy in their eyes was palpable, yet they could only watch. The feeling of longing gnawing at their hearts, especially for the strikingly beautiful Zhou Jiaying from the Zhou family, her gaze filled with increasing envy. How could she not see that Yi Chen's feelings for Lan Xinran went beyond mere sibling affection? In terms of appearance, she believed she was not inferior to Lan Xinran. Regarding family influence, the Zhou family was one of the 4 major families of the Tianhuang city, with deep roots, and she was the most cherished granddaughter of the Zhou family's ancestor. Adorned with a multitude of accolades in terms of cultivation, she was currently a formidable expert in the Divine Sea realm. Additionally, she was even a few years younger than Lan Xinran, having achieved such a level at this age, making her the youngest female steward in the Zhou family in a millennium, her brilliance unmatched, attracting the attention of countless dignitaries from Tianhuang City and even the Silver Moon Kingdom. There were even rumors that the Grand Prince of the Silver Moon Kingdom had once sought an audience with Zhou Jiaying, making her a figure of immense favor. Yet despite all this, Zhou Jiaying had never witnessed anyone, like Lan Xinran, holding 3 spiritual herbs and a spiritual fruit, devouring them heartily. Such treasures were not common enough to be consumed as meals. Even the Zhou family's ancestor would never allow her to treat them so lavishly. Let alone the major families of Tianhuang City, even the royal family of the Silver Moon Kingdom would not dare to do so. But here was Lan Xinran, relishing in such treatment, and how could Zhou Jiaying not feel envious? How could she not feel jealous? If only she could follow someone like Yi Chun. Once he matured, she would undoubtedly reap countless benefits. If given the chance, she would willingly exchange everything she possessed for that opportunity. In fact, she would gladly become Yi Chen's maid, serving him day and night. Alas, these were merely her inner thoughts. Not just her, but the 2 individuals from the Sun and Ouyang families also gazed at Yi Chen with newfound eyes, longing to kneel and call him Master Yi Chun, clinging to his coattails, certain that they would soar to great heights in the future. Chapter 37. A stronghold emerges from the treasure. Part 2, however, having spent so many years in the Sun and Ouyang families, they feared that a betrayal would tarnish their reputations, making it difficult to survive elsewhere. I was born before you, yet you have grown old while I have yet to live. How lamentable, the three sighed in unison. Feeling a deep sense of regret, it was as if they were watching their beloved toys just out of reach, a feeling that was utterly tormenting. After consuming 2 stalks of Lan Lei grass, Lan Shinran found it impossible to continue eating the medicinal herbs. The spiritual energy within her surged like a boundless ocean, her skin becoming translucent, exuding a mist of liquid spiritual energy. For Yi Chen, these medicinal herbs served only to enhance his own cultivation and did not allow him to comprehend any legacy techniques, so he thought it best to give them to Lan Shinran instead. Seeing her expression shift slightly in discomfort, Yi Chen stepped forward, placing his small hand on her back, assisting her in digesting the turbulent energy within her. In that instant, as Yi Chen intervened, the once chaotic and violent energy transformed into a compliant force, diligently reshaping Lan Shinran's body. She no longer felt any pain, entering a state of transcendence as her power surged dramatically. Sun Zhong, Ouyang Lang, and Zhou Jiaying watched in awe, astonished by Yi Chen's abilities. Such a young child could effortlessly create strong practitioners. His future potential was truly extraordinary. Previously, Ouyang Lang had informed Yi Chen that the Lan Lei grass possesses the ability to awaken the spiritual veins within one's body. Although it largely depends on fortune, in truth, all precious herbs exhibit such effects. It merely hinges on whether the individual consuming them possesses sufficient innate talent and constitution. After the spiritual energy within Lan Shinran was pacified, Yi Chen withdrew his presence. It was at this moment that a delicate blue light unexpectedly radiated from her forehead, gradually enveloping her entire being. Moments later, the spiritual energy from the heavens surged wildly towards her, converging upon the spot between her brows. Concurrently, the power of thunder and lightning in the atmosphere began to boil, intertwining with the influx of spiritual energy as it furiously struck at her, embedding a blue and white rune into her forehead. An extraordinary phenomenon. This was indeed a top-tier thunder attribute spiritual vein. The Lan Lei grass itself inherently possesses thunder attributes, growing in proximity to the thunder pool atop the mountains, absorbing the power of celestial lightning to forge the thunder spiritual vein, which is not surprising. It appears the Lan family bloodline remains formidable. It was merely a lack of spiritual artifacts that had previously hindered their descendants from manifesting any spiritual veins. Lan Fengtian's granddaughter is certainly no ordinary individual. Sun Zhong, Ouyang Lang, and Zhou Jiaying were all deeply impressed. The spiritual vein generated from precious herbs is inherently challenging to attain, often deemed extravagant. Yet Lan Shinran's innate talent is astonishingly exceptional. The 3 of them possessed only mid-grade spiritual veins. Even Zhou Jiaying, the proud daughter of heaven, merely possessed a quasi-upper-grade spiritual vein. To have a top-grade spiritual vein signifies that this individual is destined to ascend to the Junho realm. They all understood that Lan Shinran would undoubtedly emerge as a powerful leader of the 9 domains before her centenary, her name echoing throughout the Silver Moon Kingdom. Chapter 38. Do not come to me without precious herbs. Part 1. Upon awakening, Lan Shinran was overwhelmed with ecstasy, realizing she had awakened a top-grade thunder spiritual vein. Her grandfather, Lan Fengtian, had once accompanied the Silver Moon Kingdom's foremost powerhouse, Yu Xingtian, in their conquests, displaying extraordinary talent and achieving numerous feats. Regrettably, he later sustained severe injuries, leading to the family's decline. Due to a lack of sufficient spiritual artifacts, subsequent generations failed to reveal any spiritual veins. Had Lan Shinran not encountered Yi Chen, she might have led an unremarkable life, ultimately fading into obscurity, merely a drop in the vast ocean. Now, however, the awakening of her top-grade thunder spiritual vein was sufficient to illuminate her future brilliantly. Her grandfather, Lan Fengtian, had only possessed an upper-grade spiritual vein. Her top-grade spiritual vein could propel the Lan family beyond its peak, heralding a new era of glory. A single precious herb had altered the fate of an individual and a family for centuries. Overcome with joy, Lan Shinran wept, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears of gratitude, and without reservation, she embraced Yi Chen, planting multiple kisses on his tender face, utterly disregarding the presence of others. The lifespan of a formidable practitioner in the Tongxian realm is around 150 years. While those in the Shenhai realm may live for 200 years, and practitioners in the Ling Fu realm can expect 300 years. Those in the Junho realm may live for 500 years. Ordinary individuals in the grand world typically live less than 100 years. This top-grade spiritual vein is sufficient to elevate Lan Xinran to the Junho realm, granting her dominion over the 9 domains and a long, prosperous life of 500 years. At this moment, her destiny was irrevocably transformed. Lan Xinran silently vowed to repay Yichun's immense kindness. If her parents had bestowed upon her the gift of life, then Yichun had granted her a second chance at life. Congratulations, congratulations! The members of the 3 great families chimed in unison, their envy for Lan Xinran intensifying. Zhou Jiaying, in particular, displayed unabashed jealousy as she remarked, "Sister Lan, your awakening of a top-grade spiritual vein will undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the Silver Moon Kingdom. From this moment forth, your status will rise dramatically." "How wonderful!" "Indeed," Lan Xinran responded gratefully. "I owe much of this advancement to Shao Qin's precious herbs." Zhou Jiaying and the others sighed once more. Casually gifting precious herbs required immense courage. Even their respective family heads would hesitate for quite some time before deciding to bestow such gifts upon Yichun. Conversely, Yichun appeared remarkably generous. Many whispered that Yichun was a little miser, unwilling to part with precious herbs, yet it seemed this little fellow was not merely a hoarder. Rather, he was quite gallant and open-handed. Albeit with others' gifts. "Lord Yi, we take our leave." Although Zhou Jiaying and the others were envious, they did not believe that merely gifting a few precious herbs would secure Yichun's favor. Such matters required careful consideration. Thus, they all took their leave in unison. "Very well, I shall personally pay a visit to your family in due time. I hope you will extend a warm welcome." Yichun smiled. The departing figures of the 3 were nearly unsteady, almost stumbling as they hurriedly made their escape. "What a cheeky invitation! Have you consumed all the resources of that family? Even the Junho realm experts have been frightened away. What nonsense is this?" Their respective family heads had sent them with gifts, hoping that once this little brat was well fed, he would cease wreaking havoc on other families. It now appeared that this mischievous child had quite the appetite. They hurried back to their families to inform the heads to transfer all the divine weapons and precious herbs within their clans. Simultaneously, the major families within the Tianhuang city dispatched numerous individuals to the northern territories, seeking out the origins of the mischievous child Yichun, hoping his family could retrieve him and prevent him from causing further disturbances in the outside world. Chapter 39. Do Not Come to Me Without Precious Herbs, Part 2. After the 3 great families departed, only a lone, emaciated figure remained standing in place. This individual exuded almost no aura, yet Yichun instinctively recognized that this person was formidable, slightly inferior to Jian Yunsong, yet still an extraordinary master. "Lord Yi, I am Imoli, an aide to the city lord of Jian City." Upon hearing this, Yichun's eyes brightened. "Did the city lord send you with something good for me?" Imoli's face immediately turned awkward. Cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Our lord did not instruct me to bring anything." "Then why have you come to find me?" After speaking, disregarding Imoli's reaction, he directly grasped Lan Xinran and soared into the sky. Arriving at the Lan family's residence, Oli thought to himself that he truly wished to deliver a few punches to this mischievous child. In Tianhuang City, he at least held some prestige. How outrageous! At this moment, all the members of the Lan family were startled to see Yichun return with Lan Xinran, especially her father, Lan Imoshan. Though he felt remorse for his daughter, he was exceedingly worried about her being led by such a dangerous child. Lan Fengtian calmed the members of the Lan family before entering the courtyard where Lan Xinran resided. Shortly thereafter, Imoli followed closely behind. "Old Master Lan, how have you been lately?" Imoli greeted Lan Fengtian with utmost courtesy, offering a few compliments. Lan Fengtian looked at Imoli with mild surprise. He recalled this gangly fellow had always been quite arrogant while managing Tianhuang City, yet now he was humbling himself so graciously. "What brings you here, Elder Imo?" Lan Fengtian inquired, gesturing towards Lan Xinran's quarters. Implying his question, Oli immediately nodded. "Of course, I have come on behalf of Lord Yi, and I also wish to congratulate the head of the Lan family. Your granddaughter has awakened a top-grade thunder spiritual vein. The Lan family is destined to regain its former glory." Upon hearing this, Lan Fengtian was momentarily stunned. What was this gangly fellow talking about? How could he possibly be unaware of Lan Xinran's strength? Had he not consumed any herbs before stepping out? As the two conversed, Yichen dashed out from Lan Xinran's quarters, promptly affixing a note to the door, not even glancing at the two before re-entering. Emoli and Lan Fengtian were both curious and approached to inspect, their expressions instantly contorting. The note read, "To visit this esteemed one, a minimum of 1 precious herb is required for entry." A single precious herb to gain an audience. Was this mischievous child not robbing them? Yet Emoli could do nothing but helplessly rummage through his spiritual pouch, producing a lesser precious herb and tossing it before the door. Only then did Yichen catch the scent of the herb and emerge, with Lan Xinran following suit, greeting Lan Fengtian respectfully. "Why, lord, my strength is lacking, and I possess only this precious herb. I hope you will graciously accept it." Oli lamented as he gazed at the herb, sighing deeply. Yichen took a bite of the spiritual herb, finding no discernible inheritance and the spiritual energy quite weak. So he simply tossed it to Lan Xinran for safekeeping. Lan Xinran smiled as she stored it away in her spiritual pouch. Meanwhile, Lan Fengtian was filled with immense excitement. Setting aside the fact that this child had reduced Emoli to a state of submission, the residual thunderous energy emanating from Lan Xinran, due to her recent awakening of the spiritual vein, left him utterly astonished. "Is this really you, Ran? You have awakened a spiritual vein?" Lan Fengtian exclaimed in disbelief. Lan Xinran nodded. "Yes, it is all thanks to Brother Shao Chun, who provided me with several precious herbs that allowed me to awaken my spiritual vein, and it is indeed a top-grade thunder spiritual vein." Chapter 40. The Vast World, Part 1. A top-grade thunder spiritual vein? Lan Fengtian was once again astounded, his eyes widening in disbelief. Among the various spiritual veins, aside from the 5 elemental veins, there exist numerous extraordinary spiritual veins such as the Ice Vein, Thunder Vein, Ghost Vein, Stone Vein, and others. The Thunder Vein is renowned as one of the most dominant spiritual veins, often regarded alongside the Fire Vein as one of the most formidable divine bodies in existence. Indeed, it is a rare top-grade thunder spiritual vein. I witnessed its manifestation with my own eyes, Emoli remarked with a smile, feeling a wave of envy wash over him, as he himself was merely of mid-grade spiritual vein. Lan Fengtian grasped Lan Xinran's arm tightly, tears streaming down his aged face as he turned to Yichen, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, young friend. This kindness will forever be etched in the hearts of the Lan family." Were it not for the presence of outsiders, Lan Fengtian would undoubtedly be inclined to bow his head several times in gratitude towards Yichen, for this truly embodies an act of rebirth. The emergence of an extraordinary spirit vein within a family signifies immense potential, a truth he comprehends all too well. "My lord, I have come to convey a message," Emoli interjected, shifting his gaze towards Yichen with utmost respect. "What message, Yi Daran? The news of your slaying of the ancestor of the Luo family has already spread like wildfire. Elders stationed by the Xiandao Alliance in the Silver Moon Nation are dispatching envoys as we speak. And formidable figures from the central mainland Xiandao Alliance are also on their way," Emoli exclaimed with palpable excitement. To catch the attention of the main sect of the Xiandao Alliance is no small feat. Yichen raised an eyebrow. "Are they coming for revenge?" "Not at all. The Xiandao Alliance stands in stark contrast to the Demon Dao Alliance. The former embodies righteousness while the latter embodies malevolence. Furthermore, it has come to light that the Luo family's ancestor was an undercover traitor of the Demon Dao Alliance, a fact that warrants universal condemnation." Yichen nodded in understanding. If they are indeed seeking vengeance, it bears no consequence to me. The spirit soul of the Luo ancestor was taken by your Sword City Lord, and his essence has likely been obliterated, now possibly refined into a spiritual treasure. I am entirely innocent in this matter. It is of no concern to me." Upon hearing this, Emoli nearly spat out a mouthful of ancient blood. This audacious child had certainly stirred up a considerable mess, yet had deftly evaded blame. What you may not be aware of is that the Xiandao Alliance is internally divided into 9 major factions, each governed by a core elder. While they present a united front externally, internal competition is inevitable. If anyone can recruit you into their ranks, it would grant them substantial influence. No one would dare to underestimate them. Oli paused before continuing. "The Sword City Lord has heard some news. Many ancient figures, who have been in seclusion for years within the main sect and its branches of the Xiandao Alliance, are now stirred. The Sword City Lord believes these venerable beings possess an abundance of treasures. And since they aim to court your favor, I trust you grasp my meaning." My lord? Hmm. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun discerned the underlying implication. Evidently, the Sword City Lord was apprehensive that the Heavenly Emperor City might fall prey to his plundering and sought to redirect his focus. The Sword City Lord's sentiments were evidently rooted in a desire for balance. He wished for others to share in the losses, thus finding solace. This subtle hint was quite astute, revealing that the Sword City Lord was indeed a person of sentiment, prompting a radiant smile to blossom on Yi Chun's face, much to his delight. Observing the boy's beaming visage, Imoli sensed that this young master was undoubtedly concocting some mischievous scheme, lamenting internally how a mere child could incite such upheaval, truly remarkable. Please extend my gratitude to the Sword City Lord. I shall make a personal visit when the opportunity arises. Chapter 41. The Vast World, Part 2. Imoli's lips twitched, his expression morphing into one more grotesque than a grimace. Before he soared into the skies, before departing, he left a token with Lan Shinran, a rare supreme insignia from the Heavenly Emperor City, which could summon the city's guards in times of need. Within the Heavenly Emperor City, aside from the Sword City Lord, only Lan Shinran possessed such a token. The Heavenly Emperor City's guard consisted primarily of those at the Xinjing level, bolstered by dozens of formidable deities. The commander of the guard was a 5-turn Lingfu Realm Master. This token allowed for the direct mobilization of the entire guard. Lan Shinran handed the token to Yi Chun, who casually tossed it to Lan Fengtian, causing Lan Fengtian's adrenaline to surge, nearly rendering him faint. Such unexpected fortune was overwhelming. In the ensuing days, Yi Chun's exploits became widely known, attracting an increasing number of visitors to the Heavenly Emperor City. Meanwhile, Yi Chun spent his days peacefully within the Lan family estate, occasionally visiting the Sword City Lord for tea. Eventually, the Sword City Lord, driven to exasperation, opted for seclusion, leaving Yi Chun to peruse the city's vast library. Gaining a deeper understanding of this world, he discovered that this world was not solely inhabited by cultivators. It also featured wizards, swordsmen, knights, vampires, and myriad other beings. Furthermore, it was home to many strange races, such as the Winged Clan, dwarves, giants, elves, and even mutants, each endowed with extraordinary abilities. Yet, the prevailing trend remained martial arts, wherein practitioners absorbed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth into their beings, forging their inner celestial universes, striving to transcend the heavens through martial prowess. The most powerful among them were revered as martial immortals. The vast expanse of the world was breathtaking, despite the beasts having been driven to the western wilderness over a millennium ago. Numerous beast-infested mountain ranges still lingered within this realm, teeming with formidable creatures. The human and beast races maintained a precarious balance, with conflicts erupting between nations. The Xian Dao Alliance and the Demon Dao Alliance were perpetually at odds, rendering the world a vibrant tapestry of intrigue, far more complex than could be encapsulated by the Heavenly Emperor City alone. Yi Chun learned that, when delineating the vast world by geography, it was divided into 4 cardinal realms: East, West, South, and North, with the central mainland at its core, a place that could dwarf dozens of the other realms, truly a paradise for the strongest. The main sect of the Xian Dao Alliance resided at the very heart of the central mainland, serving as the epicenter of power for the entire vast world. The northern realm alone boasted countless ancient nations, prestigious sects, and hidden territories, not to mention myriad smaller nations and sections. Thus, it became evident that the vast world was indeed boundless. Rumor had it that even a human emperor would hesitate to claim invincibility across this realm. Traversing the northern realm would require over a year of relentless travel, day and night. This revelation left Yi Chun, who had previously lived on Earth, utterly astounded. This was merely the vast world, excluding the lower realms and the independent spaces crafted by the most formidable beings. If all were to be accounted for, it would be beyond comprehension. The Silver Moon Nation, where Yi Chun currently resided, was merely a diminutive vassal state beneath a powerful ancient nation in the northern realm, unable to truly establish itself. Thus relegated to the fringes of the northern realm, the beast race remained quite active, frequently launching bloody assaults on human cities to procure resources for their cultivation. After inquiring about the locations of beast-infested areas, Yi Chun set out, indulging in exotic flora along the way and consequently enhancing his cultivation to the 6th turn of Xinjing. Chapter 42. Hunting Beasts, Part 1. In a location known as the Magic Ape Mountain Range, Yi Chen was foraging through the woods when a group of young men and women riding flying swords suddenly appeared before him, halting in their tracks. What is a child of 4 or 5 doing here? This magic ape mountain range is perilous. He looks so pitiful. Yi Chen wore ordinary clothing, having traversed several mountain ranges over the past few days, his attire tattered and soiled, resembling a little beggar. Yet, his innate adorableness shone through, rendering his disheveled appearance inconsequential. The magic ape mountain range was no ordinary place. Being situated at the perilous outskirts, it was fraught with danger. Noticing his lack of injuries, they surmised he must possess some degree of skill. Word had it that a child had recently emerged from the heavenly emperor city, exhibiting tremendous ferocity and power. Could this be him? Hey, use your head. If that child were truly so formidable, would he be dressed so poorly? He must be treating precious medicines as mere snacks. Surely he should be adorned with the finest spiritual treasures. Moreover, he appears too frail and delicate to be the one who annihilated the Luo family. Indeed, I believe he is merely a local child, familiar with the terrain. He has likely lost his way. We should take him with us. Otherwise, he might get eaten. One of the girls, her expression now filled with sympathy, suggested. This girl was tall, exquisite in appearance, with a delicate figure and skin whiter than snow. Though she appeared to be merely 15 or 16, she radiated the allure of a budding beauty, especially in her flowing purple dress that made her resemble a celestial being descended from the heavens. However, the young man beside her furrowed his brow. Yuqing, we have urgent matters to attend to. We must venture deep into the magic ape mountain range. We cannot even guarantee our own safety. Bringing along this child would be unwise. Sister, let us reconsider. This child appears to be unharmed, which suggests he is safe enough on his own. Leaving him here may be his best chance for survival. We have snuck out to ascertain what kind of beast our master intends to capture. And should anything happen, this child would undoubtedly perish without a trace. The others around them echoed their agreement, unwilling to take Yi Chen along. Initially, Yi Chen found little interest in this group of youthful novices. How much prowess could they possibly possess? However, he had caught sight of the keywords in the earlier conversation of those individuals. Demonic beasts. Surely, a demonic beast that could capture the attention of their venerable ancestor must be no ordinary creature. Moreover, to have attained such a status as their ancestor, one would assume their strength was formidable. Yi Chen had always harbored a keen interest in the scent of demonic beasts, and now his curiosity was further piqued. Since this group of individuals was aware of the whereabouts of the demonic beasts, he decided to approach. Beautiful young lady, I seem to have lost my way home, Yi Chen exclaimed in a suddenly childlike tone, transforming from his previously mature demeanor into that of a cherubic little boy, stumbling as he walked. Despite his soiled appearance, he remained a delicate and exquisite child, exuding an undeniable charm that could captivate any heart. The girl named Yuqing felt her heart melt instantly. Without hesitation, she retrieved a change of clothes from her spirit pouch and began to clean the dirt from his body, transforming him into a porcelain-like doll. Chapter 43. The Search for Demonic Beasts, Part 2. Yuqing's eyes sparkled at the sight of the remarkably beautiful child, and overwhelmed by maternal instincts, she embraced him tightly. The surrounding men watched as Yi Chen's head nuzzled against the towering peaks. Feeling envious. How dare this little brat nestle in the embrace of our goddess and rub against her? They thought, envious of the treatment that was often the subject of their desires, now so effortlessly bestowed upon a mere child. I find this situation rather inappropriate. The child is far too young, and it hinders our progress, one of the disciples, Lu, remarked. He is a mystery to us. Taking him along recklessly might lead to trouble. The others echoed his sentiments, yet Yuqing's eyes shone with stars, her delicate arms wrapped around Yi Chen. Unwilling to let go, I see no malice in this child's beautiful features. How could he be a bad person? Do not make hasty judgments, Yuqing protested, gently pinching Yi Chen's cheek, growing increasingly fond of him. The soft, supple skin made her wish to kiss him, for he was simply too adorable. Indeed, her mother was right. Men were rarely good-hearted. The surrounding men were left speechless, especially when Yi Chen, in a fit of mischief, made faces at them, further provoking their ire as he playfully rubbed against Yuqing's chest. Come here. Child, let me hold you, Yuqing said. Let us take turns carrying him, lest you tire yourself. Indeed, the journey is long and arduous. Carrying him like this may pose some risks. "We are strong and can assist you." The men offered, realizing they could not alter the situation and resorting to flattery. After all, they were all cultivators. How heavy could a child be? Even if they carried him for days on end, they would not tire. The true issue lay in the fact that this impish child was taking liberties with their goddess, a fact that none could tolerate. As they plotted, Yuqing remained oblivious to their intentions, her keen intellect recognizing the sinister glances directed at the boy. She understood that surrendering him would not yield a favorable outcome. However, had she realized that yielding Yi Chun to these men would lead to disastrous consequences for them, she might have reconsidered. Not only would they not dare to swat Yi Chun's bottom, but even a mere touch would likely result in grave injury. Despite the men's efforts to claim Yi Chun for themselves, Yuqing's resolve remained firm, and they were ultimately forced to relent. As they continued on, unable to ignore the child's provocative antics, they stepped away, choosing to avert their gaze. Yet, the image of the audacious child lingered in their minds, fueling their simmering anger. Chapter 44. A Glimpse of Culinary Delights, Part 1. The group soared through the ancient, densely wooded, and perilous terrain of the Demon Ape Mountain Range for a considerable time. Finally nearing the vicinity of the main peak, as they approached, the trees grew stout and towering, with some ancient trunks so massive that even several people could not encircle them. Numerous demonic beasts traversed the thick forest, while flying beasts soared above, imbuing the air with a primal essence. During this time, the group encountered various demonic beasts, some of which possessed profound realms of power. However, as they hailed from the same sect, their cooperation proved effective, allowing them to navigate through dangers with relative ease. Though young, most of the group were cultivators at the fifth turn of the Profound Realm, a commendable achievement among their peers. Our venerable ancestor mentioned that demonic beasts roam near the main peak. They must be close. Let us tread carefully so as not to draw the ancestor's attention, a boy with a prominent nose suggested. He had once followed a shapeshifter and gained the ability of keen scent, allowing him to track beings or demonic beasts. Though his tracking skills were not yet perfected, they were nonetheless commendable, and he sensed they were nearing their ancestor. The group slowed their pace, carefully navigating through the dense forest. This area lay deep within the Demon Ape Mountain Range, home to demonic beasts of the Divine Sea Realm, necessitating their utmost caution. After traversing several miles and circumventing the territory of a rumored Divine Sea Realm beast, they finally emerged from a lush thicket as the sounds of battle reached their ears. The ancestors are engaged. Let us hasten. The clash of experts in the spirit realm would surely yield numerous benefits, and the opportunity for practical experience could lead to breakthroughs in cultivation. Quickly, let us move. No more idle chatter. The group accelerated, taking to their flying swords and gliding just above the treetops, darting through the forest like shooting stars. In no time, they arrived at a perilous cliff near the main peak, where ancient roots twisted like dragons, displaying formidable strength. Below, a clearing had emerged, littered with the fallen trunks of mighty trees, forming a circle stretching hundreds of meters wide. In this clearing, several radiant figures flitted about, their movements swift and striking. The sixth turn of the spirit realm's ancestors from the Haokong sect, accompanied by 2 third-turn elders and over 20 experts of the Divine Sea Realm, were unleashing a barrage of attacks upon a ferocious demonic beast at the center. A cacophony of diverse techniques erupted, creating a spectacle that almost seemed to form a vacuum, the atmosphere charged with energy. The central demonic beast was a massive, 4-armed black ape, towering over 10 meters tall, deftly maneuvering amidst the onslaught. Each swing of its limbs produced a sharp, slicing sound. This creature was a sentient aberration, its power unfathomable. The beast's eyes glinted with cold fury, clearly enraged by the intrusion of the human cultivators. Its body was cloaked in dense black fur, impervious to many assaults, which only served to enhance its radiant sheen. The giant ape wielded its 4 powerful arms, brandishing spiritual treasures to counter the attacks of the surrounding cultivators. Maintaining a stalemate. Chapter 45. A Glimpse of Culinary Delights, Part 2. This giant ape is terrifying. Its strength must be at the pinnacle of the Divine Sea Realm. This black magic ape possesses at least the power of the 7th turn of the Divine Sea Realm. How formidable! Moreover, the demonic beast clan possesses innate talents that far surpass those of humans at the same level. If we could subdue this black magic ape, it would surely become the guardian beast of our Haokong sect. Cease your fanciful talk. At this level, a demonic beast cannot be tamed unless one reaches the sovereign realm. It is a life-or-death situation, and the demon core within it could be of immense value. The young men and women, inexperienced in the ways of the world, were now filled with excitement. Their hidden vantage point on the cliff offered them safety from discovery. Having grown up in sheltered environments, they had never witnessed such a fierce spectacle and gazed on in wonder. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. The giant ape seemed to wield a shimmering spiritual treasure in each of its four arms. And with its explosive, terrifying strength, several cultivators of the Divine Sea realm were crushed into pulp. The leader of the Haokong sect and the two elder masters found themselves retreating perilously, struggling to withstand the onslaught. With a roar that shook the very mountains, the black magic ape leaped into the fray, its cold gaze filled with malice, unleashing an overwhelming momentum that threatened to crush all in its path. After enduring several ferocious attacks from the black demon ape, the Grandmaster of the Hyokgean sect felt a trickle of blood escape the corner of his mouth. He shouted loudly, "This is bad. The creature's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Mansion realm. We are no match for it. Retreat." With that, he moved like lightning, swiftly withdrawing from the gaps in the black demon ape's assaults. While the others hastily disengaged from the battle, the disciples at the Divine Sea realm were already terrified, and today, they had suffered considerable losses. The Grandmaster of the Hyokgean sect and two esteemed elders retreated, heading directly toward Su Yuqing and her companions. The black demon ape leapt forward, covering several dozen feet in a single bound, its aura surging, and its black fur shimmering more brightly than ever. "Oh heavens, the black demon ape is coming! Run!" The crowd, gripped by fear, dared not linger to observe the battlefield and scattered like frightened birds. At that moment, in her frantic retreat, Su Yuqing suddenly sensed the absence of something in her hand. Her heart sinking. "Oh no, where did that little rascal go? Why can't I find him?" The fleeing crowd glanced around, recalling that the mischievous child had been drooling just a moment ago, but now he had vanished. "My ancestors, look! That little imp is running toward the black demon ape, and he seems quite delighted. I warned you not to bring this child along, yet you didn't listen." Everyone immediately turned their gazes toward the direction of the black demon ape, where they saw the small child, not even as tall as the grass, hopping amidst the chaotic thicket. It appeared he was overjoyed, recklessly charging toward the black demon ape, his short legs moving in a comical fashion. Could this child possibly be unhinged? Is the black demon ape perhaps a relative of his, and he is a cub of a ferocious beast? No way. That child was drooling at the sight of the black demon ape just now. Look at that smile on his face. It clearly indicates he just spotted a feast. The crowd gasped in shock, and Su Yuqing urgently shouted, "Little brother, come back. You can't eat that." Chapter 46, Simply Sinful, Part 1. The kindness within Su Yuqing stirred, prompting an instinctive desire to rescue Yi Chen. Fortunately, those around her were quick to act, pulling her back. "Sister Yuqing, we must leave. That child is too close to the black demon ape. No one can save him now. If anyone is to blame, it is his own misfortune." Several people desperately restrained Su Yuqing, dragging her away, yet she continued to struggle, unwilling to abandon the child. Their group, so conspicuous, naturally caught the attention of the Grandmaster of the Hyokgean sect, who was infuriated, his beard bristling in rage. "A bunch of ignorant little brats. Do you truly believe your lives are worthless?" The Grandmaster and the two esteemed elders were filled with fury. These disciples who managed to escape were the foundation of the Hyokgean sect's future. They should have dealt with this matter back at their sect. In desperation, the Grandmaster and the two elders swept their sleeves, lifting the group of over 10 individuals into the air, preparing to flee. "Grandmaster, can you save that child?" Su Yuqing boldly asked, relying on the Grandmaster's fondness for her. "Another one?" The Grandmaster turned back, only to realize that after they had exited the cursed land, a 4- or 5-year-old child was fearlessly stepping toward the black demon ape, running toward the formidable foe they themselves could not contend with. "This child is not one of our Hyokgean sect, and furthermore, neither I nor the two esteemed elders can withstand the black demon ape. I cannot save him. This child's potential seems promising, but alas, he is doomed." Seeing the demon beast remain unperturbed, it was evident the child was not of sound mind. The two esteemed elders, already in a wretched state, were further enraged. If he were to perish, it would be his own fault. The black demon ape leaped forward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, sending earth and stone flying. Just as it was about to pursue the fleeing crowd, it suddenly spotted the small figure approaching it. Under normal circumstances, such a small figure would be disregarded by it, as there was little flesh to be found. But today, provoked and enraged, it extended an arm to seize Yi Chen. Alas! The Grandmaster of the Hyokgean sect sighed, and the others followed suit, for after all, it was a life. Losing it would be such a pity. They could easily imagine the tragic fate that awaited the child if he were captured by the furious black demon ape. If the black demon ape were not enraged, it might have played with the child, but in its rage, it had lost its sanity, and even other beasts would not dare confront it, for it was a different breed altogether. However, just as the collective sigh of the crowd faded, an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes without warning. The moment the black demon ape's enormous hand was about to grasp the child, he suddenly soared into the air, suspended in the void before the black demon ape. Then, the child extended his tender fist, seemingly tapping gently on the left cheek of the black demon ape. Boom! No one anticipated that what appeared to be an utterly ineffective punch would harbor the terrifying force capable of rending the heavens and the earth. The Black in the Imperial City. The Zhou and Sun families are both subordinate clans to their respective sects, with the two esteemed elders hailing from these lineages. The Haokong sect, situated near the Imperial City, is considered a significant sect. However, it has issued directives for these two families to present precious elixirs to a mischievous child, seeking an opportunity to make his acquaintance. Yet, these ungrateful descendants dared to contemplate striking this little ancestor? Xiao Xian, with his silver hair tousled by the wind, let out a profound sigh. He genuinely wished he could kick these unruly children away. It was one thing to provoke others, but to dare affront this formidable being, who had vanquished the patriarch of the Luo family, was sheer folly. Although the Haokong sect boasted a few inscrutable old masters, they were no match for this mischievous child. Jin Yun Song had already fled in fear, leaving the old stalwarts of the Haokong sect utterly outmatched. At this moment, the two esteemed elders were at their wits' end, their eyes filled with a gray despair. Was the fortune of the Haokong sect truly at its end? Meanwhile, the earlier group of men who had aimed to confront Yi Chen now appeared as pale as paper, with some collapsing to the ground, their eyes vacant. Why was this little ancestor not remaining in the Imperial City? Why had he ventured out? How blind could I be? The perilous Magic Ape Mountains were not a place for a child to traverse deeply. I must be foolish if that little rascal wishes to indulge. Let him be. It is but a child, after all. Why should I feel envious? Alas, it seems all is lost. Regret coursed through them as they lamented their past actions, I in the midst of their somber atmosphere. A sorrowful cry suddenly erupted from Yi Chen. Standing atop the shoulder of the black magic ape, he gazed at the shattered head of the creature, a look of deep regret etched across his face. Xiao Xian Song's aged eyes flickered with confusion. What was wrong with this mischievous child? My monkey brain. It's gone. Yi Chen, looking at the fragmented ape's head, noticed the faint silver glow emanating from within. As the fragrant essence leaked away, causing him great heartache, he had heard of others consuming monkey brains back on Earth, yet had never witnessed it firsthand. After all, it was an inhumane act, however, in this world. There were no such constraints. He had just tasted a morsel, and the spiritual energy contained within the black magic ape's brain was astonishingly abundant, comparable to that of precious elixirs. Xiao Xian and the two esteemed elders were left with their heads in their hands, realizing this mischievous child was about to begin again. Sigh, although much has been spilled, thankfully there remains some. I shall indulge, Yi Chen exclaimed excitedly, opening his mouth wide and gnawing at the skull, slurping with delight as he enjoyed his feast. The onlookers were taken aback. This child is too ferocious. One mused, I feel as if he is the spirit beast, and the black magic ape is merely his prey. If this little fellow were in the Magic Ape Mountains, he would undoubtedly be the fiercest of them all, a true force to be reckoned with. As they observed from a distance, the crowd was stunned. How could this child possess such formidable biting strength? The black magic ape's bones were incredibly tough. Even Xiao Xian would struggle to cleave through them. Yet this mischievous child devoured them piece by piece as effortlessly as if he were eating soft buns. It was said that the black magic ape could consume anything with its iron teeth, but before this child, the black magic ape was merely a younger sibling. All members of the Haokong sect exchanged glances, fear creeping into their hearts at the sight of this brutally savage scene. Did this little rascal consume humans? If he were to take a bite, who could possibly withstand it? Many adorable children might enjoy playfully punching your chest. But who in their right mind would allow this little devil to deliver a single blow? Yi Chen was wholly absorbed in his feast. Previously, he had imagined that raw beast consumption would be unpalatable. Yet it was far from the truth. The essence of the spirit beast was remarkably pure. Each bite was suffused with rich spiritual energy, incredibly refreshing. In a moment of exhilaration, Yi Chen tore off one of the black magic ape's large thighs. Lifting it with one hand, its length spanning 3 to 4 meters. Just then, the young man rose from the ground, a visage of helplessness etched upon his face, yet he had no choice but to comply. Before long, Yi Chen had donned the youth's attire, and after a few modifications, it fit him reasonably well. He then lifted the leg of the black demon ape once more with a single hand, shaking it slightly, and instantly the wind howled around them. Who knows how to barbecue? Step forward and assist me in roasting this black demon ape's leg. I shall share some with you. The crowd instinctively took a step back, none wishing to involve themselves with this mischievous child. Chapter 51. Barbecued ape leg. The elder of the Haoyuan sect twitched at the corner of his eye. This mischievous child was indeed just as the rumors described, consuming everything in sight without a hint of mercy. Lord Yi Chen, I possess a treasure that may aid you. The elder of the Haoyuan sect immediately revealed a golden medicinal cauldron in a flash of light. Offering his treasure proactively was certainly preferable to being exploited later by this unruly child. It was better to leave a good impression now for a potential escape later. It was said that this little ancestor required a precious elixir merely to be seen in the imperial city. A medicinal cauldron was of little consequence, as he rarely utilized it in his daily life. The two other supreme elders nearby wore expressions of embarrassment, cursing this old fool for his lack of integrity. One of them, Elder Zhou, who had thinning hair, stepped forward and flattered. I can tend the fire. I assure you, the heat will be just right, and the roasted ape leg will be absolutely delectable. Another elder, Elder Sun, quickly interjected. My fire control technique surpasses that of Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou, incensed, retorted, your fire is inadequate. The black demon ape has already shown signs of fear under my flames. Elder Sun's face turned defiant as he shot back. Do not intimidate. Without my flames to enhance yours, your feeble fire would hardly instill fear in the ape. Fear you? Not a chance. Elder Zhou fell silent. In truth, Elder Sun's flames were indeed far more powerful than his own. The obsequiousness of the three prominent figures left the disciples behind them utterly dumbfounded. These individuals, who usually exuded gravitas and authority, were now scrambling to curry favor with a mere child, competing with one another in a manner reminiscent of children themselves. It was nothing short of surreal. The reputation of this mischievous child was clearly well-deserved. What a formidable child he was, so ferocious that one could only imagine the consequences should he grow to maturity. Who would dare provoke a child capable of instantaneously slaying a black demon ape? Even those of the Junho realm would likely think twice before acting recklessly in his presence. If only this child were my brother. As the disciples engaged in fervent discussions, Yi Chen handed the black demon ape's leg to the three elders, declaring that it mattered not who roasted it or whose flames were superior. He only cared for the outcome, and no matter if it were not roasted, but should anyone ruin it, they could expect his gentle inquiries to follow. Elder Shao of the Haoyuan sect promptly began to refine the medicinal cauldron, which swelled in size with the wind, shimmering with radiant light as the essence of the cauldron emanated an aura of grandeur. The leg of the black demon ape was sliced and skewered by Elder Zhou and Elder Sun using their sword techniques, then placed upon the cauldron. The three elders busied themselves like chefs in a tavern, flipping the meat and stoking the flames, with Elder Shao even foraging in the woods for some fragrant pollen and honey to enhance the dish. The leg of the black demon ape sizzled and dripped with oil, releasing an enticing aroma imbued with spiritual energy. Elder Shao paused momentarily, savoring the experience. This is truly a delight. Such endeavors should be more frequent in the future. Both Elder Zhou and Elder Sun wholeheartedly agreed. Chapter 52. What can't be eaten? As the delightful fragrance wafted through the air, Yi Chen, who had been idly watching, felt his eyes sparkle with delight. Unable to contain himself any longer, he soared up and landed atop the medicinal cauldron, baring his silver teeth and sinking them into the succulent meat. Chomp, chomp, he devoured with gusto, his mouth glistening with oil. "Oh dear, my sword! You've devoured my sword! Lord, have mercy! Child, that is a medicinal cauldron. Do not eat it, please! My flames too? Good heavens, this truly is a mischievous child." Elder Shao and the two supreme elders were filled with heartache. For not only had two of their spiritual swords been bitten in half, but a significant portion of the medicinal cauldron had also been gnawed away. Eat the meat by all means, but spare the spiritual treasures. The three of them were at a loss, left to swallow their grievances in silence. Biffed, biffed, this is utterly dreadful. I expected something of exquisite quality, yet it tastes like wax. Yichun spat out the remnants of the two broken swords and the shards of the cauldron, expressing his disappointment. I thought I might gain some profound inheritance, yet it turns out even the fur of the black demon ape is more palatable. What a waste of effort! Yichun shook his head, a look of misfortune etched upon his face. Meanwhile, Elder Shao was on the verge of spitting blood, thinking, you didn't even glance before you bit into it. And now you dare to feign injury? Frankly, Elder Shao had initially harbored no intention of befriending this mischievous child. Now, with the cauldron bitten into, the child had the audacity to act as if he had suffered a loss. 1,000 black demon apes seemed to stir within Elder Zhao's heart. Truthfully, if not for the presence of the younger generation from the Haoyuan sect, he would have been tempted to cry to express his current chaotic emotions. Elder Zhou and Elder Sun were equally distraught, unsure of how to proceed. Their spiritual swords had been with them for decades, yet now they lay shattered, rendered useless by this mischievous child. Nevertheless, the barbecue must continue. Elder Zhou, looking utterly dejected, pulled out an iron fan from his robe and fanned it towards the cauldron, sending a gust of wind that transformed into fierce tongues of flame, surging back into the cauldron. Reigniting the fire with vigor, the flames were exceptionally ferocious, yet under the control of the iron fan, they behaved obediently, akin to docile lambs. This fire appears rather unique, and that fan seems no ordinary item. Yichun noted, having already observed it earlier, but now taking a closer look, within him resided the phoenix fire of the day, capable of devouring the flames of heaven and earth to enhance his own might. The system had indicated that the more flames he consumed, the more formidable the phoenix fire would become. Presently, the phoenix fire could easily slay those of the Spirit Mansion realm, though it may not guarantee a single strike against those of the Junho realm. If he could amplify the power of the phoenix fire, he would hold nothing back. Without warning, Yichun leaped into the air, landing before Elder Zhou, and opened his mouth wide, consuming all the flames emitted from the iron fan. Elder Zhou, who had been fanning the flames, stood frozen in place. Chapter 53. The Supreme Elder cries, "What is this mischievous child doing? First, he bites my spiritual sword, then consumes my medicinal cauldron, and now he seeks to devour the flames emitted by a spiritual treasure? What remains in this world that he cannot consume?" Elder Zhou could distinctly feel that as Yichun absorbed the flames, the iron fan began to act independently, no longer requiring his guidance. This meant that the connection between him and the fan had been severed entirely. The sacred fire within the iron fan, which he had absorbed, was now on the verge of being entirely consumed by this child. In that moment, Elder Zhou's expression faltered, unable to maintain his composure. This was his life-saving trump card. While roasting the demon ape leg consumed flames, he could control it to use the minimal amount necessary. Yet now, this child was greedily gulping it down, causing him immense distress. Elder Shao and Elder Sun could only gape at Yichun, rendered speechless. "Lord Yi, please save some for me. This holy fire is incredibly rare. I acquired it by chance in the fire domain and cannot afford to lose it all." Elder Zhou's heart shattered at the realization that he could not present his finest treasures to this mischievous child. What a painful revelation! Once Yichun had finished devouring the flames, the brilliance of the iron fan dimmed, its surface cracking, swiftly transforming into a heap of scrap metal, completely devoid of its previous vitality. Yichun shook his head, still dissatisfied. "Is this fire so weak? Yet I have consumed it. Should I urinate it out for you? Had I known, I wouldn't have eaten it, as it was utterly useless." Originally, he pondered whether consuming the sacred fire might elevate the level of his own phoenix fire. However, it has now become evident that such thoughts were in vain. Nonetheless, while the power of this sacred fire may not be exceedingly potent, it is by no means insignificant. As the sacred fire entered Yi Chen's body, it swiftly permeated through his limbs and bones, refining his phoenix fire to a greater degree, though it had yet to reach the point of qualitative transformation. If only he could devour a divine beast, the phoenix. Yi Chen shook his head with a sigh. Beside him, Elder Zhou felt an overwhelming urge to give this mischievous child a good thrashing. Complaining that this is not palatable, and that is of no use, then why eat it all? He had shown such enthusiasm while consuming it, yet now he disparages it. This child truly deserves a spanking. Elder Zhou finally understood the sentiments of the disciples from before. He resolved that upon returning, he would no longer chastise them. This mischievous child could not be measured by ordinary standards. However, the present situation was quite awkward. He could neither strike nor scold, enduring the loss while shouldering the burden himself. Elder Zhou sighed to the heavens, lamenting his plight. As a cultivator at the Spirit Mansion stage and a revered elder at the Hasward sect, he found himself reduced to this state by a mere child. It was indeed enough to drive one to despair. Had anyone told him before the child's appearance that he would be bested by a 4-year-old, he would have assuredly pummeled such a fool. Yet now, he believed it. A 4-year-old child could effortlessly dominate a Spirit Mansion stage cultivator without a hint of negotiation. Alas, that sacred fire was something he had painstakingly sought from the fire domain. A rarity encountered once in a millennium, and now it was gone. Elder Zhou could no longer contain his inner turmoil, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 54. Weep, and you shall feast. Elder Zhou wept like a child. Disregarding everything around him, that sacred fire was not something easily acquired. He had endured considerable hardship for that meager flame, and now it was utterly depleted. How embarrassing it was for someone of his age to cry like this. All right, I shall provide you with some black demon ape legs. As Yi Chen spoke, Elder Zhou's eyes lit up instantly. The flesh of the black demon ape contained immensely pure power. Consuming it would surely yield significant benefits. Elder Zhou's eyes widened. Are you speaking the truth? Yi Chen nodded affirmatively. I am not deceiving you. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Zhou realized that the flesh of the black demon ape was indeed superior to the sacred fire. If they were to compare the hardships endured, the black demon ape was far more formidable. In truth, that sacred fire paled in comparison to the value of the black demon ape's flesh. This was a tremendous gain. Losing a bit of sacred fire in exchange for the legs of the black demon ape, and perhaps even acquiring additional treasures, was an opportunity of a lifetime. While the sacred fire was precious, it was only useful for launching surprise attacks in critical moments. If the opponent sensed it in advance, its element of surprise would become utterly futile. Hence, he felt that this was an incredible deal. The peak of the Spirit Mansion stage, the black demon ape, housed spiritual energy that would be envied even by those of the Junho stage. Let alone, they were merely adept cultivators of the 6 transformations of the Spirit Mansion stage. They had initially intended to flee, but who could have anticipated that this mischievous child would suddenly appear and swiftly eliminate the black demon ape, stunning them all? Elder Sun, witnessing Elder Zhou receiving benefits from the mischievous child, was immediately incensed. What? So crying can lead to feasting on black demon ape meat. Without a second thought, he plopped down on the ground, cradling his broken sword, and began to wail, "Oh, my sword! You have accompanied me through countless battles, vanquishing innumerable foes and protecting me time and again. I never imagined you would meet your end today. Truly, the heavens are envious of fine swords." Nearby, Master Shao of the Hasward sect could not hold back either. And soon he was bemoaning his own medicine cauldron. "Oh, my cauldron! How could you have suffered even a single bite? You have been with me through so many dark times." The disciples of the Hasward sect were utterly embarrassed, many of their faces twitching in disbelief. How could they not notice that Elder Sun and Master Shao, while crying, had their eyes darting around? They were well aware of the mischievous child's reputation, fearsome, vigorous, and explosive. Yet they could never have imagined that these exalted elders, who were usually so lofty that they could only be gazed upon from a distance, would now present such a spectacle. Their cries were heart-wrenching and despairing. moving enough to bring tears to the eyes of any uninformed onlooker. The disciples were rendered speechless. This was nothing short of childish antics. Were they now mimicking the Buddha of battle? Throwing tantrums in the heavenly realm? The two esteemed elders weeping was one thing. But why was someone of Master Xiao's stature joining in? The crowd stood in disarray, their faces marked by embarrassment. Chapter 55. A round of flattery. Why don't we join in the weeping? Perhaps we might share in the feast. Get lost. Are the two esteemed elders truly driven mad by this mischievous child? I remember a time when these elders wouldn't even smile. Now, we witness them in tears. What a life well lived. Yuqing, what do you think is happening with the master? Could it be that the mischievous child possesses some enchanting skill, captivating their hearts? A group of disciples whispered among themselves, and the three lamenting elders naturally overheard them. As powerful beings, their hearing was exceptional, and their faces clearly showed signs of discomfort. However, when Master Xiao and Elder Sun saw Elder Zhou holding a substantial piece of demon ape meat, they once again thickened their skin and continued to weep profusely. What pride could possibly compare to the flesh of the demon ape? The meat of the black demon ape contained spiritual energy and the power to transform one's bones. The legs of the black demon ape were the most valuable, being the source of its most explosive strength. What could compare to this? The spiritual sword, the medicine cauldron, the fire fan. None of these could hold a candle to it. They could not be compared at all. As long as they could savor a few bites of the demon ape meat, they would gladly sacrifice their broken cauldron, shattered sword, or even have all their spiritual treasures ruined. At that moment, Master Xiao would assuredly exclaim, "Come, little ancestor, what other treasures would you like? I shall procure them for you." Elder Sun would similarly say, "Come, child, come and enjoy this delectable treasure." What a scene of madness that would be. Though it was somewhat awkward now, they all cared little, their voices only growing louder. How it pains my heart! Oh, what sorrow! Yichen felt two dark lines cross his forehead. Why were these two old men making such a fuss? All right, stop your wailing. I shall give you some meat to eat. Let us see how you lot can lead the Hasward sect to glory with such lamentations. I intended to share the meat with you all along. You just making a fuss for no reason. Upon hearing Yichen's childish voice, Master Xiao and Elder Sun nearly spat blood in frustration. You said it? You didn't say it? The two immediately halted their cries, inwardly lamenting the child's ruthlessness. Yet they couldn't possibly show that outwardly. Master Xiao quickly regained his composure, ceasing his wailing, and laughed heartily. Ha ha! Young Master Yi, this is what we call a prodigy emerging in youth. I have always maintained that you are no ordinary person. You will ascend to great heights and surely claim the throne of the emperor. Indeed. Such generosity is a rare quality, Elder Zhou chimed in. Elder Sun, unwilling to be outdone, remarked, in my long life, I have never encountered such an exceptional child. Young Master Yi is undoubtedly a dragon among men, destined to transform into a dragon when the winds of fortune arise. Though their words were flattery, they were also quite accurate. Such an extraordinary child was indeed a rare occurrence in a century. At he only 4 or 5 years of age, he could contend with those at the Spirit Mansion stage, compelling even the Junho stage experts to bow their heads in submission, a feat unimaginable for any ordinary human. Now, some even speculated that the mischievous child was not of the mortal realm, but rather a descendant of celestial beings from the vast world above. Otherwise, such extraordinary prowess could hardly be explained. What was with all this excessive chatter? Let us hasten to roast the meat, and once done, we shall all partake together. Yichen rolled his eyes, gesturing for the 3 elders to continue. Chapter 56. The flying demon played. Upon hearing this, the 3 elders immediately sprang into action. Their faces aglow with joy. One controlled the medicine cauldron, another directed the flames, and the third sprinkled seasonings, while deftly using a flying sword to make incisions in the meat, allowing the marinade and honey to seep deep within. Before long, a rich and enticing aroma wafted through the air, stirring the appetites of all who inhaled its ready. Yichen flared his nostrils, nearly drooling. His small arms shot up, and he flew directly to the medicine cauldron, seizing a piece of roasted meat and stuffing it into his mouth, devouring it with gusto. A lengthy strip of meat, imbued with sinew and bone, was devoured by Yichen. The flesh of the demon ape shimmered with a celestial radiance, melting upon entry, resembling a fragrant liquid that surged directly into his stomach. A warm energy radiated throughout Yi Chen's limbs and bones, enveloping him in a golden glow, as if he had transformed into an ethereal being. The demon ape meat, grilled to perfection, glistened with fat and exuded a radiant light. After just a few bites, Yi Chen felt as if he could soar into the skies. He had never tasted anything so delectable. Not even during his time on Earth could anything compare to this exquisite demon ape meat. He realized he had fallen in love with it, or perhaps more accurately, with the flesh of mystical beasts. This demon ape meat was no ordinary fare. The esteemed Elder Shao, along with Elder Sun and the other elder, had not only cooked it with spiritual fire and utensils, but had also infused it with numerous spiritual herbs and the honey of celestial silkworm bees. All potent elixirs that greatly benefited cultivators. Undoubtedly, it was a culinary masterpiece. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ancient legacy of the divine ape leap. Ding! Skills are merging. Wind chasing legs, Phoenix Ascension technique, divine ape leap, merging complete. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the ancient supreme legacy technique, the flying celestial disc. Flying celestial disc. With great force, one can step into the air, summoning a celestial disc beneath their feet, soaring through the heavens and traversing the earth with unparalleled speed. Should the host's strength increase, they may even be able to tear through the void and traverse realms. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yi Chen was overjoyed, never expecting to gain such an ability. Although he previously possessed the wind-chasing legs and the Phoenix Ascension technique, neither provided true flight capabilities. Had he possessed the flying celestial disc during his time with the Luo family, the family patriarch would likely not have escaped so narrowly. The emergence of the flying celestial disc perfectly addressed the current shortcomings in Yi Chen's techniques, rendering his arsenal quite comprehensive. Furthermore, as the disc manifested in flames, should the phoenix fire within him grow stronger, so too would the disc's power. After all, the life fire of the black demon ape had just been sealed within his body, and was now integrated within the flesh he consumed. Thus, what he acquired was not merely the skills of the black demon ape, but rather abilities related to life fire. Such is the nature of legacy techniques. Had the black demon ape possessed the strength of a lord, Yi Chen would undoubtedly have gained even greater skills. However, when it comes to life fire, there was no room for choice. Now, Yi Chen was eager to test the power of the flying celestial disc. Upon reviewing its details, he discovered that the black demon ape primarily utilized flames as its means of attack, while the divine ape leap injected fire into one's legs, allowing for leaps of immense distance. The flying celestial disc surpassed even that. Chapter 57. So brazen Elder Shao and the two esteemed elders, witnessing Yi Chen devouring the meat with fervor, dared not make a move. Though they were salivating at the sight, they held back, hesitant to indulge. By the time Yi Chen realized their longing gazes, the three elders had already been swallowing their saliva in a frenzy. Come, eat. Yi Chen generously tossed a large piece of demon ape meat to the three elders. In midair, the meat divided into 3 portions, and the 3 elders, disregarding their dignity, seized the meat and feasted with abandon, their faces slick with grease. How could we have thought to keep such a delectable treasure within the sect? One exclaimed, I feel a warm radiance emanating from my body. This is more effective than any elixir. Another added, it's so delicious. I feel as though I might ascend to immortality. The third elder chimed in. The 3 elders' voracious consumption resembled that of beggars who had not eaten in ages. The essence of the entire black demon ape resided within its thighs, and the pure spiritual energy contained therein was extraordinarily beneficial for the cultivation of practitioners, particularly for those focused on physical strength. Additionally, as the life fire of the black demon ape had yet to dissipate, those cultivating fire-based techniques were afforded immense advantages. The disciples nearby, enticed by the aroma of the meat and witnessing the 3 elders devour it greedily, understood that such precious elixirs were beyond their reach. They finally comprehended why the 3 elders had shed tears of joy. Some even regretted not having wept openly themselves, thinking perhaps they too might have received a morsel. Originally, the disciples were not permitted to partake in this venture, and their presence was a violation of sect rules. Returning without punishment was already a stroke of luck, let alone hoping for a taste of the meat. Come, eat. Yi Chen called out to the group of disciples as he continued to indulge in the feast. The disciples stood in bewilderment. What? Did I hear incorrectly? The little brat is inviting us to eat? Is he really offering us demon ape meat? Such generosity from the young master was unexpected. Smack! The disciple who spoke last received a sharp slap from a nearby companion, who declared loudly, "Who dares to call Lord Yi a little brat again? I'll make sure to break your mouth." The one who struck was the disciple who had earlier donated his clothing. The other disciples were filled with excitement. They had thought themselves unworthy of the demon ape meat. Yet now they had the chance to taste the legendary elixir. It felt like a dream. As the crowd rushed over, their eyes fixed upon the precious meat, Yichin suddenly pointed at a few individuals. "I remember you all wanted to take a swing at my backside earlier." The individuals he pointed to immediately shook their heads vigorously. "Lord Yi, you must have misunderstood. We meant we wanted to smash our own backsides." As they spoke, they began to strike their own behinds with fervor, displaying an unparalleled zeal. Yichun could only raise an eyebrow in exasperation. How could all of them from the Haoyin sect be so shameless? Chapter 58. A grand gift. To be honest, Yichun did not mind their shamelessness. Let them be as they wished. Thus, he shared some of the black demon ape meat with everyone, while the three elders continued to carve large chunks from the demon ape for grilling. The atmosphere was jovial as they feasted. Xu Yuqing, having held on to Yichun during their journey, received a generous share of the exquisite meat, causing her to radiate with potent spiritual energy, undergoing a remarkable transformation. The others could only envy her fortune. They reflected on how they once wished to harm Yichun, yet now he was graciously sharing his bounty with them. This was a tremendous blessing, and they could not ask for more. After nearly 3 hours of feasting, the black demon ape was nearly consumed, leaving only a skeleton behind. Yichun continued to utilize his remarkable dentition, gnawing the entirety of the black demon ape's skeleton clean. Astonishing everyone yet again, in fact, Yichun allowed the three elders to take some of tea. A flicker of intense energy surged forth, just enough to refine the recently consumed flesh of the demon ape within their bodies. Chapter 59. The Mischievous Child. With a broad grin directed at the crowd below, he summoned the fire disk. In an instant, flames billowed, a spectacle both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The fire disk, appearing beneath Yichun, was inscribed with enigmatic runes and potent energies, its flames rising as if the very void itself were on the brink of shattering. The sudden emergence of this artifact left Master Xiao and the two esteemed elders in utter astonishment. The temperature emanating from the fire disk was alarmingly high. Even at such a distance, one could sense the peril contained within that blaze. Undoubtedly, these flames were far more fearsome than the life fire that had burned within the black demon ape moments before. Just how many secrets lay hidden within this little rascal? The three elders of the Hao Jian sect exchanged glances, each recognizing the shock reflected in the other's eyes. Simultaneously, they felt fortunate that they had not offended this mischievous child earlier. Otherwise, the Hao Jian sect would surely have faced annihilation. As for the ordinary disciples, the moment the fire disk materialized, they were swept away by the searing heat wave. Many tumbled and scrambled to distance themselves by dozens of meters before they felt somewhat relieved. Thankfully, Yichun was hovering in midair. Otherwise, the surrounding trees and stones would have surely been incinerated into vapor, perhaps even leaving a vast crater in the ground. What kind of skill is this? Lord Yi, it's terrifying. I fear that if I approached, I would be melted into a puddle of blood. Had he unleashed this fire disk during the slaying of the black demon ape, it would undoubtedly have reduced that colossal beast to ashes. Wind, ice, and now fire. Could it be that Yichun is indeed the legendary triple spirit vein cultivator? Spirit veins are the very foundation of a practitioner's cultivation. Typically, one awakens a single spirit vein and practices corresponding techniques. For countless cultivators, being born with a spirit vein is exceedingly rare, a mere 1 in 10,000. The vast majority possess a singular spirit vein. With even many emperors being limited to just one, dual attribute spirit veins are already regarded as prodigious, and with diligent cultivation, such individuals may achieve great accomplishments in the future. Statistically, among hundreds of thousands of practitioners, only one might possess dual attributes. As for a prodigious being who cultivates all 3 spirit veins, such individuals are typically taken under the wing of core elders from the Immortal Tao Alliance. Nurtured as disciples, once they emerge, they will undoubtedly astonish the world. The crowd had already confirmed that Yichun indeed possessed techniques of 3 elements, meaning he possessed 3 spirit veins. This was nothing short of extraordinary. And he was merely a 4-year-old child. How could he be so formidable? Not only the disciples, but even Master Shao felt that he had wasted the last few centuries of his life. At 4 years old, they had likely been playing in the mud, while he was capable of kicking the great figures of the heavenly Emperor City and punching the pinnacle black demon ape, leaving a multitude of powerful beings utterly speechless, strong, fierce, utterly overwhelming. Lord Yi, why have we never witnessed this divine power from you before? Master Shao exclaimed, his face etched with sheer astonishment. Wai Yiqiang glanced down, seemingly unconcerned, and replied, "Oh, you mean this thing? I just comprehended it while eating meat." Master Shao. As for the other 2 esteemed elders, their faces were lined with disbelief. You can comprehend such formidable techniques simply by eating meat? What kind of joke is this about emperors being as common as cabbages? The surrounding disciples nearly stumbled in shock. This child was destined to soar to greatness. Chapter 60. Poison. Lord Yi, please proceed slowly. Astonishingly swift, he truly can ascend to the heavens. That fire disk moves with incredible speed. Yi Chen's diminutive form rode the fire disk, shooting into the sky, transforming into a streak of starlight in the blink of an eye. Vanishing from sight, the crowd felt a deep-seated admiration. This mischievous child was indeed invincible. In the heavenly Emperor City, at the Lan family estate, Lan Fengtian had specially arranged for Yi Chen to have a residence. Grand and spacious, even more magnificent than his own home, adorned with opulent furnishings. Meanwhile, Lan Xianran was diligently cultivating within. Ever since awakening her thunder spirit vein, her progress had been meteoric, much to Lan Fengtian's delight, who had allocated nearly all the Lan family's cultivation resources to her. As for others, no one dared voice any grievances. The thunder spirit vein was undoubtedly the hope of the Lan family. It could be said that Lan Xianran was destined to be the next head of the Lan family. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, and Lan Xianran, roused from her meditation, wondered if little Chen had returned. A flicker of joy crossed her beautiful eyes as she hurried to open the door. However, upon seeing the figure outside, her smile promptly faded. "Father, why are you here?" "Why am I here? It's my house. Can't I come in to take a look?" The middle-aged man standing at the door barged in unceremoniously and sat down in a chair. This man bore a resemblance to Lan Xianran, yet his face was marred by excess flesh, exuding an air of severity. Lan Zhifeng had previously made a deal with the Luo family. If Lan Xianran were to marry into their family, not only would the crisis facing the Lan family be resolved, but he himself would also receive several precious herbs as a reward. However, upon returning from an outing, he discovered that the Luo family had been reduced to ruins, their patriarch slain. Though these matters were of little consequence, the critical issue was that the precious herbs had turned into a mirage, which was why he had come today, to inquire Lan Xianran about what had transpired. "Xianran, you, however," Lan Zhifeng's words suddenly faltered as he stared wide-eyed at Lan Xianran. "The aura around you. Have you awakened a spirit vein?" He found it difficult to articulate as he processed the shocking revelation. Lan Xianran was already over 20 years old, yet she had suddenly awakened a spirit vein. This was no coincidence. It must have been aided by some spiritual object or external force. Before the Luo family was destroyed, did they not come to propose marriage and bring along some precious herbs? You ate them all without leaving even one for your father. How outrageous! I raised you, only for you to become so ungrateful. Lan Zhifeng's tone was filled with agitation. He was currently at the peak of the spirit mansion realm. With the aid of precious herbs, he could potentially become a half-step Duke-level powerhouse. At that point, would not the heavenly Emperor City be at his beck and call? And who knows, he might even ascend to the Duke level, commanding the 9 domains and reveling in boundless wealth and glory. However, the chasm between the peak of the spirit mansion realm and the Duke level was insurmountable. Thus, to save the Lan family from external threats, he sought the Luo family's assistance, offering to marry off his daughter in exchange for precious herbs. In truth, he had long since forsaken his humanity in pursuit of power. Furious, Lan Zhifeng glared at Lan Xianran, seizing her collar and viciously demanding, "Tell me, where are the precious herbs?" Lan Xianran was merely an ordinary practitioner and could not possibly consume several precious herbs. So there must be some remaining. Hand them over to me at once. Lan Jifeng raged, his eyes bloodshot as he bellowed. At this moment, his mind was consumed solely by thoughts of the herbs. There was no room for consideration of his daughter. Once he became a Duke-level powerhouse, extending his lifespan by several hundred years, it would be trivial to have several more children. Moreover, by then, countless women would surround him, and siring hundreds of offspring would be entirely feasible in the Heavenly Emperor City, among those great families with half-step Duke-level powerhouses who didn't have dozens of wives and hundreds of children. Such matters were hardly remarkable. Lan Xianran was utterly bewildered by Lan Jifeng's frenzied treatment, but she managed to glean some understanding from his fragmented words. Tears welled in her beautiful eyes, coalescing into droplets that streamed down her cheeks. How had her once kind and gentle father transformed into such a monstrous figure? The precious herbs? I consumed them all. The remainder was given to others. Let go of me. You should leave in that moment. Lan Xianran's heart felt as if it had turned to ashes, severing the last thread of their bond. With a twisted expression, Lan Jifeng raised his arm and, with a powerful swing, struck Lan Xianran's delicate face with a resounding slap, instantly causing her flawless complexion to swell and blood to trickle from her lips. You scoundrel, you'd rather give them to others than to me. I truly wasted my efforts on you, Lan Jifeng roared, having completely lost his reason. He hurled Lan Xianran aside with force, the impact causing her to spit blood, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, Lan Jifeng paid her no mind. If you won't give them to me, then I'll find them myself. Something so precious, you must be unwilling to part with it for anyone else. Thus, he began to unleash a ferocious surge of palm energy, demolishing every cabinet within the room. Suddenly, from beside the bed, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted forth, causing Lan Jifeng's expression to brighten. So it's here. He shattered the wooden debris and uncovered two exquisite wooden boxes, which were low-grade spirit treasures, not easily destroyed. Upon opening one of the boxes, an overwhelming scent of medicine and radiant light burst forth, igniting his excitement. Ha! This is a lawn lay grass, and this is a ground essence fruit. Seeing the two precious herbs, a broad smile spread across Lan Jifeng's face. Although these two herbs were not whole, they would greatly benefit his cultivation. But those are meant for little Chun. Do not take them indiscriminately. Lan Xinran felt utterly weak at this moment. She raised her delicate hand, but could only grasp the air. She lacked the strength to move. Her meridians were damaged, and her injuries were grave. The two precious medicinal herbs had been brought by someone visiting Yi Chun, though he was temporarily absent. During her cultivation, she had merely bitten a small piece, and that alone had greatly aided her progress. She understood that these herbs did not belong to her. Perhaps Yi Chun would not mind if she took a small bite, but to take them away or give them to others was simply inappropriate. Her father was nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing, engaging in the trade of precious herbs with the Luo family under the pretense of marrying her off, which was utterly detestable. Yi Chun had helped her multiple times and even assisted her in awakening her spiritual veins. She knew what was truly important in her heart. Chapter 62. Let us kill together, Xiao Qian. A fierce glare surged in Lan Jifeng's eyes. You have such precious herbs, yet instead of thinking of your father, you consider giving them to some wild man outside. This is simply outrageous. Anger surged within him, but upon seeing Lan Xinran's stubborn expression and her outstretched hand demanding the herbs, his face turned. I see, you think you can take these two precious herbs from me? Ungrateful wretch, after raising you all this time, you dare to bite the hand that feeds you. After saying this, Lan Jifeng tossed the two precious herbs into his spirit pouch as if it were the most natural thing. Let me tell you, if you wish to take these two spirit herbs from your father, you might as well cultivate for a few more years. Don't think that just because you awakened your spiritual veins, you could stand against me even after 10 more years. Lan Xinran gritted her teeth and resolutely declared, Today, you must hand over those two precious herbs, even if it costs me my life. I will make you relent. As she spoke, her fists were tightly clenched, her nails digging into her skin, blood seeping between her fingers. With the herbs in hand, Lan Jifeng's mood improved slightly, yet he remained a hot-tempered man. Don't think I wouldn't dare to kill you if I were to do so. I could easily find several women to bear me countless descendants. Since you insist on this, I, as your father, shall fulfill the wishes of my ungrateful daughter. As he finished speaking, A terrifying energy began to gather in his palm. Li's voice turned cold. If this matter could not be resolved, it was likely that Yi Chun would come seeking retribution. In such a case, he would be unable to bear the consequences. With his meager possessions, a few reckless children could easily consume them all. Lan Jifeng attempted to force his way through, but the powerful figures present had set up a seal, surrounding him completely. "What right do you have? I have committed no crime," he cried out, collapsing to the ground, his spiritual veins sealed and unable to move. The residence of Jian Yunsong, the city lord, was situated in the very heart of Tianhuang City. The entire manor was grand and imposing, sprawling across a vast expanse, with countless powerful beings flying to and fro, rendering the place akin to an impregnable fortress. Yi Chun, standing upon the flying demon plate, swept past, and immediately, numerous formidable auras surged forth from the city lord's manor. However, upon recognizing Yi Chun, they promptly retreated. Yi Chan did not enter the manor directly. Instead, he landed atop a tall tower at the center with Lan Xinran. He tenderly brushed the bloodstains from her delicate face, his heart brimming with anger. "That old scoundrel wanted the precious medicine, which you provided. I have no need for it. If I had been even a moment later, wouldn't you have been in danger?" Lan Xinran lowered her head, allowing Yi Chen's gentle hand to caress her injury. "The precious medicine is of great importance to you. I wanted to save it for you." Yi Chen was momentarily speechless and retorted, "How much precious medicine have I consumed already? If I desired it, all the powerful beings in Tianhuang City would eagerly deliver it to my doorstep and beg me to take it. This must not happen again, do you understand?" "All right." A smile finally graced Lan Xinran's face, and she tightened her grip on Yi Chen's hand. With her biological father no longer a reliable figure, she recognized that in this world, she had only Yi Chen and her grandfather. Chapter 64. Paying the price. Although Lan Jifeng was a man devoid of humanity, this situation nonetheless involved principles of morality, making it difficult for him to make a decision. Casting a fleeting glance at Lan Jifeng and then at Li, Yi Chen finally led Lan Xinran out of the Lan residence. Once they stepped outside, Li's expression darkened abruptly as he turned to Lan Jifeng. "Lan Jifeng, you truly possess an outrageous audacity to threaten the life of this young ancestor?" "Lord Imo, I was merely joking," Lan Jifeng replied, his face now a mask of servility. Even he, despite his foolishness, could discern Yi Chen's extraordinary identity. "Lord Imo, who was that young man just now? I could offer him an apology." "Apologize? Do you know that to meet him, every powerful figure in Tianhuang City would require a precious medicine? How do you intend to make amends?" Li scoffed, continuing, "Even the city lord Jian must show deference to this young lad. You should assess the situation yourself. He is merely at the peak of the spirit mansion realm, inferior even to the old ancestor of the Luo family, let alone the city lord Jian, a quasi-junior lord-level expert." Lan Jifeng's heart sank, recognizing the gravity of the situation. However, his stubborn temperament prevailed. "If that is the case, then if I wish to leave, that little brat cannot stop me with that." Lan Jifeng charged towards the door, believing that offending a significant figure would be manageable. He could simply relocate to another major city or country. His strength would ensure he could always earn a living. Thinking of escaping? Li coldly snorted, and instantly, several powerful figures from the eighth turn of the spirit mansion realm emerged from all directions, surrounding him. Lan Jifeng was forced to the ground once more, his face a mask of horror. "The Lord has already decreed that I handle this matter. Do you think I would simply allow you to walk away?" Li's voice turned frosty. If this matter could not be resolved, it was certain that Yi Chen would come looking for him, and he could not withstand the repercussions. With his scant possessions, a few impudent children could easily devour them all. Lan Jifeng sought to break free, but the powerful figures had set a seal, confining him completely. "What right do you have? I have committed no crime," he howled, collapsing to the ground, his spiritual veins sealed and immobilized. The residence of Jian Yunsong, the city lord, was situated in the very heart of Tianhuang City. The entire manor was grand and imposing, sprawling across a vast expanse, with countless powerful beings flying to and fro, rendering the place akin to an impregnable fortress. Yi Chun, standing upon the flying demon plate, swept past, and immediately, numerous formidable auras surged forth from the city lord's manor. However, upon recognizing Yi Chun, they promptly retreated. Yi Chen did not enter the manor directly. Instead, he landed atop a tall tower at the center with Lan Xinran. He tenderly brushed the bloodstains from her delicate face, his heart brimming with anger. That old scoundrel wanted the precious medicine, which you provided. I have no need for it. If I had been even a moment later, wouldn't you have been in danger? Lan Xinran lowered her head, allowing Yi Chen's gentle hand to caress her injury. The precious medicine is of great importance to you. I wanted to save it for you. Yi Chen was momentarily speechless and retorted, how much precious medicine have I consumed already? If I desired it, all the powerful beings in Tianhuang City would eagerly deliver it to my doorstep and beg me to take it. This must not happen again, do you understand? All right. A smile finally graced Lan Xinran's face, and she tightened her grip on Yi Chen's hand. With her biological father no longer a reliable figure, she recognized that in this world, she had only Yi Chen and her grandfather. Chapter 65. The Escape Plan in the Tower. Yi Chen utilized the spiritual energy within him to eliminate the red marks on Lan Xinran's face. As the pure energy surged into her body, it enveloped her in a radiant glow. Ah, Xiao Chun, how can your internal power be so pure? Lan Xinran exclaimed, pulling out a mirror to examine herself. Her cheeks had returned to their former state, and she felt utterly at ease, nourished by Yi Chen's refined energy. Indeed, I possess even more potent energy. Yi Chen grinned mischievously. Where is it? Show me. Lan Xinran's interest was piqued, but Yi Chen's face flushed. We'll talk about it later. With that, he took Lan Xinran's hand and descended into the courtyard below. At that moment, Jian Yunsong sensed their arrival and hurriedly emerged from the house. Yi Chen, you have finally arrived. I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Jian Yunsong's face was etched with urgency, his demeanor frantic. The matter he was about to disclose was undoubtedly significant, given the anxiety of a quasi-junior lord-level expert. Brother, what has happened? Yi Chen inquired, his expression grave as Jian Yunsong extended his hand to establish a barrier among the three. His countenance serious. A group of demonic artifact masters is approaching Tianhuang City. Demonic artifact masters? Yi Chen was taken aback, while Lan Xinran's face shifted slightly as if recalling something. Do you remember the demonic artifact master? Fei Xing, whom we killed in the Luo family? His master, Shi Wang, upon hearing of your exceptional talent, is searching for you to bring you back and serve the demonic alliance. Jian Yunsong continued. Fei Xing has infiltrated Tianhuang City, and no one knows how long he has been here. The distribution of power within Tianhuang City has likely been reported to him by the old ancestor of the Luo family. The demonic artifact masters are far more terrifying than the cultivator army. Their resilience is significantly greater than that of mere mortals. I have already sought assistance from the Silver Moon Kingdom. But alas, within their borders, demonic beasts have emerged from the mountains, and many highly skilled ancient beasts are causing chaos, leaving no strong individuals to help. If it weren't for this army's impending arrival, they would have dispatched reinforcements. Moreover, the seniors of the Celestial Alliance have been unable to arrive in time due to other matters. Otherwise, we wouldn't need to fear the demonic artifact masters. What do you plan to do? Yi Chen pondered for a moment and replied, I have contacted the strong individuals within the Celestial Alliance. They have instructed me to take you to Central Lands for refuge. The demonic artifact masters will certainly not dare to venture deep into Central Lands. But Tianhuang City is bound to suffer. Jian Yunsong's eyes flickered. Tianhuang City was located in the western part of the northern borders, and if a war were to erupt between the Celestial Alliance and the Demonic Alliance, the first to suffer would be such a peripheral city. Yi Chen furrowed his brow. If I flee, those demonic individuals, unable to find me, will surely unleash their rage on innocent people. How can we stand by and watch them commit atrocities against the innocent? After hearing Yi Chen's words, Jian Yunsong was momentarily taken aback, surprised that such a young child could possess such a sense of responsibility. He regarded Yi Chen with deep admiration and continued. I do not wish for this either, but I believe your value surpasses that of the entire Tianhuang City. If you successfully grow stronger in the future, you will be able to save countless lives in Tianhuang City. Chapter 66. The Arrival of the Spirit Vessel. Furthermore, what you could accomplish for the entire Celestial Alliance would be even greater. However, if you were to be captured by those from the Demon Path Alliance, seduced into madness and transformed into a ruthless killing machine, one cannot help but recall the terrifying prowess of Yi Chen, unparalleled in ferocity. Should he truly fall prey to the nefarious machinations of the Demon Path Alliance? Becoming a mere puppet or being ensnared by other deceitful means, the entire Immortal Path Alliance would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Jian Yunsong shuddered at the thought of a future where the formidable Yi Qian might emerge as a leading figure of the Demon Path, inevitably becoming the arch-nemesis of the Immortal Path Alliance. Within the ranks of the Demon Path Alliance exists a cadre of enigmatic powerhouses dedicated to the research of mind-altering toxins and techniques. Having successfully lured away numerous distinguished figures from the Immortal Path. Indeed, many sovereigns have been beguiled, forsaking their nations to become pawns of the Demon Path Alliance, waging wars across the land in any case. I shall not allow you to fall into the clutches of the Demon Path Alliance, even if it means sacrificing the entire Heavenly Emperor City. I shall not permit you to be ensnared by those of the Demon Path. Upon uttering these words, Jian Yunsong grasped Yi Qian, intent on departing from this place. Yet, Yi Qian's form flickered, settling upon the steps before Jian Yunsong's grand hall. Why must we leave? I refuse to go. What? Why not depart? Do you intend to join the Demon Path Alliance and partake in their slaughter of innocents? Jian Yunsong was perplexed by Yi Qian's intentions. Why? Yi Qian's countenance bore no trace of fear. They cannot capture me. Child, the spirit masters of the Demon Path Alliance are among the most formidable of their faction. The core elder, Shi Wang, is renowned as a notorious fiend. Among the spirit masters dispatched this time, there exists terrifying entities that rival the strength of the Junho realm. I have no confidence in facing them, so do not speak so boastfully. Were there anyone capable of withstanding those spirit masters? Jian Yunsong would not have resorted to such desperate measures, abandoning the city he had safeguarded for years. Yet Yi Qian exhibited no awareness of the imminent threat, even wearing a faint smile. Gods slay gods, and Buddhas slay Buddhas. Those vile scoundrels of the Demon Path shall not dare to act brazenly within Heavenly Emperor City. With that, Yi Qian sprang from the ground, exclaiming, and just think of the treasures those spirit masters must possess. Consuming them would surely enhance my strength. Observing the sparkle of ambition in Yi Qian's eyes, Lan Xinran felt a headache coming on, pressing her forehead and sighing. Little Qin, we have discussed this many times. Those spirit masters are still human. You cannot consume them. Xinran, the situation is dire. We cannot afford to jest. Quickly, persuade this child, and let us leave together. Jian Yunsong's anxiety was palpable. Lan Xinran hesitated for a moment, contemplating, then pointed at Yi Qian. If he does not depart, then neither will I. I have faith in him. Jian Yunsong was immediately incensed, his beard bristling as he stomped in frustration. You are driving me to madness. You refuse to listen. Just then, Jian Yunsong's expression abruptly shifted. He turned in horror to behold a terrifying disturbance approaching from the southwest direction of Heavenly Emperor City. A dark speck gradually enlarged, revealing itself to be a spirit vessel. The immense, silver spirit vessel loomed above Heavenly Emperor City, resembling an ancient behemoth sprawled across the sky, its pitch-black hull emanating a chilling aura. The spirit vessel, though not overly large, only several dozen zhang in length, bore a formidable presence, its oppressive weight permeating the AT that moment. The populace of Heavenly Emperor City collectively looked up, their gazes transfixed upon the monstrous object in the sky. A wave of terror washing over them as that a spirit vessel. Who would have thought such a remote place as Heavenly Emperor City would attract a spirit vessel? It must be the spirit masters. The vessel bears their insignia. They've undoubtedly sent dark spirit masters to capture that little prodigy. We cannot allow them to take him. He is the future genius of humanity. Even ordinary prodigies, once seized by the forces of the Demon Path, would be groomed into formidable weapons. This young child has already exhibited extraordinary combat talent at such a tender age, with immense physical strength and an array of bizarre techniques. Should he fall into the hands of the Demon Path Alliance, he would undoubtedly evolve into a fearsome villain. Meanwhile, the Grandmaster of the Haokai Sword Sect, still outside searching for spirit beasts, along with the two elders atop the platform, had also caught wind of this alarming news. How brazen! The Demon Path grows increasingly audacious. They dare to invade Heavenly Emperor City, a bastion of the northern borders. It must be for the sake of that little prodigy. We must return at once to safeguard Lord Yi. He cannot be allowed to be taken. After uttering these words, the three of them transformed into streaks of light. racing towards Heavenly Emperor City. Having already secured the disciples in a nearby cave, they had consumed the flesh of the black magic ape, their bodies saturated with spiritual energy, marking an opportune moment for transformation. They could not afford to delay. As for the events unfolding in Heavenly Emperor City, despite their intentions, they found themselves powerless to intervene. The three elders moved with remarkable speed, although they had only shared a meal with Yi Chen once. They felt a bond that compelled them to assist. Despite Yi Chen's formidable nature and his voracious appetite for spirit artifacts, this did not diminish the affection the three elders held for him. Within Heavenly Emperor City, an elder of the Ouyang family, deep in seclusion, let out a long howl that shattered a grand hall as he soared upward. Upon sighting the spirit vessel, his expression shifted dramatically. It was indeed a dark spirit master. For practitioners in the vast world, spirit masters were inherently fearsome beings. Even after thousands of years of research, the Immortal Path Alliance had yet to unravel the depths of the Demon Path studies. This was largely due to the nefarious practices of the Demon Path, which often involved sacrificing living beings' spiritual essence, and in more egregious cases, directly using their blood as offerings, i.e. the tumultuous days of yore when the Immortal Path Alliance clashed with the Demon Path. Dark spirit masters were the nightmares of many Immortal Path warriors. Among the Demon Path, there existed a particularly bloodthirsty cultivation method that involved self-harm to expedite the enhancement of one's cultivation level. Such practices were inherently defiant of natural order, yet they could bestow immense power in a short span. If one could acquire a substantial amount of living essence, they could even replenish the damage inflicted upon their own bodies. Once such individuals became spirit masters, they became exponentially more terrifying. The most alarming aspect of this self-harming method was its capacity to produce formidable warriors in large numbers. Ultimately, one must confront this reality. The Ouyang elder hovered in the sky, having long suspected that after the dark spirit master, Fei Xing, was slain by the young prodigy, the current predicament was inevitable. Given the child's current terrifying capabilities, were he to adopt the Demon Path's self-harming cultivation methods, he would likely transform into an entity that even sovereigns would hesitate to challenge. At this moment, within the city lord's mansion, Jian Yunsong was in a state of furious agitation, his beard bristling in distress. Alas, it was too late to utter any words of caution. Escape was no longer an option. Old man, calm down. Is it not merely a collection of scrap metal? Why are you so flustered? Yi Chen gazed at the spirit vessel in the sky. Licking his lips, this object could soar through the skies. Undoubtedly a rare delicacy. Alert the entire city guard. Prepare for battle. This will be a fierce confrontation. Jian Yunsong, left with no alternative, resolved to stand his ground, drawing his sword with a resounding clang. The cold gleam flashing ominously. Old man, find me a relatively secure place, Yi Chen instructed, gesturing toward Lan Xinran. Jian Yunsong, though somewhat perturbed by the young boy's casual address, promptly ordered for Lan Xinran to be escorted to the city lord's hidden chamber. Lan Xinran did not resist. Her current cultivation was insufficient, and she would only serve as a hindrance to Yi Chen, rather than provide any assistance. Be careful, Lan Xinran cautioned as she departed. Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Just as Lan Xinran had left, the spirit vessel suddenly radiated a brilliant light, as if a portal had opened, from which a figure descended, adorned in spiritual treasures that shimmered with overwhelming brilliance. Exuding an immense pressure that filled the skies, that was the disciple of the dark spirit master, Black Dragon. It was said that Black Dragon possessed an extraordinary talent for manipulating puppets, his mastery of puppet control being so exceptional that even Shi Wang had praised his unparalleled skills. The entity now appearing was likely one of Black Dragon's creations. Even if clad in spiritual armor, it was probably not his true form. Black Dragon was an exceedingly cautious individual. There had been an instance when a top assassin from the Immortal Path Alliance found his lair, slaying 5 of his formidable puppets, yet failing to uncover his true whereabouts, ultimately fleeing in a pitiful state after losing an arm. From that battle onward, Black Dragon emerged in the sights of the Immortal Path's powerhouses. Such audacity to remain in Heavenly Emperor City came a voice from within the armored figure, sounding remarkably like Black Dragon himself. This time, I do not wish for excessive bloodshed. I merely request that you come with us. The Demon Path Alliance can offer you far more than the Immortal Path ever would. Those hypocritical old fools will not generously bestow their knowledge upon you. Once you join us in the Demon Path Alliance, you need not wait 10 years to become a sovereign. Amidst the fervent discourse of the Black Dragon, an overwhelming excitement permeated the air. They had meticulously analyzed the information previously received, indicating that the young boy possessed an extraordinarily resilient physique, capable of enduring the utmost trials of refinement, his strength surpassing that of an ordinary person by a factor of 5. Should this be the case, his speed would indeed be quintuple that of others. What took others 50 years to accomplish, he could achieve in merely a decade. What would take 500 years for others, he would complete in but a century. Moreover, when combined with his innate talents, the young boy would undoubtedly become a formidable overlord of their demonic path in the future. The words of the Black Dragon reverberated throughout the realm, instilling trepidation in the hearts of all within the Imperial City. A king of men! This was undeniably a tantalizing prospect. If they were to secure the young boy, calamity would surely follow. Chapter 69. The Black Dragon. The terms laid forth by the Black Dragon were irresistibly enticing, further illustrating the significance the demonic alliance placed upon Yi Chun. If the Black Dragon's assertions were to be believed, Yi Chun was destined to become an unparalleled overlord, a thought that alone inspired sheer terror. At that juncture, with such invincible strength, wherever this young boy tread, it would surely be a scene of carnage. My child, you must not acquiesce. My daughters are all yours, and all my treasures are yours. Previously, Fei Xing had attempted to recruit him, yet the little rascal declined. This time, he would certainly do the same. Despite his tender age, he possessed a heart filled with chivalry. However, Fei Xing's standing paled in comparison to that of the Black Dragon, whose stature was undoubtedly far more illustrious. Within the Imperial City, anxiety ran rampant. All were concerned about the potentiality of the young boy acquiescing to their demands. The King of Men could roam freely between heaven and earth, holding a status second only to the masters of the Emperor realm. Not even Yi Chun, but even some formidable individuals within the Imperial City felt an irresistible allure upon hearing this proclamation. The mightier one was, the more difficult it became to resist such temptations. If even adults found it challenging to avert their gaze from such lures, how could a mere child possibly resist? Confidence radiated from the Black Dragon's words as he hovered in midair, seemingly awaiting Yi Chun to ascend and join him. The arrival of the spiritual weapon masters may not have been numerous. Yet should they unleash their full might, the Imperial City would be rendered to naught. However, after an extended wait, Yi Chun merely extended his middle finger towards them. Are you out of your mind? If you wish to fight, then fight. Stop dawdling like a coward. Yi Chun's voice, infused with the resonance of spiritual weaponry, echoed powerfully through the skies, its childish tone lacking any semblance of authority. Instead eliciting laughter. I knew it. This lad is a tough nut to crack. You may intimidate everyone else, but not me. Crush that pile of rubbish and devour him. Yes, devour him. The citizens of the Imperial City erupted in fervent cries. Sword Cloud Song, wielding a chilling sword, gazed in astonishment at the diminutive Yi Chun. To be honest, he had harbored ominous suspicions earlier, thinking Yi Chun's reluctance to depart was due to an intention to ally with the demonic alliance. However, it now appeared that his earlier fears were unfounded. This mischievous boy, though unruly, was not inherently malevolent. He merely had a penchant for causing trouble and had yet to engage in any truly heinous acts. At this moment, the Black Dragon's true form aboard the spiritual vessel suddenly darkened. Few are the strong who reject our demonic alliance's overtures, and even fewer are those who show us such disrespect. Originally, Elder Zhang instructed me to bring back a living specimen, but it seems that wish shall remain unfulfilled. Let us commence. Capture him dead or alive. With that, the ferocity on the Black Dragon's face intensified. Upon his command, a multitude of figures descended from the spiritual vessel, resembling a swarm of locusts, converging upon the Imperial City. Sword Cloud Song's expression shifted slightly. This time, the dark spiritual weapon masters numbered well over 100. Despite being a lordly figure, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Chapter 70. The spiritual array master. Half of these spiritual weapon masters hovered in the air using flying instruments, while the other half plummeted directly into the Imperial City, raising clouds of dust and causing countless structures to collapse in a brief span. They began their assault, enveloping the city in a dazzling display of offensive techniques. as bizarre and formidable spiritual weapon masters unleash their fierce offensives. Ensure you hold off the others, especially the elder of the Ouyang clan and Sword Cloud Song. I shall deal with that boy. The Black Dragon's voice echoed once more, and the spiritual weapon masters obeyed. With a few of the most powerful individuals targeting the elder and Sword Cloud Song, while the others relentlessly attacked the ordinary strong within the imperial city. This was a battle for all. Even those with deep-seated grudges united in this moment to resist the enemy. How dare you? Witnessing the desecration of the once peaceful imperial city by these ruffians, Sword Cloud Song's eyes flared with intense fury as he brandished his chilling sword. 18 beams of sword light, shimmering with frost, surged forth, piercing through the spiritual armor of numerous spiritual weapon masters, resulting in a gruesome spectacle of blood and collapsing structures. The 18 sword lights were extraordinarily sharp, as if the very fabric of the void was being torn apart. After cleaving through the fallen buildings and the corpses, they coalesced again, wreaking havoc anew, penetrating the armor of several more spiritual weapon masters. However, this time, the power was not as formidable as before. The sword intent coalesced once more, sweeping through the battlefield. In an instant, the dark spiritual weapon masters suffered grievous losses, with many of their defensive instruments shattered. A lordly figure in the vast universe was indeed a formidable presence, particularly Sword Cloud Song, whose lineage was exceptional. This breathtaking technique, the 18 Swords of Terror, was an ancient inheritance of his family. Just as Sword Cloud Song prepared to continue his onslaught against the spiritual weapon masters, he suddenly felt the presence of an array enveloping him, rendering his sword strikes impotent and his swift transformations sluggish. As though he were mired in a quagmire, stripped of his agile sword intent, a spiritual array master. He had not anticipated that among the spiritual weapon masters, a spiritual array master would also be present, indicating a significant investment on their part. Sword Cloud Song furrowed his brow, realizing the challenge that lay ahead. The spiritual weapon masters encircled him. Perhaps feeling uneasy, they added 4 more to the mix, totaling 8 formidable figures surrounding him. While lordly spiritual weapon masters were rare, the combination with a spiritual array master could very well pose a challenge for Sword Cloud Song. Their intent was clear: to ensnare these powerful individuals, providing others with the opportunity to strike. Aside from the 6 surrounding the elder of the Ouyang clan, the 9 encircling Sword Cloud Song, the remainder pressed on towards the imperial city, while some powerful figures, alongside the puppets controlled by the Black Dragon, approached Yi Chen. I have heard this young lad possesses tremendous physical strength. Let me see if he truly lives up to the rumors. As soon as the words left his lips, a towering figure, draped in spiritual armor, landed before Yi Chen. The 18 sword lights were exceptionally fierce, as though the very void had been torn asunder. After cleaving through, they astonishingly recoalesced the sword intent from the collapsed edifices and the corpses they pierced, rampaging once more through the city, once again penetrating the spiritual armors of numerous spirit artifact masters. However, this time, the power was not as formidable as the first. Subsequently, the sword intent gathered once more, sweeping across with renewed ferocity. In an instant, the dark spirit artifact masters suffered grievous losses, as many of their defensive artifacts were cleaved to ruin in the vast expanse of the Great Thousand World. A sovereign-level spirit artifact master was indeed a transcendent force. Moreover, Jian Yun Song hailed from an illustrious lineage. These astounding 18 strikes were a legacy of his ancient family. Just as Jian Yun Song intended to continue his slaughter of the spirit artifact masters, he suddenly felt the presence of an array enveloping him, rendering his sword unable to unleash its brilliance or execute swift and fierce maneuvers, as if he were mired in quicksand, stripped of the agility of his sword intent. It was a spirit array master. To his surprise, the treasures among the spirit artifact masters were also accompanied by one of their kind, evidently a significant investment. Jian Yun Song furrowed his brow, realizing that even the spirit array master had arrived. Cultivating a spirit array master within the ranks of spirit artifact masters was exceedingly arduous, yet they were also notoriously difficult to contend with. He employed flying swords to vanquish foes, but the debilitating capabilities of this spirit array master were overwhelmingly formidable, leaving him somewhat at a loss this moment, for powerful spirit artifact masters encircled Jian Yun Song. Perhaps feeling uneasy and adding 4 more, totaling 8, surrounding him without a means of escape. Sovereign-level spirit artifact masters were rare, but in conjunction with a spirit array master, they could indeed pose a challenge for Jian Yunsong. Their objective was to ensnare these powerful beings, providing others an opportunity. Aside from the 6 encircling Ouyang Laozu, the 9 surrounding Jian Yunsong, the rest hastened towards Tianhuang City, while some formidable warriors, alongside puppets controlled by the Black Dragon, advanced towards Yichen. It was said that this young lad possessed remarkable physical strength. I shall test it and see if he truly lives up to the tales. As the words fell, a towering figure over 2 meters tall, fully clad in spirit armor, descended before Yichen. Chapter 71. Do you look down on others? Upon witnessing this, everyone halted their actions, including the puppets controlled by the Black Dragon, all keenly observing. This spirit artifact master, towering at over 2 meters, was entirely encased in armor crafted from stone, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities, and was renowned for his immense strength. Previous reports claimed that Yichen possessed boundless strength. They were eager to witness just how remarkable this young lad's physique truly was. Facing this colossal figure, Yichen displayed a lack of interest, languidly expressing, "Can't you find someone else to fight? What's wrong? Have you not yet begun, and you already wish to seek your mother's comfort?" The burly man, known as Tian Zhao, burst into laughter, the sound of his spirit stone armor grinding echoing. Yichen slightly shook his head, his eyes filled with disdain, remarking, "You look utterly unappetizing in that stone getup. Hurry and find someone else." The expression of Tian Zhao, concealed behind the spirit armor, immediately shifted. This boy was exceedingly audacious. It was said that he possessed a fire-based technique, which he greatly feared. "Tian Zhao, go. Teach this arrogant little brat a lesson," commanded a spirit artifact master standing behind Tian Zhao, who was equipped with both water and fire elemental artifacts, providing ample protection for Tian Zhao. Before speaking, his artifacts unleashed fiery tongues while conjuring snowflakes in the air, or swirling streams of water. An astonishing spectacle indeed. This showcased the terrifying prowess of spirit artifact masters. While an ordinary person aspiring to dual-element cultivation required the favor of the heavens, they merely needed to manipulate different artifacts. "Do you look down on others?" Yichen's face hardened with determination as he pointed his exceptionally youthful finger at the boastful youth. In an instant, a tempest swept through the sky. A phantom dragon coalescing that swiftly morphed into an ice dragon, which promptly engulfed the individual whole. The ice dragon ascended, then dove once more, its tail sweeping through and instantly reducing several individuals to a mist of blood. Their various artifacts shattered in an instant, scattering like glimmering specks. Only one spirit artifact master, equipped with speed-enhancing artifacts, managed to evade the onslaught. That recent maneuver was a fusion of the hurricane transformation and the mysterious ice hand. An overwhelming display of power far beyond what this group could contend with. Any who were touched or struck would suffer grievous injuries, some even facing immediate death, at that moment, before anyone could react. Yichen lifted his small foot and forcefully stomped the ground. This stomp triggered significant fissures, rapidly spreading outward in an instant. Yichen's figure soared into the air, delivering a kick that landed squarely on Tian Zhao. The indestructible form meeting the spirit stone armor, which disintegrated into nothingness. The Tian Zhao hidden within the armor was obliterated by this force, leaving only a few fragments of spirit stone armor behind. It was utterly brutal. Yichen, not caring for anyone else at that moment, picked up a piece of the spirit stone armor, lamenting, "This thing looks terrible and unappetizing, but it was quite attractive. Such a pity it shattered." The events transpired with astonishing rapidity. The ice and fire dual-element spirit artifact master was swallowed by the ice dragon, and Tian Zhao was obliterated by Yichen's kick, all happening in the blink of an eye. Everyone was left in a state of shock. Chapter 72. Trapped Jian Yunsong, engaged in combat with 8 or 9 spirit artifact masters, also bore witness to the preceding spectacle, his visage twitching as his pupils constricted. No wonder this audacious child did not flee. It appeared he was equally formidable against spirit artifact masters. Indeed, his physical prowess was extraordinary. Facing him might cause me considerable distress. That hurricane dragon transforming into an ice dragon instilled a sense of threat even in Jian Yunsong. A sovereign-level master, The instantaneous demise of the Ice and Fire dual-element Spirit Artifact Master and Tian Zhao's obliteration sent a bone-chilling sensation through the remaining Spirit Artifact Masters. This boy is not merely fire. He possesses wind and water, three-element cultivation. How incredibly formidable. Such terrifying physical strength. No wonder Elder Zhang insisted we bring him back. Even if it meant retrieving a corpse to refine into a puppet, it would still be impressive. Let us all attack together. The Spirit Artifact Masters rallied around Zhou Wei, uniting their efforts to eliminate Yi Chen. They no longer dared to engage in solo combat, believing they could not contend with Yi Chen individually. Thus, a collective effort felt far more reassuring. Clang! A colossal sword of spirit energy struck Yi Chen's back, yet in an instant, the sword shattered into fragments, the artifact it represented emitting smoke and transforming into scrap metal. My sky-cleaving sword cannot damage his physique. This is akin to confronting a primal ferocious beast cub. How terrifying! Exclaimed a Spirit Artifact Master in horror. His artifact, crafted from the prototype of the sky-cleaving sword, although lacking the true might of its namesake, was still formidable enough to earn him numerous accolades in battle. At this moment, a barrage of attacks from Zhou Wei surged forth, an array of unparalleled strikes bombarding Yi Chen. Among them were numerous practical artifacts that expanded dramatically in power, directly targeting Yi Chen. His physique is indeed incredibly robust. Let us see if we can restrain him. After the flurry of dazzling attacks rained down, Yi Chen appeared merely slightly disheveled, as his attire barely concealed him, while his physical form remained untouched, not even a strand of hair out of place. As this was said, two Spirit Array Masters stepped forward among the Spirit Artifact Masters. Their armors were imbued with countless formations, and as long as they utilized their consciousness, they could manipulate the formations to unleash their power. In an instant, a heavy gravitational force enveloped Yi Chen, making his movements feel laborious, as if he bore the weight of a mountain. Invisible threads seemed to wrap around his body, restricting his agility. He felt as though these were specifically designed to counteract the might of formidable physical cultivators. Humph! This device once ensnared a powerful emperor of flesh. What we are employing is merely a replica, yet it is not something you can withstand. How could you, an ordinary mortal, fathom the might of the Demon Path Alliance's Demon Lord? Witnessing Yi Chen ensnared, the surrounding Spirit Artifact Masters erupted into raucous laughter, finally possessing a means to subdue this young lad. Capture him and take him back. Lord Black Dragon will surely reward us handsomely, after all. He is alive. Let us first bind him, and then we'll search for precious herbs and spirit grasses within Tianhuang City. After all, rare medicinal herbs within our demon path are scarce, and bringing some back could exchange for a few magic crystals. Yes, it would be a waste of such a prime opportunity not to seize some treasures while we're here. This young lad is certainly unable to escape. Let us now proceed to claim the precious herbs. Chapter 73. Burning heaven and earth indeed. Seizing more treasures would also bolster our cultivation. It's a win-win situation. Just as all the Spirit Artifact Masters believed the situation was firmly in their grasp and prepared to recklessly plunder treasures within Tianhuang City, a keen-eyed Spirit Artifact Master suddenly observed something amiss. Look quickly. What is that little brat doing? Upon hearing the cry, all eyes turned towards the mischievous child, Yi Chen. Why was that boy standing there with his mouth agape, as if he were about to consume something? My goodness, look, he actually bit down. How could he devour such immense gravitational force out of thin air? How absurd! That intangible pressure. How could he possibly consume it? The spirit armor of the Array Master burst apart, just as everyone stood there, dumbfounded. An even more bewildering event unfolded. Yi Chen opened his mouth wide and began to gnaw at the very air surrounding him. In this rhythm, the Array Master's spirit armor shattered into countless luminous fragments that scattered into the atmosphere. A chill ran down everyone's spine as they finally witnessed what it meant to consume heaven and earth. To devour air itself. This child was indeed an existence more formidable than even the Demon King. How could he eat anything and everything, even the air? That invisible pressure was also devoured. A prodigy. Ferocious. Utterly chaotic. After the initial shock, the onlookers hurriedly assisted the two Array Masters, accompanied by Spirit Weapon Masters, onto a spirit vessel. Generally speaking, those who could become Spirit Weapon Masters were not necessarily capable of becoming Array Masters. Though both manipulated spirit armor, controlling it required a formidable spiritual consciousness. Without a robust spiritual awareness, one could not wield armor imbued with arrays. Therefore, individuals with strong spiritual consciousness were already rare, and those who became spirit weapon masters were even fewer. Thus, becoming an array master was a tremendous challenge. Although their current objective was merely to deal with a mischievous child, they could not afford to suffer significant losses among the array masters. It must be noted that this time, they had brought 8 elite array masters, each one a pinnacle of excellence, and they could not afford to lose any of them. Quickly, they needed to restrain the mischievous child and prevent him from escaping. They rushed to escort the array masters away, lest this troublesome child devour them. The surrounding dozens of spirit weapon masters, filled with panic and anger, charged towards Yi Chen, while Yi Chen found himself encircled by these individuals. Seemingly trapped in a perilous situation, not far away, Jian Yunsong noticed Yi Chen's predicament and was about to intervene. At that moment, however, a thin plume of flame erupted from the center of the encircling spirit weapon masters. Subsequently, the spirit armor and weapons on those surrounding Yi Chen began to dissolve, even igniting into flames. Phoenix Fire Sunday, wrathfully scorching the heavens. In the blink of an eye, those spirit weapon masters encircling Yi Chen vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a patch of charred earth. Regardless of the armor's level, it was reduced to ashes in an instant. Oh my goodness! Did I just annihilate so many spirit treasures? What a windfall! How could this be? Are they truly that weak? Initially, Yi Chen had merely intended to singe these individuals a bit, to frighten them, but who would have thought they were so fragile? Chapter 74. Hard bones. It seems that Phoenix Fire Sunday possesses tremendous power. I must not act recklessly again. I should have simply knocked them out with a punch instead. Then I could have profited, Yi Chen lamented, shaking his head in regret. Upon hearing this, the surrounding spirit weapon master's expressions turned pained. Was this mischievous child truly serious? They were on the verge of vomiting blood, having suffered losses. Rubbish. We, the spirit weapon masters, have just lost so many comrades. That is what we call a significant loss. Initially, an ice dragon had suddenly appeared, sweeping away a dozen spirit weapon masters, and now, with a blaze, dozens more had been incinerated. Their spirit weapon master brigade had never encountered such a situation. Even Jian Yunsong, the lord of Tianhuang City, had only managed to slay a mere 10 spirit weapon masters thus far, while this mischievous child had eliminated 5 or 6 times that number of formidable opponents. It seemed we were no match for this child. We cannot act recklessly. Let us quickly summon the Black Dragon. I fear that even his puppet would struggle to contend with this mischievous child. As they spoke, someone had already gone to report to the spirit vessel. The Black Dragon, a peak spirit mansion realm expert and deemed a half-step lord, had already witnessed the unfolding situation from the spirit vessel. Without waiting for anyone to inform him, he dispatched his carefully crafted puppet, which resembled him to a fault. In fact, from an external perspective, the puppet appeared even more lifelike than the Black Dragon himself. Unless one was close to him, they would never recognize the difference. Go forth and eliminate that child. The Black Dragon's expression was sinister as the puppet nodded and grinned, saying, "As you command." Then, a glimmer of spiritual essence emanated from the Black Dragon, penetrating the puppet's form. Instantly, the puppet's body trembled, its eyes gleaming a profound black, as if they could devour all light. In that moment, the puppet extended its hand, beckoning towards a certain direction on the spirit vessel. Forth came several streaks of light, spirit weapons and armor radiating with treasure-like brilliance. In an instant, the puppet was armed as a spirit weapon master. Then it soared into the giant puppet, and the Black Dragon shared a profound connection, as if the Black Dragon were orchestrating its movements. Upon witnessing Yi Chen charging towards it, the giant showed no hesitation, immediately moving its hands in an attempt to crush Yi Chen into oblivion. Though Yi Chen's speed was astonishing, the giant managed to ensnare him. Bang! The enormous palms clapped together with a resounding force, causing Yi Chen's figure to vanish from the sky. Chapter 76. The Onslaught. However, before the spectators could erupt into cheers, they beheld a scene of chaos. Within the now closed palms, blackened flesh and blood erupted, as a small figure radiating golden light emerged from between the colossal hands. Roar! The puppet and the Black Dragon were intricately linked. As the hands were pierced, the Black Dragon felt excruciating pain. Roaring in frustration, mirrored by the giant's own bellow, as Yi Qin's figure relentlessly approached. The black dragon hastily commanded the puppet to strike at Yi Qin's head. The giant's fist, akin to a mountain, unleashed a deafening blast in the air, instilling terror in all who witnessed. Yet, in a scene that struck everyone as absurd, Yi Qin raised his own diminutive fist to meet the vastly larger one in a head-on collision. Is this child out of his mind? Surely he must be terrified. This is obviously a disproportionate confrontation. He is doomed. A chorus of spirit weapon masters lamented, but the strong figures within the Tianhuang city were far from intimidated. Darn it, who's the one with the real issue here? With that, the powerful figures unleashed dazzling techniques, throwing the spirit weapon masters into a frenzy, leaving them no time to observe the battle unfolding in the sky. Boom! The two fists collided, and to everyone's astonishment, Yi Qin's petite form did not budge an inch. Instead, the giant puppet was sent flying, crashing into the nearby city wall, its entire body embedded within. With a swift motion, Yi Qin summoned the flying demon disc beneath his feet. Slipping into the void, and in an instant, he appeared before the giant puppet, seizing the 5 or 6 meter tall behemoth and unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. Bang, bang, bang. Left, then right, the diminutive figure, akin to an ant, wielded the massive giant, raining down blows that shook the very earth, causing the entire Tianhuang city to tremble. From a distance, one could barely see Yi Qin. All that remained was the giant incessantly pounding the ground. Rumbling, bang. Yi Qin resembled an ancient war god, wielding the giant with one hand, dispatching numerous spirit weapon masters in the process, their armors twisted and deformed beneath the onslaught. This is an invincible force. Some cried in despair. How on earth can we contend with this? The giant puppet, once thought invulnerable, was now suffering such humiliation. Run. What are we even fighting for? The surrounding spirit weapon masters, witnessing this, hurriedly scattered, fleeing for their lives, for to remain would surely spell doom. Those capable of flight took to the skies, while those who could only hover low also made their escape. Even those unable to fly bolted, some discarding heavy gear in their haste, prioritizing life over possessions. Don't leave. We still have much to discuss about life. Yi Qin, witnessing the mass exodus, wore an expression of helplessness as he continued to pummel the giant puppet. He expressed regret, wishing for a more engaging discourse. Meanwhile, the fleeing spirit weapon masters silently celebrated their narrow escape, branding the reckless child as a top-tier threat, ferocious, insatiable, and a potential harbinger of doom should he ever turn his appetite towards the living. Chapter 77. The frosted giant fist. I fear he may devour me. I must return home. This creature, capable of consuming air, could very well turn to flesh. Though we are of the demonic path, we are nonetheless human. The spirit weapon masters fled in disarray, even foregoing their spirit vessels, sprinting towards the outskirts of Tianhuang city. You little brat, I shall smash you to smithereens, the black dragon puppet bellowed. The black dragon on the spirit vessel seething with rage. This is utterly humiliating. When has the black dragon ever endured such a loss in controlling a puppet? Damn it, I will silence you. Yi Qin, annoyed, resumed his assault, striking with such fervor that he drove the giant puppet deep into the ground, his fists emanating a chilling blue light. Before long, a colossal icy fist materialized within Tianhuang city. Boom! As the immense icy fist descended upon the giant puppet, each impact forced the black dragon on the spirit vessel to spit blood, feeling the impending collapse of his creation through their bond. Realizing this, a flicker of dread crossed his eyes. In the past, crafting this puppet had been a grueling endeavor. Even his master had praised its formidable might, deeming it worthy of divine strength. Yet now, it lay vulnerable and humiliated at the hands of a mere child. Frustratingly, he discovered that his residual spirit could not detach from the giant puppet. As the icy blue fist continued to rain down, the black dragon emitted a low, furious growl. I loathe this. The giant puppet struggled to rise, but just as it managed to lift itself from the growing pit, Yi Qin's fist slammed it back down, deepening the crater. Ultimately, even if the giant puppet could stand, it would have to fly to escape the depths of its entrapment. The commotion caught the attention of Jian Yunsong, who found himself bewildered. All the spirit weapon masters he had engaged had fled, whether to the spirit vessel above or towards the city's outskirts. This child, consuming everything in sight, was now poised to devour humans? Jian Yunsang's face was a mask of horror. This child has a keen eye for prey. The giant race is a mysterious lineage within the vast world. If he were to consume one, who knows what powers he might awaken? Though the giant race is not truly colossal, once crafted into a puppet, they regain much of their former strength. Legends say their skin is incredibly resilient. Even the sharpest swords cannot pierce it. The only way to defeat them is to damage their souls, leading to their demise. However, the giant puppets, devoid of souls, are deemed the perfect killing machines, impervious to destruction. Yet, at this moment, all were left in stunned silence as Yi Qin hoisted the giant puppet from the depths of the pit, taking a bite out of it. Astonishingly, the supposedly impenetrable giant skin yielded as easily as tofu beneath his teeth. Is this child serious? How ferocious! This is beyond outrageous. Can I even voice my frustrations? Jian Yunsang stood agape, while the other spirit weapon masters fled Tianhuang City in terror, questioning why such alarming intelligence had not been shared prior. Chapter 78. The Colossal Finger. After taking a bite, Yi Qin kicked the giant puppet back into the pit, clouds of dust swirling around him. Truth be told, had he not encountered such an odd giant, he would never have considered consuming it, for it bore a humanoid form. The giant's flesh lacked any discernible flavor. Perhaps it was due to its puppet nature, reminiscent of tasteless jerky, tough yet yielding no adverse reaction upon swallowing. Unable to comprehend the inheritance? Why not eliminate these spirit weapon masters altogether? Yi Qin grumbled, contemplating a direct assault on the spirit vessel above to bring it crashing down. However, at that moment, the system leisurely chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host! The giant bloodline is merging, and the power of the spirit vein is awakening. Progress at 40. Spirit vein power? Yi Qin murmured, having never before encountered such a thing. He had only awakened spirit veins. This must be something unique. If it proves useful, I shall take a few more bites. Yi Qin revealed his adorable little fangs, glinting ominously. Meanwhile, the giant puppet, lying in the pit, regained some of its strength and attempted to crawl back to the spirit vessel. Do not flee. I have use for you, Yi Qin called out, halting the giant puppet's escape. The black dragon, now enraged, nearly spat blood. How long would it take to heal the bite taken from the giant puppet's arm? And now it sought to escape. Was it not he who had just kicked it away? On the spirit vessel, the black dragon seethed, but with a portion of its spirit bound to the giant puppet. It dared not reveal its true form. Hastily, it commanded the puppet to flee the scene, but Yi Qin would not grant this opportunity. Since spirit vein power was awakening, it was clear that further consumption would yield benefits. This puppet was a veritable treasure trove, and it could not be allowed to slip away. As the giant puppet moved swiftly, akin to the wind, the black dragon tried to shrink its form, but whether due to the damage inflicted by Yi Qin or some other reason, it seemed incapable of doing so. Alas! The black dragon sighed in resignation, guiding the puppet directly towards the spirit vessel, eager to put as much distance as possible between himself and this inhuman child. Upon seeing him in the future, flee at once. The spirit vessel possesses an unfathomable defense, as long as one can approach it. He may depart today with the puppet in TOW. For those spirit artifact masters who scattered in flight, having chosen the path of betrayal, should they ever return, they shall face severe retribution. However, as the black dragon maneuvered the giant puppet into the sky, he suddenly noticed a darkening sky overhead, where ominous clouds began to gather and the roar of thunder reverberated across the heavens. Within those thunderclouds, serpentine bolts of lightning intertwined, flashing ominously, as a terrifying pressure descended from above. Amidst such a dreadful spectacle, a finger as robust as a mountain extended from the firmament, its details vividly clear. As if an enormous giant, taller than the heavens, had reached forth. The finger, shrouded in an inky blackness, crackled with dark lightning, while thick arcs of electricity danced upon it, emanating an indescribable sense of oppression throughout the realm. The giant puppet, controlled by the black dragon, sensed that finger pointing directly at him. Boom! Before the finger could draw near, the giant puppet felt an overwhelming resistance, ultimately succumbing to the immense force and crashing into the ground. Yet, the finger remained motionless in the sky, with only the sounds of wind and thunder swirling around. A timely retreat is wise, lest this celestial finger of dark magic obliterate the giant. A smile flickered across Yi Chen's face as he dashed towards the giant's former pit. The black dragon's heart was filled with a cacophony of curses. Fleeing would not absolve him from this disgraceful pit. Unfazed, Yi Chen leapt from the heavens into the pit, his silver teeth scraping together with a nerve-wracking sound as he began to gnaw voraciously on the giant. Ah, how it hurts, how it hurts! Although the black dragon only possessed a fragment of his soul within the giant puppet, he could still feel the visceral pain and agony that coursed through him, causing his true form to seize up in spasms as cold sweat broke out over him. The remaining spirit artifact masters, who had yet to escape, watched from a distance, goosebumps rising on their skin. This child's bite was extraordinarily fearsome. It seemed as if he could consume souls, truly terrifying. Ding. The power of the spirit vein is awakening. Current progress, 67%. Ding. The power of the spirit vein is awakening. Current progress, 86%. Ding. The power of the spirit vein is awakening. Current progress, 100%. Sitting atop the giant puppet's body, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction, pleased that he had taken a few more bites. Finally completing the task. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ancient inheritance, Divine Demon Resilience. Ding. Divine Demon Resilience automatically cultivates to the level of perfection. Divine Demon Resilience bestows upon the bearer the endurance akin to that of deities and demons, enabling miraculous transformations within the body, allowing injuries to heal rapidly, nearly impervious to destruction. A look of astonishment spread across Yi Chen's face. He had not anticipated grasping Divine Demon Resilience. From henceforth, would he not feel fatigue? Ha ha! It was indeed worth my effort to gnaw a few bites. This inheritance is truly splendid. At this moment, the giant puppet, beneath Yi Chen, was in a deplorable state, utterly ravaged and bereft of its former grandeur. Alas, why did you come here to deliver your head? This gesture of camaraderie touches me deeply. Upon hearing Yi Chen's lament, the black dragon immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Overcome with indignation, witnessing your misery, I cannot bear it. Yi Chen's face was filled with compassion. Hearing this, the black dragon's countenance brightened. Could it be that Yi Chen wished to release him? I truly cannot bear to watch. Then I shall turn away. Why? Yi Chen shook his little head, lifted his gaze to the sky. Be why the heavens? The black dragon's true form spat out another mouthful of blood. The black dragon had intended to use the giant puppet to speak, but Yi Chen afforded him no opportunity. The blaze of phoenix fire erupted in his palm, swelling like a gossamer veil, enveloping the giant puppet entirely. In an instant, the giant puppet was reduced to a cloud of black ash, vanishing into the pit. The phoenix fire was truly monstrous. Even though the giant's skin was impervious to ordinary flames, it could not withstand the searing heat of the phoenix fire. Chapter 80. Fury. This was akin to the might of a top-tier divine beast unleashing the fire of life. The giant, having not attained divinity, could not endure even for the briefest moment, being reduced to ash in mere breaths. After dealing with the giant puppet, Yi Chen's flying magic disc manifested beneath him, transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards the floating spirit artifact masters above. The very moment the giant puppet was destroyed, the black dragon, seated atop the spirit vessel, trembled violently, expelling several mouthfuls of true essence blood, his spirit waning. His once radiant eyes dimmed instantly. Flee quickly, enter the spirit vessel. If even the giant is devoured, we may well become his next meal. The spirit artifact masters fled in a frenzy. Even the strongest among them, trembling alongside Jian Yunsong and the Ouyang clan's elder, hastened to escape. They paid a hefty price for their retreat. As in the midst of an escalating battle, those who faltered first faced a deadly blow. Jian Yunsong and the others would not allow the spirit artifact masters to escape easily, leading the powerful from the imperial city in relentless pursuit, inflicting heavy losses upon the fleeing masters. Many spirit artifact masters, despite their formidable strength, were paralyzed by fear at the sight of Yi Chen, lacking any fighting spirit, and were effortlessly slaughtered by weaker cultivators. The cultivators of the imperial city united like never before, striking relentlessly at the spirit artifact masters. Even if they could not kill, some cultivators aided their stronger allies, hampering the escape of the others. Thus, the sky was filled with the falling forms of spirit artifact masters. Activate the protective light of the vessel. Yes, activate it. We cannot allow them to approach. The remaining spirit artifact masters, abandoning their gear, scrambled onto the spirit vessel, which then radiated a silvery glow that enveloped the entire vessel. Meanwhile, far away in the heart of the demon land, within one of the 7 demon mountains, spirit artifact master Shi Wang sat upon his throne, meditating, his breaths echoing like thunder across the vast earth. The great hall was filled with lightning and thunder, 10 suns illuminating the sky, while myriad omens flickered into existence. Even the heavens above the hall were filled with strange manifestations. Suddenly, a gray streak of light burst through the door, kneeling within the hall, causing the omens to dissipate entirely. What news? Shi Wang opened his eyes, a glimmer of light intertwining within them. Shi Wang, grave news. We dispatched our spirit vessel to capture that talented young man, but the protective light of the vessel has been activated, and according to the spirit artifact master's reports, nearly 80% of our forces have been lost. We have suffered grievously. 8 spirit formation masters have perished. Shi Wang's pupils constricted sharply as he glanced at the row of spirit soul stones beside him. Upon noticing the black dragon's stone dimmed, he felt a measure of relief wash over him. But then, recollecting something, he inquired, "Did the black dragon's giant puppet not make it through?" "It has vanished entirely." A flicker of fury crossed Shi Wang's face. "Construct a transmission array for me, above the Imperial City." As all the spirit artifact masters lingering outside were eradicated, Yi Chun stood resolutely outside the spirit vessel. He had just tested it. A single kick yielded no reaction from the protective light of the vessel, as if he were kicking through air, rendering his strength useless. This defensive light was remarkably peculiar, presumably a product of an exquisitely crafted formation. Chapter 81. Escape. What kind of formation is this? Truly remarkable. It was Yi Chen's first encounter with something he could not break. Even with his indestructible body and immense strength, now bolstered by the might of the divine demon, he found himself powerless against such an entity. The demonic alliance's ability to dominate the vast western regions of the world was not without reason. "Little fellow, I have underestimated you this time." At that moment, a voice suddenly emanated from the spirit vessel. Gravelly and ancient, but it faded away almost instantly, unresponsive to Yi Chen's calls. Just then, the spirit vessel began to move, seemingly attempting to make its escape. "What in the world? After all that commotion, you intend to slip away?" Yi Chen's brow furrowed. Such an opportunity was too good to be true. Instantly, the flying magic disc beneath him ignited with flames, phoenix fire surging forth to assail the protective light of the vessel. The black dragon's weak voice emerged from within, saying, "Do not waste your efforts. You cannot break this protective light." His tone bore a hint of defiance, for this phenomenon was of significant origin, and he had never witnessed the protective light being breached, except by those of the King Realm. Yet, in a mere small imperial city, where could one find a King Realm expert? Even when formidable figures of the King Realm approached from this direction, he remained utterly unperturbed. By that time, they had long since withdrawn. Yi Chun, however, chose not to respond, maintaining a faint smile upon his face. In that moment, the phoenix fire completely enveloped the guardian light of the spirit vessel. Then, with a sudden and powerful shout, the phoenix fire erupted from him in an overwhelming torrent. Just then, a faint sound of shattering emerged from the guardian light. Tendrils of phoenix fire, like a jubilant swarm of fire sprites, adeptly wove through the tiny fissures. Meanwhile, the very essence of the spirit vessel began to succumb to the flames, its grand aerial edifice gradually incinerating. The black dragon, who had thought himself securely seated in the command tent, was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the guardian light would prove so frail. What manner of fire is this? A wave of primal fear surged within him as he beheld the flames, as if they harbored an innate corrosiveness towards the demonic path. "Young one day we shall meet again. Though I do not wish to see you, I shall remember this humiliation, and I hope you remain alive by then." The black dragon trembled uncontrollably, while the spirit artificers aboard the vessel were equally stricken with terror, pleading with the black dragon to lead them away from this place. Yet, the black dragon paid them no heed. He withdrew a scroll from his robe, densely inscribed with intricate runes, and hurled it into the air. The scroll unfurled, revealing a black portal etched upon it in the blink of an eye. A flash of spiritual light erupted, and the black door leapt forth from the scroll, transforming into a tangible portal. The inky door slowly creaked open, revealing a path through the void, a teleportation gate. The black dragon stepped through, with the spirit artificers behind him eager to follow, only to grasp at thin air. The portal had vanished the moment he entered. The spirit vessel was entirely engulfed by the phoenix fire, morphing into a blazing sphere that hung suspended above the imperial city. Gazing at the vessel, now consumed by flames, Jian Yunsong's emotions oscillated wildly, his mouth agape yet unable to utter a word. Chapter 82. After the great battle over 50 years prior, he had participated in the conflict between the Celestial Alliance and the Demonic Alliance. Back then, he was but a half-step King Realm cultivator, and amidst that tumultuous battle, he managed to break through his constraints and ascend to the King Realm. He was well acquainted with the guardian light of the spirit vessel, which came in several tiers, the silver variant being the weakest, yet even those beneath the King Realm would find it impossible to breach it. Yet, this little rascal had merely ignited a fire, and the guardian light crumbled under the strain. Jian Yunsong found himself at a loss for words to express his astonishment. At that moment, he recalled having previously gifted Yi Chen a spiritual treasure in the form of a flying sword, an item that the King Realm cultivators regarded as a prized possession. Yet, in this child's hands, it had turned to ash with the slightest squeeze. The intensity of that flame was formidable beyond measure. It was as if he had never encountered such a thing before. Jian Yunsong was filled with perplexity. Little did he know that the phoenix fire was a divine flame of heaven and earth, incomparable even to the fires of the earth's core. Such phenomena were not recorded in ordinary ancient texts, for no one knew of its properties, nor had anyone witnessed it. Even if Jian Yunsong recognized the name Phoenix Fire, he would never have associated it with the flames emanating from Yi Chen. The spirit artificers have been defeated. We have triumphed. This little rascal is indeed a treasure of our Celestial Alliance, a veritable mascot of the Imperial City. Surely those spirit artificers have been incinerated? What a relief! Just moments ago someone kicked me. Within the Imperial City, both commoners and cultivators erupted in jubilant cheers. Elders who had previously dealt with the Demonic Alliance wept tears of joy. Victory had not come easily, especially at such a minimal cost. Nearly 300 spirit artificers had been slain, with the last few consumed by Yi Chen's flames. Such thoughts brought boundless satisfaction. Meanwhile, the 3 venerable ancestors of the Haoyuan sect, newly arrived, were rendered speechless by the jubilant chatter. This little rascal remains as fierce as ever. Elders shall manage to articulate with difficulty on their way here. They had prepared themselves for a desperate battle, ready for the worst. Yet, who would have thought that before the fight even began, it had concluded so perfectly? Over 300 spirit artificers had been annihilated. Had it not been for the surrounding discussions, the 3 of them would scarcely have believed it. Elder Shao gazed at the silhouette suspended in the sky, resolutely vowing to cultivate a good relationship with this young progeny. No matter the cost, beside the Lord's manor in the Imperial City stood a tranquil mountain, atop which lay a resplendent garden filled with the melodious songs of birds and fragrant blooms. Surrounded by ethereal creatures, a stream flowed like a jade ribbon, replete with spiritual herbs and flowers emanating captivating aromas. This was the most luxurious estate in the Imperial City, a private residence of the Ouyang family. Yet, to reward Yi Chen, Jian Yunsong had shamelessly requested it from the Ouyang patriarch. Though the elder had nearly spat blood in indignation, he begrudgingly acquiesced, recognizing the significant favor that young Yi had bestowed upon the Imperial City. At this moment, Yi Chen lounged leisurely within the garden, resting his head atop Lan Xian Ran's exquisite thigh, indulging in grapes she had peeled for him while basking in the sun. A veritable paradise of enjoyment. 6 days had elapsed since the last attack by the spirit artificers. Chapter 83. Visitors from the Celestial Alliance since the assault by the dark spirit artificers on the Imperial City. The Lord had arranged for Yi Chen and Lan Xian Ran to reside in the garden. After all, Yi Chen was now a person of merit, and his status no longer suited the Blue family's estate. Xiao Chun, this is a dish that Sister Xian Ran and I prepared for you. We learned it together, so do have a taste. Just as Yi Chen was enjoying the sun, a youthful woman emerged from the garden. The very same Su Yuqing he had encountered outside the city. Elder Shao of the Haoyuan sect had promptly sent Su Yuqing to the imperial city, claiming it was to look after Yi Chen's daily needs. This nearly drove Elder's Sun and Zhou to the brink of exasperation, as neither of their families boasted any young and beautiful maidens to send forth. They could only watch with envy and jealousy as Elder Shao fawned over Yi Chen. Unable to do anything but glare in frustration, upon returning home, they summoned their younger generations, urging them to procreate at once, particularly to bear beautiful daughters. Once Yi Chen had confirmed that Su Yuqing was indeed willing to stay in the garden, he welcomed her presence, and thus both Lan Xian Ran and Su Yuqing remained, tending to him like devoted handmaidens. Their gentle natures allowed them to quickly bond as close sisters. Knowing Yi Chen's fondness for gourmet food, and that the little rascal's appetite was well known throughout the city, they took it upon themselves to prepare a myriad of delectable dishes. Yi Chen felt as though his life now rivaled that of royalty. It was an unparalleled indulgence. Just as he was savoring a new dish brought by Su Yuqing, a lean figure approached from outside the garden. It was Emoli, a capable aide of the Lord. "Lord Yi, the Lord requests your presence at once." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. Could it be that the Celestial Alliance has arrived? He had already conspired with Lord Jian Yunsong to extort a considerable sum from the newcomers. Those old geezers must have accumulated a wealth of treasures over the centuries, and their storage rings likely held countless top-tier items. This time, Yi Chen intended to make them bleed profusely. Let us proceed. We shall meet those old geezers. At that very moment, within the Lord's manor, Jian Yunsong, the most powerful cultivator in the imperial city at the 5th level, stood respectfully in the grand hall. His demeanor one of utmost reverence, for seated upon the dais were 3 venerable elders, all with hair and beard as white as snow. Each of these elders exuded an extraordinary aura, their bodies radiating a luminous spiritual energy, an indication of having reached a certain pinnacle in cultivation. These 3 elders had traversed great distances to reach the imperial city, all for the sake of the little rascal. Are you implying that this little rascal single-handedly vanquished the spirit artificers from the demonic alliance? He single-handedly slew hundreds and incinerated that seemingly indestructible spirit vessel. One of the elders, adorned with a Qilin insignia, inquired. Indeed, that is correct, Jian Yunsong affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing his confirmation, the 3 elders' expressions shifted to one of profound astonishment. They exchanged glances, and one elder, youthful in appearance despite his white hair, asked, "Do we have any records of that battle? Let me see it at once." Chapter 84. This child is a bit fierce. The other 2 elderly men nodded in agreement, their eyes revealing an unmistakable urgency as they yearned to witness the breathtaking scenes of the fierce battle that had transpired that day, under the intense gazes of the 3 individuals. Jian Yunsong extended his hand, and a radiant spirit stone materialized within his palm. Channeling the spiritual energy from within his body, Jian Yunsong activated the gray spirit stone, which immediately erupted into a swirling cloud of gray mist that ascended and filled the air. Within moments, the mist began to display vivid images of the day's battle. The footage captured the conflict in exquisite detail, showcasing every nuance of the combat, including each movement and technique with remarkable precision. As the duration of the battle had not been particularly lengthy, the 3 elders swiftly concluded their viewing of the various skirmishes. This child possesses extraordinary talent. He will undoubtedly become a pillar of strength for our celestial alliance, exclaimed the elder with the white hair and youthful visage, his eyes brimming with shock and a hint of fervor. The other 2 elders also felt a surge of brilliance in their gazes and nodded in agreement. After witnessing the entire battle, all 3 were astounded by the child's formidable combat prowess. However, one detail lingered in their minds. The child was indeed a bit fierce, often resorting to biting when encountering others. Yet, as elders of the Celestial Alliance, they were largely indifferent to whether this unruly child was excessively fierce. It was common for exceptionally gifted individuals to exhibit peculiar traits. What did that truly matter? They had encountered countless prodigious youths, many of whom possessed their own eccentricities. One elder, leaning on a cane, remarked, "Though he is still young, I perceive that his physical strength is remarkably terrifying, likely rivaling your own." Jian Yunsong, standing nearby, offered a wry smile and nodded. He was well aware of the child's terrifying physical capabilities, but I believe the most fearsome aspect is the flames he unleashes. regardless of whether they stem from a technique or a spiritual treasure. I cannot discern their nature. Have either of you gleaned any insights? The elder with the youthful appearance inquired. The other two elders pondered for a moment before shaking their heads slightly. I have never encountered such flames before. Their power is astonishing. Merely observing the battle footage conveys the essence of those indomitable flames. The ability to obliterate the protective light of the vessel in such a brief span is enough to inspire awe. As they were struck with amazement, the three men resolved to seize the opportunity to recruit this child into the Celestial Alliance, vowing to prevent other factions from snatching him away, especially those ancient nations with long-standing heritages. Should those powerful individuals from the ancient realms secure the child, they would undoubtedly nurture him in secrecy, utilizing his prowess to conquer territories and bolster their own strength. It was well known that many ancient nations within the vast world did not align themselves with the Celestial Alliance. The three elders were aware that numerous powerful figures from these ancient realms had ties with the forces of the Demonic Alliance. If those individuals were to abduct the child, it might very well benefit the Demonic Alliance. Furthermore, even within the Celestial Alliance itself, factions were fiercely competitive, and acquiring a prodigious talent would be a boon for any sect. Chapter 85. Quarreling like shrewish women this time, only the three elders had come. As the other sects dared not send representatives. Even if they did, they would not compete with these three. As the elderly men contemplated strategies to recruit the unruly child into their respective sects. Jian Yunsong suddenly announced, "The unruly child has arrived." His words. The eyes of the three elders sparkled with excitement. Yi Chun, under the guidance of Emoli, arrived at the city lord's mansion. Upon opening the door, he discovered three elderly men seated within. The gazes of these elders fixated upon Yi Chun, as though they were parched souls beholding a refreshing spring, their eyes gleaming with an almost predatory intensity. This startling revelation caused Yi Chun to flinch. "Young friend Yi Chun, allow me to introduce you to these esteemed elders, renowned figures within the Celestial Alliance. This one is Xian Guzi from the Xuanji sect. This is Guoqing Shan from the Tianqing sect, and this is Su Daozi from the Nine Divine Palace." Jian Yunsong provided introductions, noting that these venerable figures had traveled a great distance specifically for him. At this moment, Jian Yunsong shot Yi Chun a knowing glance, and Yi Chun immediately understood. Jian Yunsong was signaling that he could begin to negotiate with these elders. "Young one, do you comprehend the formidable nature of the Celestial Alliance?" inquired the elder with the youthful appearance, Xian Guzi. "Please, enlighten me, esteemed elder." Yi Chun replied, "In this vast world comprising 5 regions, countless ancient nations and myriad sects existed. However, in order to unite against the Demonic Alliance, the Celestial Alliance was formed, comprising the 3 strongest sects, Xuanji sect, Tianqing sect, and Nine Divine Palace." Xian Guzi spoke amiably, but before he could finish, the elder Guoqing Shan, leaning on his cane, interjected, "In the current climate, our Tianqing sect stands at the forefront of the Celestial Alliance. The other 2 must take a back seat." At this juncture, Guoqing Shan paused before continuing, "Young one, I now officially extend a sincere invitation for you to join our sect. I can assure you that you will receive the most extraordinary cultivation resources." Meanwhile, Su Daozi's expression hardened. "Child, do not be deceived by this charlatan. Within the Celestial Alliance, no single sect dominates. It has always been a matter of shared supremacy. For several decades, the Tianqing sect has merely enjoyed a stroke of good fortune. Our Nine Divine Palace boasts a profound historical foundation, with an abundance of techniques, treasures, and elixirs. Should you join us, you will undoubtedly be treated as a paragon of excellence. Join our Tianqing sect, and I guarantee you will become a powerful figure, perhaps even ascend to imperial status. Come to our Nine Divine Palace. It is the most suitable choice for you. Stop spewing nonsense. If anyone is to be joined, it should be my Tianqing sect. Get lost. Your Tianqing sect's bloodthirsty methods of education will surely lead this child astray." The 2 elders bickered vehemently within the confines of the room. Nearly on the verge of physical confrontation, their auras surging like turbulent waves, each of them flushed with rage, sleeves rolled up, necks craned, faces reddened. Standing aside, Jian Yunsong could only smile wryly. He had not anticipated that the Celestial Alliance would covet this unruly child to such an extent. While he had foreseen some discord, he had not expected the 2 elders to engage in a quarrel akin to shrewish women. Chapter 86. Eager yet pale-faced, it seemed this little fellow truly captured attention. Jian Yunsong's gaze settled upon Xian Guzi, who had remained silent throughout the commotion. This piqued his curiosity. Did Xian Guzi not wish for the unruly child to join their sect? While the other two were embroiled in a heated argument, his silence appeared rather peculiar. Just as Jian Yunsong pondered this, Xian Guzi suddenly raised his hand and retrieved a small silver bell from his sleeve. Young one, this treasure holds great significance. It is known as the Vajra Bell, a supreme protective artifact. Even a king-level expert would find it challenging to break within a short time. The value is immeasurable. As Xian Guzi spoke, he shook the small bell, producing a resonant sound. If you choose to accompany me, not only will this precious item be yours, but you may also select from the treasures within our sect at your leisure. Upon seeing the bell, Yi Qian's eyes sparkled with delight. What of supreme techniques or rare elixirs? Such notions felt abstract to him. He cared little for those lofty concepts. His ability to comprehend ancient legacies stemmed from sustenance alone. What need had he for techniques? Thus, compared to those intangible offerings, these spiritual treasures were far more appealing. Observing the child's newfound interest, Guo Qingshan and Su Daozi exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. The irritable Guo Qingshan abruptly slammed his palm on the table, shouting at Xian Guzi, "You old fossil, resorting to such despicable tactics is utterly disgraceful." Unfazed, Xian Guzi took a sip from his cup of tea and rolled his eyes at Guo Qingshan. "You foolish old man. If you wish for him to become your disciple, you must cater to his preferences." Guo Qingshan's face flushed with indignation. "Who are you calling foolish?" Xian Guzi retorted playfully. "Whoever is shouting red-faced and flustered is the foolish one. You old codger, I shall challenge you to a duel today." In the heart of Guo Qingshan, a tempest of fury surged forth, instantly amplifying his presence. A veil of blood-red runes enveloped him, rendering him akin to an ancient demonic beast. An immense pressure radiated from his being, sweeping through the entire Lord's manor. Within the confines of the manor, every individual felt their bones creak under the weight of his aura. Even the exceptionally skilled Jian Yunsong found it challenging to maintain his footing at that moment. This exemplifies the formidable nature of a king of men. Merely the casual emission of their aura can render even those of the Junho realm incapable of withstanding it. Let us settle this once and for all. Do not presume that I fear you, old man. Xian Guzi immediately rose to his feet. A glimmer of spiritual light flickered from his palm, and a long sword, suffused with a resplendent glow, materialized in his grasp. Instantly, the surrounding air became saturated with the sword's energy, exuding a chilling aura of killing intent. The intersecting sword energies clashed with Guo Qingshan's formidable presence, and a careless leak of sword energy left the Lord's manor riddled with wounds. A testament to its might, the scars left behind were imbued with profound sword intent. Should a sword cultivator behold them, they would undoubtedly rejoice, for with careful contemplation, they might glean insights into the mysteries of the sword path. In the aftermath of the three elders' departure, the scars within the manor remained unobliterated, ultimately transforming the location into a renowned sanctuary for cultivation, drawing numerous sword practitioners eager to pay their respects. From which countless formidable king of men emerged. However, at that moment, Jian Yunsong suddenly interjected, "Elders, let us not allow this to escalate into discord. We are all of one family. It would be unfortunate if young friend Yichun were to be harmed." Deep down, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. Why had the Xuanji sect and Tianqing sect sent these two elders? Their mutual animosity was palpable. Jian Yunsong felt a twinge of fear. If these two elders were to lose their tempers and truly engage in combat, his lord's manor would be reduced to ashes. Yet, he needed to ensure Yi Qin's safety first. The aura of a king of men in battle would undoubtedly pose a threat to him. Meanwhile, Yi Qin sat beside the table, exuberantly munching on a bag of spiritual herbs he had produced from seemingly nowhere, while playfully gesturing, "Could you please step aside, uncle? You're obstructing my view." The tension between Xian Guzi and Guo Qingshan was palpable, and upon hearing Yi Qin's words, their faces darkened. This little rascal seemed to thrive on chaos. Their tempers were fraying, and one misstep could lead to violence. Yet this child not only remained unafraid but appeared to be instigating the situation as if it were a grand performance. At that moment, Su Daozi discreetly produced a fan from his robes. "Little one, this fan, known as the Tianqian fan, can incite even a king of men to ignite passions. Should you choose to accompany me today, this treasure shall be yours." Observing Su Daozi attempting to bribe the mischievous child with such a valuable item, Guo Qingshan hesitated to continue his confrontation with Xian Guzi. However, his cultivation focused on physical prowess. He couldn't possibly sacrifice an arm or a leg for this child. Should he falter in this contest for the child's favor, he would undoubtedly face ridicule upon returning to his sect. Not to mention the loss of face. Thus, Guo Qingshan declared, "Little one, I have heard tales of your extraordinary physical strength. It so happens that our sect specializes in body refinement. If you were to join the Tianqing sect, your physical prowess would undoubtedly reach even greater heights, promising a boundless future, perhaps even leading to becoming a saint of the flesh. I dare say this opportunity far surpasses joining the Xuanji sect or the Nine Divine Palace." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of Xian Guzi and Su Daozi shifted dramatically. Guo Qingshan's assertions were undeniably accurate. In a brawl, physical strength indeed held great significance. However, they were unwilling to allow Guo Qingshan's Tianqing sect to snatch the child away. After witnessing the child's skirmish with the forces of the Demonic Path Alliance, they recognized that whichever faction secured the child would undoubtedly ascend to a position of dominance. This temptation was irresistible to anyone. The Tianqing sect already held a superior standing compared to the Xuanji sect and the Nine Divine Palace, and should they succeed in claiming the child, their fortunes would multiply for centuries, further solidifying their dominance over the other two sections. Though all belonged to the Celestial Alliance, beneath the surface, each faction secretly vied for supremacy. Yet, the body refinement techniques of the Tianqing sect were indeed beyond the reach of the other two sections. Magical artifacts were merely external objects. True value lay in one's personal strength. Even Guo Qingshan found himself marveling at his own sagacity, convinced that the child would undoubtedly acquiesce to his proposition. However, the child's reaction left everyone astounded. Yi Chen did not even glance at Guo Qingshan. Instead, his gaze flitted between the two magical treasures, seemingly weighing his options. Both treasures appeared enticing, and he feigned a prolonged sigh, deliberating on what to do. Upon witnessing this, the despair in the hearts of Xian Guzi and Su Daozi evaporated, replaced with renewed hope. "Little one, I also possess a piece of Kuanping bone that I can offer you." As he spoke, Su Daozi produced a golden bone from his robes, shimmering with intertwining golden spiritual energy, faintly resembling a golden-winged Dapeng taking flight. Not to be outdone, Xian Guzi chimed in, "I also possess 2 ascension pills. In terms of value, they far surpass the bone of the golden-winged Dapeng. I have 36 exquisite swords, each crafted from exceptional materials. These 36 swords can form formations or transform into a colossal sword. I also possess a millennia-old treasure tree, whose fruits can enhance one's cultivation." As Xian Guzi and Su Daozi unveiled one treasure after another from their storage rings, Jian Yunsong stood by, utterly astonished. The 2 treasures they had previously revealed had already filled him with envy. Yet now they produced an abundance of magical artifacts that utterly shattered his perception of reality. Listening to the names of these legendary treasures, Jian Yunsong felt utterly humbled, his legs turning weak as he sank into a nearby chair. These 2 elders were truly reckless, unyielding in their quest. Shaking his head in disbelief, he felt a bitter pang. The Kuanping bone and the 36 swords were rarities of the world, and to give them away so freely was madness incarnate. While Jian Yunsong had entertained the notion that Yi Chun might extort something of value, the reality was that before Yi Chun even uttered a word, the 2 elders had begun to shower him with treasures. It was evident that both were prepared to spare no expense in their efforts to recruit the child into their respective sections. As they continued to present their treasures, a veritable mountain of artifacts began to accumulate before them. Ultimately, Xian Guzi emerged victorious, with a veritable bounty of treasures far exceeding those of Su Daozi. Thus, with his eyes gleaming with avarice, Yi Chen chose to align himself with the Xuanji sect. Su Daozi stood by, dismayed, contemplating that had he known this would transpire, he would have drained his sect of every last treasure to secure the child. Now, he stood bereft of any artifacts, having allowed the Xuanji sect to claim the prize. Meanwhile, Guo Qingshan's frustration boiled over upon witnessing the child's choice of the Xuanji sect. This ignorant child places value on mere external possessions. He is beyond redemption. Seething with rage, Guo Qingshan's frustration was palpable. How lamentable it was that such a young child, blessed with incredible potential, had succumbed to greed. Yichen scooped up the pile of treasures before Xian Guzi, his expression one of unabashed delight. External possessions? You seem to lack any yourself. Humph. Countless geniuses dwell in this world, yet the majority meet untimely ends, their narrow-mindedness rendering them incapable of achieving greatness. You have forsaken a bright future, and it seems you are unfit for our sect. Very well. Guo Qingshan's countenance soured as he continued. Do not presume yourself invincible. In this vast world, prodigies awaken each day. Should you choose to depart, others will inevitably arise. I shall await the day of your downfall. With that, Guo Qingshan exited, transforming into a streak of black light that vanished into the horizon. Little one, do not heed the ramblings of that old fool. The myriad paths of the great Tao ultimately lead to the same destination. If you devote yourself to your cultivation, you shall undoubtedly ascend to the throne of the Emperor of Men. Beside him, Xian Guzi cast a disdainful glance at the departing Guo Qingshan, muttering to himself about the folly of this old curmudgeon who, despite his inability to obtain the treasures, still attempted to utter venomous words to disturb the young one's state of mind during cultivation. Such narrow-mindedness was truly unbecoming. In truth, Xian Guzi was overthinking. Yichen's mindset was undoubtedly unwavering. Had it not been for his respect for Guo Qingshan's advanced age, he would have unleashed a torrent of scathing remarks. He was, in fact, eager to witness the day Guo Qingshan met his downfall. The various techniques and divine powers meant little to him. What mattered were those rare and precious treasures. Xian Guzi observed as the young lad's gaze fixated longingly on the pile of treasures before him. His mouth nearly watering at the sight. Child, he exclaimed, this mound of artifacts is more than sufficient to elevate you to the realm of a human king. You must nurture and protect them diligently, for they will undoubtedly become your formidable assets in the future. Oh heavens, these are not for consumption. Do not dare to bite them. As Xian Guzi witnessed the child grasp the golden bell and stuff it into his mouth, crunching it as though it were mere brittle, he felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly fainting from shock. They had been forewarned of the child's notorious appetite. Tales of his insatiable hunger had preceded him, evident even during his skirmishes with the members of the demonic alliance, where he had devoured giants. Yet, Xian Guzi could scarcely fathom that this golden bell, an object he cherished dearly, had been so carelessly consumed by the child. Such wanton destruction of invaluable treasures was nothing short of sacrilege. Xian Guzi's heart bled for the bell he had painstakingly retrieved from ancient ruins, coveted by countless prodigies within their sect. Yet never before had he relinquished it to another. To see it now devoured to appease a mere child was a travesty. In his turmoil, he felt as though the spiritual energy within him had diminished significantly. As if the anger had aged him by decades. Nearby, Jian Yunsong could not bear to witness the unfolding disaster and averted his gaze, unwilling to observe the inevitable calamity. Conversely, Zdaozi was taken aback. Startled by the child's audacity, he hastily gathered his own treasures, fearful that the child might mistakenly claim his belongings as well. Listen, Xian Guzi, Zdaozi remarked with a hint of mockery. There's no need to mourn so despondently. While the child may have consumed these artifacts, it could be a blessing in disguise, a blessing. Xian Guzi shot him a skeptical look. Rolling his eyes, he devoured the remarkably resilient golden bell as if it were mere brittle. This indicates the child possesses extraordinary dental prowess, a true genius, Zdaozi interjected. Xian Guzi nearly spat blood upon hearing this. Extraordinary dental prowess? The notion seemed utterly absurd. Yet, Zdaozi's reasoning held merit. The golden bell, forged from an unknown material of unparalleled strength, had been shattered by the child's teeth, implying that the boy's physical prowess was indeed formidable. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ancient legacy of the sky-shattering palm. Ding! The sky-shattering palm has automatically reached the pinnacle of perfection. The sky-shattering palm, a technique created by a primordial mighty being. This method harmonizes offense and defense, derived from the profound insights gained while contemplating the Buddha in moments of attack. It manifests countless hand shadows. While in defense, it radiates the light of enlightenment. After consuming the artifact, the system's voice resonated in Yichun's mind, and at that moment, it seemed as though myriad hand shadows materialized around him. Ethereal and indistinct, yet exuding an overwhelming aura, even more terrifying than the sword energy Xian Guzi had released moments ago. the sky-shattering palm. Although the name sounded somewhat unrefined, Yichun recognized its potential to surpass even the mightiest of techniques. Aside from the Phoenix Fire, this would undoubtedly become his most formidable asset. For Yichun, a technique that combined both offensive and defensive capabilities was precisely what he needed. Unbeknownst to Xianguzi, who remained oblivious to the transformation occurring within Yichun, the latter was experiencing an evolution of his own. If Xianguzi had been aware, he would have rejoiced with uncontainable delight. To acquire an ancient technique from a single treasure was an unparalleled bargain from any perspective. Regrettably, Xianguzi remained ignorant of Yichun's metamorphosis, his heart aching with profound sorrow for the treasures he had lost. Why, little ancestor? Although this treasure has been consumed, we must remember not to repeat such folly. These artifacts are meant to accompany you on your journey, serving as crucial means of survival in dire moments. Take, for instance, this heavenly dragon sword. Its significance is immeasurable. What on earth? Are you even listening? Do not bite it. At that moment, Xianguzi erupted in exasperation. Having already endured the loss of the golden bell, he was pushed to the brink of despair when the child carelessly sank his teeth into the tip of the heavenly dragon sword. Gazing at the now mutilated sword, Xianguzi felt a profound sense of hopelessness wash over him. Never before had he felt so utterly powerless. This was a treasure of unparalleled rarity, now desecrated by the childish gluttony. In mere moments, two priceless artifacts had been irreparably damaged, leaving Xianguzi's mind reeling, his thoughts clouded, as his blood boiled with indignation, threatening to burst forth. At this juncture, Yichun had consumed half of the heavenly dragon sword and, patting his belly, let out a satisfied burp. Upon hearing that resounding belch, Xianguzi nearly fainted. He trembled, his legs buckling beneath him as he slumped into a chair, lamenting the grave mistake of taking this insatiable child under his wing. From the side, Zdaozi, witnessing Xianguzi's despondent expression, couldn't he help but revel in the unfolding chaos. Old man, it seems this child is quite the handful. How about this? You should let me take him off your hands. If he continues with you, he might just devour your entire sect. Xianguzi stood, gritting his teeth in anger. You must be dreaming. I have already sacrificed 2 world-renowned treasures. I will not part with this child. Even if it means swallowing my own broken teeth, I will keep him. Moreover, such a gifted child could never be so easily discarded. With his formidable physical strength and remarkable dental prowess, he could prove invaluable in battles. Although the boy had a penchant for destruction, his ability to consume such artifacts could also be seen as a blessing. After all, what would a less talented child have done? They would likely never have had the chance to wield such potent treasures. Having reassured himself, Xianguzi turned away, choosing not to witness the ongoing spectacle. Eat to your heart's content. I shall pretend I do not see it. As Yichun finished devouring the remnants of the heavenly dragon sword, he blinked his adorable eyes, feeling a twinge of pity for the old man, Xianguzi. Thus, he made a resolute decision, turning away from Xianguzi, and began to stuff the treasures into his mouth one by one. Whether they were elixirs, spiritual medicines, or mystical artifacts, he indiscriminately devoured them all. Unlike the previous treasures that had bestowed upon him the comprehension of ancient martial arts, these treasures, at the very least, provided him with pure energy. In that moment, Yichun felt the spiritual energy coursing through his meridians like a roaring river, accompanied by a resounding thunder within his body. These treasures transformed into the most refined spiritual essence, nourishing every inch of the young rascal's physique. With the system's notification, Yichun successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th turn of the Divine Sea Realm. If all went well, Yichun would soon break the mirror and step into the Spirit Mansion realm, at which point he would truly become a formidable force. However, for a prodigy like Yichun, the realm itself held little significance. Even now, he dared to fight against those of the Junho realm. True geniuses must engage in battles beyond their level, or else they could hardly be deemed as such. It was for this reason that the 3 major sects of the Immortal Tao Alliance sought to recruit the young rascal. A few days later, outside the gates of the Heavenly Emperor City, a group of people was bidding farewell with reluctance. Since Yichun had chosen to join the Xuanji sect, he naturally had to return with Xianguzi, bringing along Lan Xinran and Imo Li without a doubt. Among the crowd were the city lord Jian Yunsong, along with the ancestors of other prominent families in the Heavenly Emperor City, as well as Master Shao of the Haojin sect, all of whom were esteemed figures within the city, gathered today to see Yi Chun off. Chapter 92. What is the harm in taking a bite? Apart from them, many others from the heavenly emperor city and various ancient nations had also come to witness the young rascal's true form. More people were eager to catch a glimpse of Xian Guzi. After all, a formidable being on the brink of entering the emperor realm like Xian Guzi was a rare sight, one they might not encounter many times in their lives. If they could receive guidance from such an individual, it would undoubtedly be of immense benefit in their future cultivation. After some brief conversation, Jian Lao's hand glimmered with spiritual light as an enormous spiritual sword manifested before him. This sword was incredibly transparent, resembling one crafted from water, and it lifted both the young rascal and the two girls effortlessly. What a remarkable skill! I can sense the pervasive, murderous sword intent in the air. What is this? A strong individual at such a level can usually materialize objects from their form. The top-tier experts of the Immortal Dao Alliance are indeed extraordinary. I wonder if I will ever reach such heights in my lifetime. The onlookers were filled with awe, and standing atop the giant sword, Xian Guzi appeared to have regained a few years of youth. After being tormented by the young rascal for days, he had almost begun to question his own existence. Thankfully, the admiration and praise from these people made him feel truly like a strong individual. "Little one, steady yourself," Xian Guzi exclaimed, preparing to soar into the sky on the sword. However, at that moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he hastily retracted the enormous sword beneath him. Observing the young rascal drooling, he wore a peculiar expression. "I knew you couldn't resist wanting to eat my treasures. Where is my sword? Where did it go? Return my sword to me at once." Faced with Yi Chun's incessant pestering, Xian Guzi's expression darkened once more, the corners of his mouth twitching in his hundreds of years of life. He had never encountered such an unabashed child. "That sword belongs to me?" Xian Guzi exclaimed in exasperation. The Xuanji sect is located in the central region of the vast world, amidst majestic mountains imbued with spiritual essence and the profound truths of heaven and earth. The terrain is not perilous but rather showcases breathtaking beauty, waterfalls cascading, spiritual mists enveloping, spiritual trees flourishing, and mystical birds flitting about, making it a veritable paradise of the immortal realm. Common cultivators dare not enter this mountain range, for it is none other than the illustrious Xuanji sect. As they soared over the mountains, the landscape swept by in a blurred, the very heart of the mountain range, where spiritual veins converge, lies a vast and secluded valley, shrouded in a semicircular protective array that envelopes countless palaces of the Xuanji sect. Within the protective formation, peaks rise and fall, cliffs tower, and waterfalls cascade. Even floating mountains adorned with palaces hover above. It is a breathtaking scene, as if one had stepped into a painting. Before Xian Guzi and the others could enter the protective array, several figures shot up from the palaces on the outskirts of the Xuanji sect. Soaring toward the four of them, "Old man, you finally made it. You sure are slow," Yi Chun pouted, incessantly chastising Xian Guzi. Xian Guzi immediately glared at Yi Chun, puffing his cheeks in annoyance. "If you weren't so fixated on my weak water sword, we would have arrived long ago," Yi Chun pouted, complaining. "And you call yourself generous? What harm would it do if I took just one bite of your wretched sword? Honestly, what a stingy old man. Taking a bite would ruin it. Just be quiet." Xian Guzi's face turned a shade of iron as he recalled the countless times he had rejected the young rascal's insistence on tasting his weak water sword. The child's tenacity for a mere bite was truly astonishing. Chapter 93. "The bite, could you just leave me alone?" Xian Guzi felt as if he were on the brink of an illness induced by Yi Chun's constant pestering. "Do you really think that is something edible? It's a divine weapon I painstakingly forged. If you were to bite it, it would be utterly ruined." Xian Guzi, now fuming, found it utterly perplexing that this young rascal felt the need to bite everything he laid eyes on. "Old man, stop making excuses. You're just stingy. At your age, you still can't match my generosity. I shared all the meat from the ferocious beasts I hunted with you," Yi Chun declared to Lan Xinran and Su Yuqing. "You too, tell me, am I right or wrong?" The two girls, naturally aligned with Yi Chun, nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at rice. Seeing this, Xian Guzi felt as though he might explode. "You have the audacity to say that. Throughout our journey, whenever you spotted something edible, you'd be glued to the spot, if it weren't for you." We would have arrived 10 days ago. Xin Guzi was truly vexed. He couldn't comprehend how this young rascal had developed such a voracious appetite, insisting on tasting everything in sight, even trying to gnaw at iron during their travels, which led to him incurring significant expenses to compensate others. The most outrageous instance was when the young rascal nearly swallowed a highly toxic substance, nearly giving Xin Guzi a heart attack. However, upon seeing that Yi Qin's complexion merely turned slightly pale without any signs of poisoning, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. In retrospect, it indicated that Yi Qin's physique was not only formidable but also remarkably resistant to toxins. At that moment, several figures soared up from below upon spotting Xin Guzi, offering a slight bow before descending again. Xin Guzi led the trio to a somewhat dilapidated peak, standing beneath it as his hands glowed brightly. Several runes shot forth from his palms, causing the air before him to ripple like water. Yi Qin instantly found himself in a completely new world. The previously dilapidated peak had transformed, radiating with vitality. The entire mountain was lush and vibrant, adorned with pavilions and flowing waterfalls, while the skies above were dotted with individuals soaring on flying swords, creating a scene that was almost dreamlike. This is truly beautiful. Lan Xinran and Su Yuqing exclaimed in awe. However, Yi Qin was quite different. His eyes sparkled with hunger as he scanned for anything edible, especially when he spotted individuals riding spiritual beasts overhead. Their feathers and scales shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors, he couldn't help but drool. Beside him, Xin Guzi felt a surge of black lines across his forehead. Knowing the young rascal's nature, he leaned in and cautioned. You must remember, this is a sect, and the rules are stringent. You cannot act recklessly here. Otherwise, even I cannot protect you. Yi Qin waved his hand impatiently. Why are you so annoying, old man? As if I've never been to places like this before. By the way, what is the name of our sect again? Something about a chicken. Xin Guzi was infuriated, nearly blowing a fuse. Xuanji sect. Not some chicken. Can you stop thinking about food all day? Chapter 94. Unprecedented. Xin Guzi was nearly in tears. This young rascal was indeed a peculiar anomaly. Just as Xin Guzi was reprimanding Yi Qin, a group of young disciples soared in on their swords. Look, there's that peculiar young rascal. I heard that he could defeat a peak 9th spirit mansion cultivator at such a young age. Could it be true? Now that you've arrived at the Xuanji sect, you are one of us. Come, let me show you the breathtaking scenery of our sect. A group of youthful disciples, brimming with vitality and possessing striking appearances, wore expressions radiating enthusiasm. They were all aware that Xin Guzi was embarking on a journey to bring back an unparalleled genius. Tob deemed a prodigy by Su New Jersey Zone, one of the 3 great sects of the Celestial Path Alliance, signifies an individual of extraordinary rarity whose potential, if nurtured properly, could lead to them becoming a formidable titan in the vast universe. Establishing good relations now would facilitate future interactions. Junior, do you see that place over there where the colorful clouds are rising? That is one of the 7 secret realms of our Su New Jersey Zone, exclaimed one disciple. It is said to contain ancient sword intent, from which a disciple has comprehended a breathtaking sword technique, allowing them to stand tall amidst the 9 heavens. Under the introductions of several disciples, they approached a magnificent palace. The plaque above the palace bore 2 grand characters, Su New Jersey, written with vigorous strokes that emanated an aura of antiquity, instilling a sense of admiration. Beside this grand hall stood a statue, exquisitely sculpted, with eyes partially opened, gazing toward the boundless horizon. A tall and slender disciple proudly remarked, Junior, look closely. This is the revered founder of our Su New Jersey Zone. Behold how majestic our patriarch appears. The others nodded in agreement, their faces filled with reverence as they gazed upon the statue of their founder. It was said that within the statue lay a fragment of the patriarch's spirit, safeguarding the mountain gate of Su New Jersey Zone, making it a significant treasure of the sect. On ordinary days, when not engaged in cultivation, they would come here to pay homage to their patriarch, each visit resulting in varying degrees of spiritual enhancement. Remarkable indeed. While you meditate, you can sense the lingering soul of our patriarch within the statue, one disciple suggested. Suddenly, they realized that the junior was nowhere to be found. What the heck? The junior has climbed onto the statue of our patriarch. A loud exclamation drew everyone's attention to Yi Qin, who, oblivious to their protests, opened his mouth wide. revealing a row of gleaming silver teeth, and bit down onto the statue. Crack! The sound of shattering spirit stone echoed as a fissure appeared atop the sculpted crown of the majestic figure. In that instant, all present stood in stunned silence before this spectacle. Their mouths agape, particularly those disciples who had been smiling moments ago, turned pale, frozen in disbelief. They had never witnessed such an outrageous act, their minds struggling to comprehend how a child from such a humble background could so brazenly gnaw at stone. Chapter 95. One bite after another. Moreover, this was the statue of their revered patriarch. Even if one were starving, one should not resort to such sacrilege. There were plenty of stones nearby. This was indeed the statue of their ancestor. Furthermore, the statue contained a fragment of their patriarch's soul. Yet now, this impudent child had audaciously bitten into it, creating a gaping fissure on the statue's head. Was this a decline of morality or a distortion of humanity? This audacious child had already crossed a line by climbing onto the patriarch's head, but now he dared to desecrate the statue itself. This was tantamount to courting death. This child was truly reckless. Having just arrived at the sect, he had already committed such a heinous act. It was utterly terrifying. In the past, there had been disciples who, relying on their deep backgrounds and exceptional talents, had caused great calamities and paid a heavy price. I am eager to see how this audacious child will meet his misfortune. Once the disciples regained their composure, their attitudes shifted dramatically. Some shook their heads, feeling sympathy for the newcomer, while others harbored a sense of amusement, eagerly observing the mischief maker. Generally speaking, these disciples were not particularly fond of the influx of talented newcomers, as it would lead to a more severe resource allocation towards these prodigies, leaving less for them. After all, resources were finite. If given to geniuses, the ordinary disciples would inevitably be marginalized. This reckless child had caused a great disaster, which they viewed as favorable. This is the statue of our founding patriarch. You have made a grave mistake. Quickly, come with me to find the sect leader. If you sincerely admit your fault, he will surely forgive you. A familiar disciple kindly urged, his face etched with concern. However, at that moment, Yi Chun, perched atop the statue, paid no heed to the warning. After crushing and swallowing the stone, his eyes gleamed with excitement as he brazenly opened his mouth once more, revealing a row of pristine teeth, and took another bite at the statue's head. Crunch! The expressions of the disciples below twisted in horror, some turning away in disgust, unable to bear the sacrilege. This time, he was undoubtedly finished. This child, fearless and reckless, was unlikely to last long. One bite was not enough. He had to take another. This was sheer provocation against the dignity of Sioux, New Jersey Zone. Someone stop this child. Otherwise, he will consume the entire statue of our patriarch. With a resounding shout, over a dozen disciples leaped toward Yi Chun. Although these youths appeared young, they were all at the Spirit Mansion stage, with several already reaching the 8th transformation of the Spirit Mansion. If they completed their training, they could venture into the world as formidable figures, feared wherever they went. Although it was rumored that this audacious child possessed the strength to defeat those at the peak of the 9th transformation of the Spirit Mansion, the distinction between the disciples of Sioux, New Jersey Zone and the outside world was stark. Regardless of techniques, mental cultivation, or spiritual treasures, they were incomparable. The most crucial factor was that they were attacking together, significantly increasing their odds of success. Chapter 96. The reckless child, uninformed brat, get down from there. A furious roar erupted as the dozen 8th transformation Spirit Mansion disciples simultaneously unleashed their techniques, causing the very air to vibrate with energy. A myriad of dazzling attacks surged toward the child, who remained oblivious to the impending danger, fixated solely on the statue of their patriarch. Boom! The formidable assaults reached Yi Chun in the blink of an eye, crashing down upon him. Astonishingly, the powerful techniques failed to harm him in the slightest, not even ruffling his garments. This child possesses an incredibly robust physique. It seems our techniques are ineffective against him. Let us resort to our spiritual treasures. One astute disciple suggested, and the others nodded in agreement. In a flash, each disciple produced an array of exquisite spiritual treasures, channeling their energy to activate them. The air shimmered with brilliance as terrifying energies surged forth, causing the very atmosphere to boil, as if it were being torn asunder. Clang, clang. Yet, amidst the metallic clamor, cries of anguish soon followed. My sword has been bitten through by this audacious child. Curse that child. How could he even gnaw on my trident? My 9-section whip, a gift from my master on my birthday. Give it back, you little brat. All the disciples who had taken action felt their hearts bleed, while those who had yet to engage were left trembling in fear. The damaged spiritual treasures were shockingly powerful. This child was far too ferocious. While they could overpower him, did he really have to bite their treasures? Ignoring their techniques was one thing, but this was a blatant insult. This child indeed possessed remarkable abilities. It seemed that those who dared to disturb the patriarch's statue were no ordinary individuals. What kind of insatiable appetite did he possess? This was utterly terrifying. We must inform the elders immediately. We cannot contain this. Yes, the sect leader and elders will surely address this matter. The disciples, faces marked by despair, were left in disarray, especially one disciple whose flying sword had been entirely consumed, weeping as he ran toward the nearby mountain peak. While running, tears streamed down his face, yet he still summoned every ounce of strength within him, shouting, "This is bad. The statue of our patriarch is being devoured. Someone? Anyone?" In the Sioux, New Jersey Zone Council Hall, several individuals sat in solemnity. These figures radiated an aura of immense power. Even the weakest among them was 100 times stronger than Jian Yunsong, the lord of the Tianhuang city at the second transformation of the monarch realm. Among them was Xian Guzi, who had returned with the audacious child. This time, old Xian has fulfilled his mission. It is truly a matter for celebration. Such an unparalleled genius joining our Sioux, New Jersey zone is surely an honor for us. Haha, at such a tender age, one's combat prowess can indeed shake the heavens and make the spirits of 100 demons roar. How splendid it would be if this prodigious talent were to grow and eventually lead my Sioux, New Jersey sect to surpass the illustrious Joshin Palace. The elders wore expressions of delight. Yet when the genius of Joshin Palace was mentioned, a peculiar glint flickered in many eyes. The combat strength displayed by that individual was sufficient to overshadow even the most seasoned veterans, causing them to bow in submission, a truly terrifying sight. If that individual were to mature further, the position of Joshin Palace would be firmly established, perpetually suppressing Sioux, New Jersey sect. However, it is a matter of great fortune that Sioux, New Jersey sect has also taken in such an extraordinary disciple. If all goes smoothly and with meticulous guidance, it may not be impossible for him to contend with the genius of Joshin Palace. As for the top position within the Immortal Path Alliance, Sioux, New Jersey sect dares not even dream of it, considering the almost mythical prowess of the members of Tianqing sect, which seems insurmountable, as long as the formidable figure from Tianqing sect remains. Their dominance is unshakable. A grave matter has arisen. The statue of our revered ancestor has been destroyed. Just as several elders were congratulating Su and Guzu, an abrupt shout rang out from outside. "How dare you cause a commotion here?" One elder's brows furrowed as he grasped the air, instantly pulling in the shouting disciple, who fell onto the azure stones of the hall. "Who dares to disturb the statue of our ancestor? Such audacity is utterly unacceptable." The elder huffed, his aura flaring. "Esteemed elders, it is true. The mischievous child brought back by Elder Zhang has climbed upon the ancestor's statue and even taken bites from the crown atop its head. No. Several bites." The disciple, trembling and on his knees before the congregation of elders and the sect leader, stammered, "I swear, I tried to stop him, but he was simply too fierce." Upon hearing this, many elders' faces twitched, their eyes reflecting a blend of incredulity and concern. Elder Xian felt his mind whirl, nearly fainting at the thought of the child's reckless mischief. That statue, embodying the remnants of our ancestors' spirit, stood proudly before the scripture pavilion, venerated by all in the sect. It was one thing to show disrespect, but to climb upon it and bite into it was sheer madness. An elder erupted in fury. Rising to his feet, "With so many of you present, why did you not intervene, allowing this newly arrived child to wreak havoc unchallenged?" The disciple on the ground looked utterly aggrieved, tears streaming down his face as he protested. "We all tried to stop him, but he was just too powerful. He even swallowed my flying sword whole." The hall filled with astonished gasps. "What? He devoured your flying sword?" Elder Xian's face darkened further. "You all truly lack common sense. Do not reveal any treasures in front of that child. I nearly lost my own weak water sword to him." Elder Zhang, incredulous, inquired, "Is this true?" Elder Xian lamented, "You are aware of the diamond bell, right? A top-tier defensive treasure." He swallowed it in one bite. And the Tianlong sword, a premier flying sword, he finished it with just a few chews. The hall echoed with gasps of disbelief. This child was indeed formidable. A force that seemed impossible to rein in. It's the plaza of Sioux, New Jersey sect's scripture pavilion. All disciples stood frozen in shock, utterly bewildered. It's this moment. The statue of the ancestor had suffered grievous damage. Its head entirely devoured by Yi Chen, who had diligently gnawed away at it, leaving not a morsel behind. Good heavens, this wretched child. How could he be so brazen as to devour it? The elders, upon arriving, were met with the sight of the statue's defaced visage, fury igniting within each of them. How could this calamity occur? This child is a disaster incarnate. The younger disciples, witnessing the elders' arrival, felt a surge of hope. "Elders, you must seek justice. My treasure has been ruined by this child." The uproar intensified as the young disciples recounted their grievances, tears streaming down their faces. Upon hearing their lamentations, the elders' anger only deepened. These disciples were the sect's most treasured protégés, many of whom were their own grand students. The painstakingly crafted treasures had been consumed, an outrage that could not be tolerated. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, still perched atop the statue, wiped away the debris from his mouth, hands on his hips. "You all are quite peculiar, accusing me without cause. Which of you saw me eat anything? Do not feign innocence. We all witnessed your gluttony." An irate disciple retorted. Yet Yi Chen, unperturbed, addressed the hovering elders. "Dear esteemed elders, did you not observe? Your sect is hardly welcoming and bullies newcomers." The elders' expressions turned dark, astonished by the child's audacity. Such impudence. "What do you have to say about our treasures? Did they sprout wings and fly away?" The agitated disciples shouted in unison. "You cannot escape responsibility." Suddenly, Yi Chen clapped his thighs. "I believe your treasures must have taken flight. We should not linger here. Let us pursue them. We might still catch up." As he spoke, a loud belch escaped him, causing the nearby disciples to tremble in disbelief. This child refuses to admit guilt, yet he has clearly gorged himself. "I was simply famished," Yi Chen replied earnestly, his expression sorrowful. "After such a long journey, that old man provided me nothing to eat. I am starving and would consider even stones as delectable." His complexion was utterly ghastly. Upon finishing his words, Yi Chen bent down, picked up a piece of rubble from the ground, and began to crunch on it with an audible sound. His eyes shimmered with fragmented tears. The once exquisitely delicate and porcelain-like child now appeared even more pitiable. This sight evoked a profound sense of sympathy in those around him, with many casting skeptical glances at Elder Xian. Elder Xian, deep in thought, pondered how to rectify the situation before him, never anticipating that this mischievous child would turn the tide against him. What was most frustrating was that the younger disciples and elders seemed to still believe Yi Chen. Yi Chen felt an overwhelming sense of gloom. No wonder his sect consistently ranked third within the Immortal Alliance. It was filled with individuals lacking initiative. "Instead of doubting me, you should swiftly intervene and restrain this little rascal, or else the statue of the ancestor will be entirely devoured." Elder Xian covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. A few elders turned to look, only to discover that the mischievous child had seized the opportunity to resume his consumption, and in a mere short while, the ancestor's neck was completely consumed. Chapter 100. Destruction. Little thief, cease at once. No more eating, or the ancestor will be entirely devoured. In the grand hall, the elders gathered, soon joined by 3 more individuals. "Where is that little rascal now?" one asked. "Alas, that child is truly terrifying. It took the 3 of us working together to confine him in the prison Sky Gorge, and it required an immense effort." Several elders spoke awkwardly, acknowledging the child's astonishing talent and formidable nature. At such a tender age, he exhibited extraordinary capabilities. With a bit of guidance, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of their Xuanji sect. This child appeared as if a deity reincarnated, and considering he was merely 4 years old. If he matured, he could rival even the esteemed figures of the 9 divine palaces. However, he exhibited a wild nature that needed careful taming. Having committed such a grave error upon arriving at the sect, I suggest we confine him in the prison Sky Gorge for 3 years to temper his spirit. The elders unanimously agreed. Allowing this mischievous child to roam free could lead to further chaos. Confining him in the prison Sky Gorge would be far less troublesome. The prison Sky Gorge, by its very name, suggested it was no ordinary place. It was designated by the Xuanji sect for confining elders who violated the sect's rules, and no disciple had ever been imprisoned there before. Yichun was the sole exception. This location was constructed by the ancestor before he shattered the void, and even a king-level expert would find it impossible to escape once confined within. The elders were well acquainted with the details of the prison Sky Gorge, and after deliberating on other matters, they decided to return to their abodes and focus on their cultivation. That moment, a disciple rushed in, panic-stricken, and exclaimed, "Elders, there is grave news. That little rascal has somehow broken free from the prison Sky Gorge." Upon hearing this, the elders were left dumbfounded, their immediate reaction being disbelief. The restrictions of the prison Sky Gorge had been set up by the ancestor himself. Anyone thrown inside would be unable to use any abilities, and their formidable physical strength would vanish without a trace. How could he possibly escape? Particularly concerning was the stream within the gorge, which was filled with the ninefold heavenly spirit water, making it impossible for that child to have escaped. One elder could not help but exclaim. However, a disciple who had been stationed near the gorge interjected, "Elders, please, do not mention the ninefold heavenly spirit water. That originally pristine stream has been entirely consumed by that mischievous child." Gasp. Upon hearing this, all the elders collectively inhaled sharply. This child was beyond human comprehension. He had actually ingested the ninefold heavenly spirit water. Did he not fear being cursed or sealed? Did he not worry about his flesh and meridians bursting? The dragon-slaying stones within the gorge had also been significantly devoured by him. The disciple's face bore a bitter expression as he spoke. Hearing this, many elders felt darkness clouding their vision, struggling to accept the reality. The dragon-slaying stones were incredibly hard materials. Even a king-level expert's full strength could only leave a shallow mark upon them. Yet, upon entering the prison Sky Gorge, this child had effortlessly carved out a large hole in the dragon-slaying stones. Chapter 101. The Wail of Elder Zhang. What a calamity! What sins have we committed as a sect? The elder's emotions were palpable. Old Fu felt as though his blood was boiling, his cultivation level plummeting by several years. This child had barely arrived. First, he devoured the ancestor's statue's head, and now he was wantonly wreaking havoc in the prison Sky Gorge. The elders lamented, filled with despair. Without the ninefold heavenly spirit water or the dragon-slaying stones, the prison Sky Gorge was rendered useless, a treasure left by the ancestor now utterly ruined. The elders felt that their sect had suffered irreparable losses. If a regular disciple, no matter how core, had committed such acts, he would face severe punishment, have his cultivation abolished, and be expelled from the sect. Yet, punishing a mere 4-year-old child who displayed such power was an unbearable thought. This child, having grown so formidable, would undoubtedly become a cornerstone of their sect if properly guided. Now that this mischievous child had already caused so much destruction, they could not simply let him go. Quickly bring this little rascal back. He must not be allowed to run amok any longer. If he continues to wander within the sect, our foundation will be entirely compromised. The elders quickly reached a consensus, unleashing their formidable consciousness to envelop the entire sect in search of the child. Where could this little rascal have gone? He is nowhere near the prison Sky Gorge. Could he have wandered to the medicinal garden? One elder suddenly suggested. Upon hearing this, the other elders felt a chill run down their spines. If that mischievous child had indeed ventured to the place where precious herbs were cultivated, it would spell disaster. Within the medicinal garden, there lay the fruits of hundreds of years of toil by the Xuanji sect, with many herbs being exceedingly valuable. Even Elder Zhang had refrained from utilizing them during his breakthroughs, as they were the very foundation of the sect. If those rare herbs were truly destroyed, the sect leader would have no way to explain it upon return. Already burdened with 2 unresolved matters, if the medicinal garden were to face issues as well, the consequences would be unthinkable. Thus, several elders' consciousnesses swiftly reached the medicinal garden, thoroughly scanning the area. To their relief, everything appeared intact and unharmed. Thank goodness. The medicinal garden is safe. We must ensure it is protected. We cannot allow that mischievous child to enter. We must assign several powerful elders to stand guard. 2 elders immediately rose to head to the medicinal garden for protection, while the others continued their search for Yichun, yet still found no trace at that moment. Another disciple rushed in with a panicked expression, accompanied by a harrowing wail. Elders, it's bad. That mischievous child has gone back to gnawing on the ancestor's statue. And this time, the statue's body has been devoured. The elders struggled to maintain their composure, yet their vision dimmed and their heads filled with dark lines, so that was why they could not locate the child. He had dashed from the prison Sky Gorge straight to the scripture pavilion. This bizarre child was truly infuriating. No one stopped me. This time, I will certainly teach this child's behind a lesson. Chapter 102. The Black Serpent Chain. I am utterly baffled. What grievance does the ancestor's statue have that it has drawn the child's ire? Why is he fixated solely on the statue? This is truly perplexing. As they spoke, the elders dashed outside, racing towards the scripture pavilion. At this moment, in the plaza of the scripture pavilion, the once magnificent statue now stood with only half of its body remaining, resiliently holding its ground. The upper half had entirely vanished within Yichun's belly. Not enough, a bit more. Having consumed the dragon-slaying stone, drunk the 9-fold heavenly spirit water, and devoured a considerable portion of the statue, Yichun felt an overwhelming surge of pure energy coalescing throughout his limbs. After gnawing a few more bites of the statue, the system's voice finally chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ancient inheritance. The heavenly spirit stone body, ding! The heavenly spirit stone body has reached the realm of great perfection. The heavenly spirit stone body, a sacred earth-type physique, possessed terrifying defensive capabilities. Ding! The heavenly spirit stone body is merging with the indestructible diamond body, achieving a fusion of 10%, 20%, completion. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ancient supreme technique, the eternal body of the starry sky. The eternal brilliance of the starry sky embodies an unyielding power, akin to a celestial firmament that remains impervious to disruption. This formidable entity possesses immense resistance against various forms of assault, particularly from the elemental forces of gold and earth. Upon hearing the system's description, Yichun's lively eyes sparkled with a radiant light. Indeed, from the very moment he laid eyes upon the statue, he harbored the instinctive belief that consuming it would undoubtedly be beneficial to him, and his intuition proved correct. After escaping from the prison Sky Gorge, Yichun returned to this place to continue devouring the statue. He had surmised rightly. After consuming a considerable amount of the statue, the dragon stone and the 9-layered celestial water within him began to merge, ultimately culminating in the creation of a brand new, unparalleled entity, the eternal body of the starry sky. What thrilled Yichun the most was the fusion of the indestructible diamond body with the celestial stone body, resulting in the astonishing eternal body of the starry sky, a truly dreamlike technique. Not to mention, the very term starry sky encapsulates everything. Little thief, what mischief brings you here again? You fail to recognize your mistakes and only compound your errors. Look at what you've done to the statue of our esteemed ancestor. It's utterly unforgivable. Upon the arrival of several elders, their fury erupted at the sight of the damaged statue, nearly causing one to succumb to apoplexy. One elder, unable to contain his wrath, transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing before Yichun, and raised his hand to strike at the boy's posterior. Slap! A cry of agony immediately followed, leading the onlookers to discover that the one in distress was, in fact, the elder himself. Wincing in pain and observing his broken hand, the elder lamented, "Oh my heavens, my hand is shattered. How could this mischievous childish body be as resilient as the dragon stone?" Yichun merely rolled his eyes at the elder, glanced at the ancestor's hand resting on his back, and with a sharp crack, detached a finger from the statue, tossing it into his mouth. The eternal body of the starry sky is no trifling matter. Did that old Zhang truly think he could take advantage? Absolutely not. The other elders, witnessing this scene, were left speechless, unable to believe their eyes. Elder Zhang had initially aimed to punish the mischievous child but ended up injuring his own hand instead. This must be a joke. I propose we resort to the Black Flood Chain. Chapter 103. Enhanced Sword Chi. The Black Flood Chain is immensely robust. It was previously used by an elder to bind Yichun. As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure clad in black robes raised his sleeve, and a chilling black flood chain surged forth, hurtling towards Yi Chen. This dark, serpentine chain moved with astonishing speed, rivaling the lightning above the heavens, and in an instant, it ensnared Yi Chen, wrapping around him like a mummy. This little brat evaded capture for so long. How is he so docile now? Has he realized his error? One elder mused, eyeing Yi Chen with uncertainty. When they had previously attempted to ensnare the boy with the black flood chain, it had taken considerable effort, for he moved with the agility of a fish, making him exceedingly difficult to catch. Perhaps we have managed to capture him once. Now he believes resistance is futile and has ceased to struggle. Indeed, the origins of the black flood chain are not trivial. Once it binds someone, it tightens with every movement. The more one resists, the greater the rebound of power. We simply must ensure that this boy does not gnaw at it, lest it meet the same fate as the prison Sky Gorge. The elders agreed, recalling their earlier attempts to bind him. They had expended all their efforts to no avail, which ultimately led to his confinement in the prison Sky Gorge. It is imperative that we prevent his teeth from coming into contact with the black flood chain. Otherwise, it too will suffer a fate akin to that of the prison Sky Gorge. I believe we should continue using the black flood chain to restrain this rascal. He has caused us enough turmoil. Our Xuanji sect has not faced such tribulations in ages. The elders nodded in agreement, their expressions darkened. This boy is truly a prodigy. It seems the revival of the Xuanji sect is within reach. Yi Chen found himself tightly bound by the black flood chain beside the statue in the square, exerting all his strength to break free, but to no avail. The black flood chain was incredibly resilient. Shimmering with a precious light, adorned with rows of strange yet ancient runes that swirled around it, emanating an aura reminiscent of the primordial and truth. If Yi Chen wished to extricate himself from this predicament, it would be quite simple. A mere breath of phoenix fire would reduce the chain to ashes in an instant. Although the black flood chain was formidable, it was no match for the phoenix fire. However, Yi Chen hesitated. He did not wish to destroy it, having already regarded the black flood chain as a treasured possession. As he pondered, Yi Chen summoned a surge of sword chi from within. Having consumed a plethora of spirit swords, it was relatively easy for him to expel a segment of unparalleled sword chi. Moreover, after the tempering of the eternal body of the starry sky, this sword chi was extraordinary. He opened his mouth, and a 7-inch-long phantom of a spirit sword burst forth, radiating an overwhelming sword intent. The elders observed Yi Chen's actions, yet they remained unfazed. They recalled that he had previously attempted this method, but a mere sword shadow had failed to loosen the black flood chain even slightly. However, the other elders, who had not witnessed this before, were struck with astonishment. This young boy, so tender in age, commanded such terrifying sword chi. It was truly remarkable. Alas, despite its terrifying nature, the sword chi was still incapable of damaging the black flood chain. Little thief, cease your futile efforts. From now on, behave yourself. Chapter 104. The elders weep indeed. Did you not attempt this previously only to fail? Do not waste your strength. The elders chuckled, their confidence swelling in this world. After all, one thing must overcome another. It would be utterly embarrassing for the prestigious Xuanji sect to fail to subdue this mischievous child. They beamed with self-assured smiles, while the surrounding disciples gazed at them in admiration. Yet, at this moment of camaraderie, a sudden cracking sound emanated from the direction of the mischievous boy. The seemingly indomitable black flood chain, which had instilled such confidence in the elders, was unexpectedly severed with a resounding clang. What? It actually broke the black flood chain. Impossible. I must be hallucinating. Has this boy somehow mastered some psychic spells to attack me? This is outrageous. All the elders were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how the once mighty black flood chain could have been so easily shattered by the boy. Indeed, it was true that the sword chi alone could not sever the resilient black flood chain. But with the enhancement of the eternal body of the starry sky, it became a simple task. As the elders stood in shock, Yi Chen picked up the broken black flood chain from the ground and promptly stuffed it into his mouth, crunching it with delight. Delicious? I bet it would taste even better if roasted. Yi Chen's face radiated satisfaction. Oh heavens! My black flood chain. Little thief, spit it out immediately. The elder in black robes nearly erupted with rage upon witnessing the boy devouring the chain, his fury akin to that of a spurned spouse. The other disciples and elders could scarcely bear to watch. Yet Yi Chen, with a radiant smile, replied, "My apologies, Elder Zhang, but this delicacy is truly irresistible. And I have already swallowed it. I will return it to you in another form." The black-robed elder, observing the significant portion of the chain that had been consumed and rendered useless, felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Wishing he could weep to release his pent-up frustration, "You've eaten it. How can you possibly return it to me?" he bellowed in anguish. "If you truly desire it back, I could always deliver it to you. After all, what's done is done, right?" Yi Chen turned around, sticking out his rear, and feigned a pitiful expression, as if he had suffered some great injustice. The black-robed elder fell silent, nearly choking on his fury. Realizing that Yi Chen was deliberately provoking him, this audacious little thief had crossed every line. Had it been anyone else who dared to touch his black flood chain, he would have ensured their dismemberment. Yet, Yi Chen was clearly a prodigy destined for cultivation within the Xuanji sect, leaving him no choice but to swallow his indignation. He was certain that should he take action against this mischievous child now, he would face dire consequences upon the return of the sect leader. Moreover, the black-robed elder began to doubt whether he could even dismantle this peculiar boy. Just moments ago, one elder had merely intended to swat the child's rear and had ended up with a broken hand. As he pondered this, an inexplicable urge to weep surged within him, a feeling of utter helplessness. Chapter 105. A tale of woe. That black flood chain was forged through 3 centuries of effort. I delved into ancient ruins, sought the assistance of numerous powerful beings to slay a black flood dragon, and then labored for years to refine its sinews into the chain. It is my most cherished artifact. The elderly man in the black robe lamented deeply. This treasure has accompanied me day and night. Long ago, attuning to my very heart, it has saved my life countless times. Yet today it has met such a fate. Devoured by another? The fury within him soared to the heavens. Just moments earlier, when the mischievous child had destroyed his cherished possession, he had contemplated summoning it back, but who could have anticipated that the child's movements would be swifter? Directly shoving the treasure into his mouth? Now, it was indeed too late. All was lost. The elder was truly pitiable, for the child was nothing short of a menace, having just arrived and already bullying our elder. "Alas, dear elder, you must not weep. My heart aches for you for 300 years. This child is utterly unruly, rendering even the mightiest warriors of the realm powerless against him. The statue of our esteemed ancestor has been devoured halfway, and the emblem of our sect is now gone." The disciples murmured among themselves, casting complex glances at Yi Chen, as they were usually obedient children before the elder, yet now a rogue had emerged, throwing the entire sect into disarray. What was most disheartening was the helplessness of the elders in the face of this calamity. This was truly a defiance of the heavens, to speak candidly. Many disciples had begun to harbor admiration for the mischievous child. At this juncture, Xian Guzi approached the grieving elder and sighed, "Alas, it matters not. Our fates have intertwined, one by one. With time, we shall grow accustomed to it." Xian Guzi deeply empathized with the black-robed elder's plight. Even now, the memory of the child consuming his spiritual treasure sent shivers down his spine. Meanwhile, the other elders exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. On a brighter note, a prodigious talent had graced their sect, seemingly surpassing even the one from the 9 Divine Palace. Yet, they were at a loss, for this mischievous child was akin to the Buddha of the heavenly battle. Impossible to manage, wreaking havoc wherever he went. At that moment, the elders pondered how to address this dilemma, when several suddenly seemed to share a telepathic understanding and gazed towards the northern mountains, lush and unending. Could it be that the vice sect leader had emerged from seclusion? All the elders sensed it. Today, the vice sect leader had indeed come forth from his retreat. Xian Guzi's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Had not the one surnamed Zhao claimed he would seclude himself for 100 years? Why was he emerging today? Xian Guzi and this vice sect leader had never been on amicable terms. Sensing his emergence now filled him with displeasure. This vice sect leader was not one to be trifled with. Should he learn of the child's misdeeds, it would spell great trouble. Although the initiation ceremony had yet to take place, Xian Guzi had already regarded Yi Chen as his own disciple, and in a fleeting motion, he shielded Yi Chen behind him. "Stay silent and remain behind me." Xian Guzi's sudden action bewildered Yi Chen. Moments ago, The old man had been lamenting, yet now he appeared so serious. Chapter 106. Protecting the mischievous child before long. A dark cloud billowed from the northern mountains, its overwhelming pressure enveloping the area. This dark cloud descended upon the plaza before the scripture pavilion before gradually dissipating, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe. His appearance was unremarkable, slightly portly, yet his presence was immensely formidable. With spiritual energy surging violently around him, even ordinary warriors of the realm would tremble before him. This man was none other than the vice-sect leader of Xuanji sect, Gu Qingju. The emergence of the vice-sect leader indicated considerable progress in his cultivation. Upon seeing him, the elders stepped forward to fawn over him, for Gu Qingju was renowned for his extraordinary talent within the sect, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th transformation in the realm at merely 300 years of age, just a step away from ascending to the position of emperor. Once he comprehended the profound truths of heaven and earth, he would be utterly transformed. However, the final step was exceedingly arduous. Nonetheless, his might surpassed that of any elder. Though Gu Qingju may not have been as terrifying as Yi Chen, he had defeated opponents of higher ranks countless times, each time with success. Thus, even though he stood at the pinnacle of the 9th transformation, he was far more formidable than most of his peers. With some even claiming he could rival a half-step emperor, facing the sycophantic elders, Gu Qingju merely nodded slightly. Since assuming the role of vice-sect leader, he had grown indifferent to such flattery. "What day is it that you gather before the scripture pavilion?" Gu Qingju inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion, but suddenly his pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze upon the statue of the ancestor. A chilling aura emanating from him. Why is the ancestor's statue missing half of its form? Upon seeing the statue in its damaged state, Gu Qingju's expression darkened, his fury igniting within his eyes. As his words left his lips, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, the previously flattering elders hastily pointing fingers at Yi Chen, who stood behind Xian Guzi. "It is the doing of this little thief." Gu Qingju's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized the boy behind Xian Guzi. "Elder Xian, who is this person behind you? This is a prodigy of our sect, a talent not seen in a millennium." Xian Guzi replied, "Neither servile nor overbearing. Nonsense. Everyone claims to possess talents not seen in a millennium, but if he is indeed a genius, why would he defile the statue of our ancestor? That is a grave sin." Gu Qingju reprimanded sternly. "Even if he is a genius not seen in a million years, he cannot act recklessly. The ancestor devoted immense effort to establish our sect. He rightfully deserves the reverence and offerings of future generations. This is an unforgivable crime. We should sever his spiritual veins, break his bones, and expel him from our sect." With that, Gu Qingju prepared to take action. Xian Guzi swiftly intervened, his eyes flashing with anger. "Gu Qingju, you old scoundrel, are you attempting to take advantage of this opportunity to seek revenge on me? It is true that we have had our differences, but let me make this clear. If you dare lay a finger on my beloved disciple or tarnish the glorious future of Xuanji sect, I shall not hesitate to fight you to the bitter end." As he spoke, a sword, translucent as rippling water, appeared beside Xian Guzi, its fierce aura sweeping across the heavens, its edge pointed directly at Gu Qingju. Chapter 107. Those momentous affairs. The sword radiated an overwhelming energy, each wave of sword intent releasing an exhilarating power that startled all present. Those standing nearby found the intensity unbearable and instinctively retreated to a safe distance. Unwilling to approach this area any closer, Yi Chen, shielded behind Xian Guzi, observed the unfolding situation with surprise. Previously, when Xian Guzi had faced off against Guo Qingshan from the Tianqing sect, Yi Chen had witnessed his prowess. Although formidable then, it paled in comparison to the sheer intensity of sword energy he exhibited today. This led Yi Chen to ponder that Xian Guzi had not revealed his true strength back then. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yi Chen discreetly stuffed pebbles into his mouth. Judging from the overwhelming sword energy emanating from Xian Guzi, Yi Chen realized that without a breakthrough, he would stand no chance against Xian Guzi. However, now that he possessed the eternal body of the starry sky, shielding himself from this overwhelming sword energy would be a simple task. Seeing Xian Guzi genuinely prepared for battle, Gu Qingju was taken aback. "Elder Xian, are you truly willing to fight for such a guilty party? Think carefully. Do not bring about irreparable consequences." "Irreparable consequences?" Xin Guzi sneered coldly. I am more concerned that you will bring about calamity, which is why I am desperately blocking you. This prodigy should be cherished and nurtured by our sect. If you dare harm a hair on him, rest assured that the sect leader will not spare you. This boy has yet to join our sect, yet he has already committed acts of treachery against his master and ancestor. Are we to expect such a person to bring glory to our sect? Gu Qingju scoffed, finding it utterly ludicrous. In his day, his own talent had been undeniably terrifying, yet even he could not be deemed a seedling of the sect. How formidable could this little brat truly be? After sneering twice, Gu Qingju noticed the odd expressions of the surrounding elders and sensed something was amiss. He immediately inquired, "What is going on here?" Reporting to the vice sect leader, this little rascal arrived today and promptly devoured half of the ancestor's statue. We, the elders, united our efforts to confine him within the prison of heaven, but he drained all the ninefold celestial water within and gnawed through the dragon stone, escaping and consuming another half of the ancestor's statue. Several elders began to lament their grievances, recounting their experiences. Though the others had endured these events, hearing them recounted sent chills down their spines, especially Gu Qingju, who had just learned of these incidents. Devoured? Are you certain they have consumed it? Gu Qingju's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, unable to fathom that the truth was indeed so in his mind. He had envisioned this little rascal shattering the ancestral statue with sheer talent, never expecting it was merely gnawed upon, and as if that were not enough, he had apparently drained the nine heavens' spiritual water and gnawed through the dragon stone? Could this truly be an act possible by a mere human? Gu Qingju was now utterly astonished, secretly astounded. Was this little one truly so ferocious? At such a tender age, he had already become so formidable. What might he achieve in the future? Surely, he could pierce the heavens. Chapter 108. A Rare Genius. Such a superlative prodigy is almost impossible to find, akin to seeking a lantern in the dark. After all, the items this child had damaged were treasures of great worth, particularly within the prisoning heaven abyss, where even the most powerful elders would find themselves ensnared with no hope of escape. With this thought, Gu Qingju let out a sigh of relief, feeling particularly fortunate that he had refrained from intervening. Otherwise, upon the return of the sect leader, he might have faced dire consequences. However, this little one did not seem to be a tranquil character. Keeping him here would likely stir up great trouble. Since he was a key figure in the sect's cultivation efforts, it would be prudent to assess his spiritual veins and bestow upon him the appropriate techniques, sending him out for training without delay. Gu Qingju, shedding his earlier stern demeanor, now spoke with great warmth, and the other elders nodded in agreement like chicks pecking at rice. If they allowed this mischievous child to wreak havoc here, they would scarcely have time for their own cultivation. Taking this little rascal out for training might not be a bad idea. Since he was so adept at causing a ruckus, why not let him disturb others instead? Before long, a disciple approached, bearing a jade plate that shimmered with runes, exuding an aura of ancient grandeur, as if it contained the very principles of heaven and earth. At this moment, Yichen blinked his bright eyes at the jade plate, nearly drooling in anticipation. "Little rascal, you cannot eat that," Xin Guzi interjected, his forehead lined with worry as he swiftly prevented Yichen from opening his mouth wide. The other elders were left speechless, and Gu Qingju's face twitched with irritation. This mischievous child was indeed a peculiar case. This is our sect's customary practice. New disciples must undergo an examination of their spiritual veins to determine their talents and the nature of their spiritual attributes, allowing us to tailor exceptional techniques for their advancement. As he spoke, Xin Guzi pulled Yichen's hand up, only to find that the delicate little hand still clutched several shards of the statue. "Since I've already broken it, I cannot let it go to waste, can I?" Yichen smiled charmingly, stuffing the broken stones into his mouth, crunching them with gusto before swallowing them down. The surrounding elders nearly stumbled in shock, and even Gu Qingju rolled his eyes in exasperation. This little rascal truly had an insatiable appetite. Yet, he quickly admonished, "Listen here, young one. I warn you not to tamper with the ancestral statue any further." Yichen, unperturbed, picked at his teeth and retorted, "You old codgers are quite stubborn. What's so special about a mere chunk of stone? With such a grand sect as yours, claiming to be one of the three great sects of the immortal path, you are remarkably stingy. Once I grow up, I will bring you a whole mountain made of the same material." Will that suffice? Gu Chengjue, his eyes wide as saucers, snapped back, "Stop your nonsense. This is a statue imbued with the remnants of our ancestor's soul, and the material is extraordinarily rare. Even the ancestor discovered only this much during his ventures into the ancient abyss." Upon hearing this, Yi Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, this stone was so precious. No wonder it tasted so delightful. He couldn't miss out on it. Without hesitation, he turned and bit down on the ancestor's arm. Chapter 109. A useless body? Good heavens! Someone, pull him off the ancestor at once. Gu Chengjue felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself, lamenting his careless words. Now, he was on the brink of exploding with frustration. The nearby elders rushed to restrain Yi Chen, who possessed an astonishing strength. As if they were attempting to haul a mountain from the ancient times. "Little thief, where are you kicking? By heavens, did you just kick me in the groin?" Amidst the chaotic scuffle, the elders finally managed to detach Yi Chen from the statue. But in that brief moment, the ancestor's arm was left utterly ruined. Yi Chen plopped down on the ground, patting his belly with a look of utter satisfaction, while the elders exchanged glances of disbelief. This child had a remarkable appetite, yet no matter how much he consumed, his belly would merely swell momentarily before returning to its original state. It was as if he would never be full. Quickly, assess this little rascal. Once the examination is done, let's get him out of here. The elders lamented in desperation. Before this mischievous child arrived, they had high hopes, yet now they were eager to rid themselves of his presence. They dreaded the thought of having to rescue him from various predicaments daily. Xin Guzi approached, seizing Yi Chen and guiding him to the jade plate, placing his small hand upon it. The moment Yi Chen's hand made contact, the plate radiated a soft glow, enveloping his palm in a gentle embrace. In that instant, a hush fell over the crowd, as many held their breath, fixated on the radiant light, fearful of missing an earth-shattering revelation. This little one was destined to be the greatest talent since the founding of the sect, truly one of a kind. Surely, he possessed at least 3 types of spiritual veins, all of exceptional quality. Could it be that he is the fabled celestial spiritual vein? Such a phenomenon only exists in legends, never before witnessed. Ancient texts recount that some formidable beings of old possessed celestial spiritual veins, wielding powers that could scorch mountains and boil seas, rendering heaven and earth pale in comparison. If this were true, then our prisoning heaven abyss would surely reclaim its place in history. The elders gazed intently at the jade plate, murmuring amongst themselves, each heart brimming with hope. Yet as time passed, the glow showed no signs of change, and the elders' expressions shifted, many of them growing visibly stiff. It wasn't until half a stick of incense had burned that an irritable elder finally erupted. Could it be that this boy possesses no spiritual veins at all? A useless body. What a monumental waste of our efforts. This so-called prodigy is nothing but a farce. How could he dare to compare himself with the talents of the Tianqing sect? Such dreams are laughable. We have plenty of gifted individuals within our own sect. One by one, the elders wore expressions of icy disdain, some even snorting in derision as they turned to leave. Gu Chengjue stood by, his face once again contorted with severity. "Elder Xian, your judgment leaves much to be desired. A useless child has caused such considerable loss to our sect. You should reconsider how to report this to the sect leader. If this boy causes any more trouble, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Chapter 110. Hungry. With a cold huff, Gu Chengjue transformed into a wisp of black mist, vanishing into the horizon. Xin Guzi, wearing a bitter smile, patted Yi Chen on the shoulder. "Little one, we must leave this place." With that, Xin Guzi took Yi Chen away, soaring over several mountain peaks, eventually landing on a verdant summit draped in layers of mist. Xin Guzi's expression appeared weary, as though he had aged decades in an instant, visibly shaken by the recent events. "Old man, what does it mean to be a useless body?" "What is that?" Yi Chen inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Xin Guzi chuckled softly and shook his head. A useless body, as the name suggests, refers to a physique devoid of potential, akin to being sealed away. Sealed away? Yi Chen remained puzzled. Indeed, sealed away, Xin Guzi sighed. In this vast world, there are many wonders. Some individuals, in their youth, display extraordinary powers, but such abilities do not last. As time goes on, they gradually become sealed, ultimately transforming into ordinary beings. Unable to cultivate for the rest of their lives. To simplify, those with a useless body may exhibit remarkable strength in their youth, but are incapable of further cultivation, leading to disappointment for all who witness it. At last, Yi Chun grasped the concept, yet he knew that his own physique was far from useless. Even if he could not cultivate, what did it matter? He had no need for traditional cultivation. His sustenance came from food alone, and he could still unleash techniques without worry. Seeing Yi Chun fall silent, Xian Guzi assumed the boy was disheartened and reassured him, "Fear not, little one. Within this sect, they will not lay a finger on you, nor will they manage to expel you." Yi Chun was slightly taken aback. "Old man, do you still hold any illusions about me? Shouldn't you be disappointed?" "Although I am indeed quite disappointed, I am aware that none of this is your fault. It is I who brought you here. Therefore, I shall fulfill my role as a good person to the end, ensuring that the journey to enlightenment is completed. Whoever makes the first move shall have to contend with me first." Xian Guzi's eyes sparkled with a radiant brilliance as he stood tall and proud, his imposing figure commanding attention. Yi Chun felt a warmth in his heart. It is only in such moments that one can truly discern the essence of another's character. As he pondered this, Yi Chun continued to munch on the plate used for testing spiritual veins. "What are you eating?" Xian Guzi asked hastily, his expression turning incredulous. "You truly are a glutton. Is this even palatable?" His jaw dropped in disbelief, and he covered his face, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Yi Chun suddenly declared with utmost seriousness, "Old man, from now on, refer to me as elder, understood?" Xian Guzi huffed and puffed in indignation. "I am feeling a bit peckish. Could you present me with a couple of treasures to sample?" Xian Guzi's face twitched in exasperation. Scram! Amidst the picturesque peaks, a diminutive figure, scarcely a meter tall, bounded about like a monkey, eagerly sampling anything that piqued its interest along the way. Whether it be flora or fauna, nothing could escape the clutches of this little rascal. Wherever this mischievous creature roamed, it stirred chaos, transforming the once serene forest into a cacophony of commotion. Many spiritual beasts dwelling here fled from this chaotic imp, who was ferocious beyond measure, devouring everything raw and even drinking blood. Chapter 111. Focused training. This little fiend was more fearsome than any wild beast. Life had become unbearably dull. Yi Chun lay atop the crown of a towering ancient tree, gazing up at the blazing sun in the sky, holding a wild fruit, which he bit into before promptly spitting it out. "This is utterly inedible." After uttering this, he tossed the fruit carelessly, hitting a fleeing spiritual serpent below. Initially, Xian Guzi was quite concerned that Yi Chun would be overwhelmed by the drawbacks of his wasted body. Having followed him for several days and discovered that this child was carefree, reveling in joy each day, which put his mind at ease. Of course, the Xuanji sect would not provide Yi Chun with any cultivation techniques. But he was utterly unconcerned. The techniques of that day paled in comparison to his ancient legacy. He had not come here for such techniques and resources. He simply sought out delicious food. Those inferior techniques held no interest for him, and even if the Xuanji sect begged him to learn them, he would refuse. Being allowed to roam freely was, in fact, a blessing, as it provided a tranquil environment. As for Lan Xinran and Su Yuqing, the two young ladies diligently attended to Xian Guzi, ensuring he was comfortable, while he also took the opportunity to guide their cultivation. Remarkably, under Xian Guzi's tutelage, Lan Xinran and Su Yuqing made rapid progress in their cultivation. After all, Xian Guzi was a formidable being at the human king level, more than capable of nurturing these two girls, a true case of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yi Chun, basking in the gentle breeze atop the tree, felt immensely comfortable, nearly drifting off to sleep. Just then, he suddenly inhaled sharply, sensing a delightful aroma. It seemed there was a treasure nearby. As he spoke, he followed the scent to a nearby cliff, where a protruding rock caught his eye. It was an Eastern Emperor's stone. Previously, while on his way to the Scripture Pavilion Square, someone had explained the significance of this Eastern Emperor stone to Yi Chun, and he had committed it to memory. Anything worthy of mention must be an exceptional treasure. In truth, Yi Chun had shown little interest in such stones before, but ever since acquiring the eternal body of the starry sky, his sensitivity to stones had greatly increased. Even from a distance, he could detect its alluring fragrance. This Eastern Emperor stone was undoubtedly remarkable, exuding a scent far more enticing than that of the ancestral statue. How had he not thought of it before? A radiant smile graced Yi Qin's face as a circular array of runes suddenly appeared beneath his feet. He stepped onto this luminous circle and soared into the air. Heading directly towards the cliff. As for Xian Guzi's warnings, Yi Qin had long since forgotten them. To his astonishment, upon reaching the cliff, he discovered a group of young disciples. These disciples had initially come to admire the Eastern Emperor's stone, and upon seeing Yi Qin's arrival, their expressions turned notably complex. What on earth is this peculiar child doing here? He has no right to be in this place. I once thought he was a prodigy, but it turns out he is merely a waste, incapable of cultivation. Though he is currently remarkably strong, he will undoubtedly falter in the future and end up serving us tea. The true geniuses are those of us with superior spiritual veins, deserving of the sect's focused cultivation. Chapter 112. Cloud-piercing palm. A group of young disciples looked at Yi Qin with scornful sneers, their faces painted with defiance. Just a few days prior, they had felt inferior before Yi Qin, gazing up at him in awe, feeling he was unattainable. However, now that they had heard of his inability to cultivate, they were eager to trample him down. Moreover, among them were those who had suffered losses at his hands earlier, their indignation palpable. Yet, they dared not confront him too aggressively, fearing that he might snatch their treasures again. Everyone knew this little rascal was unpredictable. If he were to grow angry and retaliate, it would spell disaster for them. Look, that rascal is heading towards the Eastern Emperor's stone. Surely he isn't planning to. Oh no, we must alert the elders immediately. This little imp intends to devour the Eastern Emperor's stone. He's already gnawed on the ancestral statue in the prison sky gorge. We cannot let him consume the Eastern Emperor's stone as well. At that moment, the space above the Eastern Emperor's stone suddenly distorted, rippling like water, and from within emerged a figure, stepping upon the void with an imposing presence. This figure, clad in black robes, was shrouded in darkness. It was none other than an elder from the Hall of Elders. With the elder present, this little rascal was surely doomed. The young disciple sighed in relief, eagerly anticipating the moment the imp would face the consequences of his actions. The black-robed elder let out a cold chuckle. As expected, the vice sect master is astute. You simply cannot remain at ease, can you? Fortunately, I am here to keep watch, or you would have succeeded once again. Upon seeing the elder, Yi Qin appeared unfazed, his expression calm. Don't you really think you can stop me? How naive! The elder scoffed. Do not presume that just because no one can touch you now, it means you are invincible. It is merely that we choose not to harm you. With that, the elder's black robe dissipated, revealing a scholarly blue robe beneath, and he was a middle-aged man with an elegant demeanor. He moved his hands before him, and a fist of silvery light coalesced in front of him, transforming into an enormous silvery hand. The hand radiated an overwhelming pressure, adorned with countless silver runes. As if it could shatter the heavens, this was the cloud-piercing palm. It was the most elite technique within the sect. The elder, possessing profound cultivation, demonstrated the cloud-piercing palm with unparalleled finesse, far surpassing anything the disciples could muster. Now, this little rascal would truly understand the consequences of his misdeeds. After all, a human king-level expert was personally intervening. As the disciples murmured amongst themselves, the silvery hand descended from the sky like a mountain, crashing down upon Yi Qin with tremendous force. Boom! The space trembled violently, rocks cascaded from the peaks, and the mountains quaked as the shockwaves rippled outward, creating waves of spiritual energy. Everyone was horrified. The exquisite cloud-piercing palm had unleashed a terrifying might, showcasing the true power of a human king-level expert. Was this little rascal to be reduced to nothing more than a puddle of flesh? This was the question on everyone's mind. Chapter 113. One palm resolution yet. Amidst the clouds of dust, a voice suddenly rang out. Are you finished? Must you dawdle even in a fight? It's truly exasperating. As soon as the words fell, a figure radiating with a brilliant aura surged forth from the ruins, exuding an overwhelming presence as it approached the black-robed elder. This figure was none other than Yi Qin. Upon emerging from the debris, Yi Qin raised his palm, channeling an immense force, and struck the elder squarely in the chest. The earth-shattering power immediately impacted the elder, who felt as if an entire mountain had collided with him. This force sent his body flying backward, accompanied by the sound of countless bones cracking. As he coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted midair, he collapsed to the ground like a tangle of rags, trembling twice before succumbing to silence. The strength of that palm was derived from the indomitable body of the starry sky. Such power was beyond the elder's capacity to bear. His frail form could not withstand the celestial pressure. Yi Chen, with a glance at the black-robed elder, brushed off the dirt from his attire and leaped directly to the East Emperor's stone without any hindrance. He reached out and struck the surface of the stone, causing a fissure to appear. Subsequently, the entire stone detached itself from the cliff, and Yi Chen, clutching the stone, swiftly vanished from sight. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, the cliff draped in an eerie silence, akin to death itself. The young disciples who had previously hoped the black-robed elder would subdue the unruly child now stood with jaws agape, utterly unable to believe the spectacle before them. The formidable strike from the black-robed elder had seemingly left the child unscathed. While the child's light touch rendered the elder unconscious, his breath barely perceptible. Was this reality? Surely, they must be imagining things. Such a scenario was unfathomable. Had they fallen asleep and were now dreaming? This child had simply used a single strike to incapacitate the elder, a cultivator of the King realm. How could one so easily defeat a being of such strength? As if they were mere cabbages lining the streets? Those witnessing the event could hardly believe their eyes. A mere 4-year-old had knocked out a powerhouse of the King realm. It was utterly terrifying. At that moment, beside a tranquil ancient pond deep within the mountains, Yi Chen plunged into the clear water, refocusing his attention on the East Emperor's stone. Consuming this colossal treasure should enable me to break through, he mused, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he began to devour the stone voraciously. As he consumed nearly 1/5 of the stone, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your strength has reached the pinnacle of the Divine Sea realm. Following this announcement, Yi Chen felt a significant surge of spiritual energy within him, and his cultivation level deepened considerably. At the pinnacle of the Divine Sea realm, he could perceive his ocean of spiritual energy. At that moment, the ocean of spiritual energy within him began to contract suddenly. Should he break through to the next realm in the future, this energy would coalesce into a magnificent and vast mansion, propelling him directly into the spiritual mansion realm. The power contained within this stone was indeed formidable. Should he consume it entirely, he might well ascend to the spiritual mansion realm. Lost in thought, Yi Chen resumed gnawing at the stone. As he consumed it, the energy within him accumulated further. The ocean of spiritual energy contracted repeatedly, and a magnificent mansion began to materialize within his dantian. With each bite of the stone, the newly acquired energy peaked. Accompanied by a cacophony of thunder and lightning, his dantian erupted with sound, resembling the roar of a raging river. The gathered spiritual energy coalesced into a grand mansion, akin to a majestic palace, imbued with an ethereal charm. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your strength has ascended to the spiritual mansion realm. As the system's voice echoed, a glimmer of joy illuminated Yi Chen's face. He could sense the immense power emanating from the magnificent palace, a strength exponentially greater than before. In a wonder, it was said that upon transcending realms, one would regard the preceding realm as trivial. Finally, he had broken through, something he had long awaited. Yi Chen reflected, sensing that each enhancement of his strength marked a gradual metamorphosis of life, evolving from the ordinary into the extraordinary, from humanity to ascendance as a celestial being. The further he traversed this path, the more pronounced the differences from ordinary individuals, and the smaller the gap to the realm of the divine, ultimately leading to the attainment of immortality. With only a fragment of the East Emperor's stone remaining before him, Yi Chen would not let this opportunity slip away. He embraced the remaining portion, resuming his feast. He lacked for treasures, and with such a valuable asset at hand, he could not afford to delay. However, just as he approached the end of his feast, his teeth struck something hard, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing. Yi Chen's expression shifted to one of astonishment. What on earth is this? I cannot even bite through it. Upon inspecting the stone, he discerned a pitch-black object embedded within. Soon, Yi Chen consumed all the portions of the stone he could, leaving behind only the dark object, approximately 30 centimeters in length, rough and uneven, resembling a small hammer. This small hammer felt quite comfortable to hold. He decided to keep it around as a potential weapon, or at the very least, a means to sharpen his teeth. Although Yi Qian was uncertain of its purpose, he was convinced that such an item, impervious even to his bite, must be a treasure worth keeping. Previously, he had devoured the spiritual treasures presented by the elders with ease. Yet this object resisted his attempts, indicating its extraordinary nature. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the Xuanji sect, Gu Chengjue stood at the center, gazing in reverence at the graceful woman clad in white robes above him. This woman, though in her middle years, retained a captivating beauty akin to a lotus blooming in clear waters, her eyes flickering with the essence of cosmic order. She was none other than Li Linglan, the current leader of the Xuanji sect. During my absence, has anything transpired? Li Linglan inquired, her voice calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority that compelled deference. Jiyu Chengjue nodded slightly. Xin Guzi brought back a 4-year-old child. Initially presumed to be a prodigy, but it turns out he possesses a waste body. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Why single this one out? Li Linglan was astute, aware that the matter was far from simple. Gu Chengjue's eyes glinted with a hint of malice as he seized upon the opportunity to undermine Xin Guzi. That boy has not only destroyed the statue of our ancestral master, but also ravaged the prison Sky Gorge and the Dragon Stone. Acts that are utterly unforgivable. The Xuanji sect has suffered significant losses. I implore the sect leader to ensure this boy faces the consequences. Though he is but a child, such blatant disregard for rules is indeed excessive. Gu Chengjue asserted, his voice laced with indignation and a subtle hint of manipulation. The audacity of a mere child to commit such transgressions was astonishing. How could a 4-year-old dare to destroy the statue of the ancestral master and defile the sacred grounds of their sect? Even Li Linglan's fair visage betrayed a flicker of astonishment. What capabilities could a 4-year-old possess to wreak such havoc? How had he managed to damage the prison Sky Gorge? I have merely heard that the mischievous child, upon sighting anything, would rush forth to take a bite. Essentially, whatever he could bite into has been consumed. Within the confines of the prisoning Heavenly Gorge, he exhibited such behavior, draining the 9-fold celestial spirit water and gnawing through the dragon stone to create a tunnel. Emerging on the other side. In truth, when Gu Chengjue recounted these events, he himself felt a profound astonishment. Were it not for the witnesses among the sect, he would scarcely believe such absurdity, to say nothing of a mere 4-year-old child. Even those formidable beings at the sovereign level, upon entering the prisoning Heavenly Gorge, would find themselves utterly trapped despite exhausting all their efforts, let alone biting through stone or depleting spirit water in such a reckless manner. At present, aside from that mischievous child, it is unlikely that anyone else would dare to act in such a fashion. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Sioux New Jersey sect was graced with a smile. Pondering if this child might indeed be rather amusing, Jiyu Chengjue, taken aback, thought the leader's demeanor peculiar. Shouldn't he be furious, issuing orders for the immediate execution of the troublesome child? Instead, he found this little one to be quite entertaining. Leader, that child is utterly defiant of our rules. Such indulgence could have a detrimental impact on our sect. Gu Chengjue reiterated his concerns. At this juncture, Li Linglan shook her head slightly, expressing no urgency to punish him. Let me first meet this child. He is rather intriguing. With some guidance, he may prove to be quite the nuisance to others. Chapter 116. Speaking of others, Gu Chengjue grew increasingly anxious. Leader, this child possesses a waste physique, rendering him incapable of cultivation. He holds no value for training. It is indeed a pity. Had this little fellow possessed even the most ordinary spirit vein, he could have become a figure of great renown. Li Linglan sighed softly. Both the Tianqing sect and the Nine Divine Palace boast a plethora of talented youths, particularly that individual from the Tianqing sect, who even I greatly admire. Yet, when will our Sioux New Jersey sect produce such an extraordinary youth? Mentioning that formidable youth, Gu Chengjue shook his head in resignation. Among the 3 great sects of the Immortal Tao Alliance, while the rankings fluctuate, it has always been a contest between the Tianqing sect and the Nine Divine Palace. With our Sioux New Jersey sect perpetually relegated to the lowest tier, never witnessing any improvement. Each successive leader of the Sioux New Jersey sect, upon assuming office, harbors the grand ambition of elevating our sect's status. Even if just for a fleeting year, that would be a historic breakthrough. Yet, for reasons unknown, the rankings have remained stagnant for years. the former leader of the Tianqing sect, the current leader of the Nine Divine Palace, and the prodigious youth being nurtured by the Tianqing sect are all unparalleled talents capable of overshadowing their contemporaries, making it impossible for others to rise. Even Gu Chengjue and Li Linglan, distinguished talents in their own right, find themselves overshadowed by the leader of the Nine Divine Palace. With the opening of the immortal ancient remnants imminent and the assessments of the three great sects of the immortal Tao Alliance about to commence, whom shall we send forth to avoid disgrace? Li Linglan wore a bitter smile. Had that child possessed a spirit vein, with just a bit of training, some techniques, and treasures, he might well embark on an adventure. However, devoid of a spirit vein, many resources would remain inaccessible. Lacking the means to enhance his strength, even if he were to participate, he would merely be cannon fodder. Just as the leader of the Sioux New Jersey sect was grappling with an overwhelming headache, a young elder burst into the hall, breathless with urgency. "This is dire, leader, deputy leader. A grave situation has arisen. What has you in such a frenzy? What on earth is happening?" Gu Chengjue demanded sharply. The steward elder was struck down by someone and is now unconscious. Upon seeing both the leader and the deputy leader present, the young elder hastily steadied himself, though his voice trembled with unease. Gu Chengjue and Li Linglan furrowed their brows in unison. Who dares to wreak havoc within our Sioux New Jersey sect? Do they truly believe we are without defenders? Gu Chengjue's fury surged, his presence expanding like an ancient deity. Li Linglan's expression turned icy. "Who is responsible?" "The child who returned," the young elder replied hastily. "Repeat that." Gu Chengjue's rage intensified, akin to a provoked beast. "Is it that mischievous child again?" "Indeed, I was instructing the disciples when I noticed the child engaged in a scuffle with the steward elder." The elder unleashed a tremendous strike, yet the child remained unscathed, effortlessly knocking the steward elder into unconsciousness. Chapter 117. This little rascal is serious. At that moment, the young elder could scarcely believe the tale himself. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have accepted such a preposterous account. Gu Chengjue and Li Linglan were momentarily speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief. A 4-year-old infant incapacitating a sovereign-level warrior with a single slap transcended mere terror. It was beyond the realm of extraordinary talent. Even in their youth, neither Gu Chengjue nor Li Linglan could have achieved such an astonishing feat, and not even the prodigy from the Tianqing sect could boast of such prowess. This was almost mythical. Well done. Splendid. In an instant, Li Linglan's previously frigid demeanor transformed into a radiant smile, her excitement palpable. Gu Chengjue and the young elder stood momentarily dumbfounded, particularly the young elder, who wondered if Li Linglan had lost her composure due to anger. The steward elder had been struck down by a disciple, severely injured, and yet the leader appeared to revel in the situation. "Who else knows of this matter?" Li Linglan inquired, taking a deep breath. Her eyes sparkling with fervor, a few accompanying elders and young disciples immediately informed them to keep this under wraps. Ensure the injured elder is taken outside the sect for treatment, and once he recovers, command him to speak of this no more. Any who defy this order shall have their cultivation severed and be expelled from the sect. Li Linglan's stern voice rang out, prompting the young elder to hastily kneel and acknowledge her command before departing. Before he left, Li Linglan requested he summon the mischievous child. "Leader, do you intend for that little rascal to participate in the immortal ancient remnants? But he is a waste, destined for a life devoid of cultivation, hardly deserving of the title of genius." Once the young elder had exited, Gu Chengjue muttered, "To injure a sovereign-level warrior with a single strike, even if he were to never cultivate in his lifetime. So what? Is he truly not worthy of being called a genius?" In truth, Li Linglan was keen to meet this intriguing little fellow. Gu Chengjue stood helplessly by, unable to intervene as events unfolded. Just then, the young elder returned, his expression bewildered. "What is it? Were you not instructed to summon someone?" Gu Chengjue snapped, his frustration palpable. "Leader, deputy leader, that mischievous child claims he feels a bit fatigued and hungry, and cannot move." Upon hearing this, Li Linglan was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly recalled the child's nature as described by Gu Chengjue. She waved her hand decisively. "Tell him that if he comes, I shall grant him 5 precious herbs." 5 precious herbs. The young elder's jaw nearly dropped. Despite his position as an elder, he had only recently ascended to this rank. 5 precious herbs represented a significant expenditure. He was astonished by the leader's generosity. However, upon reflecting on the child's ability to overpower sovereign-level cultivators, it made sense. Understood. The elder hurried off, but at that moment, a small figure burst into the hall unbidden. No need to summon me. Here I am. Quickly, hand over the precious herbs. The sight of the audacious Yi Chun striding into the hall caused the expressions of all present to contort in disbelief. This little rascal is utterly serious. Chapter 118. Swallowed whole just moments ago, they had promised him benefits, and now, the very next second, he had arrived. Was this child attempting to extort them? Truly, he was a genuine little money grubber, a peculiar oddity. Although it was Li Linglan's first time encountering Yi Chun, she immediately discerned the child's character, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. Both she and Gu Chengjue possessed profound cultivation, yet they had not anticipated that Yi Chun was lurking just outside the hall. Logically, they should have sensed his presence at such proximity, yet they remained oblivious. Dear beautiful elder sister, you wouldn't be deceiving me about those precious herbs, would you? As Li Linglan contemplated this, a childish voice chimed in, causing her expression to momentarily freeze in disbelief. Since becoming the leader of the Sioux New Jersey sect, no one had ever dared address her in such a manner. Had it been anyone else, Li Linglan would have long since lost her temper. Before her stood a charming doll, exquisitely carved from jade, and Li Linglan found herself unable to part with it. What I promised, I must deliver, she declared resolutely, and no sooner had she spoken than a glimmer emanated from the storage ring on her finger, and 5 precious herbs soared toward Yi Chun. The moment these herbs appeared, a rich fragrance of medicine permeated the entire hall, and the combined aroma of the 5 herbs was exceptionally refreshing. These are 5 earth spirit fruits, exclaimed the solitary Sidious Absolute, his voice filled with astonishment. The earth spirit fruits were immensely beneficial for cultivators, and their rarity was astounding. Finding even a single one was a miracle. Even the currently envious Gu Chengjue could not help but covet them. If he were to acquire these 5 precious herbs, his cultivation would undoubtedly progress. Yet, he never anticipated that they would be squandered on this mischievous child, one without any spiritual veins and still just a child. Bestowing such invaluable herbs upon him felt like an utter waste. Despite his envy, Gu Chengjue refrained from making a move to snatch them away, merely gazing longingly as the 5 herbs settled into Yi Chun's hands. These herbs, if refined, could yield a superior elixir, capable of enhancing cultivation, healing wounds, and even detoxifying. In short, these herbs were of the highest quality. A splendid gift from me to you. Why Yi Chun gazed at the 5 precious herbs before him. I won't be poisoned, nor will I be harmed. Your words, so profound and enigmatic, elude my understanding. All I wish to know is, can I eat them? Without waiting for a response, he promptly stuffed one earth spirit fruit into his mouth. It had no particular flavor, slightly bitter at best. Then, he bit into another earth spirit fruit, which seemed to possess a hint of sweetness. Finally, a bit more palatable. The onlookers could only stare in disbelief as the child devoured the spiritual herbs as if they were mere cabbage. Both Li Linglan and Gu Chengjue were momentarily dumbfounded. Having lived for so long, they had never witnessed anyone consume spiritual herbs with such abandon. You munch on them as if they were cabbage, and yet you chatter incessantly. If you were bold enough, you could forego the spiritual herbs and just eat cabbage. Gu Chengjue felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood, wishing to smash his head against the wall. Aghast at how this exceptional spiritual essence was being so carelessly wasted by the child. Chapter 119. An inescapable dilemma. What kind of child is this? Is his head filled with water? At this moment, Li Linglan nearly collapsed onto her seat, her delicate frame trembling slightly. Despite the child's undeniable charm and her own patience, she found the scene intolerable. It was only then that she remembered something, her eyes sparkling with divine light as she scrutinized the mischievous child. Upon closer inspection, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Have you broken through to the spirit mansion realm?" Li Linglan was momentarily taken aback, for Gu Chengjue had just informed her that this child's cultivation was merely at the divine sea realm. Indeed. Yi Chun nodded vigorously, continuing to devour the fruits. Li Linglan could hardly contain her excitement. While Gu Chengjue's expression soured, especially since the sect leader himself suddenly appeared before the child. It was indeed a breakthrough. After a meticulous examination, Li Linglan was overjoyed, casting an irate glance at Gu Chengjue. Did you not say this little fellow was at the Divine Sea realm? Did you not claim he was a waste? How is it that he has now transcended his realm? Faced with Li Linglan's inquiry, Gu Chengjue was left speechless, at a loss for words. I've heard that this uncle has a grudge against Xian Guzi, and I am but a cherished disciple brought back by Xian Guzi himself. Thus, this person is deliberately targeting me. Yichen lowered his head, aware that such accusations were not new to him, and his acting skills were commendable enough to evoke some sympathy from Li Linglan. I shall discuss this with you later. You have indeed betrayed my trust. You nearly caused our Xuanji sect to lose an unparalleled genius. Li Linglan shot a fierce glare at Gu Chengjue. Then, she scooped up Yichen, saying, Little one, you need not worry. I shall protect you. No one shall harm you. The fragrant scent emanating from Li Linglan enveloped Yichen, who was not about to let this opportunity slip by. He squirmed eagerly in her embrace, though he lamented his short stature, unable to reach the magnificent peaks before him. Fairy sister, please hold me. Standing nearby, Gu Chengjue felt as if he were swallowing bitter gall. Unable to articulate his frustration. Here was a child who evidently possessed no cultivation talent, yet he had now broken through, indicating that he still had potential. Gu Chengjue was utterly confounded, especially as he observed Yichen causing a commotion in Li Linglan's arms, which only fueled his indignation. The sight of Yichen winking at him was infuriating, stirring a deep desire to unleash his wrath. This time, he felt ensnared in a predicament he could not extricate himself from. Utterly speechless. Furthermore, he could see that Li Linglan held a deep affection for this child. Even if he clarified everything, she would likely not side with him. It was a situation beyond his control. If a 4-year-old child could contend with a king of warriors and continue to advance in cultivation, it signified a talent far beyond mere genius. For the entire Xuanji sect, this was of utmost importance. This child was undeniably a beacon of hope for the brilliant future of the Xuanji sect. If he could mature successfully, the sect's standing within the Immortal Tao Alliance might indeed improve. After contemplating these matters, Gu Chengjue could only swallow his indignation in silence. There was no way to provoke him further. Chapter 120. Absolutely not, little one. Since you have become a disciple of our Xuanji sect, you must strive to bring honor to our sect. In half a month, the 3 major sects of the Immortal Tao Alliance will hold an assessment, and I wish for you to represent our Xuanji sect in this crucial evaluation. Upon hearing Li Linglan's words, Yichen ceased his playful antics in her embrace and plopped down onto the ground, a look of distress crossing his face as he furrowed his brow and pouted. Lately, he felt inexplicably out of sorts, either disheartened or unwell, preferring to remain at home rather than venture outside. Seeing this, Gu Chengjue's face twitched violently. If any other disciple of Xuanji sect dared to behave in such a manner, the sect leader would have long since slapped them. Yet, Li Linglan merely smiled warmly at Yichen. I know what you're thinking, but this assessment offers numerous rewards, and it will take place in the ancient ruins, where treasures abound. Countless treasures? Yichen immediately perked up, but soon his small hands began to fidget together. Yet, I still feel rather unhappy for some reason. Ever since I arrived at the sect, so many people have bullied me. Li Linglan rolled her eyes, recognizing the child's nature. He wouldn't lift a finger without seeing the benefits first. In truth, no one dared to bully this child, for those who attempted would inevitably meet with a dismal fate. Li Linglan was well aware that attempting to reason with this child would be futile. Though she had only recently become acquainted with him, she understood his disposition. Without offering sufficient benefits, it would be impossible to persuade him to undertake any task. If she wished for him to participate in the sect's assessment, she must present enticing incentives. Taking a deep breath, Li Linglan decided to be straightforward. Just tell me what you need to participate in the sect's assessment. I will do my utmost to fulfill your request. With Li Linglan's words, Yichen slowly stood up, his face radiating fearless determination as he innocently declared, "It seems there's still half of the ancestral statue left, if it's of no use. You could give that to me." The moment he uttered those words, Gu Chengjue's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Do not dream. That is a treasure left by our ancestor. How could you possibly treat it so carelessly? Pray tell, why are you so agitated? Are you the sect leader of Xuanji sect?" Yi Chen retorted, making Gu Chengjue fall silent, for he found himself at a loss for words. Li Linglan, after a moment of contemplation, nodded. The remaining statue can be yours. Leader, absolutely not. Silence. If you utter another word, get out of this grand hall. In the midst of his contemplation, Gu Chengjue wished to express further thoughts, yet he found himself rendered speechless by the formidable presence of Li Linglan. Though she was a woman, her cultivation was unparalleled, instilling a sense of trepidation in all who encountered her. Indeed, even if all the elders of the sect joined forces, they would likely not stand a chance against her. Observing Li Linglan's remarkable leniency towards the child, Gu Chengjue felt a profound sense of melancholy. It was evident that he was outmatched, even by this troublesome youth. Moreover, I must convey another matter. This individual harbors enmity towards Elder Xian and must be compelled to offer a sincere apology to him before I agree to participate in your so-called assessment. Otherwise, it shall not come to pass, for I am in considerable discomfort. Upon hearing Yi Chen's declaration, Gu Chengjue's expression transformed dramatically. To request an apology from a long-standing rival would be far more unbearable than facing death itself. The complex history of grievances between him and Elder Xian dated back centuries, a tangled web of resentment that few could unravel. Regardless of the origins of their animosity, it had long since reached a point of irreconcilability. A fact that even Li Linglan understood deeply. Yu Chengjue contemplated, seeking the sect master's guidance, but the sight of Li Linglan's countenance left him nearly in tears. Oh, Deputy Sect Master, should we not prioritize the greater good? This troublesome child represents something significant for our Xuanji sect. As you are surely aware, Li Linglan's beaming smile only served to diminish Gu Chengjue's resolve. It was abundantly clear that the sect master had sided with the troublesome child, compelling him to accept his fate. Should her allegiance to this child jeopardize the Xuanji sect's hard-won opportunity for advancement, he would be condemned as a historical villain, a fate he was desperate to avoid. Despite his profound reluctance, he recognized the necessity of compromise and ultimately acquiesced with a reluctant nod. Listen here, child, if you are to represent our Xuanji sect in the assessment, you must ensure that the geniuses of Jiushan Palace and Tianqing sect come to understand our might. We are not to be trifled with, merely choosing not to engage in their petty disputes. With a radiant smile illuminating her face, Li Linglan cast a glance at Gu Chengjue, conveying a sense of approval. Before producing a ring from her robes and tossing it to Yi Chen, the ring appeared ancient and unadorned, lacking any ostentatious carvings or embellishments, resembling a modest trinket one might find at a roadside stall. Yet, perhaps due to its close proximity to her, Yi Chen detected an unusual fragrance emanating from it upon receiving it. This is a storage ring, and from this day forth, it shall serve you well. Truth be told, it is quite a rare item, and you must. Just as Li Linglan was about to emphasize its significance, she noticed Yi Chen's eyes glinting with eagerness as he eyed the storage ring. Seemingly intent on placing it in his mouth, she quickly interjected, "Child, you truly cannot eat this. It is meant for use." 3 days later, within the grand hall of the Xuanji sect, all disciples who had been out on missions or training had returned due to the urgent summons from the sect master. At this moment, 4 male disciples and 3 female disciples gathered, representing the 7 most gifted individuals within the sect. If all proceeded without incident, it was anticipated that a few among these 7 would one day assume leadership roles, including positions such as sect master, deputy sect master, and senior elders, thereby shaping the core hierarchy of the sect. The fates of these individuals would inevitably influence the direction and progress of the Xuanji sect's future. Should the sect falter and lose its standing among the 3 great sects of the Immortal Path Alliance, it would indeed be a source of great shame. However, from this moment forth, the past became less significant. The greatest asset and treasure of the Xuanji sect was none other than this troublesome child. Yet, these prodigies had only just emerged from seclusion or journeys and were not particularly well informed about recent events within the sect. Furthermore, the astonishing incident in which Yi Chen had incapacitated an elder had yet to spread. As it was swiftly suppressed by the iron-fisted Li Linglan, it was rumored that this child was a waste of potential, incapable of cultivation or advancing in rank. What kind of disgrace would it be to allow such a useless child to compete amongst the 3 great sects? If he were to attend, it would only serve to provoke laughter at their expense, suggesting that the Xuanji sect had truly run out of capable individuals, resorting to a mere 4-year-old. Yet, Even more astonishing was the prospect of this child leading them. Upon hearing this news, the 7 prodigious disciples were immediately discontented. They had dedicated over a decade to their cultivation, only to be expected to take orders from a mere child. Surely, that was preposterous. Each of them was a paragon of their own right, having been raised amidst accolades and privilege. How could they tolerate a 4-year-old commanding them? It was utterly ludicrous. Elders, we propose that we commence a new selection process for leadership. Indeed, one among us should be deemed worthy of the role of leader, they clamored, their dissatisfaction palpable. The elder who had announced the news felt a surge of indignation, perplexed by the sect master and deputy sect master's decision to appoint someone so unworthy to such a pivotal position. This role had always been reserved for the capable, and what could a 4-year-old possibly contribute? How could he possibly manage the hearts and minds of others? If this child were to attend, it would indeed be a disgrace. They could not allow the forces outside the 3 great sects to learn of their plight. The thought of endless humiliation loomed ahead. This child had already defaced the statue of their revered ancestor and openly flouted the sect's regulations. Such a person could not be entrusted with leadership. Several elders standing nearby openly criticized, their voices rife with discontent. Many of them still recalled Yi Chun from only days prior when he had undergone the spirit vein examination, a time when it was common knowledge that he was a waste of potential. Unable to cultivate or advance, his strength waning with age. Did someone dare to speculate that the sect master held a special fondness for this child? Various imaginations began to swirl, with some even pondering whether this child might be the sect master's illegitimate offspring. Such thoughts were quickly dismissed, for the sect master had always upheld her integrity, never indulging in such indiscretions and maintaining high standards for those she associated with. Shaking their heads, the disciples sought to regain a semblance of rationality, suggesting, "This roster is devised by the sect master and deputy sect master. If you have any objections, it would be wise to discuss them with them directly." The 7 disciples hesitated, aware of their esteemed status within the sect, yet still dwarfed by the authority of the sect master and deputy sect master. For years, no disciple had dared to defy the sect master's commands. If you wish to assert your worth, prove to us who truly represents the glorious future of the Xuanji sect. The elder who had proclaimed the news spoke slowly, and upon concluding, he seemed to withdraw entirely, closing his eyes to meditate. Upon hearing these words, the 7 disciples' eyes brightened as clarity dawned upon them. This could indeed serve as a viable strategy. The sect master may have been deceived by the child's formidable physical prowess. After all, he was merely a child. If they demonstrated their own capabilities and proved themselves worthy of leadership, the troublesome child would naturally be sidelined. Exchanging knowing glances, the 7 disciples shared a mutual understanding, their lips curling into smiles. Although they had often clashed in the past, in this moment, they found themselves united in purpose. After a brief interval, a small figure appeared, trailing a lengthy shadow and laden with various items, soaring through the air at remarkable speed. What could this child possibly be up to? The esteemed individuals, poised to deliver a formidable demonstration to the unruly child, found themselves momentarily paralyzed upon encountering the little rascal before them. Their faces twitching in disbelief, these few, renowned prodigies of the Sioux New Jersey sect, typically ventured forth with only a modest array of belongings, traveling light. After all, this occasion was merely an assessment, and possessing a sufficient quantity of spiritual herbs and treasures was ample preparation. However, the sight of this child, burdened as if fleeing from calamity, laden with an overwhelming assortment of packages, obscured his figure entirely. From a distance, one could discern nothing but a multitude of piled-up bundles. Was there a famine at our Sioux New Jersey sect? Did he not even possess a storage artifact? The 7 young geniuses stood aghast, and at that moment, Yi Chun fortuitously arrived, landing before the grand hall. With a clatter, he dropped all his burdens, finally exhaling in relief, yet the disciples could only grimace in response. Truly exhausting. Yi Chun brushed off the dust from his hands and turned to the assembled disciples, cheerfully gesturing, "Good morning, brothers and sisters. Why have you all come unencumbered? Do lend a hand to your weary captain. I am utterly fatigued." Chapter 124. "You wish to challenge me panting," Yi Chun continued. "Whoever assists me shall be rewarded with a feast. Succulent meat and fine delicacies, I assure you, will greatly enhance one's cultivation." His overly familiar demeanor earned him no favor, prompting the disciples to roll their eyes. One female disciple, with evident disdain, retorted, "We do not indulge in such fleeting pleasures. A cultivator should not concern themselves with these mundane trifles." Yichun appraised the young woman, then clicked his tongue and shook his head. In a wonder her figure was so unimpressive. How could one develop without nourishment? The female disciple's face flushed crimson. "You little rogue, repeat that if you dare." She nearly collapsed from indignation. The other disciples merely smirked. This unruly child was indeed a peculiar case, exhibiting such sharp wit at such a tender age. "Why are you all so heartless? Do you not see your adorable junior struggling to carry such a load? Why not lend a hand?" Yichun exclaimed, hands on his hips. One male disciple, unable to endure the sight any longer, retorted, "Has the sect not provided you with a storage artifact? As a newly initiated disciple, you should have received a spirit pouch. If the sect master favors you, a storage ring should also have been bestowed upon you." Yichun promptly replied, "Of course, I received one." "Then manage it yourself. We shall not suffer your embarrassing display." One disciple scoffed. Why Yichun's face fell into a frown, recalling how enticing the storage ring had seemed at the time. He had thought to savor it, only to inadvertently consume it instead. "What do you mean? You ate the storage ring?" The elder beside him was utterly flabbergasted, struggling to comprehend the situation. He was aware of the child's propensity to eat anything, yet never imagined he would devour a storage ring. "Did the sect master not inform you that storage rings are precious artifacts?" Yichun sighed, his brow furrowing. "I'm aware, but by the time the sect master uttered those words, I had already consumed the ring." Now, Yichun regretted his impulsive act. Not only had he gained nothing from the ring, but it had also failed to impart any profound techniques or substantial energy. One might say he had suffered a significant loss. Witnessing the solitary, remorseful child, the others raised their eyebrows, rendered speechless. This child had even gnawed on a storage artifact. What else could he possibly consume? Was he truly a human child? The proud disciples' minds were in utter disarray. Were they truly to allow such a child to lead them into the grand competition among the three major sects? Before long, one of the robust male disciples stepped forward. "Little Junior, having recently joined our sect, why don't we engage in a friendly spar? Given the perils we shall face, it would be prudent to hone our combat skills." "Indeed, a friendly match to gain experience," another chimed in. "We all trained together for quite some time, familiar with each other's techniques. Your presence is fortuitous. We can practice our defensive and offensive strategies against diverse foes." The four male disciples eagerly stepped forward, brimming with anticipation to spar with the diminutive Yichun. Why Yichun, not lacking in discernment, could easily discern their intentions from their demeanor. "You are serious about challenging me?" he asked coolly. Chapter 125. It hurts. Upon their nods of affirmation, Yichun rose, declaring, "If you wish to challenge me, then let us proceed together. It will save us all the trouble." "Little Junior, your words are rather presumptuous. We are not like the ordinary disciples within our sect. If you underestimate us, you shall regret it." The four talented male disciples furrowed their brows, their pride stung. If they were facing a formidable adversary, it might be bearable. Yet before them stood merely a 4-year-old child who had recently joined the sect. To challenge him collectively was a humiliation. "Three brothers, stand back. Allow me to face him first." One of the youngest disciples stepped forward, his confidence unwavering. As he advanced, 2 golden flying swords materialized behind him, trembling violently. The spiritual energy in the air surged, clearly indicating their extraordinary nature. Yang Feng's dual dragon swords had indeed grown increasingly formidable. Capable of inducing spatial turbulence, it would not be long before he manifested a third sword. The elder nearby observed this scene, a flicker of admiration crossing his face. Yang Feng was indeed a top-tier talent within the Sioux New Jersey sect. "Little Junior, unleash your skills and show me what you are capable of." Yang Feng charged toward Yichun, who stood his ground, watching as Yang Feng approached at a rapid pace. In an instant, Yichun flashed before Yang Feng, his speed astonishing. How can he be so swift? Yang Feng's astonishment was palpable. This unruly child moved with lightning speed, and just as Yang Feng prepared to retreat, Yichun stomped his foot, fracturing the granite ground beneath him like a spider's web. Launching forward like a cannonball, Yichun raised a finger and delivered a resounding flick to Yang Feng's forehead. "It hurts! It hurts so much!" With that single flick, the once arrogant Yang Feng plummeted to the ground, his two golden swords dissipating in an instant. He rolled on the ground, clutching his head, completely disheveled. Yang Feng swore he had never been flicked before. The pain was excruciating, causing tears and snot to flow freely in a most undignified manner. The sight left the remaining 3 disciples in shock. Their faces pale, they watched as the unruly child approached them, extending a finger. The previously boastful disciple hurriedly interjected, "Little Junior, hold on. I just remembered, since the sect master appointed you as captain, there must be a good reason." Ouch, it hurts so much. Before the talented young man could finish his sentence, Yi Chun's finger descended once more, and another disciple joined the ranks of the rolling and wailing. Chapter 126. A Lesson in Humility. The third disciple, witnessing this chaotic spectacle, swallowed hard. "Junior, do not come any closer. I remained silent when they spoke ill of you." The fourth disciple, realizing he could not escape his fate, bore a look of despair and pleaded, "Little Junior, considering my willingness to cooperate, could you perhaps strike a tad lighter? It feels as though you are hitting even harder than before." As Yi Chun charged toward them, the fifth disciple puffed up, attempting to assert his authority. "What do you intend to do, little rascal? I am an elder of the sect." However, at this moment, the elder's words proved utterly futile, as he ultimately received a resounding blow to the head from Yi Chun. In an instant, the grand hall of Yi Chun was filled with a cacophony of anguished cries. Meanwhile, the leader of the Xuanji sect, observing the scene from her own hall, couldn't help but shake her head slightly. This mischievous child was simply extraordinary. He had already caused a stir within the sect even before participating in the assessments. If he were to actually take part in the evaluations held by the 3 major sects, one could only imagine the chaos he might unleash. It would surely infuriate those self-righteous old geezers, which she found quite amusing. After a considerable time, several figures engaged in a tense confrontation at the entrance of the Xuanji sect. The atmosphere charged with intensity. The elder who had announced the news quickly regained his composure and made a hasty retreat, as he could not afford to lose face. The previously arrogant disciples had now subdued their brashness, not daring to voice any discontent. The earlier lesson taught by the mischievous child had evidently been effective. None dared to bring up the idea of sparring with him again, and even if he wished to engage them, they would feign disinterest. This child, with a mere finger, had effortlessly subdued 4 individuals, including an elder, leaving them utterly speechless. To continue challenging him would require a lack of sanity. Within the Xuanji sect, although they were undoubtedly prodigious talents, they were still vastly overshadowed by this exceptional child. Even they could not compare to the peerless genius from the Tianqing sect. The disparity between them was so great it could be likened to that of clouds and mud. Clearly, this little brat had already distanced himself from them by several ancient sanctuaries, standing like an insurmountable peak soaring into the heavens. As for the 3 female disciples who had witnessed the entire scene, they dared not entertain even the slightest thought of resistance. After all, in terms of combat prowess, the 7 of them were comparable. This was precisely why Li Linglan and Guqing found the selection of the next generation's sect leader to be such a headache. The current mischievous child was far too formidable, exhibiting an unparalleled ferocity. Now, the 7 prodigious youths surrounded the mischievous child like stars orbiting the moon, displaying utmost respect in their demeanor. I in the realm of cultivation. Status is determined by strength rather than age, especially knowing that Yi Chun, despite his apparent shortcomings, was still capable of breaking through realms, which left several individuals in awe. Chapter 127. Flattery and fawning among them. 2 individuals with thick skin underwent a complete transformation in attitude, directly addressing Yi Chun as senior brother. With formidable strength and high seniority, Zhuangguzi, leveraging the mischievous child's status, managed to turn the tables in the Xuanji sect, earning considerable respect from numerous elders. "Senior brother, your combat prowess is indeed unparalleled. I feel you are akin to a revolutionary figure, a reincarnation of our revered founder. Indeed, Yang Feng, I greatly appreciate your sentiment. Moreover, I believe senior brother Yi is akin to the reincarnation of our founder, and all the stone statues he has consumed have transformed into pure power. In my view, senior brother Yi is the embodiment of strength for our Xuanji sect, destined to be immortalized as a statue standing proudly before the scripture hall." Yang Fong and Shiqi's effusive praises flowed forth like an unending river, leaving everyone around them utterly astonished and speechless. Having known the two for quite some time, they never realized how adept they were at flattering others, their ability to adapt to the wind being taken to the extreme, though the bewilderment of the other talented disciples. The mischievous child listened with a beaming smile, nodding in satisfaction at the high praise, exclaiming, "You have discerning eyes, truly discerning eyes." The surrounding individuals were rendered speechless. This was a clear case of mutual admiration. Yang Fong and Shiqi had been extolling Yi Chen for quite a while, their praise so extravagant it could rival that of a celestial being descending from the heavens. They continued their flattery until they were parched, yet still seemed unsatisfied. Glancing at the sky, they noted that the time for their departure, as mandated by the sect leader, was fast approaching. The group dared not delay any longer. "Senior brother, it seems you acquired quite a haul earlier." "Yes, I have a storage bag here. Allow me to take it." Shiqi promptly produced a storage bag, his face brimming with a smile as he gazed at Yi Chen, exuding sycophancy. Yang Fong also pulled out his own storage bag, stating, "Though my space is limited, it can still accommodate a few items." After saying this, he turned to the others, urging, "What are you all waiting for? Can't you see senior brother has a plethora of items? Come help him lighten the load." The multitude of items Yi Chen had brought earlier resembled a mountain, and the two of them struggled to contain it all. Upon hearing this, the others stepped forward without complaint, eager to forge a good relationship with the mischievous child. Soon, the seven of them were bustling about, assisting Yi Chen in organizing his belongings. And my goodness, is this not the heavenly silkworm vine that Elder Tian has nurtured for many years? How did it end up in this package? Oh my, is this not the egg laid by Elder Wang's Qinghuan? I heard it takes 9 years to hatch a young Qinghuan. How could it be here? I was wondering why it was so heavy. It turns out there's an alchemical furnace. It was only upon lifting these packages that they realized the treasures within, and the talented disciples found it hard to believe. Various priceless items from the Xuanji sect's elders appeared here, including rare treasures, spiritual herbs, and even an ice jade bed for sleeping. Chapter 128. Borrowing items. Senior brother, you couldn't possibly have engaged in some unscrupulous activities and pilfered from our entire Xuanji sect. Could you? Shiqi's voice trembled slightly, aware that many of the items within were treasures the elders held dear, seldom revealed to others. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head. What are you talking about? How could I ever do such a thing? All these treasures were lent to me by the elders, I assure you. Lent to you. The seven exclaimed in unison, each face reflecting a deep skepticism. Yi Chen, undeterred, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I borrowed them. Elder Tian has long lost interest in that heavenly silkworm vine. And what of the Qinghuan egg? How do you explain that? Ah, spare me the details. Just thinking about it makes me furious. Yi Chen waved his delicate fist in exasperation. That portly elder forced that poor giant bird to incubate the egg. How miserable it must be. It can't even go out to play, and in the process, it's nearly lost all its feathers. I couldn't bear to see it suffer, so I decided to rescue the poor creature. It will surely remember my kindness in the future. Everyone. This child is truly insufferable. That giant bird is known as the Qinghuan, a creature with divine beast lineage. How can you be so careless with its name? Senior brother, does that mean the seven-eyed alchemical furnace was also lent to you by Elder One? Yi Chen rubbed his nose. Well, that one. I did took. The others nearly spat blood. Your taking couldn't possibly be much different from stealing, could it? Observing the mocking expressions on their faces, Yi Chen immediately asserted, well, I did it all for our sake. Without this furnace, how would we prepare our meals? We would have to resort to stewing and roasting meat. What? You intend to use the seven-eyed furnace, such a precious item, to cook meat? This is meant for refining elixirs. You plan to roast meat in it? Heavenly goodness, if Elder One finds out, won't he go absolutely mad? The seven were utterly flabbergasted, their minds racing in disbelief at the mischievous child's unconventional ideas. Among the 3 female disciples, one petite figure quietly murmured, I don't want to eat meat. Yi Chen glanced over and waved his hand dismissively. Let us keep the chatter to a minimum if we can't tell the difference between the front and back. You little rascal, I'm done for? The female disciple covered her face, her cheeks flushed with indignation, on the verge of tears. Though children often speak without restraint, her physique was indeed a sensitive topic. Ah, mischievous child. Where is my heavenly silkworm vine? That is my treasured vine, nurtured for over 100 years. Return it at once, that egg of the Qinghuan. If you dare lay a finger on it, I will flay your skin. At that moment, a cacophony of wails echoed throughout the Xuanji sect, shaking the surrounding peaks slightly. Dozens of figures shot towards the sky, trailing long streaks of light as they headed toward the Xuanji sect's entrance. The 7 talented disciples immediately turned pale, realizing, weren't you saying that all these items were borrowed? Why are they now so enraged? Indeed, it is true that I borrowed it, and I even wrote an IOU with great seriousness. I composed quite a bit, yet the elders still came to kill us. What is the meaning of this? The 7 talented disciples felt on the verge of madness. Chapter 129. You are in for a treat. Yi Chen indeed pinched his chin thoughtfully and remarked, perhaps they are simply unwilling. Goodness, they haven't even agreed, and you wrote some ridiculous IOU? What difference does that make from robbery? Don't just stand there foolishly. Let's make our escape. Yi Chen immediately gathered all the belongings that had yet to be packed and swiftly fled, his little legs moving with remarkable speed, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the horizon. The other disciples, filled with frustration, gazed helplessly at the overwhelming number of elders pursuing them and felt their hearts race in trepidation. They hurriedly employed their most adept techniques, rushing towards the outskirts of the Xuanji sect. After nearly 2 hours of exhausting flight, they finally stopped to catch their breath. In truth, shortly after escaping the Xuanji sect, the elders ceased their pursuit. However, to be on the safe side, the group continued running for over 2 hours before daring to pause and regroup. Given their current cultivation levels, they could traverse for days and nights without a hint of fatigue, yet they felt utterly drained. At this moment, they realized that the squad leader assigned to them was no ordinary individual. Wherever he went, chaos and turmoil followed, indicating that trouble was far from over. Brother. The 7 disciples exchanged glances, recognizing each other's thoughts. They wished to counsel the mischievous child to temper his temperament, but at that moment, they noticed Yi Chen raising his index finger to his lips. Shoo, everyone, be quiet. You need to listen. The 7 disciples instantly adopted a vigilant stance, forming a defensive formation while extending their consciousness in all directions. Suspecting danger was imminent, however, after a moment of tense silence, they detected nothing. Just as confusion set in, the mischievous child suddenly became elated. Follow me quickly. I have made a significant discovery. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen darted off, and although the talented disciples were still puzzled, they followed closely behind him. After all, Yi Chen was still their captain. After dashing nearly 1,000 meters, Yi Chen finally halted, drooling as he exclaimed, You have arrived just in time. This is an exquisite black demon ape. I had one last month, and it was delicious, whether roasted or boiled. Hearing this, the 7 disciples were hardly astonished. This mischievous child could devour even the statue of their ancestor with delight. What was so extraordinary about consuming a demon beast? Moreover, it was not an exceptionally rare beast. I have heard of the black demon ape. It is said to embody an exceptionally rich essence and spiritual energy, particularly in its powerful legs, which contain its essence. Moreover, if one kills it swiftly enough, one can acquire its life fire, which is a prized possession. One talented disciple spoke confidently, having knowledge of demon beasts. While the others nodded in agreement, they were not sheltered individuals. Many had spent years honing their skills outside and were familiar with such esoteric knowledge. However, they had never developed the habit of consuming demon beasts, typically using them for alchemical concoctions. Thus they were unaware of the taste. Chapter 130. It has already concluded. The last black demon ape I consumed was at the peak of the Spirit Mansion realm, nearly at the half-step monarch level. This one, being of the monarch level, must possess even more potent essence and will likely be even tastier. Yi Chen wiped the drool from his mouth, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The other disciples, especially Shi Qi and Yang Feng, immediately understood what to do. Brothers and sisters, this black demon ape is among the more formidable demon beasts, not easy to contend with, especially with its unmatched strength and agility, which can be quite troublesome. However, we all possess the ability to battle above our level. Tackling this monarch-level black demon ape should not be overly challenging. Absolutely correct, dear sisters. We shall launch a frontal assault. while you two will execute a flanking maneuver. Yang Fong, your forte is an attack. You shall seek out the Black Demon Ape's vulnerabilities for a decisive strike. The rest of us will spread out around it, acting as the situation demands, ensuring the Black Demon Ape does not escape. The plan laid out by the brother was flawless. The Black Demon Ape would not evade them. The 7 talented disciples promptly divided their roles, their hearts racing as they regarded the Black Demon Ape as their first test during this trial, preparing for the upcoming assessment. Strategies and tactics were established in a remarkably brief period. Reflecting their exceptional mindset, just as they formed a circle to finalize their strategy, Yi Qin's voice suddenly rang out from not far away. "Hey, does anyone know how to cook meat or roast it? Come lend a hand." The 7 disciples were momentarily stunned, turning to see that the towering Black Demon Ape, standing nearly 60 meters tall, had a glistening circular hole in its chest, right where its heart lay. Meanwhile, the mischievous child stood triumphantly on the ape's shoulder, waving cheerfully. The Black Demon Ape had been instantaneously slain by Yi Qin, its body stiffening before it could even collapse, resembling a nearly petrified statue. The 7 disciples gazed in disbelief at the scene before them, feeling somewhat dazed. Was it truly over this quickly? They had barely begun strategizing when the mischievous child had already concluded the encounter. The speed of the action seemed a bit surreal. They had hardly registered the events when Yi Qin had dispatched the Black Demon Ape. The most astonishing aspect was that the entire fight had been utterly silent. The Black Demon Ape had not even emitted a cry before meeting its end. "Junior brother, no, brother, you are far too powerful." To say powerful is an understatement. It is utterly terrifying. I believe our sect's standing in the upcoming 3 major sects competition will surely rise. Our esteemed one here should be on par with the one from the Tianqing sect, right? Even if not, the difference cannot be significant. Moreover, if he is even stronger than that one, wouldn't our Xuanji sect ascend to the position of the leader within the Immortal Path Alliance? With this thought, the disciples became increasingly excited, their gazes toward Yi Qin transforming into something extraordinary. They finally comprehended why the sect had been so eager to send this young prodigy forth so swiftly. This child was remarkably formidable, surpassing even the older generation of powerhouses. Chapter 131. 8 parts full. In previous years, we were the ones who brought shame. This year, with this thought, the disciples involuntarily chuckled, all able to see the gleam of mirth in each other's eyes. "Brother, let me put it this way. My culinary skills are unmatched across the world. The entire sect knows it." "You are talking nonsense. I am the true culinary genius. Step aside." The 7 of them found a stream, quickly processing the Black Demon Ape, then severing its massive legs into countless pieces. Shi channeled his spiritual energy, setting up a 7-eyed cauldron, which promptly expanded to accommodate all the meat. The other disciples contributed their gathered spirit fruits and herbs, adding them to the mix, and the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Utterly irresistible, Yang Fong, grinning mischievously, rummaged through his storage bag and produced some supplementary ingredients, which enhanced the already rich aroma even further. "When I was weak and before entering the Xuanji sect, I once worked as a chef to earn money for cultivation materials." Yi Qin nodded, recognizing that the aroma alone indicated exceptional culinary skills, settling down on a nearby stone to await the meal. After the passage of 3 tea times, the lid of the cauldron was lifted, and a wave of savory meat fragrance enveloped the surroundings. The disciples surrounding the 7-eyed cauldron could not help but inhale deeply, their faces filled with ecstasy. "Everyone, do not be courteous. Indulge in the meat." After Yi Qin shouted this, he eagerly bit into a piece. "Brother, it seems you have bitten into the cauldron. Can you eat the meat?" The disciples' faces turned pale. If the cauldron were damaged, how could they cook meat in the future? "I have some fine aged wine brewed from spiritual ingredients. Shall we enjoy a few cups?" One talented disciple produced several jars of wine from his storage bag. Upon opening them, a rich aroma wafted into the noses of everyone present. Yi Qin's eyes brightened as he seized a jar and gulped it down, truly indulging in the pleasures of meat and wine. The feast was a source of immense delight for the assembly, who had previously been unaware of the rich spiritual essence that permeated the flesh of the mythical beasts. By the meal's conclusion, a faint aura of precious light enveloped each individual, their pores releasing an essence that could not be fully absorbed. Satisfaction graced every face as they finally felt adequately sated. Having subsisted on little more than stones during their days at the Sioux, New Jersey sect, it was simply excessive. Yichun patted his small belly, wearing an expression of contentment, punctuated by several adorable little burps. The group of talented disciples could not help but roll their eyes at the sight. With such an appetite, it was likely that few establishments could afford to cater to him. Collectively, the 7 of them had merely consumed a little over half of a giant black magic ape's leg, which was already a formidable feat. As they ate, they even circulated the spiritual energy within their bodies, dissipating the feeling of fullness to extract the essence and flavor from the meat. Yet here was Yichun, who had devoured an entire leg along with an additional 2/3 of another. An astonishingly prodigious appetite. Tio claim he was only 8/10 full was simply astounding. If he were to truly satiate himself, how much would he need to consume? Chapter 132. The divine bone of the demon ape. The area was a veritable mess. But the group swiftly tidied up to that moment. A young prodigy suddenly pointed to the ground nearby, exclaiming that something seemed to be shimmering. Upon hearing this, the others followed his gaze and indeed, beside the deceased black magic ape, on a massive stone, lay a piece of blood-red crystalline bone. "This is the divine bone of the demon ape," one disciple exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. It was said that, in ancient times, many formidable beings emerged from these mythical creatures. Although the bloodlines of such sacred ancestors had gradually diminished, they sporadically awakened in their descendants. Thus, the origin of the divine bone. Should this divine bone continue to grow, the black magic ape could eventually evolve into the king of beasts. Perhaps even the emperor of mythical creatures. At that level, it would no longer reside in the mountains of Zhonglu but would surely migrate to the great stronghold of beasts, the Western Wilderness Domain. A pure bloodline inheritance had solidified into the divine bone of the demon ape. Such a treasure is rare and sought after. Moreover, divine bones are traditionally priceless and seldom found on the market. 100 black magic apes yielding a single divine bone would indeed be a miracle. This particular black magic ape must have overestimated its own strength and thus underestimated its opponent, leading to its downfall. One disciple reflected solemnly. Nearby, Yichun, hearing the mention of divine bones, immediately perked up, seizing the bone and popping it into his mouth, crunching it with gusto. Instantly, Yichun felt a searing surge of energy flow down his throat and into his limbs. The 7 prodigious disciples looked on in astonishment as Yichun audaciously consumed the rare treasure, their jaws agape in disbelief. This was, after all, a divine bone, containing the bloodline of ancient sacred beasts. If refined or forged into a spiritual treasure, it would be invaluable. Indeed, I recall that our sect's vice sect master possesses a divine sword crafted from a divine bone, renowned for its unparalleled power. Coveted even by those from the 9 gods' palace. To harness its power, one must first eliminate the lingering resentments within the divine bone. Otherwise, one could suffer mental turmoil or even death. The disciples were utterly dumbfounded. Having never witnessed someone devour a divine bone so recklessly, they watched Yichun intently, fearing for his well-being, hoping he would not succumb to the bone's residual energy and transform into a lunatic or fool. Given his already formidable strength, if he were to lose control, it could spell disaster for everyone present. At that moment, having swallowed the divine bone, Yichun felt an intense heat radiating through his limbs. As the surge of energy first cleansed his body, enhancing his physical and meridian strength, before coalescing into a miniature version of the black magic ape, albeit far more majestic than the one he had slain. This small demon ape possessed an astonishing power, brimming with an indescribable explosive force coursing through his meridians. Wherever it traversed, the resilience of his veins was subtly augmented, until the diminutive shadow of the black magic ape settled within his dantian. Chapter 133. Absorption. Once within his dantian, the shadow of the black magic ape opened its maw wide, lunging toward the ethereal residence formed by the spiritual energy within, attempting to devour it. With a resounding roar, the black magic ape struck its robust chest and bit down fiercely on the entrance to the ethereal residence. Yichun's body, now embodying the indomitable stellar indestructible body, possessed an extraordinary physical strength. For practitioners, the ethereal residence formed by the spiritual energy within the dantian was often more formidable than their physical might, making it no easy feat to destroy. Even the grand ethereal residence in Yi Chen's Dantian, infused with the power of the stellar indestructible body, remained untouched by the black magic ape's onslaught, sustaining no damage, not even a crack or trace. Momentarily taken aback, the black magic ape hesitated, but the next instant, the grand ethereal residence's doors swung wide open, revealing a diminutive figure emerging from within. This figure was also a shadow, indistinguishable from Yi Chen himself. It was his projection within the Dantian. Upon seeing the black magic ape, Yi Chen promptly exhaled a plume of flames, engulfing the creature in a fiery embrace. Phoenix Fire Day, as a primordial divine beast. The phoenix can conjure the divine fire of heaven and earth, known as phoenix fire. The origins of this fire are enigmatic, cultivated through millions of years of evolution. The strongest flames in the world pale in comparison to it. Even the infernos of ancient volcanoes lack the same spirit. At this moment, upon being touched by the phoenix fire, the shadow of the black magic ape shattered instantly, transforming into an incredibly pure power that was entirely absorbed by Yi Chen. After absorbing the strength of the black magic ape, Yi Chen sensed a shift within himself. He stamped his foot down forcefully upon the ground, causing tremendous fissures to erupt across the surface. The talented disciples, witnessing this spectacle, hurriedly retreated, fearing that Yi Chen's consciousness had been entirely overtaken by the black magic ape, leaving him a raving lunatic. However, the 7 disciples quickly realized that, after this powerful stomp, Yi Chen had not succumbed to madness. Rather, he began devouring the bones surrounding the divine bone with fervor. The crunching sounds echoed as he savored the delectable morsels, relishing their exquisite taste. The bones surrounding the divine bone would also undergo divine transformation, their latent power far exceeding that of ordinary bones. Why is he still eating? Does he not sense the terror of the black magic ancestor? The onlookers were momentarily stunned, but their hearts were filled with concern for Yi Chen. They were not malicious individuals. Having emerged from the same sect, they regarded each other as family and wished to avert any calamity. Why now? They had come to view Yi Chen as their elder brother, one who could bring unparalleled glory to their sect, which only heightened their anxiety for his well-being. Yet Yi Chen seemed oblivious to the opinions of others. After consuming most of the black magic ape's bones, a multitude of diluted shadows of the black magic ape began to manifest within him. This time, with experience under his belt, Yi Chen incinerated the approaching shadows with phoenix fire before they could reach his Dantian, once more generating a massive surge of energy. Chapter 134. The ancient temple speaks. These uncontrollably fierce energies were fully harnessed by Yi Chen, naturally coursing into his limbs, where they were absorbed. After assimilating this formidable energy, Yi Chen underwent yet another transformation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ancient heritage technique, Black Magic Seal. Ding! The Black Magic Seal has automatically cultivated to the Great Perfection stage. The Black Magic Seal, forged during the Primordial Era, was a creation of the Black Magic Ape ancestor, who wielded unparalleled strength and gathered bloodthirsty energy from slaying across vast expanses, manifesting this seal that annihilated countless equal-level demon ancestors. The seal contains black magic malevolence capable of disorienting the mind and subduing all. Upon hearing this proclamation, Yi Chen observed a black-red glowing insignia materializing above his Dantian's ethereal residence. Sensing the bloodthirsty energy contained within the black magic seal, even Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine. No wonder the black magic seal could disrupt one's mental faculties. A person of weak cultivation could easily find their mind obliterated. Moreover, this was merely the natural emanation of the bloodthirsty energy from the black magic seal. If activated, the consequences were unimaginable. Why Yi Chen believed that even a powerful figure of the human king realm could potentially be subdued. Most astonishingly, a pinnacle figure of the Junho realm would certainly find themselves crushed to death. This truly is an item of unmatched power. What a remarkable boon it has proven to be. Yi Chen danced with joy, having originally intended to indulge in a sumptuous feast, only to unexpectedly stumble upon such a remarkable treasure. To his astonishment, the black demon ape exhibited signs of ancestral regression. And even more surprisingly, within its body lay a coveted divine bone that practitioners yearned for. Could it be that this system was bestowing upon him a stroke of luck? Not far away, a few individuals who had been concerned about the mental state of the mischievous child felt an immense sense of relief upon seeing a radiant smile grace his face. Master Brother seems to be just fine. Doesn't he? Look at his brilliant smile. My goodness, after consuming so many divine bones, he is completely unscathed. Truly a formidable person. Let us not even mention it. Anyone brave enough to ingest the 9 heavens spiritual water and the dragon stone? What does this little treasure even matter? Bah, are you all incapable of conversation? His mental fortitude remains intact, which is undoubtedly due to Master Brother's exceptional intellect. Generally, those with terrifying physical power possess weaker consciousness. Yet Master Brother is undeniably a prodigy. The disciples exchanged flattering remarks, each trying to outdo the other in praise, their adulation for Yi Chen evident. Even if Yi Chen were aware of their flattery, he couldn't help but feel gratified. Though Master Brother was still young, his terrifying prowess and extraordinary consciousness surpassed that of ordinary people. An insurmountable feat for them. Oh, don't even mention us, in my opinion. Even that esteemed individual from the Tianqing sect may not measure up to our Master Brother. The younger disciples exclaimed in awe, and at the same time, high above in the boundless starry expanse of the 9 heavens, on a star known as Yinghua, stood a dilapidated ancient temple, which had existed for an unfathomable number of years. The temple, though crumbling, exuded an air of ancient grandeur, with its broken walls and remnants whispering tales of former glories. Within the temple, a faint sound emerged, hinting at something intriguing. Chapter 135. A delightful culinary experience, Master Brother. Are you truly going to share the black demon apes accompanying divine bones with us? Yi Shixiang, the disciples gasped in shock as Yi Chen brought forth the bones. Though they had previously conspired to jointly attack the black demon ape, it had already been slain by Yi Chen before they could act. And now such a precious divine bone had emerged. Logically, since the black demon ape was discovered and slain by Yi Chen, the divine bone should rightfully belong to him. While the disciples felt envious, they also understood this truth, secretly rejoicing for Yi Chen. However, given the immense value of such a divine bone, if it were to appear in the outside world, it would undoubtedly incite a bloody storm. Anyone who obtained it would treat it as a treasure. How could Yi Chen be so generous as to share it with others? Thus, the talented youths pondered whether they had misheard. They were acutely aware that after hearing of the mischievous child's exploits, this child placed great importance on treasures. Otherwise, the artifacts in the sect wouldn't have been stolen. Could this mischievous child be harboring some ulterior motive? Observing their hesitation, Yi Chen felt exasperated. He hadn't anticipated their lack of resolve. No wonder Li Linglan and Gu Chengzhue lamented the lack of capable successors. Resolutely, he took on the mantle of Master Brother and proactively distributed the remaining divine bones among them, ensuring each received 2 small pieces. The leftover 5 pieces, Yi Chen chose not to keep and entrusted to Yang Feng for safekeeping. He realized that consuming these divine bones would no longer activate the ancient inheritance. It was better to reserve them for later. For him, these bones had lost their significance. What he valued was the bloodthirsty aura within them, which might prove useful in his future cultivation. Master Brother is indeed a magnanimous person, so generous, even compared to some elders in our sect. His generosity is unparalleled. Indeed, I previously thought Master Brother cherished treasures and was somewhat miserly. Today has truly opened my eyes. If anyone dares to call Master Brother stingy in the future, I shall not hesitate to confront them. He is truly far more generous than my master. Shiqi and Yang Feng, 2 of the most devoted disciples, nearly bowed before Yi Chen in gratitude. The others gazed at him with immense appreciation. Such treasures, even an elder like Zhang Lao from their sect would handle with extreme caution, reluctant to use them, let alone gift them to others. In the days that followed, the group journeyed towards their destination, moving leisurely, viewing this early departure as a form of training. However, due to Yi Chen's influence, this experience transformed into an unparalleled feast. The disciples from the Xuanji sect felt no semblance of hardship. They indulged in an abundance of various spirit beast meats. As the days progressed, the young talents came to realize that Yi Chen was never one to skimp on food, always driven by a relentless desire. No matter what delectable dish they encountered along the way, Yi Chen would rush in first to take a bite. Chapter 136. The Rampaging Lion. Often, they would come across items that were visually appealing yet inedible. But Yi Chen paid them no heed, devouring everything in sight with reckless abandon. If they encountered rare and exotic beasts, It became even more chaotic. This mischievous child's speed rivaled that of experts at the emperor level. By the time they registered the appearance of a beast, Yi Chun had already obliterated it. In summary, their journey consisted of following Yi Chun in a culinary adventure, although the process was somewhat indescribable. For cultivators, the essence of spirit beast's blood and flesh was immensely beneficial. Consequently, many experienced slight advancements in their cultivation over the days. For these young disciples, their ability to digest spirit beast meat paled in comparison to Yi Chun's monstrous capacity. Consuming such vast quantities led them to feel as if their spiritual energy was overflowing, particularly the female disciples, who painfully discovered they had gained weight. Yet, faced with the exceedingly rare essence of blood and flesh, they found it impossible to resist indulging, creating an internal conflict. Ultimately, they had no choice but to resolve in their hearts that once this assessment concluded, they would return to the sect to enter seclusion. Determined to absorb every last drop of this exquisite essence from the spirit beasts. Master Brother, we should arrive at our destination in about 2 days. I recall there is a bustling metropolis ahead. Should we not go and enjoy the festivities? Yang Feng and Shi Qi, ever the sycophants, remained diligently attentive, bustling around Yi Chun, displaying their eagerness to please. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, nestled in the embrace of a female disciple, was reluctant to shift positions, barely opening his eyes. What is so great about going to the big city? There are no spirit beasts. Let us venture into the more remote areas, the more secluded. The more spirit beasts there will be. Upon hearing these words, the group found themselves at a loss for words. As they soared through the skies, Yi Chun remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for spirit beasts. Ready to descend at the first sighting, determined not to let any escape. In truth, the energy within those spirit beasts was primal and raw. Since Yi Chun had ascended in cultivation, his energy demands had grown exponentially, far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. However, this was only natural, for his undying starry body was extraordinarily formidable. The stronger he became, the more energy he required to facilitate its evolution. Thus, the undying starry body could continue to grow in strength. Throughout the vast expanse of the world, aside from the abundance of beasts in the western wilderness, there were hardly any particularly powerful entities within the central mountain range. Their luck over the past few days had been relatively favorable. The female disciple cradling Yi Chun remarked, and others nodded in agreement. Yet, just after she had spoken these words, dozens of dark figures suddenly descended from the cliff ahead.